This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. 3532 AD. Inside the Borea apartment on Amon Street in the capital planet. Today is a workday, but Lin Jian, an engineer at Eston Company, is sitting dejectedly on the sofa. Lin Jian never imagined that her first android creation would have such a negative impact on the company. If not handled properly, the company will face huge compensation. Opening the floating screen, Star TV is playing social news. The headline is long and loud. What should I do when my girlfriend falls in love with my android? This incident has been buzzing on the Star network for several days, remaining high on the trending search list. Therefore, Star TV has been following up on this incident. The incident originated 7 months ago when the protagonist, Mr. Tanlon, was on a business trip to Drew Planet at the request of his company. The round trip from the capital planet to Drew by civilian starship takes 2 months, plus 4 months of office work, meaning this business trip will take 6 months. Tanlon was distressed. He had just found his ideal girlfriend, Xia, a beautiful and passionate girl with many male friends. If he were to be away for 6 months, he feared being abandoned, and Tanlon, deeply in love, couldn't accept such abandonment. Demanding Xia's absolute loyalty was also out of the question, as Tanlon himself couldn't be absolutely loyal. After much hesitation, Tanlon decided to have a custom-made android in his image. The Shanghai Republic has strict regulations on androids, with only a few fixed models available. Customization requires both the orderer and the user to sign a power of attorney. After much deliberation, Tanlon decided to have his android custom-made at Eston. Eston is the largest android manufacturer in the Shanghai Republic, offering exceptional quality, though of course, at a hefty price. When Tanlon saw the price, he hesitated for a moment, but thinking of Xia's wealth, he decided to spend the money. Being with Xia would not only save him money, but he would also receive many expensive gifts. After making his decision, Tanlon and Xia went to Eston together, and they signed the contract. After the contract was signed, Eston used a machine to record Tanlon's physical data. Because it was a custom-made product, the delivery date was set for 1 month later. A month later, Eston duly delivered. On the day of delivery, Tanlon looked at the android, which had cost him half his fortune, and felt a sense of relief. Although he had requested that Eston refine his appearance in the contract, he hadn't expected that such a small improvement would result in such a strikingly handsome android. With it by his side, he felt safe on his business trips. Of course, that little optimization was just a filter Tanlon had applied. The aesthetic enhancements to the android took 10 revisions before he signed off. After receiving the android, Tanlon couldn't wait to bring it to his girlfriend's door. 6 months later, Tanlon returned from his business trip. He was met with both good news and bad news. The good news, Xia was still single. The bad news, Xia had fallen in love with his android. Tanlon was indignant. Why? Why? This is clearly just my android. Why do you love it? And not me, a living person? Xia thought carefully and answered truthfully. First, he's more handsome than you. Second, he's more considerate. Third, he's older and more skilled than you. Big. OMG. Why did he have to bear such heavy consequences for a minor physiological optimization he made? Tanlon wanted to smack himself in the face, but he keenly grasped the key word, skilled. No, Eston had over-optimized. He only confirmed the appearance and physiology, not the technical aspects. Indignant, Tanlon sued Eston in Interstellar court. The grounds for the lawsuit were that Eston had failed to produce the item according to the specifications. He demanded a refund of his custom fee and compensation for emotional distress, 20 times the fee. The lawsuit was a minor one, but it happened to be a case brought by the Interstellar Humanity Committee. So, Director John of the Humanity Committee used the incident as a publicity stunt, giving it extensive coverage on major television stations. Director John severely criticized androids, believing their emergence to be a desecration of human civilization. The incident quickly escalated on the StarNet, sparking widespread discussion among StarNet residents. Some believe that Eston should be severely punished and called for the destruction of all androids. This group comprised 10% of the population. Some believe that the incident had nothing to do with Eston, that Tanlon had requested the customization himself, and that Eston had done nothing wrong in fulfilling the request. However, they also believe that androids should not be overdeveloped. This group comprised 40% of the population. Still, some believe that androids were a manifestation of human technological progress, and that we should not throw the baby out with the bathwater because of a single individual incident. Destroying them was even more irrational. This group accounts for 50%. The Star Network caused a huge uproar, and Star TV conducted an exclusive interview and arranged for moderators to conduct on-site mediation. The program's ratings skyrocketed immediately, reaching over 20 points. Considering that Star TV usually only gets 3 to 5 points on weekdays, the station director immediately contacted the program director, requesting an extension of the show's duration and a temporary Q&A session. The Star Network moderators connected via video link with several people involved in the incident: Mr. Lin Lai, president of Eston Company; Mr. Tan Lon, the victim; Mr. John, a member of the Human Relations Committee; and Ms. Xia, Mr. Tan Lan's ex-girlfriend. As soon as the video link was connected, John was the first to criticize bionic humans. Please stop the development of bionic humans. Humanity doesn't need them. If we don't stop, they will one day replace us. Lin Lai refuted this with data and clarified his point. Bionic humans can never replace humans. They are created by humans and serve humans. They have no thoughts. They can only serve as companions. John aggressively asked, "Then what do you think of Mr. Tan Lan's incident?" Lin Lai: "I think this is an individual incident and not worth discussing, let alone lumping it in with a mass incident." John snorted and said arrogantly, quibbling, "This is a real thing. Just because it's an individual incident, can you ignore its existence? You and your company are shirking responsibility." Lin Lai straightened his expression and said, "First, let me state that the development of bionic humans is approved by the laws and regulations of the Republic. Our company is a compliant and legal company. I'm personally sorry for what happened to Mr. Tan Lon, but from our company's perspective, there's no fault. We were simply customizing according to Party A's requirements. However, given the unique circumstances of this incident, our company is willing to offer Mr. Tan Lon humanitarian compensation and refund the customization fee." I wonder if Mr. Tan Lon would accept this offer? Tan Lon immediately shook his head and refused. "I don't accept this. Your company has arbitrarily altered the properties of the subject matter and must compensate you at 20 times the customization fee." Hearing Tan Lon repeatedly mention altering the properties of the subject, Lin Lai felt a flicker of confusion. He turned and asked, "Mr. Tan Lon, our company did not modify your data without authorization. Regarding the facial and physiological modifications, we drew an 8D model based on your requirements. You signed the written consent form on the blueprint before we began production. Moreover, when you signed for it, you expressed your approval of the bionic man." As Lin Lai spoke, the written consent form appeared on the floating screen. Tan Lon felt a little guilty about Lin Lai's words, but he was a man of strong mental fortitude. He calmed himself, reminding himself that if he received the compensation, he could buy a nice apartment downtown. So, he steeled himself and said, "I'm not referring to facial or physiological modifications, but other aspects." Lin Lai frowned, puzzled. The others were also baffled, not understanding what Tan Lon meant. Tan Lon gritted his teeth and spoke frankly. "I did confirm that the physiological features had grown larger, but you took the liberty of improving their technical capabilities. In the contract, I didn't ask for better technology, but you added this service. Didn't you change the original attributes of the subject matter?" Lin Lai: John: Others: The screen went silent for a moment, and the program director quickly signaled to the Star Network moderator to lighten the mood. The Star Network moderator muttered to himself, "I don't know how to answer this question." Luckily, the Star Network moderator was no pushover. With years of experience, he was quite adept at passing the buck. He immediately passed the floor to the only person involved who hadn't spoken. "Ms. Xia, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Xia, receiving this rebuke, was momentarily unsure how to respond. After some reflection, she replied fairly, "An engineer from Eston Company contacted me earlier and asked if I wanted to add some fun to the lives of the androids. I agreed." The Star Network moderator immediately passed the baton back to Tan Lon. Tan Lon continued his reply calmly. "That was also Ace Dun's fault. I customized the robot, and although Xia and I signed the agreement, they can't just ask for the opinion of one of them. That was a bit unreasonable. Normally, when two people sign a contract, asking for the opinion of one of them is acceptable. But people tend to sympathize with the weaker party. Tan Lon had lost both his life and his money, and Ace Dun had indeed changed a few features without consulting him, bearing some indirect responsibility for his abandonment. Finally, with the mediation of the Star Network mediator, Ace Dun agreed to refund the customization fee and provide 10 times the compensation. After the mediation, it was time for a phone call. As the hotline connected, a young woman's voice rang out. "Hello, I just saw the written consent form. The engineer who created this android is called Lin Qian, correct?" The Star Network moderator looked at Lin Lai, who had to nod in agreement. Yes, I am. The young woman's voice soared. Is she available right now? I'd like to have her customize an android. Lin Lai, Lin Jian, sitting in front of the floating screen. Oh my god. Sister, let me be quiet. Everyone knows me now. Soon, a trending search on Star Network became, who is Lin Jian? Unfortunately, there was very little information about Lin Jian online, not even a photo. The Star Network residents only found a few scattered pieces of information. Lin Jian, 26 years old, graduated from the Imperial Military Academy 3 years ago and joined the Eston Company, focusing on android research and development. After searching around, they couldn't even determine whether Lin Jian was a man or a woman. Soon, someone else posted on Star Network. Is anyone interested in digging up this Lin Jian? I'm waiting online. Is Lin Jian a graduate of the Imperial Military Academy? What's her level of spiritual power? Who is Lin Jian? Are there any photos I can see? The president of Eston Company is Lin Lai. What's the relationship between Lin Jian and him? Is she his child? Anyone willing to share the details? Shortly after these posts were published, the entries were deleted, leaving the public sighing. It seems this Lin Jian is still a mysterious figure. Chapter 2. No one expected that Lin Jian, the mysterious figure the inhabitants spoke of, was currently huddled on the sofa, enduring his grandfather's roar. Lin-sen, I asked you to prepare a written consent form, so why didn't you just redact your name and upload it? Poor little Lin Jian, curled up on the sofa, silently defended himself. I thought it would look more authentic with a name. Lin-sen roared, authentic. It's indeed very real. Now everyone on the Star Network knows you created that android. Have you ever considered the consequences? Lin Jian stammered. This should be okay. Lin-sen was furious. Do you think this thing will escalate without someone behind the scenes? It's clear someone is trying to target our company. On a larger scale, this is someone trying to undermine the entire robotics manufacturing industry. Lin Jian stuttered. Huh? This is so serious. Lin-sen's expression was serious. He said slowly. There has always been a force in the Republic trying to hinder the development of the manufacturing industry. Some extremist groups demanding a return to the original ecology are also involved. This incident is not a coincidence. Lin-sen paused. Lin Jian, standing beside him, slowly echoed, oh, to show that he was listening carefully to his grandfather. The oh rekindled Lin-sen's extinguished anger. Oh shit. If those extremists knew you were a Lin family member, they'd definitely make a big fuss about it. Furious, Lin-sen turned to look at the dejected Lin Jian, who lowered her head. He sighed silently, stopping his unfinished words. After a moment's silence, Lin-sen calmed down and spoke a little more gently. Pack up and stay at your boyfriend's house for a while. You stay there until I tell you. Lin Jian was puzzled. How could she suddenly have a boyfriend? She immediately clarified that she didn't have one. Grandpa, I don't have a boyfriend. Lin-sen was stunned for a moment, then raised his fist to his lips and coughed softly. Stop quibbling. You modified the android like that. How can you not have a boyfriend? Lin Jian was quite proud of this, her face beaming. Haha, I learned that from reading. I read a lot of books and watched a lot of movies to make that android. This almost choked Senator Yu. Seeing her grandfather's rage, Lin Jian quickly admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, I won't watch it again, I promise. After saying a bunch of nice things, she finally calmed the furious grandfather. After hanging up the video, Lin Jian collapsed on the sofa, smoothed her hair, and shared her thoughts. Today is such a bad day. From childhood to adulthood, fate has always been extra kind to her, both good and bad. For example, if she's in a raffle, she's definitely the winner. But if a group of people walk down the street and a bird poops in the air, she's also the winner. So she's both lucky and unlucky. Accustomed to her tendency to get caught in the heat, Lin Jian simply divides each day into lucky and unlucky days. Today was probably her worst day in recent memory. The laptop on her hand kept flashing, indicating an unread message. Lin Jian, in emo mode, clicked on it irritably. Hui Yuqing has submitted a joint parenting application. Wow, even scam messages are focusing on her. Who is Hui Yuqing? He's the candidate for the next head of the Hui family. For someone like that to even need a parenting application? Ridiculous. Back then, at Hui Yuqing's 18th-year-old coming-of-age ceremony, the Hui family spent over a month just selecting the attendees for the ball. Someone from a top-tier family wouldn't casually submit a childcare request. Lin Jian rejected the offer. Screw you, scammer. Unfortunately, she was too tired today to think about hacking back. On any other day, she would have followed this message and hack the other person's laptop. On Severa Star, Hui Yuqing sat by the window, staring down at his laptop. He had been sitting there for a long time. Although his profile was hidden by the shadow of his black military cap, the tense curve of his jaw and the slightly pursed lips betrayed his inner uneasiness. Outside the window, the star screen simulated the night sky, its dark night dotted with twinkling stars. Looking up, the moon was as bright and clear as ever. It was midnight on the planet sphere. There was a 6-hour time difference between here and the capital planet, so it should be around 6 p.m. on the capital planet. Today was the 5th day since he submitted his application. It takes 5 days to review the application from the military network to the civilian network. By now, she should have received it, right? Given her personality, if she disagreed, she would have either been loud or mysterious in a video message, but so far, there had been no response. Is she considering it? Is there any hope for him? The computer suddenly lit up with a message from Lin Jian. Hui Yuqing hurriedly opened it, and the word rejected popped out like a brand. Though he had been mentally prepared, an uncontrollable sense of loss still washed over him instantly, a tinge of resentment and frustration. Devastated, his azure eyes dimmed at the word rejection, and his light chestnut hair seemed to have lost its luster. Over the years, she had approached cautiously, caring for him subtly. Did she still harbor no affection for him? The night was peaceful and quiet. Under the long, shimmering night, only the bright moon and the twinkling stars soothed him. 7 years ago, at his coming-of-age ceremony, the two of them had been closest in public. That night, he and she danced their first and only duet. Under the screen, a milky white light cast shadows on the two of them, making everything around them seem ethereal and ethereal, as if, in this chaotic world, only he and she were left. A video ringtone interrupted Hui Yuqing's recollections. He clicked on the connection on his computer, and his partner, Chu Xiao, appeared on the screen, still asleep. Hui Yuqing nodded coldly, feeling a little down. Fortunately, the other party didn't mind his coldness. What, you're on vacation next month. After 3 years, you accumulated more than half a year's vacation. Have you decided where to go? A hint of sadness crossed the man's eyes, but he quickly concealed his thoughts and replied sparingly, I'm thinking about it. Chu Xiao's face had a hint of curiosity. Are you going back to the capital star? Hui Yuqing shook his head, as if refusing to talk anymore. A flash of understanding flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes. He paused and said, I wanted to tell you a funny story, but since you're not interested, I won't disturb your rest. Hui Yuqing hummed a dull hymn, and was about to turn off his laptop. Chu Xiao suddenly spoke up. What, do you still remember Lin Jian? Hui Yuqing raised his eyes, gazing sharply at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao stretched and teased. What, don't be so serious. I'm just gossiping with you. Lin Jian's gotten into some trouble. There are a lot of posts on Starnet ripping into her, and some radical elements are trying to defame her. I'm helping her delete the posts. Hui Yuqing looked straight at Chu Xiao, his usually calm eyes flickering slightly. What happened to her? Chu Xiao smiled, a hint of laziness curling his lips. It's hard to explain right now. There's a program on Star Network dedicated to this incident. Here's the link. Go check it out. I download it, and help her delete the post. Hui Yuqing nodded and instructed, go ahead. If you can't get back to the border in time, I cover for you. Chu Xiao tooted and said, Captain, you're truly loyal. Hui Yuqing ignored him. After hanging up the video, he opened the link Chu Xiao had given him and watched the entire story unfold. He sighed helplessly. It seems he'd chosen the wrong time to confess his feelings. He then logged into his personal computer and joined the post-deletion team. Star Network citizens. Damn, this Lin Jian is truly amazing. Anyone who posts about her gets instantly blocked. Meanwhile, the 3 leaders of the Lin family were also in a meeting, their expressions serious, all of them understanding. The mastermind's target was actually Est & Company. If not properly resolved, the company could go bankrupt, and the hard work of generations of the Lin family would be destroyed. Lin Lai said helplessly, I contacted every PR firm in the Star Realm, but none are willing to take our order. Lin Xia pondered for a moment and said, suppression alone won't stop them. Some people may have no ill intentions and just want to see the fun, but people are rebellious. The less you keep them in the dark, the more curious they become. Lin Sun looked at Lin Xia and asked, what's your idea? Lin Xia pondered for a long moment, then raised her eyes and said, divert the blame. Release my wedding video with Wishiyu on Starnet, and direct all that malice toward me. Lin Sun shook his head in rejection. No, you two are Lin family children. Lin Xia hesitated, then tried to convince Lin Sun, Father, if I'm involved, the Hua family will help. Lin Sin turned to look at her and said sternly, "That's even worse. The Lin family can handle their own affairs. The worst that can happen is bankruptcy. If you go to the Hua family to leverage their influence, how can you hold your head up high in the Hua family? Although the Lin family may not be as powerful as the Hua family, we will never wrong our own children. Let this matter be. Everything will be in God's hands. However, some things won't happen just because you don't want them to." While the Lin family was discussing this, someone posted a thread online titled, "Since we can't expose Lin Jian, let's expose Lin Xia." No one deleted this thread, and it quickly became a viral sensation on Starnet. Lin Xia's profile was easy to dig up because she had always been a talented person. Numerous photos and stories about her can be found online. 1. At 18, Lin Xia was admitted to the Imperial Military Academy with an outstanding score of 6th overall. 2. After entering the Imperial Military Academy, Lin Xia received scholarships every year and was even named an outstanding alumnus of the Imperial Military Academy. 3. After graduating at 22, she volunteered to guard the Republic's eastern border for 6 years. During this time, she rose from an unknown soldier to major and served as deputy commander of the 13th Army Corps. 4. After retiring at 28, she joined Esting Corporation, rising from engineer to vice president within 2 years. Esting Corporation subsequently experienced rapid growth, becoming the Republic's largest robot manufacturing company in just 12 years. 5. While pursuing her career, she also had plenty of time for her love life. At the age of 30, Lin Xia and Hu Xiyu signed a joint parenting agreement. By the time we got to the 5th item, everyone's focus shifted. Oh my god, Hu Xiyu too. That guy's looks are just mind-blowing. Now, many people are turning sour. How could this person be so lucky? Sure, she's a big good-looking and talented, but the fact that she's monopolizing Hu Xiyu is still quite annoying. Just as a small number of netizens were starting to make sarcastic comments, another bombshell hit. Someone broke the news. Lin Xia and Hu Xiyu are more than just parenting partners, they were married 10 years ago. Now, not only were the sour ones jealous, but others were also skeptical. I don't believe it. The fact that Lin Xia and Hu Xiyu signed a joint parenting agreement is already shocking. They're from the Hua family, a top-tier family. I don't believe they would allow them to get married. +1. +1. It's no wonder the people don't believe it. In this era, marriage is no longer a tradition. Many people remain single, and no one complains. On the contrary, if you're considering marriage, others will seriously ask you, "Are you sure? Do you really love your partner that much? Will you be faithful to one person?" This is because interstellar law stipulates that if you marry, your property will become joint property of the couple. During the marriage, you must be faithful to your partner. If you disrespect or deceive your partner in any way, including domestic violence or infidelity, you face a prison sentence of 10 years or more. This law applies to both men and women. Therefore, in this era, few people marry. More people form co-parenting partnerships, raising children together. If Lin Xia and Hu Xiyu marry, according to interstellar law, Hu Xiyu's personal assets will become joint property of the couple. Wouldn't that make Lin Xia a super rich woman, possessing both a handsome man and a vast fortune? How could such a good thing happen? In summary, the onlookers don't believe this. Chapter 3. Inside a residential apartment on the planet Hills, 4 men in black were each operating a floating optical computer. The decrypted code formed a variety of colored dots, which rapidly changed color as their hands moved, interweaving on the screen, ultimately presenting a series of decrypted photos. At the bar, a man in a dark gray suit slowly savored a glass of red wine. No one had expected that this ordinary apartment building was the headquarters of the hacker organization Black Shield. Black Shield had a good reputation in the industry. Although commissions were high, they rarely failed. The organization's leader, Hei Yi, in particular, had always navigated a murky border, remaining unscathed. He was quite skilled. At this moment, Hei Yi, holding a red wine glass, was watching the wedding video of Lin Xia and Hu Xiyu. In the video, Hu Xiyu is dressed in formal attire, his dark chestnut hair swept back, revealing a full forehead. His cool, pale skin frames his handsome features, and his alluring, almond-shaped eyes, tilted slightly upward, are truly captivating. Beside him, Lin Xia, dressed in a white wedding dress, is as graceful as a flower, elegant and graceful, with an intellectual gleam between her brows. The two are both well-matched and mismatched. One resembles the young leader of a cult, the other the chief disciple of a prestigious sect. When the officiant announced their marriage, Hu Xiyu bent down and lovingly kissed Lin Xia. Warm sunlight streamed down from the rooftop, casting a faint golden light around them. So beautiful, so sweet. After watching the video and considering Lin Xiao's resume, He concluded, Lin Xiao is quite good. An independent, outstanding woman, worthy of respect. He nodded in approval. He turned to He and asked, Boss, should we still release the video? He glanced at He, his tone light but accusing. Remember your identity, you're a hacker. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. But boss, didn't you just praise Lin Xiao? He turned to He and said coolly, anyone who excels deserves praise, understand? He nodded silently, accepting his lesson, and was about to go to the Xinguang forum to lead the discussion. Suddenly, He San shouted, Boss, my computer has been hacked by Firefox. He told us to stop scraping information about Lin Qian, or we become his enemy. Firefox ranked 5th on the hacker individual rankings. His origins were a mystery. He hadn't joined any organization, and no one knew his true identity. He also refused to accept commissions from anyone. It seemed that Firefox was a friend of Lin Qian. He shook his head dismissively, believing Firefox had no right to give him orders. Ignore it, continue. At this moment, He chirped, Boss, my laptop was hacked too. It was done by someone from NT Company. They said if we leaked Lin Qian's information, they send our files to the Interstellar court and put us in jail. He smiled. Interesting. Even NT Company was in trouble. NT Company was a hacker group just as famous as theirs, rumored to have military backgrounds, unlike companies like theirs that took money for business. It seemed Lin Qian was quite something. Many people wanted to protect her. However, He had been in this business for so long and had never feared anyone. He wouldn't dare venture out without some skills. He chuckled softly and was about to tell the two to continue. At this moment, He Wu turned his head and turned his laptop screen towards He. A few blood-red characters appeared on the pitch-black screen. If you leak Lin Qian's information, you will die. Jing Shark. Damn, Jing Shark was also doomed, and He's face changed. Jing Shark was a pirate organization that had only risen to prominence in recent years, but no one dared to underestimate them. It was said that this organization had never failed to secure any goods it set its sights on, and their bold statements were always backed up by their actions. He Wu looked at He's suddenly solemn face and asked innocently, Boss, are we still going to dig? He rolled his eyes at He Wu speechlessly. Do you know why I'm still so handsome at 99? He San, standing next to him, answered first. I know the answer to that question. Boss, you spend 10 million star coins every year on beauty treatments. Bang! He San was slapped in the face by He's robotic arm. Stupid! He paced back and forth at the bar. He raised his hand and said to his 4 men today, I'm going to teach you the secret of my youth and my secret of survival. Remember this, my secret is flexibility. Despite being beaten, He San still showed his servility. Boss, you're truly knowledgeable. Black 5 silently asked, Boss, I understand what you mean, but I don't understand. Should we give in or give in now? Black 1 couldn't bear to look at his subordinates. They were all so clueless, and aside from hacking, they were completely clueless otherwise. Black 1 had no choice but to patiently continue to teach his 4 subordinates. We definitely have to give in now. If we mess with Jingsha, we lose our lives. What's the point of asking for money? Besides, our fellow hackers have sent us messages of concern. As peace-loving hackers, we should show love and respect to our fellow hackers. He Wu nodded in agreement. Boss, you are truly wise and powerful. He smoothed the non-existent wrinkles on his sleeve and turned to the 4 people. Lin Xiao and Wu Xiu's marriage demonstrates their pursuit of true love, unconstrained by worldly concerns. This courage alone is worthy of our blessing on StarNet. Remember, if you encounter a sourpuss, give him a good scold. The 4 people received their instructions and immediately got to work. While several members of the Black Shield group were leading the online discussion and sending their well wishes, Wu Xiu released a personal statement, which quickly became the top trending topic. Xiao and I married 10 years ago. From now on, we will continue to know and be together for the rest of our lives. The statement included 10 photos, taken on each of their wedding anniversaries. Afterward, Lin Xiao retweeted Wu Xiu's statement, captioning it with a heart. The Wu group also retweeted the statement, adding a thumbs-up image. Wow! They've been married for 10 years, and still so in love. How envious! The stars were filled with joy and sent their blessings. After all, in this day and age, few people can make it to the end of their marriage, and their love has remained as strong as ever for 10 years. Even the sour chickens didn't dare to be jealous anymore. If they showed up, they'd be rebuked. If you have the guts, get married too. As the dust settled on this incident, Hei was anxiously calculating his losses. He had originally thought that if he closed this deal, he could enter the beauty salon early. If he had enough funds, he even planned to do an eye rejuvenation project this year. Sadly, not only did he not make any money this time, he even had to pay a penalty. It seems his entry into the beauty salon will have to be postponed this year. Hei looked at the penalty amount, his heart breaking. He thought to himself, that's terrible. If I enter the salon later, I have another wrinkle on my face. The computer buzzed, and Hei received a message from the sponsor. This round of commission has been terminated. Fees will be paid as usual. Please send any information related to her to the contact email address. Remember, no information should be leaked. Hei pondered the message for a long time. After years as a hacker, he could infer from the editing style of the message that the sponsor had a new commander. The previous commander liked to end his sentences with commas and spoke in a harsh tone, but the current commander used punctuation correctly and even used the honorific please. It was obvious that someone had changed. Wait, this commander referred to Lin Jian as she. Did he know Lin Jian? And was Lin Jian a woman? Hei called Heier. Did you find photos of Lin Jian? Heier nodded. I just hacked into the Imperial Military Academy's official website and found 4 photos of Lin Jian with others from her time there. Hei, show them to me. Heier produced the photos, and Hei immediately spotted Lin Jian in the crowd. Lin Jian and Lin Xiao were 60% alike, with fair skin and beautiful features, making them stand out in a crowd. However, Lin Xiao was much more confident, while Lin Jian's features were softer. Before Hei sent the photo to his sponsor, he pointed at Lin Jian and told Heier, San, Si, and Wu to recognize her. Remember this face. Stay away from her. This is someone you can't mess with. Heier, San, Si, and Wu nodded. I understand. If we meet her, we call her Auntie. 2 groups, one posting and the other deleting, were busy and blissful. The health-conscious girl, Lin Jian, had already gone to bed. She had no choice. Her grandfather had ordered her to stay off the internet for the past few days. Bored, she retired before 9 o'clock. In her dream, she reappeared at the coming-of-age ceremony dance in Huiyu City. Just like 7 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Levin family and the second daughter of the Shisu family were both dressed in their finery. Everyone wondered which lady Huiyuchen would dance the first dance with. When the computer displayed Lin Jian as the dance partner, the venue erupted in an uproar. Afterwards, some said it was a system malfunction, while others said it was because the fierce rivalry between the 2 families had made it difficult for the Hua family to maintain balance, so they chose a third person who would be less likely to cause conflict. As for why Lin Jian was chosen, it was said to save face for Lin Xiao, who had just married into the Lin family. Everything in the dream was hazy and ethereal. Lin Jian only remembered the initial scene of clinking glasses. Soon after, the lights in the venue began to dim, leaving only a faint golden beam surrounding Huiyuchen. The names on the floating screen began to scroll, and when they stopped at the name Lin Jian, the screen stopped scrolling. Standing in the corner, Lin Jian was at a loss. In her mind, it was as if a firework had exploded, soaring into the sky and spreading a dazzling array of colors. She stood there motionless, but the beams of light automatically caught her. The lights in the hall began to slowly illuminate, one by one, and Huiyuchen, with that distinctive pale golden beam, approached her. He extended his hand and led her onto the dance floor. The light was milky white. In that warm glow, she danced mechanically with him, even forgetting to smile. Meanwhile, Huiyuchen, across from her, wore a gentlemanly smile. Suddenly, the dream shifted. After the song ended, Huiyuchen hadn't even taken her off the dance floor. He held her in his arms, their gazes locked. His eyes were a passionate blue, like a starlit star, piercing straight into her heart. He lowered his head to whisper in her ear, his voice soft and gentle, lingering, Lin Jian, I love you. Shit! Lin Jian woke up with a start. She opened her eyes, and found herself still in bed. The clock read 6 in the morning. It had been a dream. Oh my god, how could she have dreamed of Huiyu City out of nowhere? That scam message from yesterday must have misled her. She stumbled into the bathroom, still dazed, and looked up at the person in the mirror, her brown eyes. Oh my god, someone else has taken over. Lin Jian had given herself a fright. After coming to her senses, she couldn't help but laugh. She had been in this world for over 20 years, and every time she saw her own appearance in her hazy state, she was startled. The person in the mirror was beautiful, with long eyebrows, white teeth, and a hazy, misty look in her eyes. As she looked up, The sweet scent of her first love washed over her. It was a shame. Although she was beautiful, she no longer had black hair and black eyes. Lin Jian still liked her looks. Lin Jian was a time traveler. She woke up from a sophomore college student to a baby, more than 1,000 years later, experiencing the interstellar era of interstellar warfare. In the interstellar age, everything changed. Humanity's habitat expanded from the blue planet to encompass the entire Milky Way, becoming a tourist destination among countless planets. In 2589, with tremendous technological advancements, humanity began to travel beyond the blue planet in starships to explore the mysteries of the universe. In the universe, humanity discovered numerous habitable planets. With the discovery of these planets came the ferocious star beasts of those planets, which viewed humans as food. To conquer these planets, humanity began to expel the star beasts. Unexpectedly, the widespread use of biological weapons by militants mutated the star beasts, some of which developed a low level of intelligence. These led ordinary star beasts to attack humans and their original habitat, the blue planet. The humans on Blue Planet were forced to resist, and the ensuing stalemate lasted for over 100 years, resulting in the sacrifice of many. In 2731, humanity's first awakened individuals emerged, later known as psychics. Stronger than ordinary humans, psychics, equipped with the first generation of mechas developed by scientists, finally managed to repel the star beasts. Humanity then launched a counterattack, driving out the star beasts and occupying habitable planets in the interstellar space. By this time, Blue Planet's natural resources were deteriorating, and humanity began a large-scale migration. They migrated in batches to various habitable planets, collectively known as human survival zones. With the establishment of these human survival zones, the federal government decided to organize psychics into warrior corps stationed at the borders of these zones to protect humanity. But the expelled star beasts refused to give up. They united and attacked the human survival zones every 100 years or so, a process later known as the Beast Tide. For over 1,000 years, the star beasts had been defeated by the warrior legion during each Beast Tide, yet their 100-year Beast Tide campaigns never ceased. 200 years ago, for unknown reasons, the star beasts suddenly underwent a tremendous evolution. Not only did their combat power increase significantly, but many mid-level intelligent beasts also emerged. The warrior legion only managed to resist the Beast Tide at the cost of half their own lives. This, in turn, put a strong sense of oppression on humanity. At this time, someone proposed a genetic modification plan. The proponent of this insane plan, known as Dr. Z, proposed integrating animal genes into human genes, giving ordinary people the ability to resist alien beasts. This proposal caused a huge rift within the federal government. Two factions, divided by their differing ideologies, split the federal government in two. One group insisted on prioritizing technology, focusing all their technological resources on weapon development, such as the continuous improvement of robots, the optimization and upgrading of mechas, and the innovative construction of warships. They rejected human modification and formed the Xinghai Republic. The other group insisted on conducting experiments on humans, modifying and strengthening their genes, and formed the Xinglan Republic. Lin Jian lived in the Xinghai Republic, a land she considered herself quite fortunate. As a Blue Star native, she readily embraced any technological advancement, including mechas, a product unique to the interstellar age. However, she rejected genetic modification. Years later, after close encounter with cyborgs, her opposition to human genetic modification experiments intensified. Chapter 4. 26 years ago. The Lin family was small and harmonious, the kind of family content with a modest fortune. The Lin family had lived on the capital planet for generations, so in this life, Lin Jian had the good fortune to become a resident of the imperial capital. Lin Jian was born with a ruptured uterus. When she first began to gain memories of her past life, she confidently tried to conceal them, fearing she might be mistaken for a child prodigy. But later on, she was repeatedly slapped in the face. Interstellar regulations stipulate that children start kindergarten at age 5, study for 2 years, and begin elementary school at age 7. The day before kindergarten, Lin Jian was brimming with confidence, believing she could crush all the little kids and skip grades. On the actual start of class, she realized she was way off the mark. On the first day of kindergarten, the teacher asked each child to assemble a children's power car. Oh my god, isn't kindergarten supposed to be about storytelling and building blocks? Assembling a power car? For Lin Jian, a clumsy person who fantasizes about being a child prodigy, this is a bit difficult. Unexpectedly, the other children jumped right in. In the end, Lin Jian only finished her homework on time with the help of her classmate, Cece Lilt. That day, Lin Jian returned home, awash in shame. Before school, she had learned a lot of theoretical knowledge using the computer, hoping to skip a grade. But on her first day, she barely managed to finish her homework on time. In the interstellar age, video-based teaching is very advanced. Before entering kindergarten, children learn theoretical knowledge on their own through videos, while parents provide them with craft materials for hands-on practice. After kindergarten, to let teachers understand the children's learning progress, they hold competitions in class to demonstrate their hands-on skills. But Lin Jian was a different story. She had unreliable parents. Since she was born, they'd been all over the world mining, never even home, let alone preparing materials for crafting. Her grandfather had shown concern a few times, but Lin Jian always acted like she was a good student. He assumed she was gifted and didn't need any extra guidance. Furthermore, since she wasn't a child, there wasn't much advanced knowledge to learn, so he stopped interfering and let her learn on her own. Little did he know, this was leading her down a wrong learning path. Before entering kindergarten, Lin Jian had memorized the theoretical knowledge from the videos and even tried to do some exercises. But once she started school, facing the hands-on competition in class, she realized she was outclassed. Her complacency had cost her dearly. 2 years passed, and Lin Jian entered elementary school, where the expectations for students were much higher. She had also been learning theoretical knowledge at home, and in school, she only competed on practical skills. But the competitions during elementary school included, but were not limited to, the following. 1. Setting the operating instructions for the robot. 2. Set up the anti-theft system. 3. Self-binding and programming the optical computer. And so on. In 6th grade, she also had to learn how to program the aircraft. OMG, all this knowledge was completely new to Lin Jian. Back on Blue Star, this was knowledge only professionals needed to learn, not even elementary school students. And so, the day Lin Jian thought she'd become a top student never came. Instead, she lived a miserable life. As someone with clumsy hands, she spent every day pondering how to improve her hands-on skills. That wasn't the worst. By the time students reached junior high, the school's expectations were even higher. In junior high, the school adopted a comprehensive assessment method for grading. What did that mean? 3 assessments were administered, with the total score representing the final grade. The 3 assessments were 1. Manual ability. 2. Physical fitness. 3. Independent and self-reliant ability. Each assessment had a different weighting. Manual ability and physical fitness each accounted for 20%, with independent and self-reliant ability holding the highest weight, at 60%. Hearing the names of these assessments, Lin Jian couldn't help but internally complain. Back on Blue Star, they constantly advocated for improving comprehensive quality, yet every school still prioritized academics. Who would have thought that the Interstellar era, a slogan Blue Star had been shouting for years, would finally materialize? In the first assessment, the manual ability assessment, Lin Jian only managed a passing grade. Despite her persistent efforts, she couldn't catch up with the progress of her peers. The second item, the physical fitness assessment, was the pain of 2 lifetimes for Lin Jian. Back on Blue Star, she was a complete athlete, and now in the interstellar world, this body is still a physical wimp. The passing standard for the physical fitness test is a 5,000-meter run in 10 minutes. This time is faster than even the male Olympic champion on Blue Star. So, Lin Jian consistently failed the physical fitness test. The last item, the independent assessment, accounts for the most points because it's the most difficult. The independent assessment tests students' understanding of the necessities of life. While it might seem like a simple test of common sense, once you take the test, you discover its true difficulty. Clothing doesn't refer to an understanding of clothing and grooming, but rather to an understanding of clothing materials. On the capital planet, humans have used technology to achieve a constant temperature of 20 degrees Celsius. However, on some desolate planets, the natural environment remains harsh, forcing people to wear clothing made of specialized fabrics to survive. For example, some clothing maintains a constant temperature, some is waterproof, some protects against wind and sand, and some repels insects. The school assessment involves identifying the material of clothing and determining its suitability for the environment in which it is used. What chemicals should it not come into contact with? For example, waterproof clothing should not come into contact with a solution called sap, as it will melt the clothing. Food refers to identifying the various edible plants and animals in nature. In the interstellar age, plants and animals have undergone various mutations. These mutations have resulted in some foods being edible directly, while others require processing. The school assessment involves students distinguishing which foods can be eaten directly and which require processing, and if so, how. Accommodation refers to choosing a safe place to live when traveling or exploring. This assessment focuses on the geographical environment of each planet. Students need a thorough understanding of geology to choose a safe place to live based on the characteristics of each planet. Travel assesses travel planning, for example, how do you choose the best route? How do you purchase tickets? How do you transfer? This assessment primarily tests students' understanding of various star systems. Each planet is located in a different star system, and the surrounding dangers vary. For example, some star systems are surrounded by hurricane zones, while others are surrounded by black holes. In these situations, you must not only memorize each danger zone, but also understand the various hazard labels, and know how to use the icons to find safe areas to avoid. Crucially, some star systems are closed to navigation during certain months. If you don't understand this common sense, you'd be stranded. Thus, the independent assessment covers a wide range of knowledge points. Clothing is equivalent to chemistry knowledge, food is equivalent to Chinese, biology, and chemistry knowledge, shelter is equivalent to geography and biology knowledge, and transportation is equivalent to math and physics knowledge. Lin Jian was puzzled. She clearly worked hard, but her independent assessment scores were always above average. At the end of the semester, when she added up her scores from the 3 assessments and saw her total score and school ranking, Lin Jian fell silent. Though she hated to admit it, the facts proved that she was even worse than she was in elementary school, already halfway to the rank of a poor student. This made Lin Jian inwardly complain. Why? In this interstellar age, are kids still so competitive? In high school, Lin Jian's grades finally improved, and her ranking finally improved a bit. This was because she had added the mineral identification course. Thanks to Lin Jian's unreliable parents, the Lin family had a mineral display room. The course Mineral Identification required a lot of memorization. Thanks to 9 years of compulsory education, Lin Jian had a strong rote memory, and she could memorize the textbook information by heart. Moreover, for many mineral materials, the courseware only contained pictures and videos, not actual objects, and the Lin family just happened to have real objects available for study. While memorizing the theoretical knowledge, she could also observe and study in the display room. By the end of the semester, Lin Jian had finally earned an A in one subject. After struggling through high school and nearly graduating, Lin Jian was still struggling with which university to attend. Unexpectedly, a month before the joint entrance exam, she awakened her spiritual power. Spiritual power? Why did she awaken it? The entire Lin family was stunned, even Lin Jian. You know, those who awaken their spiritual power are almost always exceptionally strong physically and mentally. But how could Lin Jian, a weakling who always failed his physical tests, suddenly awaken his spiritual power? It's said that those who awaken their spiritual power experience certain insights before awakening, such as sharper ears, stronger bodies, or even temporary loss of control due to a sudden burst of spiritual power. But Lin Jian had none of these characteristics. Furthermore, most interstellar people awaken their spiritual power around the age of 16, but Lin Jian, 18 and a half, didn't even awaken at the usual time. Lin Jian's spiritual power had come about strangely. She had awakened inexplicably. It was a weekend, and after a late sleep, Lin Jian was bored and sprawled in the corner of her yard, basking in the sun. In the middle of the yard, her cousin Lin Mo was diligently practicing deploying and retracting his mecha. Lin Mo only awakened his spiritual power last month, and his custom mecha arrived yesterday. Yesterday, while Lin Xiao was delivering the mecha to Lin Mo, she also played a video of Hui Yuqing deploying and retracting it in the living room. Lin Jian, who had nothing better to do, was lucky enough to watch. In the video, Hui Yuqing unleashed his mecha in a split second. The ice blue Qilin King, the body of the mecha was indigo blue, with ice blue arm and knee joints, and a black line marking the base of the neck. As he unleashed the mecha, he tapped his toes on the mechanical ladder and soared directly into the cockpit. As he entered, the ice blue Qilin King suddenly lit up with a burst of blue light, gleaming like a diamond, before returning to its original color a moment later. 10 seconds later, the mecha's cockpit opened, and Hui Yuqing leaped out. Clad in black combat gear, he moved swiftly and gracefully, landing lightly on the ground with only his light chestnut hair swaying in the wind. The entire routine was flawless, as if man and mecha had become one. In contrast, Lin Mo in the courtyard had to try several times to successfully release the mecha, and even flying into it was impossible. He could only clumsily climb the mechanical ladder to the cockpit. Thinking of yesterday's video, and looking at Lin Mo today, even as a member of the Lin family, Lin Jian couldn't bear to watch. She silently replayed yesterday's video in her mind. The next second, multiple silver points of light appeared before her eyes, rushing towards her. She closed her eyes, but the points of light continued to flow towards her. As the points of light poured in, her body became lighter, like a bird about to spread its wings and fly. As she was thoroughly enjoying this feeling of fullness, a dull pain suddenly rippled through her brain. Silver light began to flood into her brain, overwhelming her brain with energy. Suddenly she went blank. Lin Jian lost control of herself, screaming "ah!" and soaring into the air. When she regained consciousness, she was already inside Lin Mo's newly purchased, yet unattached, mecha. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Lin Mo cried anxiously from outside the mecha. Lin Xia happened to be at the Lin residence. Upon hearing the cries, she rushed over and detected fluctuations in Lin Jian's mental power. Lin Xia looked a little surprised. "Jian, have you awakened your mental power?" "Lin Jian, huh? A huge, round watermelon has fallen from the sky. No more than 10 members of the Lin family have awakened their spiritual powers. In the previous generation, only Lin Lai and Lin Xia had awakened their spiritual powers. In this generation, only Lin Lai's 2 sons, Lin Yuan and Lin Mo, had awakened their spiritual powers. Now, the Lin family has added another member, Lin Jian, to its younger generation. Crucially, she was able to enter a B-class mecha through perception, proving that her spiritual power was higher than or equal to B-class. That day, Lin Xia, in high spirits, took Lin Jian to the testing center. The result surprised the Lin family. Lin Jian possessed S-class spiritual power, the same level as Lin Xia. This level is incredibly high. Everyone else in the Lin family only had B-class spiritual power. They thought having an S-class Lin Xia was incredible, but now there's another S-class Lin Jian. Spiritual power is a unique product of the interstellar age. The higher the level, the greater the combat power. Mental power is divided into 9 levels: SSS, SS, SA, B, C, D, E, and F, with each level increasing in importance. As far as we know, D-level mental power is the most common. In the entire Republic, only 6 people possess SSS mental power, and SS mental power is even rarer. Lin Jian's ability to awaken S-level mental power is a remarkable talent. Those who awaken their mental power naturally have a longer lifespan. The natural lifespan of interstellar beings is 180 years, but for those who have awakened their mental power, the natural lifespan can reach 230 years. Thus, within the Republic, some who have awakened their mental power have a sense of superiority. Even though the Republic promotes equality for all, in real life, those with mental power have advantages in academics, job hunting, and choosing a partner. However, Lin Jian didn't think awakening her psychic powers was anything special. To her, psychic powers were essentially the ability to control mechas, the equivalent of being Ultraman and fighting monsters. For someone like Lin Jian, who lacked the combat gene, fighting monsters held little appeal. She was content with the increased natural lifespan. Although Lin Jian considered it unremarkable, her awakening would dramatically alter her lifespan. First, she could no longer attend a regular university. Back when the federal government was split in two, the Qinghai Republic established a law. Those with psychic powers would shoulder greater responsibilities. Upon awakening, they were required to serve in a military academy. After graduation, they would either serve as border guards or in the reserve forces, ready to fight in emergencies. This regulation meant that Lin Jian had to attend a military academy. For Lin Jian, this news was a sweet burden. In a month, the joint college entrance examination would begin, and it would also be time for the selection process for the Interstellar Military Academy. She only awakened at this moment, so how would she handle the school selection exam? Her childhood friend, Cece Lilt, had been training at the Preparatory Military Academy 2 years ago, and was almost at the top level. How could she compare, having just awakened? Although her memory had improved in the days since her awakening, and her physical fitness had improved, she was still far behind the other students taking the school selection exam. This sudden change had troubled not only Lin Jian, but also several members of the Lin family. If Lin Jian had awakened earlier, the Lin family could have enrolled her in the Preparatory Military Academy. With her S-rank talent, despite her average physical fitness, after 2 years of specialized training, even if she couldn't get into the top-ranked Imperial Military Academy, she shouldn't have any trouble getting into other ones. But now, it was hard to say. Chapter 5. What's up with the Military Academy entrance exams? The reason is simple. Where there are people, there are schools of thought, and where there are schools of thought, there are rankings. There are 8 military academies within the Qinghai Republic. Only the top 4 require entrance exams. The bottom 4 are open to those who have awakened their spiritual power. Over time, a discriminatory system has developed, with students from the top 4 schools disdaining to be compared with those from the bottom 4. Many people even only recognize the top 4 schools, calling them the 4 major military academies, while the bottom 4 schools are casually referred to as no-entry military academies. In the interstellar space, those who have awakened their spiritual power usually choose to take the entrance exams, striving to enter the 4 major military academies. Only those with extremely low or poor spiritual power levels choose the no-entry military academies. The 4 major military academies are the Imperial Military Academy, the Stifig Military Academy, the Alt Military Academy, and the Minyub Military Academy. The no-barrier military academies are IMEA Military Academy, Landmeyer Military Academy, Sifi Military Academy, and Tail Military Academy. At this moment, Lin Jian was holding a simulated map, checking the locations of the 8 military academies. The interstellar map was projected onto a floating screen, and each planet was scaled to its actual size, accurately displaying its size and location. The small spheres of different colors, some connected by straight lines, others by nothing at all. Those with connecting lines indicate that starships can travel between the 2 planets. Those without connecting lines indicate that there is a black hole or a hurricane zone between the 2 planets, making navigation impossible. According to the map, the most remote of the 8 military academies is IMEA Military Academy, one of the no-barrier military academies. It's located on Woola, on the western border of the Republic. According to the map, a civilian starship from the capital planet to Woola takes 3 months for a single trip, and at least 6 months for a round trip. Oh my god, is this serious? Is this the optimal option? After careful investigation, I discovered that Woola has only one route to Quan Star, meaning that traveling from the capital planet to Woola requires a transfer on Quan Star. Quan Star experiences severe cold weather half the year, and starships are frequently cancelled due to weather conditions. Quan Star's unique characteristics indirectly create Woola's inconveniences. Therefore, the map shows that a single trip from the capital planet to Woola takes only 1 month if the weather is favorable, but at least 6 months if the weather is unfavorable. On average, a single trip takes 3 months. Looking at the cost of this starship voyage, Lin Jian was stunned. A single trip cost 1 million star coins. With 2 round trips a year, plus food and lodging expenses, over 4 years, that could easily cover the down payment on a small apartment. Even someone from a well-off family like Lin Jian was daunted by the sheer expense. Looking at the other 7 military academies, aside from the Imperial Military Academy, which was located on the capital planet, the other 6 were scattered along the Republic's borders, not even very close to the capital planet. No wonder my cousin Lin Yuan said so many people who attended military academies only returned home upon graduation. After several days of in-depth research, Lin Jian directly rejected the 4 no-restriction military academies. It turned out that these 4 schools shared a common shortcoming: chaotic management, or rather, no management at all, and this lack of improvement was impossible. Because of the no-restriction admission system, student enrollment was unpredictable. However, the schools were limited in size, with only a limited number of buildings and finite resources. Once saturation was reached, it would be impossible to balance resources. Without a proper allocation mechanism, the school simply prioritized the strong over the weak. On campus, fighting was tolerated as long as no lives were involved, and all resources were fought for. Classroom seats, dormitory beds, training grounds, even cafeteria meals required scrambling. At the mere mention of fight, Lin Jian gave up. She was so weak, and going to these schools would be like a sheep entering a village of wolves. She wouldn't even be able to protect herself. Of the 8 military academies, the Imperial Military Academy had the best environment and the most abundant resources. Its rules and regulations were also the strictest, prohibiting all fighting on campus except in the training room. Precisely because of its merits, the best students in the Republic competed for admission, resulting in a very low acceptance rate for the Imperial Military Academy. With an acceptance rate of 15:1, only the absolutely outstanding were admitted. Lin Jian's cousin, Lin Yuan, unfortunately failed the entrance exam last year. Lin Yuan awakened his B-level mental power at the age of 16 and subsequently entered the preparatory military academy. His regular test scores were decent, but unfortunately, he still didn't make it to the Imperial Military Academy, only accepting the Alti Military Academy. Alti Military Academy is the closest military academy to the capital planet besides the Imperial Military Academy. Because Lin Yuan attended there, the Lin family, including Lin Jian, decided to apply to Alti Military Academy. The night they purchased their Starship tickets, the capital planet's Starship terminal was attacked by a photon bomb. A Starship was destroyed by explosives shortly after takeoff. Fortunately, it was nighttime, the Starship was lightly occupied, and rescue efforts were timely, resulting in only a few serious injuries, but no fatalities. From the footage reported by Star TV, only the Starship's stern was destroyed, and the eastern corner of the terminal was reduced to rubble by the photon bomb. The capital planet's police chief hurried over and reassured the public in front of the cameras. "We have information on the other side, and will bring the terrorists to justice as soon as possible. Please don't panic, fellow citizens." But the beads of sweat dripping from his forehead indicated that this matter was not as easy as he said. The Starship attack shocked the entire Shanghai Republic. Since its founding, this was the first time terrorists had attacked the capital planet, and crucially, they had succeeded. On the day of the incident, the Republic's top brass ordered the closure of the capital planet's air terminal, and the suspension of flights until the terrorists were killed. This was undoubtedly a thunderclap. These days, outstanding students from all over the country were coming to the capital planet to take the Imperial Military Academy entrance exam. Many, like Shui Linjian, were considering applying to other military academies due to their lack of skills. With the capital planet's air terminal closed, what would happen to the annual Military Academy entrance exam? The Republic's top brass was also in a dilemma. Opening the air terminal would undoubtedly increase unknown risks. If terrorists were to launch a second attack, it could potentially cause casualties among the students taking the exams, which would be a serious matter. After the meeting, the Republic's top leadership issued a supplementary notice. Students taking the Military Academy entrance exam should apply to the nearest military academy. Military academies may subsequently adjust student enrollment. The underlying message of this notice is, those who have already been accepted, and those who haven't left, should stop wandering around and stay in the capital to take the exam. Those who haven't been accepted, don't bother coming, apply to other military academies. As for the matter of allocation, it's a matter of personal opinion. Which school would be willing to send away a top-notch student after accepting him? Therefore, the term allocation is merely symbolic. Lin Jian didn't know how the supplementary notice would affect others, but it had a huge impact on her. She had no choice but to apply to the Imperial Military Academy. Lin Jian was very depressed. She thought to herself, what's going on? With my skills, applying to the Imperial Military Academy, wouldn't that mean I'd be rejected and end up a lame duck in a military academy with no admission requirements? The person who was most delighted to hear this announcement was Lin Jian's best friend, Cece Lilt. She took Lin Jian's hand and said, "Great. We can finally attend the Imperial Military Academy together." Lin Jian wasn't as optimistic as Cece Lilt. She dejectedly said, "You're being blindly confident. How could I possibly get into the Imperial Military Academy with my skills?" Cece Lilt disagreed. "Sister, you have S-level mental power, and you've always been incredibly lucky. You always manage to pass the exams, even at the bottom. You definitely passed this time too." Lin Jian twitched her lips, as if comforted by her best friend. "Well, I hope she get in this time, even at the bottom." The day after the spaceport was closed, the capital planet police chief was reporting to the Republic Marshal. "According to our investigation and tracking, we discovered 2 suspicious aircraft that landed at an abandoned factory on the capital planet a week ago. Disguised as civilian aircraft, these aircraft entered our territory, undetected by our air defense alarms." After saying this, the capital planet police chief wiped the sweat from his brow, but continued, "According to our investigations over the past few days, we have located these 2 aircraft. One is from the Interstellar pirate group, the Vulture organization, and the other is from the Xinglan Republic. We have preliminarily determined that the destruction of the Starship is linked to the Vulture organization. Last night, we captured a member of the Vulture organization. According to his testimony, this was a targeted attack. They had a thorough and detailed plan beforehand, and they had an insider who relayed the information." The Imperial Marshal seemed even more wary of the Xinglan Republic's men. He frowned and asked, "What are the Xinglan Republic's men doing here?" The Capital Star Police Chief replied hesitantly, "We have no information on them yet, and we're investigating closely." The Imperial Marshal glared at the chief and ordered, "Investigate thoroughly. Also, find out if the 2 groups have any connection." The Capital Star Police Chief bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Marshal." The 3rd day of the Star Terminal's closure. The Capital Star Police Chief said, "Marshal, we captured 2 more pirates. We learned from interrogation that they received a large commission and came specifically to blow up the starport station. According to their confessions, they had no connection with anyone from the Starport Republic. The Marshal lowered his brows, pondered for a moment, and ordered, "Capture all pirates, regardless of life or death, and capture all Starport Republic personnel alive." The 5th day of the Starport station's closure. Starport TV was broadcasting the latest news. This terrorist incident was perpetrated by the notorious interstellar pirate organization Vultures. At 11 a.m., all Vulture members involved in the attack had been apprehended by police, and the Starport station would resume operations in the coming days. The voice broadcast also showed footage of the police apprehending the pirates. Shortly after this news broadcast, Starport TV was hacked, losing control of the station. The hackers then broadcast a video to all Starport citizens. The video showed two handsome soldiers, but their uniforms differed from those of the Starport Republic. Their collars bore a bear logo, while those of the Starport Republic had a tiger logo. Both of them have excellent looks. The man on the left has silver hair and green eyes. His eyebrows are slightly raised, and he has beautiful peach blossom eyes. He smiles when he looks at people. If he were not wearing a military uniform, he would look like a playboy. His voice was deep, a whispery, captivating. "Hello, I'm Major Glavillo of the Xinglan Republic. My teammates and I were tracking a pirate organization and accidentally stumbled into the Xinghai Republic. Now, the pirates have been apprehended, and we're about to return to our homeland. As we depart, we bid you farewell. We hope you visit the Xinglan Republic." After Glavillo finished speaking, the young soldier on the right also greeted the camera. He was noticeably younger, with two dimples on his smile. His hair, tinged with a bluish hue, hung softly, giving him a very submissive, well-behaved demeanor. A fine layer of down covered his face, and his wet eyelashes, combined with his cat-like brown eyes, made it tempting to stroke his hair. His voice was a touch childish. "Hello, I'm Zixidum. Welcome to the Xinglan Republic." He then made a hard gesture to the people on the screen. Then the video faded to black, and the two handsome officers vanished. 200 years ago, after the federal government split into two republics, everything about the Xinglan Republic became taboo in the Xinghai Republic. No news about the Xinglan Republic was heard on Interstellar News. Now, two handsome Xinglan Republic soldiers suddenly appeared, inviting everyone to come and play in a video. It was like a corner of the mysterious veil had been suddenly torn away. Public discussion erupted, and everyone expressed their opinions. In less than half an hour, the video was the #1 trending search on the Starnet, and the citizens of Starsea were engaged in a heated discussion. Xinglan Republic? How come I never heard of them? Just a quick aside, these two officers are so handsome. Ladies, are you thinking of going to Xinglan Republic? I'm a little tempted, but what should I do? Meanwhile, many people online are questioning, why did the two republics split so drastically 200 years ago? Some influential figures even commented on Zingnet, since we're all human, why can't we restore diplomatic relations? The online outcry forced the Republic's top brass to hold an emergency meeting. Finally, they decided to share an old story with the public. It turns out that in the divided Xinglan Republic, there was a crazy biology doctor, known as Dr. Z. He led a team to build a genetic research institute. These people extracted genes from animals, hoping to upgrade and fuse them with human genes, transforming ordinary people into extraordinary ones. When the fusion first started, the Xinglan Republic media was all positive. For example, a slow runner, after receiving horse genes, became much faster. A person with poor eyesight, after receiving eagle genes, saw their vision improved. Following these reports, the Xinglan Republic began large-scale human modification. Soon, the disadvantages of animal genes began to slowly emerge, and the fused cyborgs exhibited defects such as decreased intelligence, shortened lifespans, and degraded language skills. Some even developed tails. After discovering the drawbacks, the Xinglan Republic immediately suspended human modification experiments. Unfortunately, a quarter of the population had already undergone modification. Thereafter, a prolonged standoff between cyborgs and non-cyborgs ensued within the Xinglan Republic. Cyborgs launched repeated riots, destabilizing public security in the Xinglan Republic. To demonstrate the authenticity of the incident, Xinghai Republic officials released numerous photos and videos of cyborgs rioting. Seeing these bizarre photos and videos, those clamoring for the restoration of diplomatic relations and travel fell silent. Aboard the Black Starship, Zixidum was chatting with Glavillo. More accurately, Zixidum was asking curious questions. "Major, do you think the video we recorded can really distract the Star Ocean Republic's Marshal?" "I don't know." "Then why did we take such a huge risk to record it?" Glavillo paused for a long time, then said, "This is the last resort. I want them to mistakenly believe we're here to disrupt public morale. Otherwise, if they continue investigating, they just catch everyone we sent here to study." Zisatama said, "Oh," and then asked, "Is Star Ocean Republic's mecha technology really that advanced?" Grevelo nodded, "Yes, very good. If it weren't, why would we go to such great lengths to send people here to study?" After a brief silence, Zisatama continued, "Major, did you also study here back then?" The person next to him remained silent, clearly unwilling to dwell on the past. Chapter 6. When Wishiyu heard the silver-haired man claim to be Gloluo, he was startled. He replayed the video several times, and suddenly, the past events came back vividly. Although his hair color and facial features had changed slightly, he would recognize the expression in his eyes even if it were ashes. The magnetic field between rivals is always more sensitive than that of ordinary people. Wishiyu was certain that this was his former rival, the one who had nearly defeated him. Gloluo and Lin Xiao were classmates, and worked in the same research group on mechas. Gloluo, that green tea boy, was secretly attentive to Xiao every day, constantly making his presence known. Wishiyu was so jealous that he felt like a sour chicken for a long time. How did Gloluo become a member of the Xinglan Republic? Wishiyu was not interested. He was now worried about Lin Xiao's attitude. He had finally married Xiao, and he didn't want that person to come between him and Xiao again. Wishiyu felt a bit irritated. He paced back and forth in his home, debating for a while before deciding to call Xiao. The phone connected, and Lin Xiao's image appeared before him. Wishiyu felt a little nervous, his tone strained. "Xiao, are you busy?" Lin Xiao noticed Wishiyu's uneasiness and asked gently, "Honey, what's wrong?" The word husband comforted Wishiyu, and he felt a little better. After a pause, he smiled and said, "Nothing, I just missed you." "When are you coming home?" Lin Xiao was sorting through materials, her hands moving constantly. "I'm helping Xiao Jian review. I told you before that I'd be staying at the Lin family's house for the time being, and will return when Xiao Jian has her exams." Wishiyu lowered his eyelashes and reluctantly hummed a hum. He half wanted to ask Lin Xiao if she had seen the video, but then he thought, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him to deliberately let Lin Xiao watch that person's video? He couldn't be so foolish. Thinking it through, Wu Yuqing smiled and said, "Xiao, I come help you. I be there right away." Lin Xiao wanted to refuse, as time was tight. She wanted to teach Lin Jian more, and the more she learned, the more hope she had. But Wishiyu hurriedly hung up the video, and rushed to the Lin family's house at a breakneck speed. The Imperial Military Academy offers 3 majors: Commander, Mecha Engineer, and Mecha Soldier. When choosing a major, Lin Jian analyzed himself and chose Mecha Engineer. Commander was the first option to be ruled out. Commander requires the ability to control the situation and, more importantly, strategic planning, neither of which Lin Jian possessed. Mecha Soldier was also ruled out. A weakling who couldn't even run would never be a Mecha Soldier. Eliminating 2 of the 3 majors, only the Mecha Engineer program is acceptable. Crucially, it has the highest acceptance rate. When applying for the Mecha Engineer program, the school requires a substantial upfront deposit, covering 3 years of tuition, and the cost of basic materials. Many families can't afford such a large sum all at once. Consequently, the number of applicants is relatively small, and the acceptance rate is relatively high. While the Lin family isn't particularly wealthy, the deposit is sufficient. Furthermore, Lin Xiao is an excellent mecha engineer, and Lin Jian can always consult her if he has any questions. Although the Imperial Military Academy's deposit system has been criticized by some, most understand the reasoning. Because the higher the grade, the more expensive it is for students to study mecha training. Becoming an excellent mecha trainer requires countless hours of practice. Mecha materials are expensive, and constant practice means constant spending. This also leads to mecha trainers switching departments every year due to material ineligibility. When it came time to form teams for missions before graduation, the typical configuration was 200 people per squad, consisting of a commander, 10 mecha trainers, and 189 individual mecha soldiers. However, due to the severe shortage of mecha soldiers, teams could only be formed with individual mecha soldiers. Some squads were even equipped with only 1 or 2 mecha soldiers. This severe imbalance would make them vulnerable in battle. Therefore, the school implemented a deposit system. It sounded unkind, but it was all for their own safety, so Lin Jian happily paid the deposit. After all, she could get a refund if she failed the exam. Starship traffic had resumed on the capital planet, but Lin Jian had already registered for the Imperial Military Academy. She decided not to bother with the exam and waited patiently for the exam in the 25th, making good use of the time to prepare for the exam. At this moment, pre-exam review is particularly crucial. The Imperial Military Academy's annual assessments have been divided into basic and practical assessments, with the basic assessment weighing 40 points and the practical assessment weighing 60 points. The basic assessment consists of 4 sections, each worth 10 points. 1. Physical fitness. 2. Professional knowledge. 3. Plant recognition. 4. Mecha control. To pass the assessment, it is essential to grasp the key scoring points. To this end, Lin Xia customized a training plan for Lin Jian. 1. Physical fitness cannot be significantly improved in a short period of time, so the physical fitness assessment should be abandoned, and the focus should be on the other 3 assessments. 2. Professional knowledge focuses on mecha knowledge. The entrance exam focuses on fundamentals. You can summarize key points based on past exam questions and memorize them. 3. Plant recognition focuses on plant identification. Distinguish which plants are aggressive. Where do they attack? How can they be effectively lethal? This assessment is similar to the professional knowledge assessment, allowing for summary key points and quick memorization. 4. Mecha control is Lin Jian's advantage. Those with lower mental power levels cannot control mechas with higher mental power levels. For example, those with A-level mental power cannot control S-level mechas, but Lin Jian's mental power is S-level, a highly talented skill. As long as he can skillfully deploy an S-level mecha and perform simple attacks and evasions, he can score well. 5. The most important practical assessment, also known as the simulation chamber assessment, is filled with mutant plants, so identifying them is crucial. Once inside the simulation chamber, quickly and efficiently killing the high-risk mutant plants within is crucial for victory. Why are mutant plants the primary focus of the simulation chamber? This was a decision made by the school after careful consideration. Learning requires gradual progress. Subconsciously, people tend to believe that animals are more ferocious than plants. For example, if you ask them to chop down a tree, even if the branches are enormous, they won't be afraid. However, if you ask them to kill a star beast, even a mutant chicken, some people will be timid. Thus, before entering school, the school only requires students to be proficient in dealing with mutant plants. However, it's unrealistic to have no animals in the entire simulation chamber, so a few F-level star beasts are placed inside. Since the emergence of alien beasts, people have classified them into 6 levels of danger: A, B, D, E, F. F-level alien beasts are small, such as mutant fish and ants. They are numerous, but cause little damage. They won't attack, and even if they do, their attack power is weak. Lin Xia activated the shared transfer function on her optical computer, and said to Lin Jian, "Here are the review materials I compiled. I randomly check your progress. This is my mecha. You can use it first. During this time, spend half your time practicing with it, and half memorizing key points. In 10 days, I arrange for you to practice in the simulator." Lin Jian nodded in agreement. After that, she entered the pre-college entrance exam trance, oblivious to the world outside and absorbed in her studies at home. She folded and unfolded the mecha, memorized, folded and unfolded the mecha again, memorized again. This cycle kept her busy. When Lin Jian became proficient in folding and unfolding the mecha, Lin Xia handed her a light blade and said, "Start in the simulator in 2 days." As the exam date approached, the citizens of the capital planet became active again. The internet and television were buzzing with discussion about the hottest candidates taking the Imperial Military Academy exam this year. There are 4 prominent families on the capital planet: the Hua, Pei, Chu, and Jin families. The Hua family is the leader, and coincidentally, all 3 families have children taking the exam this year. The media, alerted to the news, swarmed with coverage of the exam, with several members of these families becoming the focus of media attention. The most prominent of these was Hui Yuqing of the Hua family. He awakened to SSS-level spiritual power at the age of 15, earlier than others, and at such a high level that the media commented on his promising future. The children of the other 3 families also attracted considerable attention: Pei Nuo of the Pei family, Chu Xiu of the Chu family, and Jin Sei of the Jin family. They were all outstanding SS-level students, but Hui Yuqing's presence somewhat overshadowed these 3. This year's candidates included 1 SSS-level student and 3 SS-level students. This exceptional talent not only attracted media attention to the school selection exam, but also attracted the attention of the faculty at the Imperial Military Academy. Time flew by, and soon it was examination day for the Imperial Military Academy. Since the exam was taking place on the capital planet, Lin Jian only had to leave a day early. At this point, Lin Jian's long torture finally came to an end. This torture wasn't academic, but psychological. Lin Jian, I just want to study quietly. I don't want to see my uncle show off his affection. Her uncle, the man considered the perfect lover by many women in the Republic. When he was with her aunt, he was incredibly childish, constantly spouting sweet nothings and asking for pats on the head. While she was training, her uncle would lie limply by her side, waiting for her aunt to come over and look at him, like a kitten waiting for its owner to stroke its fur. When her aunt got too busy and forgot to stroke him, he would hang his head listlessly, waiting for his owner to comfort him, lonely and desolate. Lin Jian had had enough. Seeing her uncle like this shattered her illusions. She rarely visited the Hua residence, and now, she wanted to go even less. The Imperial Military Academy was located in Tick City on the capital planet. Many of the Republic's most accomplished soldiers graduated from this academy, and went on to serve in the battlefield. The academy was quite extensive, boasting a real-life shooting range, a simulated fighting gym, a scene-based simulation gym, and even medical bays in every dormitory. It was the most technologically advanced of all the military academies. Aircraft were prohibited from flying over the school. Students taking the entrance exam had to disembark at a transfer station 50 kilometers away, and then take the school's dedicated hover train to campus. At the transfer station, parents who had come to see them off stopped, and the rest of the students went their separate ways. After Lin Xia had escorted Lin Jian to the transfer station, she was about to line up when she stopped her and encouraged her, "Don't stress. Even if you don't pass, it's okay. You can still be transferred to other schools." Lin Jian smiled back and said, "Aunt, I do my best. Even if I'm not accepted, I'd be honored to be able to take the exam at the Imperial Military Academy." Lin Xian nodded, letting out a somewhat relieved him. After Lin Jian lined up to board the hover train, Lin Xia prepared to leave, when she overheard several parents whispering nearby. As expected, where there are people, there's gossip. Did you know? There are a lot fewer people taking the exam this year. Everyone knows that. I'm concerned about the fact that the mock exams will be replaced with on-site exams this year, and I don't know where they be held. I haven't heard about that. It's all on the capital planet anyway, so it can't be too far away. Lin Xia frowned. She and Lin Jian had been in retreat training for the past few days, so she hadn't heard about the change in exam location. After listening for a while, Lin Xia realized that, half a month ago, the Imperial Military Academy's official website had posted a notice announcing a change in the exam format, switching from mock exams to on-site exams. At that time, she and Lin Jian were already in retreat training, so naturally, they hadn't seen the information. As for the rest of the Lin family, they probably assumed the two knew about the changes to the assessment, so they kept quiet. By some strange coincidence, Lin Xia only just learned about the revised rules. Lin Xia was relieved to hear about the change in the assessment location. Even if they knew about the changes, Lin Jian's training plan wouldn't change. Just 20-something days wouldn't allow for a significant shift. Adhering to the principle of remaining constant in the face of change, Lin Xia believed Lin Jian would agree. As Lin Xia prepared to leave, she overheard a few students discussing nearby. "Have you heard? Everyone from the Hua, Pei, Chu, and Jin families will all be taking the assessment this time. Everyone knows this. It's in the news every day. Who knows who will take first place? I heard Pei Nuode from the Pei family boasted that he would beat Hui Yucheng and take first place. If he didn't, he wouldn't attend the Imperial Military Academy anymore. Wow! He's so arrogant." Did Hui Yucheng from the Hua family respond? No, the Hua family member didn't respond. After hearing this, Lin Xia muttered to herself, "Ha! That Pei kid is quite arrogant. What a shame, ha! Ha!" Lin Xia was very confident in Hui Yucheng. She felt he would definitely take first place, and that Pei kid was just being arrogant. When Lin Jian arrived at the gate of the Imperial Military Academy, she was stunned by the sight before her. Wow, this school is so amazing. It's like a magic school in a sci-fi movie. The entire school was shrouded in a phantom, with only a shadow at the gate. The school walls were as opaque as frosted glass. Standing outside, one couldn't see inside at all. Lin Jian reached out to touch the wall. It looked illusory, yet it felt real. Letting go, it vanished into thin air. Bringing her hand closer, it felt like a cool crystal. As Lin Jian curiously observed the phantom wall, her best friend, Cici Lilt, arrived. "Lin Jian, what are you doing?" Lin Jian rubbed her nose, a little embarrassed, but not ashamed. She had truly never seen such an illusory wall before. She waved at her best friend, placing her other hand on the wall. Ripples the size of a palm's water immediately appeared on the surface. Cece, look, this wall is truly unique. Cece Lilt nodded in agreement. It's truly unique. I heard it's made of a new mineral material. Students from the Imperial Military Academy discovered it on a desolate planet, and the school's research department turned it into a wall. It's the only one of its kind in the entire galaxy. Lin Jian exclaimed, Wow, this phantom wall is amazing. The two country bumpkins fumbled around the wall, guessing and groping, but couldn't figure out what kind of mineral it was made of. Some people looked at them with disdain, while others expressed curiosity, but they, concerned with appearances, feigned knowledge and refused to join in the fun. Lin Jian and his companions paid no mind to the others' glances. After observing and touching enough, they took out their temporary ID cards issued by the school and held them against the sensor at the gate. With a click, a doorway opened in the phantom wall, large enough for one person. The person stepped through, and the doorway vanished instantly. Wow, truly high-tech. Lin Jian and Cece Lilt followed the signs on the ground to the school gymnasium to register. From afar, the school's gymnasium resembled the Dragon Palace from Journey to the West. Its exterior was a smooth, silver oval, covered in tiny, shell-like sequins that shone in the sunlight, reflecting a dazzling array of colors. Country bumpkin Lin Jian was once again stunned, eager to climb up and see what mineral these sequins were made of. Cece Lilt, true to her best friend, approached Lin Jian and said, Jian, don't worry. I find a chance to tear a piece off for you. Lin Jian quickly shook her head. No, we can't damage public property. I just want to know what mineral it's made of. I want to try making it myself. Cece Lilt said generously, Okay, I ask after we get inside. The gymnasium was large, with a circular open space in the center. In the center stood 10 metal platforms, about 10 meters apart. 3 teachers sat at each platform, presumably the ones taking registrations. There were so many people. The Imperial Military Academy enrolls about 2,000 students each year. In the past, the number of applicants was around 30,000. This year, given the unique circumstances, I expected fewer people, but this was a sea of people, at least 20,000. 20,000 to 2,000, a 10-to-1 ratio. Lin Jian felt her future was bleak. Cece Lilt encouraged her, Jian, you can do it. Look, there are so few people applying to become a mech commander. Lin Jian looked around and saw 10 registration channels. Channels 1 through 8, for individual mech soldiers, were packed with people. Channel 9, for mech commanders, had a line of hundreds. Compared to that, it was still small, but Channel 10 had the least, with only a few dozen people in line. Unfortunately, the number of candidates for commanders was also small, so the mech commander acceptance rate was still higher. Okay, Lin Jian silently encouraged herself. Compared to the number of applicants for individual mech soldiers, this is already quite small. Shortly after the two entered the gymnasium, it was time to enter the examination room. All candidates followed the teacher's instructions and lined up to enter the examination room. They held their temporary ID cards close to a floating black screen. After a beep, a light shadow portal appeared in midair. As the person entered, the portal vanished. Lin Jian muttered to herself, What kind of high-tech is this? Could it be a random teleportation array? It wasn't until she entered the light shadow portal that she felt a little disappointed. It turned out to be just a door. The material of this door was probably similar to the phantom wall outside, except that the phantom wall glowed, while this door had a concealing property and required a temporary ID card to activate. After entering the light shadow portal, a virtual projection of a sweet girl appeared before Lin Jian. She had sweet dimples, and said to Lin Jian, Welcome to the school selection exam. I wish you good luck on your exams, and hope you soon become an outstanding student at the Imperial Military Academy. With that, the figure slowly retreated into the air. Lin Jian once again marveled at the Imperial Military Academy's advanced technology. The sweet virtual girl was particularly adorable, which further strengthened Lin Jian's favor for the academy. Chapter 7. After everyone entered, the basic exam began. The first item of the assessment was physical fitness. The floating screen displayed the assessment requirements and corresponding scores. Assessment item, weighted running. Passing score, 6 points 5,000 meters in 10 minutes, with a 40 kilogram weight. Full score, 10 points 5,000 meters in 5 minutes, with a 40 kilogram weight. They already failed the run without weights, and now they're carrying 40 kilograms. Lin Jian just wanted to slack off. As soon as the bell rang, the 500 students in Lin Jian's group broke into a whirlwind run. Clearly, they were holding themselves to a 10-point standard. As a slacker, Lin Jian didn't want to be too obvious, so she quietly hid in a corner and slowly strapped the weights on herself. 40 kilograms, 10 kilograms on each arm and leg. No, if the weight was too heavy on the legs, it would be even harder to run. While Lin Jian was still struggling to decide where to strap her weights, someone snatched them from behind her, put them on their back, and ran off. Shit, isn't that Cici Lilt? Lin Jian stamped her foot and chased after her, shouting, Cici, you're crazy. You don't want your grade anymore. The robot invigilating nearby was also confused. It didn't know whether to stop the student who broke the rules and grabbed someone else's weights, or the student who ran without them. The robot carefully read the rules, and it didn't seem to mention anything about forbidding grabbing someone else's weights and carrying them on your own. So the robot, working by the rules, stood by silently, reminding itself, I'm an honest robot that follows the rules. The teacher watching the competition on screen was also a bit bewildered. These days, grabbing someone's weights is a good thing, right? During a competition, they're carrying weights. But the rulebook didn't mention helping others carry weights during a competition, so the teacher in front of the screen simply watched with folded arms, gazing intently. Wow, that girl who grabbed the weights is quite impressive. The track is 1 lap per kilogram, and before the girl who was grabbed had even started, the girl who grabbed the weights had already completed a kilogram. Now, she was running at a breakneck speed, carrying an 80-kilogram weight, while the girl who was grabbed was huffing and puffing like an old woman. When the girl who was grabbed finished her 3rd lap, the girl who grabbed the weights was on her 5th lap, almost reaching the finish line. The girl who was grabbed, panting, managed to snatch the 10-kilogram weights back through sheer willpower, nearly moving the invigilating robot nearby. In the end, the girl who was robbed scored 1 point on the physical fitness test, while the girl who grabbed the weights scored 10. TSK, who was robbed? You don't even know who got robbed. After the run, Lin Jian lay on the ground, panting like a bellows. Cici Lilt stood by, giving her water and rubbing her legs. With such treatment, someone who didn't know her would have thought Lin Jian had come in first. At this moment, Lin Jian was still a little excited. This was the first time she had scored a point in a run in all those years. Although it was only 1 point, it finally broke the curse of 0 points. Congratulations. The second assessment was about professional knowledge. Lin Xiao was indeed a top student. She accurately summarized the test points in just a few days. There were 6 test points in total. 1. The mecha's electronic control principles. 2. The mecha's power system matching. 3. The mecha's safety system configuration. 4. The mecha's motor and electronic control principles. 5. The mecha's sensor and controller principles. 6. The mecha's combat principles. Lin Jian's rote memorization skills played a huge role, and she scored a 9. The third assessment was the plant cognition assessment. Because this assessment was related to the practical assessment, Lin Jian put a lot of effort into memorizing and reciting. After awakening her spiritual power, although Lin Jian's physical strength hadn't changed much, her memory had increased significantly. During this period, she had been memorizing day and night. In the plant cognition assessment, Lin Jian achieved a rare perfect score. A 10. Why rare? Because in the interstellar age, humans rely heavily on optical computers, and any question can be looked up on them. Therefore, most people's memorization skills are average, at least not as strong as Lin Jian, who studied hard and memorized since childhood. The fourth assessment was the control of the mecha. The special training Lin Xiao has been giving Lin Jian these days has been useful. So far, Lin Jian's mecha deployment and retraction skills were impressive. As long as she wasn't in combat, she looked like a master. Entering the assessment room, she saw hundreds of mecha necklaces of varying styles and attributes displayed on display. The necklaces were arranged by category: light mecha, heavy mecha, and medium mecha. Next to each mecha was a computer, detailing its parameters. Lin Jian's face grimaced as she scanned the area. She couldn't understand the parameters. After just over 20 days of training, she couldn't possibly have mastered much. The only thing she could tell was which mechas were light, heavy, and medium, and that was because the parameters were clearly marked. Lin Xiao's mech was an S-class light mech, so Lin Jian decided to choose a light mech. She could operate mechs S-class and below, but she only knew a few impressive moves. To impress, she needed to find a mech that looked powerful. Lin Jian was actually a little nervous at this moment. Besides Lin Xiao's mech, she hadn't touched any other mechs these days. What if it failed? Never mind, there was no point in overthinking it. She'd just make the best of it. After looking around, Lin Jian chose a red mech necklace, an S-Class, light mech. After everyone had chosen their mech, an electronic voice echoed, "Please demonstrate the mech launch in the assessment room." Lin Jian knew how to do this. She immediately followed the instructions in Hui Yuqing's video, launching the mech in an instant and soaring into the cockpit. Her routine was flawless. After entering the cockpit, Lin Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't failed at the crucial moment. After a group of 50 people entered the cockpit, the electronic voice sounded again. "After completing your gear, please hit the stone wall within the specified time." Damn, hitting the stone wall? This is way over the top. The stone wall is so far away, so it should be considered a long-range attack. When newcomers practice mecha, they first practice close quarters dodging and close combat. After practicing for at least a year, becoming proficient in the mecha and having precise control, the instructor will assign them to long-range attacks. When attacking from a distance, you must pay special attention to accuracy. If you miss and injure a teammate, it's bad. After the electronic voice issued the command, no one in Lin Jian's group immediately took action. It seemed that their long-range attacks were not very good. Lin Jian had no idea how to attack from a distance. She gave up and said, "Never mind. I can't do it anyway. I just stand still and act cool." Lin Jian, acting cool, stood still, maintaining his pose. Several people around him began attempting ranged attacks. Sporadic attacks echoed in the examination room. Bang! Lin Jian's stone wall was shattered by the student next to him. He missed the target? Whose points are they? Lin Jian and the student next to him exchanged glances, both remaining silent. An electronic voice rang out from the examination room. "Lin Jian, pilot your S-Class mecha and break the stone wall within 10 seconds. 10 points. Huh? 10 points for nothing. Since the points were already in hand, it was time to get out. Lin Jian quickly removed her mecha and exited the examination room. Squeak! The examination room door slowly slid open, and Lin Jian hurried away with graceful steps. She ignored the rage of the brother, who had hit the wrong stone wall. When Lin Jian emerged from the examination room, there were many students watching outside. Their brows furrowed in unison upon seeing her. Clearly, they had all witnessed the scene in the examination room. They were all military academy students, full of passion. They believed that, as a candidate, if your stone wall was broken by someone else, you should at least attack the other party's wall to demonstrate your ability. Whether you succeeded or not was unimportant, but if you simply walked away without responding, it would be a bit embarrassing. Little did they know that Lin Jian had no ranged attacks at all. Everyone had only seen her effortlessly deploying and retracting her S-Class mecha, believing her to be an expert. However, after being provoked, this expert simply turned around and walked away without a word. That was rather disappointing. Most people were disappointed with her, while a few resented her for getting something for nothing. Both groups disliked her, so the moment she appeared, everyone stared at her unkindly. Lin Jian glanced at everyone, wanting to casually flash a defiant smile that said, "You look down on me, but you can't defeat me." But then he thought of his own strength, and decided to stay safe. He decided to leave this troubled place as soon as possible and wait for Cici Lilt outside. Leaving the examination center, a large floating screen on the wall displayed everyone's test scores and rankings in real time. The rankings were scientific and detailed, showing individual scores, overall rankings, and professional rankings. Lin Jian found his own name, and Cici Lilt among the many names on the list. Lin Jian, 1 point for physical fitness, 9 points for professional knowledge, 10 points for plant recognition, 10 points for mecha control, and a total score of 30 for basic assessment. Current ranking, 6,822nd in the school, 126th for mecha technicians. Cici Lilt, 10 points in the physical fitness test, 10 points in the professional knowledge test, 9 points in the plant recognition test, 10 points in the mecha operation test, and a total score of 39 points. Currently ranked 12th in the school, and 2nd in the mecha operator test. It seems Cici Lilt has also completed her mecha operation test. Looking at her scores and ranking, Lin Jian was quite satisfied. It was better than she had expected. The screen continuously refreshed the latest data. Finally, Lin Jian's results were 9,677th in the school overall, and 166th in the mecha operator test. Cici Lilt's results were 22nd in the school overall, and 6th in the mecha operator test. Cici Lilt found Lin Jian in front of the floating light screen. Looking at the results, Cici Lilt patted Lin Jian on the shoulder and said, "Keep going, sister. If you just make a little progress, you can get into the top 2,000. Lin Jian was speechless, Sister, you're such a fuss-free person. Those 7,677 people in the middle are just a tiny fraction. The first day's basic assessment was over, and the second day would be the field test. Lin Jian's mentality was good. When she heard the simulator exam was replaced by the field test, she was as calm as Lin Xiao. That night, all the candidates were assigned housing. Dormitories were chosen based on their basic exam scores. The top 500 students had priority, choosing single, double, or triple rooms. The bottom 500 students had to either rent double or triple rooms or sleep in a large bunk bed. When she heard this rule, Lin Jian pouted, muttering to herself, "It's a military academy, after all, it still respects the strongest." Lin Jian, thanks to Cici Lilt, was given a double room. The two of them took their check-in cards and went to rest. Ding! Authentication successful, please enter. The room was small, with only 2 beds, but there was a window through which one could see 5 camouflage starships outside, emblazoned with the Imperial Military Academy logo. The next morning, all the candidates lined up to board the starship. Their destination was the capital planet's backyard. Jiaoyang Star. 160 years ago, humans used technology to maintain a constant temperature on the capital planet, maintaining a constant temperature of 20 degrees Celsius year-round, ideal for human survival. Since then, there have only been 2 seasons, spring and autumn. To commemorate the gentle spring rain and the fluttering autumn leaves, people have added several special scenes to simulate the scene, such as spring rain, blooming flowers, and falling leaves. However, there are no winter or summer. Those of the capital planet who wish to experience both winter and summer can visit Jiaoyang Star and Hanqiao Star, the capital planet's backyards. These 2 planets are very close to the capital planet. Due to their relatively small size, they have been transformed into tourist planets. On Jiaoyang planet, you can experience the scorching summer sun and the sight of floating melons and plums. On Hanqiao planet, you can experience the drifting snow and the blooming winter plums. Both planets are filled with resort hotels and amusement parks, making them a popular destination for the people of the capital planet during short vacations. The camouflage starship rocketed into the sky, reaching Jiaoyang planet in about an hour. In recent years, Jiaoyang planet has seen significant growth in tourism, with the construction of several comprehensive amusement parks featuring 5-star hotels, shopping arcades, and food courts. In the amusement parks, you can swim in the 5-star hotels, browse the shopping arcades, and sample a variety of delicious food in the food courts. As the sun sets, you can even enjoy a summer drink from the observation deck while gazing at the sunset. If all that's not exciting enough, there's also an indoor adventure park. For this reason, upon hearing that the exam would be held on Jiaoyang Star, many people felt not a hint of nervousness, but rather a sense of ease and relief. The warship landed in a remote city on Jiaoyang Star called Milu City, a city Lin Jian had never heard of. Milu City had a small landing field for the starship. After all the candidates had disembarked, the school gathered the students in Milu Square in the city center. After they stood according to their ranking based on the basic exam, the Imperial Military Academy representatives came out to speak. The first person to take the stage was a middle-aged man in military uniform. He was a burly figure with a stern expression. He stood at the podium, looking down at the students. Behind him was a huge projection screen, which magnified his figure 20 times in the void. The enormous projection made him stare down at the audience with a piercing gaze, like a giant, as if to intimidate, perhaps even to instill fear. The face of the person on the stage was dark, the wrinkles so tight they could pinch a fly. Under the magnified gaze of his image, the students in the audience quickly quieted down and involuntarily stood at attention. After all the students had fallen silent and held their breath, the giant spoke. His voice was completely different from his appearance. His voice was soft, and in harmony with the giant's head, it seemed as if he were looking down from the horizon. His light and ethereal voice echoed, "Dear students, I look forward to your joining us." After the giant finished speaking, the light behind him dimmed, and his figure faded with the fading light. Soon, a bald old man came up. The people of the Qinghai Republic have not modified human genes, so to this day, the baldness gene has not been eliminated. The bald old man had a lot to say. He said he would first briefly introduce the history of the Imperial School, and then describe the situation within the examination hall. But an hour passed, and he hadn't even finished his introduction to the school. He went from student enrollment to facilities, then back to the facilities. Everyone was nearly annoyed by his Tang monk-like explanation. Moreover, everything he introduced was clearly stated on the Imperial Military Academy's official website. Anyone who had seen the homepage would know what he was talking about. He rambled on so slowly that even the teachers standing by to maintain order began to grow impatient. Finally, the bald old man began to describe the conditions within the examination hall. Everyone expected him to go into great detail, but he only said one sentence. You are not allowed to wear temperature-controlled clothing, carry space links, or bring any thermal weapons or mechas within the examination hall. You are only allowed to carry cold weapons. The bald old man finished his speech and quickly disappeared. His cunning nature made one suspect he'd been rambling on and on just to wear out everyone's patience, leaving them no time to react and protest. After the bald old man left, the students finally realized what was happening, and there was a chorus of wailing. Thermal suits are standard equipment in this era, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer. But for an exam, why are there even restrictions on clothing? The same goes for space hubs. In interstellar space, those with decent financial means often leave all their belongings in space hubs when they travel. Only those from marginal planets use suitcases. The funniest thing is, in this age of mechas, who still uses cold weapons? Everyone's impression of cold weapons is limited to daggers. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, is this really a college selection exam? Why are the Imperial Military Academy's assessment standards this year so unexpected? The school began using aircraft to transport students to the assessment site in batches. The assessment site was in a dense forest in Mila City, a forest with a charming name, Forest of Mysterious Deer. The Mysterious Deer Forest was once a jungle adventure zone, home to mutant plants and F-level exotic beasts, as well as a few E-level ones. Since the appearance of exotic beasts, they have been categorized into 6 levels of danger: A, B, C, D, and F. Both E-level and F-level exotic beasts are considered small. According to Republic regulations, except for veterans, jungle adventurers must undergo professional training before entering. Therefore, the Imperial Military Academy deployed numerous instructors to provide security in the dense forest to ensure the students' safety. On board the aircraft, each participating student received an electronic form detailing the competition rules and scoring principles. 1. Each day spent in the jungle earns 500 points. 2. For each exotic beast killed, an F-level beast earns 1 point, and an E-level beast earns 2 points. 3. Reaching the exit from the entrance earns 1,000 points. Lin Jian calculated that the entire assessment lasted 7 days. If he could stay inside for 7 days, he would earn 3,500 points. If he could walk from the entrance to the exit, he would earn another 1,000 points, for a total of 4,500 points. As for capturing exotic beasts, the dense forest was dominated by F-level beasts, each worth only 1 point. However, staying inside for a day earned 500 points, equivalent to killing 500 F-level beasts. Summarizing this, staying safely in the dense forest was more cost-effective than actively capturing exotic beasts. When disembarking from the aircraft, the school gave each student a set of sportswear, a backpack, and an instruction map. There are 2 buttons on the tracksuit. The red button is the emergency button. Pressing it in danger will prompt a nearby teacher to rescue you, but it also means you're eliminated. The blue button allows you to be attacked. If someone presses your blue button, you're also eliminated. Therefore, these buttons should be kept away from the game. The backpack is a simple backpack that folds up and can be opened to carry items. The command map is a new type of map that has recently become popular. The entire map only features a mountainous landscape, but it gradually reveals a detailed map as you move around. It also shows whether there are mutated plants or star beasts nearby. For example, if you arrive at location A, the map will display a detailed map of location A, noting which mutated plants are there, and which star beasts have appeared nearby. However, this type of map changes with the surrounding environment, and its sensitivity is limited, sometimes with a delay. Therefore, the school reminds students to be vigilant and adjust their routes in case of emergencies. In addition, each student carries a small chip that functions as a miniature camera and a scorer. As students hunt exotic animals in the dense forest, it automatically tallies their scores. Lin Jian was the 3rd group to arrive at the expedition site. From the aircraft, the dense forest seemed endless, and once inside, one could quickly disappear into the jungle. The map showed that there were 66 entrances to the forest mystery deer, but only 1 exit. Because of the numerous entrances, the school randomly assigned students so that everyone entered through different entrances to avoid congestion. Of course, different entrances also meant different routes to the exit. Because it was a command map, only the mountain and river map was visible before entering the site. Many students felt that the map was of little use and proceeded directly to the examination site. But Lin Jian studied the map carefully. She consulted the map and simply passed the roads marked as densely forested. The dense forest was forbidden, as some plants were even more terrifying than the animals. There's a plant called a vine that can suddenly bind you and hang you upside down from a tree while you're walking. These vines are definitely found in dense forests, so don't enter dense forests. Secondly, the Bear Square Pass. As someone who grew up in a hot city, Lin Jian knows the sun's power. Scorching it is tantamount to seeking death. It's best to walk along a water source. Water is essential in summer, and areas with water are much cooler than other areas. After researching, Lin Jian chose to follow Jade Creek, which runs right through the entire assessment area, from entrance to exit. The downside of this route is that it's a bit circuitous, with the water flowing in winding paths, making it more time-consuming. But how could one possibly want both safety and speed? After poring over the map, Lin Jian chose entrance number 10. After choosing their route, Lin Jian and Cece Lilt went to the locker room to change into their workout clothes, then shouldered their backpacks, and headed to the supply hall to collect their supplies. In the supply hall, Lin Jian began to dawdle again. Now that space links were no longer allowed, many people felt the hassle, and didn't want to collect supplies. Many simply collected nutrient solution, and headed straight into the dense forest. Some were so carefree as to not even take the nutrient solution, perhaps convinced they were incredibly strong and could survive without food or water. Lin Jian pondered carefully at the supply counter. She inquired with the robot distributing supplies about the maximum amount of each item she could take. Only after clarifying this did she begin to collect her supplies. Her best friend, Cece Lilt, waited patiently for her. They had grown up together, and Cece Lilt knew Lin Jian's personality. Though lazy, she was also very capable. Supply table number 1 held nutrient solution, with each person receiving a maximum of 3 by 7 bottles, 21 bottles. Supply table number 2 held bottled water and water purification tablets, with each person receiving a maximum of 2 by 7 bottles, 14 bottles. Water purification tablets were arranged in rows of 20 tablets. Supply table number 3 held spare clothing. In addition to the school-issued tracksuits, there was also a transparent material similar to the sun-protective clothing found on Blue Planet. 1 set of each was available. Lightweight masks were also provided. Supply table number 4 held tents, with each person receiving 1. Supply table number 5 held animal repellent powder and spray, with each person receiving 1 packet of repellent powder and 1 bottle of repellent spray. The spray was said to repel animals. Lin Jian sniffed it, and found it smelled a bit like floral water, which was quite pleasant. Solar-powered mining lamps were placed on supply table number 6, and each person could receive 1. Lin Jian and Cece Lilt shared a tent, while the rest were allocated their maximum individual allowances. Lin Jian also received an extra moisture-proof mat. After receiving their supplies, the two of them, carrying their large backpacks, entered exit 10 at snail speed. In the observation room, the Imperial Military Academy's principal and teachers were watching a video of the match. Shi Deli was very dissatisfied with the format of this exam and protested directly. The cancellation of the simulator exam was already surprising, but now students are not even allowed to use the space button in Mecha. I feel our school is regressing. The principal pondered for a moment and asked, "What do you consider progress?" Shi Deli said complacently, "Our school is the leader of the 4 major military academies, and a school at the forefront of technology. The assessment should also reflect this technology. This exam is almost the same as the annual entrance exams of the 4 non-entry military academies." The principal glanced at Shi Deli, then turned to Chinhua. "Chinhua, tell him about the casualty rate of our graduates on missions in recent years." Chinhua cleared his throat, placed a stack of data on the table, and then spoke. "In the past 20 years, the army has not been attacked by beast tides. It has only had to explore barren planets and fight pirates. According to the data, the casualty rate for graduates of the Imperial Military Academy is 20%, while the casualty rates for the other 3 major military academies range from 12% to 15%, and the casualty rate for students of the 4 non-entry military academies is 1%. Sidley exclaimed, "Impossible. Our students receive the most advanced and sophisticated training." But the stacks of data on the table made it impossible for him to continue his defense. The principal said, "This is my dereliction of duty as principal. I reflected on this for a long time. For years, we've been pursuing high technology, but we didn't realize that the natural conditions on other planets aren't as favorable. Without these high-tech aids, our students lose their combat effectiveness. On the contrary, the escape capabilities of students from the General Military Academy are far superior to ours. If we continue to cling to the status quo, Our school will be destroyed by arrogance. Chapter 8. No one knew what dangers lay within the dense forest, not even the teachers in the observation room. This was the Imperial Military Academy's first real-world trial in nearly 100 years. Entering the dense forest, Lin Jian felt as if he were in another world. Outside the forest, it was early summer, with the chirping of swallows and the hum of birds, and the scent of bees and butterflies. Inside, it was midsummer, with the scorching sun. It was clearly a jungle, yet the heat was stifling. Looking up at his laptop, the time was 9:30 a.m., but the sun was already high in the sky. Even in the dense forest, the sun's dazzling golden edge could still be seen through the layers of leaves. Inside, the trees were lush and green, the ground covered with dead leaves, and the path was littered with scattered stones of various sizes. At first glance, the place seemed fraught with danger, but the precise location of the danger was unclear. Many small flying insects flew through the air. Lin Jian frowned. Flying insects were truly irritating creatures. She hadn't seen one in years, having thought them extinct. Unexpectedly, she saw one here. Lin Jian reached an open space unshaded by the trees. She raised her hand to feel the sun's intensity. At this time of year, the sun felt like being in a dryer, hot but not scorching. Luckily, it was bearable. Lin Jian squinted at the high sun again, then lowered her head again. Damn, her eyes were blurry. She hadn't looked into the sun's eyes for years, and she almost forgotten its power. For a moment, all around her was darkness. I let myself down. Cece Lilt quickly helped Lin Jian sit on a large rock in the shade. She tore off a tube of nutrient solution and handed it to him, then tore off another for herself. You're starving, right? I'm starving too. I woke up this early and haven't had breakfast yet. Lin Jian took the nutrient solution and sipped it, her eyes narrowing as she sipped. It was incredibly sweet. Only Cece Lilt would probably like this strawberry-flavored nutrient solution. Lin Jian felt that the person who developed it must be a level 10 sugar addict. After finally swallowing the cloyingly sweet strawberry nutrient solution, Lin Jian took off her sports jacket and changed into a sun-protected jacket. Then, she took out a string to tie her trouser legs and sleeves tightly. Finally, she took out her mask and put it on her face. After all, as a girl, she still had to protect her face. Cece Lilt followed suit. Just as the two of them put on their masks, a group of people entered from entrance 10. They were probably from the same group. There were 16 of them, and at the front was a cocky, crew-cut guy. They all wore short-sleeved t-shirts and shorts. The school-issued sweatpants had a zipper that could be removed below the knees to convert them into shorts. After taking off her sports jacket and removing her trouser legs, she finished her summer outfit. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Lin Jian and Cece Lilt, both fully armed. A snarky-looking boy in the group scoffed, "It's so hot, and these two are dressed like this? They must be idiots." Lin Jian and Cece Lilt ignored him, packing their backpacks and preparing to leave. Seeing the two still carrying so much stuff, a shrewd girl in the group came over and taunted them. "Why are you bothering with them? They look like country bumpkins. I don't know what godforsaken planet they came from. They probably haven't even heard of Sun Star." Faced with the other party's repeated provocations, Cece Lilt stood up, looked down at them, and said sternly, "If you don't want a beating, get out." Overwhelmed by her aura, the two men involuntarily took a step back, but they still used their numbers to bark, "Hey, a country bumpkin who thinks he can threaten people?" At this moment, the group's leader, Small Flathead, approached, likely eager to see who was so clueless as to provoke such a large group. He approached, intending to show off his power, but the sight of Cece Lilt's exposed eyes froze him. The arrogant crewhead suddenly transformed into a docile little lamb. He bowed and said, "Oh, Sister Cece, I didn't expect to see you here." Cece Lilt looked him up and down and asked, "Who are you?" The docile little lamb said in a flattering tone, "Sister Cece, I'm Chui Bao from the Chui family. When we were little, you came to visit me and beat me up. I never thought we'd meet here by chance." Cece Lilt frowned, recalling that she had beaten someone like that before. She nodded and asked Chui Bao, "What's going on? You want to beat up a country bumpkin like me to vent your anger on your men?" "No, no," Chui Bao said, his hands waving rapidly as he retreated, excusing himself. "Sister Cece, they're blind. I just came here to apologize." When he had retreated a sufficient distance, he broke into a run, shouting, "Sister Cece, I'm leaving now. We talk again." Seeing their leader's rapid escape, his men, no fools, also quickly followed him, fleeing via the eastern route. After they had run some distance, the previously caustic man, unconvinced, said, "Brother Chui, we have 16 of us, And we're still afraid of those two? Cui Bao kicked him, sending him flying. Fuck. You almost killed me. Do you know who that was? You dared to mess with them? It was Cece Lilt. The unruly girl pouted and protested, Cousin, there are 16 of us, and there are only 2 of them. What are you afraid of? Cui Bao glanced at the unruly girl speechlessly. Can you use some common sense? That's Cece Lilt. She ranked 5th overall in the Preparatory Military Academy. During her free fighting class, she once single-handedly challenged 29 men and emerged unscathed. At that moment, someone finally realized, she's so fierce, and her name is Cece Lilt. Could she be from the Cece family? Cui Bao nodded. Yes, she's the 3rd daughter of the Cece family. The others, upon hearing this, looked terrified and thankful they had run away quickly. The mean man and the unruly girl quickly shut up. The Cece family, formerly known as the Jones family, changed its name 300 years ago, disliking the name as unlucky, to symbolize their 600 years of unwavering defense of the Republic's western border. Cece members are known for their bravery and skill in warfare. On the capital star, the 4 major families are to be trodden aside, not even traditional military families like the Cece family. After the group hurried away, Lin Jian sprayed her and Cece with animal repellent. Sure enough, the small flying insects disappeared after the spray. The two began walking along the western road, searching for Jade Creek. The school map was vaguely marked, simply showing Jade Creek west of entrance 10. The two had no choice but to follow that general direction. Along the way, Cece Lilt was on guard duty. Her 5 senses were acute, having spent 2 years training at a preparatory military academy, allowing her to sense any movement in the surrounding area in advance. After walking for a while, Cece Lilt frowned. Someone is following us. Lin Jian, is that the group from earlier? Cece Lilt, no, there was only one person, and she was very cautious, keeping a safe distance from us. Safe distance is interstellar terminology. In interstellar space, when 2 strangers walk the same distance, they will keep a distance from each other to show that they have no ill will towards each other. This distance is called a safe distance. Lin Jian thought for a moment and said, beyond the safe distance is fine. It's not like we own this road. If we leave, others can't. If she's alone, she's probably wary of us. Cece Lilt nodded, but continued to closely monitor the person's movements. Along the way, Lin Jian picked some positive grass. It resembled the mugwort leaves found on Blue Planet, both in smell and appearance. Mugwort repels mosquitoes, so this grass should do the same. Lin Jian hadn't seen a mosquito in years, but seeing the small flying insects today, she wondered if there might still be mosquitoes here. Even if the positive grass didn't repel mosquitoes, drying it and making it into a foot bath would be a good option. After walking a bit further, the two found spring grass by the roadside. The presence of spring grass suggests a nearby spring. Sure enough, as they walked toward an area with abundant spring grass, they soon heard the sound of flowing water. After walking another 5 minutes, they finally found Jade Creek. After finding Jade Creek, as if a certain point had been triggered, the map began to change, revealing detailed routes nearby and signs indicating the presence of unusual beasts. Judging by the markings, there are no other exotic beasts nearby except for the river Shirshir fish. The Shirshir fish is a relatively weak F-rank exotic beast, and it can only stay in the water. Unless you enter the water, it cannot attack you. The Shirshir fish is commonly known as the protruding mouth fish because its mouth protrudes forward, revealing a row of incisors, making it look particularly unsightly. Although it's weak and ugly, it's extremely fast and its incisors are poisonous, so people rarely provoke it, which contributes to its high population. On a normal day, many people would choose to catch the protruding mouth fish, but now that no one is wearing waterproof clothing, entering the water would get their sportswear wet, so others probably won't choose to go. Lin Jian, however, planned to catch the protruding mouth fish. They traveled entirely by water. According to the map, the protruding mouth fish was the only exotic beast nearby. To earn extra points, they had to give it a try. The temperature gradually rose. It had been 9:30 in the morning when we entered the dense forest, and now it was almost noon, the sun already blazing brightly and beginning to blaze with its might. The azure sky was cloudless, and the sun's blazing rays shone down, scorching. The feeling of being suffocated by the sun in the furnace cities of Blue Star returned. Lin Jian wiped the sweat from his temples and discussed with Cece Lilt, "Let's rest first and wait until the sun sets before we continue." Cece Lilt, sweating even more, carried the tent and mat on her back. She agreed unconditionally, "Okay." The two found a flat area against the mountain wall, which blocked the sun, creating a shaded area. 200 meters to the side lay J Creek, offering a shady and cool resting spot. Cece Lilt quickly set up the tent. Lin Jian sprinkled animal repellent powder nearby and spread the mat in front of the tent. The two sat on a moisture-proof mat, each eating a nutrient solution. Cece Lilt continued with the strawberry-flavored solution, while Lin Jian ate the orange-flavored one. After a short rest, Cece Lilt hurried to the river to fish. Lin Jian sat on the moisture-proof mat to make fishing tools. The most primitive fishing tool was a fishing net. Lin Jian had just found a mango tree. Its branches were very similar to the material of a fishing net, strong and durable. Cece Lilt helped her cut a lot. After more than a decade of hands-on practice, Lin Jian's handicraft skills had greatly improved, and she planned to weave a fishing net. Chapter 9. The Cersei family is adept at wielding the sky-splitting spear, and Cersei Lilt is no exception. She learned this skill from a young age. After awakening her spiritual powers at the age of 16, her family custom-built a heavy mecha equipped with her own sky-splitting spear. Her sky-splitting spear is called Mie-ji, its shaft made of pure black cold iron, its tip forged from red crimson stone. Cersei Lilt always carries Mie-ji. Standing 180 centimeters tall, with an androgynous, handsome face, gray hair, and red eyes, she often exudes an air of aloofness. But now, she stood barefoot in the stream, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts. While carrying her Mie-ji on her back, she clutched a harpoon fashioned from hardwood, spearing fish in the water. This scene evoked something of the sentiment of run to forking a civet in a melon field. Spearfishing requires precise eyes and quick hands, and although Cece Lilt did her best to avoid getting wet, she inevitably got soaked by the stream. As the sound of water continued, her points ticked up. An hour later, Lin Jian had finished weaving the fishing net, and Cece Lilt had just returned to wipe her face with a towel. Her clothes were completely soaked, and her hair was almost completely soaked. In the interstellar age, it was quite difficult to be as rough as she was. Since the advent of constant temperature and waterproof suits, there had been no such thing as a drowned rat. But today, Cece Lilt had gotten herself completely soaked. Seeing Cece Lilt's dishevel, Lin Jian quickly pushed her into the tent to change. After she finished changing, Lin Jian hung her wet clothes in the sun, then fetched a dry towel, and helped Cece Lilt dry her hair. Cece Lilt didn't ask Lin Jian for help. She took the towel and began to dry her hair. As she did so, she excitedly said to Lin Jian, "I just speared 21 fish. Let's go to the river together later. I give you the ones I catch, and you can score one more." Lin Jian lowered her brows and smiled, somewhat touched by her friend's thoughtfulness. She replied, "Well, I go with you. I just made a fishing net. Let's see if I can catch any fish." Cece Lilt, "Sure I can." Lin Jian first made a fishing net out of the tamarisk tree. Seeing extra branches, she then made a fish basket. She planned to use the net to catch the fish, and the basket to hold them. The net was made from long branches, and the basket was the kind of open basket we know today. Making a fish basket was difficult. First, hard branches were used to form a round bamboo basket. Then, soft branches were used to weave the net around it, gradually narrowing the top until it was about the size of a basketball. When they reached the river, Cece Lilt set up the dam net without Lin Jian having to do anything. Then, they joined Lin Jian at the streamside. "Oh my god, I was so careless. These shed actually knew how to turn around." Not only did they know the net was about to turn around, they also knew to warn their companions not to go down that path. Lin Jian waited for half an hour, but not only did she not catch a single fish, but as she set the net, even the shad that passed by disappeared. Lin Jian couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had actually taken it for granted that she was comparing blue planet animals to star beasts. Star beasts were much smarter than blue planet animals. Cece Lilt, on the other hand, remained calm. She carefully examined the fish basket Lin Jian had woven for a long time, then found two extremely long branches of the tamarisk tree, and tied them to the basket. She walked the basket upstream of the dam, surveyed the surroundings, raised it, stood on tiptoe, and tossed it with all her might. As if it had life, she flung it into the stream, and sank to the bottom. After a while, the two tamarisk branches in her hands moved. She lifted the basket in midair, and with a beautiful spin, it landed on shore. The chubby fish in the water clearly hadn't realized how someone had caught them while playing hide-and-seek in the water. The basket held 6 or 7 fish, and Cece Lilt was still wet. "Lin Jian, look at the amazing fishing device you made." Lin Jian hurried over and dumped the fish from the net. Now, she wasn't frustrated anymore. She simply put the net away, using it to catch the fish and the basket to catch them. The two of them worked together, one fishing, while the other collected them on the shore. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they had caught 128 fish, and neither of them was wet. After each of them earned 64 points, they returned to their tent for dinner. Cece Lilt looked at the fish caught in the net. She grabbed the 2 largest ones and said to Lin Jian, let's have grilled fish tonight. Lin Jian hesitated. I don't know how to grill, but can you? Cece Lilt thought for a moment and said, I think I can. It's easy. Don't worry, just wait and I grill it for you. Lin Jian didn't want to spoil her fun. After all, they had caught so many fish today, and they had both killed them to increase their points. Giving Cece Lilt a couple of fish to practice on would be a good idea. Cece Lilt, feeling trusted, was delighted. She finished filleting the fish and prepared to show off her skills. While she was filleting the fish, Lin Jian gathered some dry firewood and started a fire a little way away from the tent. Cece Lilt brought the filleted fish over and waved Lin Jian off to rest. You go and rest. I grill the fish. I amaze you with my cooking skills. Lin Jian didn't leave, but offered to help. Seeing that Cece Lilt had a fish in each hand, Lin Jian took one from her, and the 2 novices started grilling fish for the first time in their lives. Looking down, Lin Jian saw the fish's eyes and front teeth. She was immediately disgusted. That's too ugly. I can handle the front teeth, but the eyes are bulging out too, which is a bit scary. Cece Lilt comforted her. Don't be afraid, it's dead. Just as she finished speaking, the fish, strung on the branch, moved. Lin Jian was startled, and she almost dropped the branch. Holy crap! It's still alive! Cece Lilt took the branch from Lin Jian and insisted, no, it's actually dead. You called it ugly, and it's protesting. Lin Jian was speechless and sat down. As she watched Cece Lilt grill the fish, Lin Jian felt something was amiss. Cece, this croaker has poisonous teeth. You didn't remove them. Can you eat it? Cece Lilt thought, oh no, she forgot while cleaning up. She turned to Lin Jian and asked, can I eat it without removing the teeth? Will I be poisoned if I eat a fish without the teeth? Lin Jian twitched her lips. How would I know? I never eaten anything like this. Cece Lilt pondered the poisonous fish she had grilled. This was her first time grilling fish, a memorable experience. She had to eat a bite. But what if she got poisoned? She was in the middle of an exam. Lin Jian didn't let her dwell on it for too long. She signaled with her eyes, I don't think it matters whether the fangs are removed or not. This fish is inedible anyway. At Lin Jian's signal, Cece Lilt looked at the fish in her hands. Both pieces were charred black. Cece Lilt was puzzled. No way. My brother grills fish, and it's so easy. We both grill them over a fire, but mine turns out burnt black, while his turns out golden brown. Lin Jian asked her, does your brother grill fish like you do, directly over the fire? Cece Lilt, no, we have a dedicated grill at home, and the housekeeping robot even prepares a variety of seasonings. After saying that, Cece Lilt suddenly realized something. Oh, I forgot to bring the seasoning packet. Lin Jian looked up at the sky in silence. In the end, the 2 croakers were sacrificed in vain, grilled to a charcoal-blackened state. The 2 men had to sit on moisture-proof mats, and each ate a nutrient solution. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun finally set, and the wilted trees seemed to have revived. The 2 men prepared to set out again. Just then, someone approached a safe distance, drawing closer and closer. Cece Lilt tightened her grip on the elimination of silence in her hand, keeping a vigilant eye. Approaching them was a girl dressed in gray, her eyes smoky gray. Although she tried hard to conceal her ferocity and exude kindness, Cece Lilt immediately sensed her ferocity. She thought, this person's fighting ability is quite high, probably on par with her. The girl in gray gave them a friendly smile. Cece Lilt quickly stepped in front of Lin Jian and asked, what's up? The girl in gray pointed at the fish on the ground and said with a smile, hello, my name is Shisha. I want some fish. Is that okay? She then held out her hand, revealing a candy, the kind of orange candy that Interstellar children often eat. Neither Lin Jian nor Cece Lilt took it. But Cece Lilt still slightly lowered her defensive stance and told the other party, the fish is dead, you can't add any points. The girl in gray, Shisha, quickly put the candy in her pocket and said, I don't want any points. I want to make dried fish from these fish. Lin Jian and Cece Lilt exchanged glances. Their eyes locked for a moment, and Cece Lilt said to the girl, do as you please, but we're taking the net with us. Shisha was delighted, nodding and promising, okay, give me 10 minutes. So Lin Jian packed up the tent, while Cece Lilt watched Cece Lilt from a distance. Cece Lilt quickly transferred the fish to another net, which looked very similar to Lin Jian's. Clearly, she was imitating them, and from a distance, she seemed to have done a 90% accurate job. Lin Jian also saw her imitating her net. Lin Jian asked Cici Lilt, "Is she the one who's been following us?" Cici Lilt nodded, "Yes, she'd been keeping a safe distance. When we approached, she deliberately made a noise before reappearing, probably because she didn't want to be an enemy." After pouring out the fish, the girl named Cici Lilt folded Lin Jian's net and gently placed it 10 meters away from them. After putting everything in place, she began to build a stove, which resembled the kind used for making sesame cakes on Blue Planet. Afterward, she lit a fire and placed a frying pan on top. Then, she deftly prepared the shad, neatly arranging the fish on the pan by size. Cici Lilt's eyes darkened as she saw her knife skills, and her vigilance intensified. She told Lin Jian, "This person is no ordinary person. Don't talk to her alone. Her knife skills are exceptional, and such skills aren't acquired overnight." Lin Jian, seeing the smooth cuts of the fish and the girl's sharp dissection technique, was also apprehensive. Good. Without further delay, the two set off on their journey. Before leaving, Lin Jian sprayed them with animal repellent to protect them from small flies. After dark, they used solar-powered mining lamps to illuminate the path. They walked until midnight before finding a suitable resting spot. Cici Lilt set up the tent, and Lin Jian sprinkled animal repellent powder outside. They then started a fire, tossing a large patch of grass into the fire. At night, the infuriating heat faded, and mosquitoes began to swarm. Chapter 10. Inside the mysterious forest deer, the temperature swings dramatically from morning to night, becoming increasingly unbearable as midday approaches. Under the shade, temperatures can reach over 50 degrees Celsius. You could easily fry an egg in the sun. After entering the trial grounds, very few people actually choose to venture into the dense forest, as everyone knows it harbors many mutant plants. Most people choose to walk through the open spaces without shade. Only a very few, driven by a desire for rank or possessing a high opinion of themselves, enter the dense forest. There are only a few open spaces within the mysterious forest deer, so there were an unusually large number of people gathered there today. They were all young men and women, inevitably competitive, and some, eager to show off, yearned to be in the spotlight. What did the sun matter? I was the prettiest, coolest kid on this street. While others rested, I braved the scorching heat, forcing myself to keep going. Even if the sun made me dizzy and blurry, I had to persevere. As they persevered, several people actually suffered from heat stroke. In the evening, everyone gathered to rest. A few of the attention-seeking proud young men were still mocking those who had fainted from heat stroke, their words full of disdain. These guys were weak to begin with, planning to apply to other military academies. They stayed because the starship was closed. No wonder, their strength levels weren't the same as ours. The gap is so huge, TSK. While washing up that night, the glamorous young men suddenly noticed their faces had turned red, practically like overripe shrimp. It hurt and itched when touched. Damn, even traveling in the sun could get them this tanned. Forget it, men, be a little rough. After the assessment, they could just go back to the medical bay to recover. But the fairies and the team couldn't handle it. It was over. Each of them was worried their beauty would be ruined. The repairs in the medical bay aren't a panacea. They're useful for wounds, but I'm not sure about their effectiveness for skin. Plus, there's a peak recovery period in the medical bay. If you miss it, you need to visit a beauty bay if you want fair skin again. The beauty bay prices are, wow, expensive. The most appearance-conscious person in the group was the unruly girl in Cui Bao's group. She kept nagging Cui Bao, "Cousin, my face is injured. Please think of a way. Contact my family, and give me a small repair device." Cui Bao's face was also sunburned. During the day, he had felt a little disdain for Cici Lilt and her companions, dressed so warmly. Now he realized they were just taking precautions. Cui Bao was the little bully at home, and his cousin was the willful sister. They had similar interests, and usually sympathized with each other. But today, Cui Bao was irritable, and when he got irritated, his temper quickly flared. The little bully lashed out at the unruly girl in a stern tone. "There's no signal on the optical computer. How can we contact you? If you want to go out, just press the red button." The unruly girl's subsequent coquettish words were caught in her throat. Her cousin was usually very nice to her, but why did he change once he entered the dense forest? As expected, friendship can capsize so quickly. The unruly girl left in a huff. By the time darkness fell, the high-spirited group of young men and women had already lowered their noble heads. None of them had taken tents, and when they retired for the night, they finally realized that camping in the wild and camping in a holographic cabin were two completely different things. Everyone had no other options, so they resorted to different methods. Some climbed tree branches and imitated the Monkey King sleeping, others set up a rope and imitated little dragon girls sleeping. Some, with no special skills of their own, simply sat in meditation and slept. The sweltering evening breeze blew across everyone's faces, offering no relief at all, only adding to the melancholy of those who were worried. After 10 o'clock in the evening, the temperature plummeted, and many people began to express gratitude for the school's insistence on providing them with sportswear. With the help of long shirts and long pants, they were finally able to avoid the cold and protect their hands and feet from mosquito bites. Yes, ancient creatures had appeared here. Mosquitoes. Faced with these swarms of mosquitoes, they finally understood why mosquitoes are considered the world's most annoying creatures. The incessant buzzing made it impossible to sleep. Most importantly, areas uncovered by clothing were their best battlefield. The heads and faces of the young boys and girls were particularly affected. After being bitten, it started to itch, then a small swelling formed, and then an intense itch that would bleed if you scratched it. The already sunburned face, compounded by the mosquito bites, became doubly itchy, with patches of small bumps forming on the face. Little did they know that these mosquitoes were poisonous, and the bites only made the bumps itch worse. In the darkness, the unruly girl touched her face and hands, which were covered in red bites. She quietly pulled out a makeup mirror from her sleeve. It had a built-in light button. Pressing it, she saw that her face, which she had always been so proud of, had turned into a red pit. Ah! Her scream echoed through the jungle. She forgot the bold words she had spoken before entering the dense forest, and pressed the red button herself. When people around her asked her what was going on, she remained silent, covering her face with her hands. She didn't want anyone to see her face, kissed by the mosquito family. After pressing the red button, a teacher quickly arrived and led her out of the dense forest. With her as the first person to do so, many weaker minds followed suit and pressed the red button. Tonight was destined to be a restless night. At least the teachers at school were restless, as they had to constantly escort students out of the exam room. In the observation room, she dully watched the groups of people who had proactively pressed the red button. He found it incredible that a tiny mosquito could eliminate so many people. Among the forest mystery deer, the two who lived a peaceful life were Lin Jian and Cece Lilt. They took turns keeping watch, one for the first half of the night, and the other for the second. A fire was lit in front of the tent, with grass piled in the fire. They sprinkled repellent powder around the fire, and sprayed themselves with repellent water. That first night, the two of them were safe and sound, and the mosquito family didn't bother them. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Lin Jian and Cece Lilt were drinking nutrient solution when an electronic voice echoed from the venue. 1,932 people were eliminated yesterday, leaving 18,922 remaining. Hope the rest of the students keep up the good work. Upon hearing this news, the two exchanged glances. Cece Lilt clenched her myeji, destroying silence, and glanced cautiously around them. They were the only two within a safe distance. Lin Jian was puzzled. Why were so many eliminated last night? Did some large star beast appear? Cece Lilt frowned. It wasn't just last night, it was the entire day yesterday. But that number is too high. Something must have happened. Lin Jian, too, felt a little worried. We meet others along the way. Can we ask them about their situation? Cece Lilt nodded. In the wilderness, keeping in touch was crucial. After finishing their nutrient solution, the two quickly packed their bags, taking advantage of the cool morning weather to travel quickly. Today's sun was even hotter than yesterday's. It was only 11 o'clock, but it was already as hot as yesterday's midday. The scorching wind made one feel like a melting ice cream cone. Lin Jian checked the map. They had already covered a quarter of the way, so they had plenty of time. She suggested they take their time and find a shady spot to rest. The two of them found a small cave in the mountain wall, more like a gap in the stream than a cave. The entire cave was only slightly larger than their tent. They set up the tent and covered it with a moisture-proof mat, and the cave was full. While Cece Lilt was setting up the tent, Lin Jian looked around. Not far from the cave, she found a few pieces of rock-burst stone and oil shale. According to the Interstellar mineral record, rock-burst stone is a type of thunder ore, while oil shale is a type of fire ore. After purification, rock-burst stone can explode with the power of a small bomb, while oil shale can burn. The two drank the nutrient solution, rested for a while, and planned to go fishing, just like yesterday. Once again, Cece Lilt went to the stream first, while Lin Jian worked behind her. Today, after Lin Jian found the ore, she had a new idea. She planned to purify the rock-burst stone and oil shale here to use in her fishing nets later. She had purified these two minerals in her home laboratory before, but this was her first time doing it outdoors, which was a bit exciting. Lin Jian found a shady spot and slowly followed the purification steps. Thanks to the genes of her unreliable parents, she purified the rock-burst stone and oil shale with high precision. Now, the rock-burst stone was a natural bomb, and the oil shale was a match. When Lin Jian arrived at the Jade Creek, Cici Lilt had already caught a lot of fish in her fish basket. Lin Jian observed the surrounding terrain. Ultimately, she decided to set up her fishing net in a tributary of the river, which converged from the mountains and was only about a meter wide at its narrowest point. Lin Jian wasn't brave enough to drop a bomb into the main river, even in the trial grounds. Back on Blue Star, Lin Jian had seen a legal education program that mentioned a case of criminal detention for using a torpedo to bomb fish. Therefore, using a torpedo to bomb fish was illegal. Torpedoes are powerful, and each time they explode, they kill some fish instantly, while many others are crippled. Lin Jian wasn't one to do anything illegal. She planned to use only a small amount, just enough to stun the fish. The rock-burst stone she ignited was small, and its explosion in water reduced its power. With a loud bang, the rock-burst stone was thrown into the water, sending a splash. A minute later, many fish in the tributary leaped up, and a group of stunned fish surfaced. Cici Lilt removed the river net, tucked the stunned fish into her net, and hauled them ashore. Lin Jian gathered the fish from the shore and put them into the basket. The two of them worked together and pulled off a big job. Before 4 o'clock, they had collected 282 fish. After killing the fish and increasing their points, they decided not to try again. They decided to go to the tent to rest, as they had to continue their journey. Cici Lilt walked back with a fishing net, while Lin Jian went into the water to wash the dirty tools. She squatted on a large rock, her back to another, completely unaware of the danger approaching. Suddenly, a splash of water slammed into her face, and from the water, a half-man-tall monster, a bone-eating fish, jumped. This fish is very ferocious, and is an E-level star beast. It has sharp teeth that can easily bite off a person's hand. It also has low intelligence. After locking onto its prey, it is good at lurking and usually kills its prey with one shot. Cici Lilt heard the noise, turned around, and rushed over in shock. Lin Jian felt a stench of blood spray against her face, and the next moment, the bone-eating fish collapsed. The bone-eating fish was pierced by Cici Lilt's destroying silence in its back, and the arrow from her crossbow was stuck in its heart. Its head and body had been separated at its neck. 3 kills from one fish. It was completely dead. Cici Lilt turned around and saw that the one who had severed the bone-eating fish's head and body was none other than Shisha, the gray-haired girl from yesterday. Shisha's blade was incredibly fast. From 200 meters away, she had already killed the bone-eating fish with her blade. At that moment, her smoky gray eyes were stern as she expertly wielded a ring knife. She was so skilled that it seemed as if the knife had become part of her finger. This sudden change stunned even the teacher in the observation room. Chenhua wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, those students reacted quickly, otherwise, if this E-rank star beast had injured someone in the trial ground, it would have been the school's responsibility. The principal remained silent for a moment, then directed the robot, replay the footage just now. The replay showed that the first arrow to strike the bone-eating fish was the crossbow arrow in the heart. Indeed, since she was closest, the fish had been targeting her. The fish didn't die immediately after the initial strike. The second strike from the sky-splitting spear only exacerbated its fatal injury. However, after the second strike, the fish still retained some consciousness. What truly rendered the fish powerless was the third strike from the ring knife. That knife directly separated the bone-eating fish's head and body, completely neutralizing its aggressiveness. After reviewing the performance, the principal commented, "All 3 are excellent." The first child remained calm in the face of danger, the second demonstrated excellent accuracy, and the third was decisive. Chenhua, yes, the crossbow the first child used was truly ingenious. I didn't even see it activated, and it flew out on its own. The principal nodded, yes, all 3 of them have good defensive awareness. The first 2 are a bit too merciful. I hope they can develop this skill after entering school. The third child probably wasn't her first time using a knife. Chenhua praised the third child. Indeed, on the battlefield, we must learn from the third child. Only by being absolutely sure of our safety can we ensure the safety of our teammates. On the battlefield, kindness to our opponents is cruelty to our teammates. Chapter 11. By the Jade River, The three of them stood in silence for a moment. Lin Jian was the first to react. She walked over to Shisha and thanked her. Thank you. Unexpectedly, Shisha, who had just been so sophisticated and cool, gave Lin Jian a sweet smile and said, "You're welcome." It was like seeing a female warrior. One moment she was beautiful and aloof, slaying enemies, and the next, she suddenly transformed into a soft, cute girl, looking at you. Lin Jian found this scene a bit difficult to grasp. At that moment, Shisha pulled an orange-flavored candy from her jacket pocket. She placed it in her palm and asked Lin Jian, "Want some?" Lin Jian shook his head in denial. Seeing her refusal, Shisha hesitated for a moment before pulling out another strawberry-flavored candy from her jacket pocket. She placed both candies in her palms and tilted her head to look at Lin Jian, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Want some candy?" Lin Jian's face was stained with blood, and she planned to thank him and then go to the stream to wash. So, she politely replied, "No, keep it for yourself." Disappointment washed over Shisha's face. Her smoky gray eyes seemed to turn a dark gray at Lin Jian's refusal. She lowered her brows, revealing a sense of sadness at being rejected. Lin Jian didn't understand her intentions, but her strange expression puzzled him. However, she wouldn't eat food offered by a stranger. Lin Jian turned to walk back, but Shisha gently tugged at the corner of her shirt. As if she had made up her mind, she pulled out another candy from her jacket pocket. This one was orange-flavored. She raised her gray eyes and said pitifully to Lin Jian, "It's really gone. It's the last one. I only have 3. Lin Jian was a bit bewildered by her actions. She didn't understand why Shisha insisted on giving her candy. Cici Lilt walked over and stood beside Lin Jian. The two of them exchanged glances. Lin Jian tentatively said, "I want all this candy, but I don't like candy. Can you help me with it?" Shisha couldn't hide her surprise when she heard this. Her smoky gray eyes seemed to instantly be washed clean, turning a bright, luminous gray. She quickly peeled off the candy wrapper, put a candy in her mouth, and grinned at Lin Jian. "Thank you, boss." Lin Jian was a bit confused when he heard the address. "What? When did I become your boss? You're the one who can instantly decapitate a star beast with a ring knife. How can a simpleton like me be your boss?" Shisha popped the candy into her mouth and licked the corner of her mouth. Then, with a smile, she continued to speak to Lin Jian. "Boss, on our planet H1169, accepting my candy means you accepted me as your brother. You can't go back on your word." Lin Jian, She gestured back and forth between herself and Cici Lilt, confirming, "Did you choose the wrong boss? She's much better than me." Shisha shook her head. "No, you're my boss. She knew you before me, so I can be the third in command." Lin Jian was speechless, unsure what to do with this extra brother. She tried to ask the unusually intelligent younger brother, "Sister, you're much better than me. Why do you recognize me as your boss?" Shisha tilted her head and said innocently, "I like you. I had the ability to distinguish good from evil since I was a child. When I was little, there was a nun in the orphanage, and I didn't like her. I didn't like her for no reason. Later, our director discovered that she was colluding with people from other planets to abduct children from our planet." Lin Jian seemed to understand, yet also seemed not to. "So you chose me because I'm weak?" Shisha shook her head. "No, I chose you because you're a good person." Lin Jian had been given the nice guy card for no apparent reason. Shisha continued, "Before I came here, the dean told me to hang out with smart people. You're both smart and a good person, so I definitely want you to be my boss. I've been noticing you since I was out there. From the way you looked at the map to the way you chose things, I think you're smart." Lin Jian was speechless again. She just wanted to say to Shisha, "Child, your understanding of intelligence is too one-sided." But now she finally understood. Shisha had been insisting on giving her candy since they first met. It turned out she had been planning to rely on her from the beginning. "But sister, you're clearly a king bomb. The knife in your hand is still dripping with blood. With one cut, you could rip a bone-eating fish apart. Are you really going to choose a bronze bomb as your boss? Speaking of which, the only person who done something like that was Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. He was incredibly powerful, yet he chose a weak Tang monk as his master." "Ah! No! She wasn't Tang monk." Lin Jian calmed down and began to think. Since she'd taken her candy, why not just take her in? She couldn't be a scumbag the next. Besides, this dangerous person, who could chop off a star beast's head at any moment, was constantly around them. If she were willing to be recruited, their fighting power would be much stronger. Lin Jian looked at Cici Lilt and asked for her opinion. Cici Lilt nodded. "I'm fine with it." And so, the two-person group became a three-person group. Sisha, having received her approval, hurried back, saying she was going to carry her luggage. Cece Lilt accompanied Lin Jian to the upper reaches of the stream to wash the blood off her face. Lin Jian's clothes were also stained with blood. She returned to the tent to change and prepared to go to the stream to wash, but Cece Lilt refused to allow it. She snatched Lin Jian's clothes and went to the stream to wash them alone. Lin Jian didn't hesitate. Perhaps Cece Lilt was a little worried because she had just been attacked. So Lin Jian packed up her things in the cave. A moment later, Shisha came over, and Lin Jian almost thought she saw a moving hill. Lin Jian, why do you have so much stuff? Shisha chuckled and said, this is all my luggage. Starship tickets are too expensive, so I can only afford a one-way ticket. I return after I graduate and earn enough money from working. Lin Jian looked at her luggage, which was as tall as a small mountain, and asked curiously, you're carrying so much stuff. What if you run into danger in the trial grounds? Shisha looked at her, her face full of innocence. That depends on whether I can defeat them. If I can, it's no big deal. If I can't, I just run away and come back to pick up my belongings later. Who would pick up my luggage? Lin Jian, She made such a good point that I couldn't argue with her. After Shisha put her luggage away, she ran to pick up the carcass of the bone-eating fish and the protruding mouth fish. She quickly finished and asked the two, let me grill some fish for you. Lin Jian and Cece Lilt, remembering the burnt fish from earlier, shook their heads and each took out a nutrient solution to chew on. Shisha didn't mind. She set up the stove like she had yesterday and took out a frying pan to roast the dried fish. Next, she took out a semicircular baking pan to grill the fish. Then, she pulled another piece of metal from her luggage. Pressing it somewhere, it bent down in the middle, transforming into a small milk pan. She handed the pan to Cece Lilt and said, sister, give me some water. I make some wild egg soup. Since you guys don't want the grilled fish, try the soup. When Cece Lilt returned with the water, Shisha pulled 2 more eggs from her luggage and expertly stirred them into the soup. Then, like a magic trick, she produced a dozen or so spices. She worked simultaneously with both hands, simmering the soup with one hand and adding ingredients to the grilled fish with the other, occasionally picking up small dried fish from the roasting. The aroma of the dried fish wafted in, and Cece Lilt and Lin Jian exchanged a glance. Oh my goodness, how could it smell so good? A moment later, the grilled fish and soup were both ready. Shisha conjured up 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, filled the soup, and handed them to the two of them. This was the first time the 2 kitchen newbies had ever enjoyed such a treat. The soup was being made right under her nose, so it should be drinkable. After they drank their soup, their eyes couldn't help but drift to the grilled fish. It was so fragrant. This bone-eating fish was so ugly, but I hadn't expected it to be so delicious when grilled. Shisha pushed the fish towards the two of them, marking their first meal together. The dense forest was dominated by mutated plants. Most people chose to walk through open areas, avoiding the dense forest. But Peanut was different. His goal was to be first, so he naturally chose to tackle the most difficult and dangerous path. Yesterday, he was the first to enter the dense forest. Due to the hot weather and his overconfidence, he wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, leaving his arms and calves exposed. After entering the forest, he and his 2 followers raced forward, killing any star beasts they encountered and attacking any mutated plants they encountered. Pei Nuoda believed that with his strength, as long as he killed enough star beasts, he could surpass Huyu City and prove to everyone that talent wasn't important, only hard work was. Yesterday, in the battle against the star beasts, Pei Nuoda was nearly undefeated. But during the battle against the plants, he accidentally scratched himself on a plant in the dense forest. That night, he calmed down and examined himself, discovering not only several cuts on his legs, but also several on his clothes. Early this morning, Pei Nuoda noticed numbness and redness in his left leg. He examined it carefully and realized it was probably poisoned, probably from a poisonous herb called delphinium. The entire delphinium plant is poisonous, causing nervous system poisoning. Poisoning can cause breathing difficulties, impaired circulation, muscle and nerve paralysis, or even spasms. After being poisoned, Pei Nuoda refused to press the red button, so his 2 followers returned to the dense forest to search for an antidote. Generally, the antidote is found near the poison. Now, Peyrod lay alone in the dense forest. He had been staring at the lizard for a full minute. Man and lizard locked eyes, and Peyrod refused to back down, even though one of his legs was swollen and unable to rise. Truly a tiger in a lowly position being bullied by a dog, even a lizard dared to challenge him. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Peyrod instantly raised the gravel in his hand and struck the lizard, killing it. Humph, this thing wasn't worth his knife. After waiting for a long time, with his 2 henchmen still not returning, Peyrod moved his left leg, feeling it regain some feeling. He struggled to sit upright, and wiped the sweat from his face. He looked up and opened the bottle of water his attendant had left him, only to find it was completely empty. The dense forest was sweltering, and he needed constant hydration. Furthermore, he had been poisoned by the poisonous weeds, making him thirstier. When his attendant left, he had taken his backpack with him. To be cool, Pei-Nuod had left nothing behind except the water. Now, Pei-Nuod was not only thirsty, but also hungry. Pei-Nuod felt a flicker of regret. He should have left more. After a short rest, Pei-Nuod refused to allow himself to feel so dejected. Who was he? He was the 3rd son of the Pei family. Only Hui Yuqing of the Hua family could rival him. He couldn't stay here so weak. So, Pei-Nuod found a wooden stick and, using it as a support, walked out of the dense forest. Not long after leaving, the aroma of food filled his nostrils. Leaning on his stick, Pei-Nuod followed the scent. It turned out to be 3 women enjoying grilled fish. The 3 women looked completely unfamiliar. He didn't recognize any of them. But who was Pei-Nuod? He'd been trending on Starnet daily for a while, and he doubted anyone participating in the trial would be unfamiliar with him. Before he even approached, about 500 meters from the 3, he saw the tall woman with gray hair and red eyes take out her sky-splitting spear and warn him. Yes. This tall girl was quite alert. Pei-Nuod ignored the tall girl's warning and continued to approach them, leaning on his wooden stick. When he was 200 meters away, the tall girl approached, her sky-splitting spear in hand. She wasn't shy like the other girls. The tall girl looked at him blankly and asked, "What are you doing?" Pei-Nuod raised his head, looking self-assured and charming, and said, "Master Pei is here to show you respect. If you have any good food or drinks, please bring them to Master Pei quickly." In Pei-Nuod's mind, this person would have shyly offered his gift upon hearing his name. Unexpectedly, the look in the man's eyes was one of disdain, as if he were a mosquito. Pei-Nuod hadn't looked in the mirror. He spent the day in the jungle the previous day, his clothes were torn, and his face, unwashed, looked gray. To Cici Lilt, this was just a dirty, lame man speaking nonsense in front of her. The man had green hair that looked dirty, tangled in clumps. His complexion was also a shade of green from the poison. His features looked okay, but his brain was not working well. A lame man like you could talk politely and ask for alms, but you came here to shout at him. Cici Lilt was speechless. She said to him expressionlessly, "If you don't want a beating, get out." Shit, that was Pei-Nuod's favorite phrase. He never imagined that one day, a girl would say the same thing to him. Pei-Nuod was furious, his temples throbbing. This arrogant Gao Mei, today he would make her know the consequences of angering him. Pei-Nuod held his breath, and suddenly struck. His weapon was a dragon sparrow blade, modeled after the Daxia dragon sparrow blade, 3 feet 9 inches long and made of black iron. Raising his hand, he thought his dragon sparrow blade could force the Gao Mei back. In a flash of cold light, his dragon sparrow blade was blocked by Gao Mei's sky-splitting spear. Gao Mei was incredibly strong, and the force of her backhand against the blade numbed his palm. Pei-Nuod was ecstatic. He had met his match. How lonely it was to be invincible. Today, he would show Gao Mei the true master. He swung his backhand again, but Gao Mei's sky-splitting spear swung with a flick of her wrist, striking him in the face. He quickly reached out to block it. The sky-splitting spear grazed his neck, missing it by a hair's breadth. Struck by the desire to fight, Pei-Nuod focused all his energy on the tall girl before him. He leaned slightly forward and slashed sideways at the tall girl, hoping to counter her neck thrusts. But the tall girl wasn't interested in a fight. She leaned down, lowered her head, and kicked at his injured, crippled foot. Pei-Nuod fell to the ground, a piercing pain piercing his wound. After a moment, he recovered and angrily exclaimed, "How despicable! You dare touch someone's wound!" The tall girl looked at him with disdain. "Have you ever been in a fight? Who says you can't touch someone's wounds?" Then she added, "You're here to rob me, and you still have the nerve to call me despicable? Do you have the nerve?" Pei-Nuod felt deeply insulted. He had only come to borrow food, not to rob. Furious, he propped himself up halfway with one hand, and tried to use the other to pick up the dragon sparrow knife and challenge Gao Mei to a duel. Gao Mei kicked his knife away, then stepped on his shoulder, mocking him. "With that much skill, you're still trying to rob me." Pei-Nuod rolled over on the ground, then stood up on one hand, ready to argue that he wasn't trying to rob. Bang! Someone approached from behind and hit him on the head with the bottom of a pot. Well, Shisha, that iron pot is pretty useful. Why are you here? This guy is so annoying. He's keeping you from eating your fish. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Let's get back to eating. Okay, what should we do with this guy? Should we press his blue button? Forget it, don't touch him. He's filthy. He's probably infected with poisonous weeds. Let's cover him with a fishing net. Before he passed out, Pei Nord heard two women chattering nearby. He was so angry he was going to die. He swore in his heart, "You two just wait and see, next time I show you how powerful I Pei San am." Chapter 12. After eating the fish, the three packed up and continued along the river. They walked until midnight, found a resting spot, and rested until 7 in the morning. When they woke up early, an electronic voice rang out from the trial grounds. 113 people were eliminated yesterday, leaving 18,809. We hope the rest of the students will continue to work hard. It seemed that after the chaos of the first day, everyone quickly adapted to the new environment on the second day. When they woke up on the third day, the three of them hurried through the morning, reaching 11 in the afternoon before finding a place to rest. For lunch, the three of them skipped the nutrient solution, and Shisha prepared a whole chicken feast. The chicken was a mutated turkey, with sparse feathers. When the three encountered it, it was running happily in the jungle by the roadside. Swish! It was struck by Shisha's knife, its appearance as tragic as the bone-eating fish yesterday. Seeing the turkey's miserable state, Lin Jian couldn't help but protest. "Hey, little brother, could you give it a more graceful death? Not just a single beheading." Cici Lilt clearly disapproved of Shisha's approach. Shisha looked at the two of them innocently. "Isn't that how we kill star beasts? If we don't kill them with one blow, they attack us. Xiaohua from our orphanage didn't decapitate a piranha when she killed it, and the fish bit her back, and she died. Later, everyone in our orphanage killed star beasts this way." Lin Jian didn't know how to refute her, so she could only try to communicate with Shisha. "Can you try a single blow, just killing it without decapitating it?" Shisha was puzzled. "Then wouldn't you have to snap it when you eat it later?" Lin Jian thought for a moment and said, "The snapping afterwards is different from the snapping beforehand. Also, you need to practice your knife's precision. It's best to be able to control it easily. Otherwise, when you go to school and compete with others, you hit too hard and not know what to do." Shisha lowered her head, seemingly pondering. "Okay, as long as it doesn't attack me, I try to make its death more graceful next time." At lunch, Shisha took out a pot and cooked chicken and mushroom stew, grilled chicken wings, and made chicken soup. Seeing Shisha constantly pulling out sheets of iron, and at the touch of a button, transforming them into pots of varying depths, Lin Jian and Cici Lilt both raised questions. "Why do you have so many pots?" "Because I love buying pots. I have different pots for making soup, cooking, and frying. Actually, my dream is to become the best chef in the universe." "Then why did you apply to the Imperial Military Academy?" "They say they teach knife skills. The Imperial Military Academy is the best, so they must teach the best knife skills." That knife skill doesn't seem like cooking knife skills." "Who cares? Only military academies teach knife skills. And I awakened my spiritual power. The dean said I had to go to a military academy, so I might as well learn knife skills at the best academy." "Okay, you're actually right. Excuse me, how many pots do you have in total?" I haven't counted, but probably about 70 or 80. "So many." Lin Jian and Cici Lilt were stunned. "Shisha, of course. I saved all my money to buy pots. On planet H1169, my little brothers call me Pot Brother, but boss, you can call me Pot Sister." Lin Jian, I just call you Brother Pot." Cici Lilt, "Hello, Brother Pot." Shisha, "Great. Big brother, second brother." Looking at Shisha's pile of pots, Cici Lilt and Lin Jian couldn't help but sigh. As the saying goes, poor students have more stationery, but it seems these excellent students have plenty too. Becoming a great cook is so hard. Let's just stick with being kitchen novices. In the afternoon, the three of them returned to their old ways and went fishing. Yesterday, Lin Jian's fishing net had been requisitioned. At their resting place today, they couldn't use a fishing net. The resting place was located in the main channel of Jade Creek, with no tributaries. The main channel was too wide to use a fishing net. Lin Jian simply made a fishing net, somewhat like the ones used to catch dragonflies. The materials were simple: a wooden stick and twigs from a safari tree to weave a net. Cici Lilt and Shisha each used a fish basket to fish in the river. Both used skill and effort, and soon they caught a good number of fish. Lin Jian, leisurely, held a net and fishing gear, taking a break from his work. The three of them had their points increasing, though Lin Jian's was much slower. The three of them were so relaxed that none of them noticed a red-clawed crab lying prone by the river. Typical crabs have only 8 legs and a pair of large claws, but the red-clawed spiny crab has 2 pairs of claws, and its shell is covered in sharp horns the same color as the shell, resembling a hedgehog with a shell. Hisha suddenly spun around and stabbed the red-clawed spiny crab with her knife. Unexpectedly, the red-clawed spiny crab was very agile, not only dodging Hisha's ring knife, but also rolling perfectly on the ground and running away. Oh my god, that's a red-clawed spiny crab. The meat is so tender. Hisha rued, hating herself for acting too late. Hisha's failure was mainly due to the red-clawed spiny crab's sharp horns, which prevented the ring knife from cutting directly into it. After Hisha's failure, the other two didn't care, it was just a crab. Not long after, Hisha and Cece Lilt suddenly became alert. Hisha placed her hand on the ground and closed her eyes, sensing, something's coming. Individually, it's weak, but there are many of them. Cece Lilt pricked up her ears and listened. They're F-class star beasts, numbering around 500. The three of them were curious. Generally speaking, F-class star beasts wouldn't dare to attack humans. When a group of red-armored spiny crabs appeared before them. Lin Jian, oh my god, Shisha, did you just provoke the prince of the red-armored spiny crab family? Is this the king's revenge? Shisha was unconcerned. She twirled her ring knife. So this little creature is going to get reinforcements. Perfect. I catch a few more red-armored spiny crabs later, so we can have a good meal this afternoon. When they officially engaged, it was clear that Shisha had underestimated her opponent. A large-scale attack was completely different from a single attack. This group of red-armored spiny crabs clearly understood the principle of every grievance has its perpetrator. They primarily targeted Shisha. Shisha tried to strike the red-armored spiny crabs' abdomens with her knife, but their abdomens were also very hard. Furthermore, red-armored spiny crabs are adept at fighting in groups, cooperating with each other, using their hard shells to shield their teammates from knife attacks. Moreover, they possess 2 rows of claws, capable of simultaneous attacks from both sides. Faced with a siege of hundreds of red-armored spiny crabs, Shisha was already pinched several times. Cece Lilt and Lin Jian's attacks were less frequent, but the red-armored spiny crabs kept them at bay, preventing them from providing much assistance to Shisha. Lin Jian, frantically anxious, threw a rock first. Bang! A small crater was blasted into the ground, knocking over a group of red-armored spiny crabs. The three had expected the red-armored spiny crabs to retreat after suffering extensive damage, but they were unexpectedly unpredictable. Although they were F-rank star beasts, they possessed a considerable amount of savagery. The rock burst not only failed to dissuade the red-armored spiny crabs, but it actually aroused their fighting spirit. The red-armored spiny crabs' attacks intensified, and the three could only hold out for a short while before they could no longer hold out. Run, run to the dense forest! Shisha shouted, and the three of them split up and ran towards the dense forest. As they ran into the dense forest, the red-clawed crabs stopped pursuing them. However, the forest was crowded today. As soon as they entered, they saw a group of people besieging a beautiful blue-haired woman. Chapter 13. The intrusion of 3 men drew the attention of both opposing groups, their eyes growing warier. Which group were these 3 from? Or were they none of them, and were they also here to steal resources? Faced with the vigilance of both groups, Shisha was the first to react. She grabbed the other 2, and forced them to sit down together under a large tree. She even quickly threw a large leaf over each of their heads. Then, the 3 small trees tried their best to assert themselves. Who am I? How did I get lost? Alas! I'm just a passing bush. The 3 men sat in a triangle, 2 in front, 1 in the back. The figure on the left, in front, carried a sky-splitting spear with a crimson tip. He exuded a calm demeanor, his attacking power practically tangible. The person on the right suppressed all auras, instantly blending into the jungle. Without careful observation, she was invisible, but in her cold, smoky gray eyes, you could sense a hint of ruthlessness, like a dangerous individual ready to strike you dead at any moment. These 2, one reserved, the other extroverted, were both exceptionally powerful. As for the person behind, their strength wasn't immediately apparent, but the 2 in front were using their bodies to protect her. The leader of the group glanced briefly at the 3, mentally assessing his own strength, and then those of the others. He decided not to seek his own fate. With some effort, they could contend with the blue-haired girl across the way. It was best to avoid provoking those 3, especially since they were targeting her. The blue-haired girl also surveyed the 3 small clumps of trees. Seeing that the three were merely watching the show, she breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't afraid of the mob before her, but two of the three men were formidable, on par with her. So, the three small roadside bushes were temporarily ignored. The two teams resumed their standoff, and the three trees breathed a sigh of relief. In the trial grounds, no one harbored ill intentions unless it involved their own interests. Lin Jian and Cece Lilt were surprised by Shisha's tactful behavior. The sudden calmness of the violent beheading enthusiast was a bit strange to them. Shisha noticed their gazes and replied softly, "I grew up an orphan on planet H1169. Planet H1169, also known as barren planet number 1169, was called a barren planet, implying that it was unsuitable for human habitation. Most barren planets are deserts, swamps, wastelands, and poisonous miasma forests. The two of them were unaware of the situation on planet H1169, but everyone knew that the desolate planet was a private planet developed by aristocratic families for the purpose of enriching themselves. Since it was a private planet, there weren't many rules. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Shisha had grown up in an orphanage on the desolate planet, not only because of her inherent strength, but also because of her adaptability and ability to avoid danger. The three of them pretended to be uninvolved in the conflict. Not far away, the two opposing groups began fighting. Faced with a group of people, the blue-haired girl took the lead. Her weapon was an axe. Wielding the white axe, she swung at the enemy with a single blow, seemingly using only 60% of her strength, yet with a single blow she repelled over a dozen men. Then, with a sudden shift in speed, she chopped down a tree 2 men thick, with the might of a splitting mountain. As the tree fell, it crushed several of the enemy's men, who had no time to dodge. Damn! That's some serious fighting power. 3 small trees watching the action from the side nimbly moved back, a fraction of a second from the battlefield. The opposing group was clearly feeling the pressure. They hadn't anticipated their opponent's strength. They exchanged glances, and decided to use a round-robin attack to wear down the blue-haired beauty's energy. Then, various weapons flew through the air, and the men pressed forward, but the blue-haired beauty remained unfazed. Her axe seemed to have a thread, allowing her to strike out and join the fray. The axe looked insignificant, but each strike could bend the blades of the other's weapons. Using gravity, she used the force of a sudden, powerful blow to damage the opponent's weapon. Lin Jian's sharp eyes recognized that the blue-haired beauty's axe was made of calcite, a very hard and expensive stone. But the leader of the group was no less formidable. He withstood the blue-haired woman's initial attack and, with the support of his men, had the others pin her down from the front while he attacked from behind. Just as he was about to succeed, the blue-haired woman's eyes suddenly gleamed with fury, her attack suddenly becoming rough and powerful. The next second, her axe slammed straight into the leader's chest. The leader collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, and the blue button on his chest went out. The blue-haired woman's axe flew back, piercing the leader's legs with a fierce fly. For a moment, she and the leader stared at each other from afar in the dense forest. The leader had lost, and the underlings had fled quickly. After a brief scuffle, the blue-haired woman pressed the blue button on everyone else. 3 small trees stood to the side, each displaying a gesture of nonchalance. After dispatching the group, the blue-haired beauty stepped on the leader and demanded, "Why are you attacking me?" The 3 of them pricked up their ears, curious. The leader glanced at the 3 little trees and shouted, "Did you see that blue printed belt around her waist? It adds 1,000 points." The blue-haired beauty snatched the belt from her waist and frowned. "You said it adds points? How come I didn't know that?" The leader, wanting to stir things up, naturally spilled all the beans. "We found a treasure chest in the jungle. It said there would be 10 blue printed belts randomly dropped in the jungle, each one adding 1,000 points." The blue-haired beauty frowned. "But when I found the treasure chest, it said only beautiful women could find the belt. Wearing it around your waist is like wearing a flower." The 3 little trees. Damn, someone actually believes such an outrageous excuse. The leader said, "Damn, this guy's probably a fool. Why are all of us men fighting over a beauty's badge?" Finally, he spoke to the blue-haired beauty with genuine sincerity. "Really? Otherwise, we go crazy and attack you. We don't want to be beauties." Cece Lilt, one of the 3 trees, was tempted when she heard that the blue belt offered 1,000 bonus points. She glanced sideways at Lin Jian, who shook his head. She lowered her eyes, still acting as her tree. The leader watched the 3 continue to quietly act as trees, and couldn't help but shout, "1,000 points, and you're not tempted?" Lin Jian rolled his eyes at the man. "Trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Sorry, we don't want to be your knife." With that, Lin Jian gave the other 2 a hint, and they all retreated. Unexpectedly, the blue-haired beauty raised her head and greeted the three. Shilong star, Daisy Liu. Cece Lilt. Capital star, Cece Lilt. Lin Jian. Capital star, Lin Jian. Shisha. H1169 star, Shisha. The blue-haired beauty nodded slightly to the three. They remained silent for a moment, then she walked away. The three also left the chaotic scene. Cece Lilt couldn't stop thinking about the 1,000 points. Lin Jian, I'm going to steal that belt. I give it to you for 1,000 points. Lin Jian held her back and shook his head. No, it's only the 3rd day. Getting that thing means we'd be attacked. It's not worth it now. If it were the 6th day of the trial, we could steal it. Shisha agreed. Yes, it's still early. Lin Jian continued his analysis. Now that a treasure chest has appeared, there will definitely be more in a few days. It's best not to be a target now. Let's wait. Cece Lilt nodded. In the observation room. Principal, what do you think of these children's performance? Xinhua, their individual abilities are okay, but they lack teamwork. Today, if the 3-person team works well together, the red-clawed thorn crab will be no match for them. Daisy Liu is quite skilled, but she's a bit arrogant. The weakness of those who are too powerful is that they don't get along well with others. The principal pondered for a moment and said, let's step up the game. Deploy a batch of firearms and food, randomly, and let them scramble for resources. Shideli was the first to agree. I think it's a good idea. We still have over 10,000 people, and if things don't get too intense later on, there won't be much difference in scores. Let's just deploy another batch of D-level star beasts. Xinhua objected. D-level star beasts? No, they're too dangerous. Shideli, since they're applying to the military academy, they're not just flowers in a greenhouse. With teachers on hand to help them, there's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, it can also help them develop their ability to coordinate combat. The principal thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chapter 14. Half an hour later, an electronic voice echoed from the trial grounds. Starting tomorrow, we will randomly distribute firearms, daily necessities, and D-level star beasts. We hope you all will keep up the good work. Lin Jian. Damn, the trial has been upgraded. Cece Lilt. Jian Jinzi is right again. Shisha. I wonder what kind of daily necessities will be distributed. Others. Oh my. Firearms and daily necessities are nice. But what the hell are D-level star beasts? This is the entrance exam, and you're making such a fuss, principal? Do you have any heart? But they also understood that this was the school's way of motivating them, urging them to strive for the top 2,000 spots. After hearing this news, some people burst into tears of joy. These were the few who hadn't even received nutrient solution. In the interstellar age, only a few could cook. Those who could cook in the wild were truly talented. In just 3 days of the trial, they had experienced the hardships of life, so these students were more eager for daily necessities than for firearms. After 3 days of hunger, the children finally had something to eat. Of course, most students shared a love for daily necessities and their passion for firearms. 3 little trees returned to their resting place from the melee. Now, as the sun had set, they busied themselves packing their belongings and set off on their journey. Each of them held a bottle of nutrient solution in their mouths. Suddenly, Cece Lilt frowned. Someone's lingering outside our safety zone. Lin Jian? That green-haired guy from yesterday? Cece Lilt shook her head. No, it's probably the woman we just fought. Lin Jian? The blue-haired icy beauty? Cece Lilt nodded. Lin Jian. They haven't gotten within safe distance. We leave them alone for now. Shisha. What's a safe distance? Cece Lilt seemed a little surprised by her question, but she replied, it's the distance you were from us before. Shisha. Oh, so that's called a safe distance. That's right. It's the distance I can detect your movements without being too far away. Cece Lilt spat blood inwardly. So this guy didn't even know the safe distance, relying on physical intuition to estimate the appropriate contact distance. The 3 little trees finished packing their luggage and crossed the boulevard. Daisy Liu stood still at the side of the road, and the 3 passed by her without looking away. As the 3 passed her, Daisy Liu said, hello, friends. The 3 little trees stopped, glanced at her, nodded, and continued walking. Daisy Liu's voice came again. I thought we were friends. The 3 little trees turned and glanced at her, unsure of what she meant. After a glance, the 3 continued walking. Daisy Liu chased after them, clutching the blue-printed belt. She walked to within 5 meters of the 3 of them and said, friend, this is for you. She handed the belt to Lin Jian. Lin Jian didn't take it. Instead, he looked up at her, scrutinizing her. What's going on? Daisy Lu dropped her coyness and said, "Yes, I'd like to join you." Lin Jian looked at her expressionlessly. "Reason?" Daisy Lu cleared her throat and said, "I think your abilities are decent." Lin Jian, "No." Shocked by the rejection, Daisy Lu thought for a moment and offered a more subtle answer, "I think my abilities are decent." Lin Jian, "I refuse." Daisy Lu was anxious, no longer wanting to save face. Hey, don't be like that. Now we have hot weapons and D-level star beasts. We must fight as a team. My strength is just barely enough, so please let me join." "Don't worry, I'll be obedient. I've seen what a treasure chest looks like. I can find one. If I find a blue belt, you can take it, but I won't." At the mention of the blue belt, Cece Lilt's indifferent expression wavered slightly. Lin Jian glanced at her, and Cece Lilt nodded. Lin Jian looked at Shisha, who shrugged, indicating no objection. Lin Jian pondered it, and felt that Daisy Lu was right. Since they had deployed hot weapons and D-level star beasts, this was forcing everyone to fight as a team in advance. Apart from anything else, if a single player encountered a D-level star beast, they would be eliminated. Lin Jian looked at Daisy Lu. "Once you join, you must obey us. Can you do that?" Daisy Lu nodded repeatedly. "Okay, boss." After that, she presented the blue belt. In the observation room, Qinhua's face was full of colorful expressions. Daisy Lu had always been cool, but her sudden, undressed look was unbearable to watch. Wu Yuqing had recently been observing and interning on the front lines with his family elders. The Imperial Military Academy had originally offered him admission without taking the entrance exam, but after some consideration, he decided to take the assessment like the other students. He was rushing back from Sphere Star, but encountered an electromagnetic storm along the way. For safety reasons, the starship made a temporary stop, and he arrived at the capital star a day late. After returning, he immediately rushed to the Imperial Military Academy to take the basic assessment. After receiving a perfect score, he rushed to the trial field. On the aircraft, he pondered for a long time, looking over the school-issued map and exam rules. He had entered the trial grounds later than the other students, so to reach the exit quickly, he had to take the shortest route. After disembarking, he changed into his uniform. Even with the same clothes, he looked calmer than most. At the entrance, without hesitation, he took entrance 1. This route was the shortest, but also the most treacherous, with dense forests throughout. Taking this route, he would encounter not only vast swathes of mutated plants, but also vast swarms of star beasts. Although they were all E and F level star beasts, their sheer number presented a significant challenge. But Wu Yuqing had no choice. He was already 2.5 days late, and this was the only way to reach the exit on time. For this assessment, besides Wu Yuqing, Pei Nuod also chose this route. Not long after Wu Yuqing entered the trial grounds, an electronic chime sounded. It seemed the difficulty of the trial had increased again. The trial ground was indeed different from an indoor training ground. No matter how realistic an indoor training ground might be, everything was virtual. How could it possibly be compared to a real trial ground for training? Logically, Wu Yuqing had already been to a real battlefield, so a trial ground like this, with only low-level star beasts, would be easy for him. But he had been constantly on the road. Once he entered the dense forest, all sorts of star beasts and mutated plants swarmed in. Even with his formidable abilities, he found it difficult to cope. After gradually adapting, Wu Yuqing began his killing spree. His weapon was a Chungying sword, forged from lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli could detect a person's mental power, making it ideal for a psychic with the strength of Wu Yuqing. Since entering the star beast gathering ground, his points had skyrocketed. Outside the trial grounds, a group of teachers watched the constantly updating scores on the screen and had to admit his formidable strength. When Wu Yuqing finished slaying a group of star beasts and was taking a break, he encountered Pei Nuod, the third young master of the Pei family. Pei Nuod was in a very bad state, his clothes disheveled, his hair tangled, and he looked a bit mad. When he saw Wu Yuqing, deep hatred seemed to blaze in his eyes. He approached Wu Yuqing and said, "Let's have a competition." Wu Yuqing didn't deny, neither immediately agreeing nor refusing. Their eyes met, and two powerful mental energies collided fiercely in the air. One was arrogant and outwardly arrogant, the other reserved and cold, yet chilling. Pei Nuod challenged, "What? Are you scared?" Wu Yuqing gave him a cold look. "I don't think it's necessary." Pei Nuod retorted, "What's the point?" Wu Yuqing said calmly, "I definitely win." He nodded politely at Pei Nuod and started to move on. Pei Nuod gritted his teeth and angrily said, "What? Afraid of losing? Let's make a bet. Whoever doesn't come first won't get into the Imperial Military Academy." Hu Yuqing ignored his rage. He just wanted to get on his way as quickly as possible. Killing more star beasts would be good, that would increase her safety margin. Pei Nuode, his eyes piercing with murderous intent, charged at the indifferent Hu Yuqing. Hu Yuqing didn't want to pay attention to this boring person. This was the trial ground. What was there to compete for? Killing a few more ferocious beasts wouldn't be a problem. He really wanted to spar. After the trial, he'd go to the combat room. Hu Yuqing turned to leave, but was tripped by Pei Nuode. Pei Nuode, having obtained a fishing net from somewhere, swung it out, attempting to entangle Hu Yuqing's feet with it, and then attack him from close range. Although the fishing net was soft, Hu Yuqing dodged his sudden attack with a swift dodge. While Hu Yuqing was dodging, Pei Nuode raised his dragon sparrow blade and slashed at him. He used all his strength, hoping to take advantage of Hu Yuqing's recent kill of the star beast and his condition not yet recovered, forcing him back with one blow, ideally injuring him. The blue button went off. But Hu Yuqing's Chungying sword was no less formidable. It soared into the air, leaving only a fleeting shadow before clashing with his dragon sparrow blade. Hu Yuqing, reacting quickly, delivered a powerful kick to Pei Nuode's left leg. That kick, likely using all his strength, sent Pei Nuode flying over 10 meters, only coming to rest after being caught in the resistance of a tree. At this point, Pei Nuode lay on the ground in a state of disarray, gnashing with pain. The main issue was his injured left leg. Although he had taken the antidote, it hadn't fully healed. His injured left leg naturally slowed him down, causing him to lose a noticeable amount of speed. When masters clash, a fall only takes a split second. Hu Yuqing observed this weakness and counterattacked with a single strike. How can one or both of you be so unsportsmanlike? Pei Nuode was enraged. He leaped onto one leg, raised his sword, and slashed at Hu Yuqing. Hu Yuqing saw that Pei Nuode was becoming increasingly frantic. Before, he had been merely a bit mad, but now, he was completely mad. Hu Yuqing had no time to continue his madness. He glanced around and used his foot to hook the fishing net that Pei Nuode had been planning to use as a trick. Seizing the perfect moment, he skillfully used his strength to bind Pei Nuode with the net. Well, he could finally walk. After taking a few steps, there was a loud snap, and the net broke free. Pei Nuode broke free and swooped down, his momentum surging. Hu Yuqing no longer held back. He used his transfiguration skill, instantly transforming himself into two figures. The illusion lasted only a moment, and in the moment his opponent was momentarily stunned, the phantoms closed in on their opponent and attacked. Pei Nuode's face froze. He hadn't expected Hu Yuqing to transform his own form into a physical object. The phantoms instantly approached Pei Nuode, struck him in the head, and then trapped him with a fishing net. The two stared at each other. Pei Nuode was clearly still in shock at Hu Yuqing's ability to transform into a physical object. He only saw Hu Yuqing's unpleasant face appear before him. The next second, he was firmly bound by the fishing net. Because he had previously broken free from the net, Hu Yuqing, after striking him hard, bound his hands and feet. A healthy man, now split in two, was finally bound securely. The bound man's face was filled with despair. He was devastated. He thought he would win first place, but facts proved he wasn't as strong as Hu Yuqing. Hu Yuqing could transform phantoms into physical objects, but he couldn't. In the observation room. After watching the live broadcast, Chenhua sighed. Hu Yuqing really didn't disappoint. He can now transform phantoms into physical objects. Shi Deli said calmly, actually, Pei Nuode is also very talented, just a little fragile. The principal said, both the children of the Hua and Pei families are excellent. One is an SSS level commander, the other an SS level mecha soldier. If they can work well together, they'd be an excellent combination. Chenhua and Shi Deli nodded in agreement. Chenhua made a rare personal comment. Actually, I personally prefer the Hua child. He's calm and composed. Shi Deli contradicted him. The Pei family's children are not bad either. Young people are full of energy and enthusiasm, and even better if they have the drive. With Dai Shilu joining, the 3-person group became a 4-person group. Along the way, they continued to hunt star beasts, while Shisha took charge of the cooking. As expected of someone who aspires to be the best chef in the galaxy, Shisha could cook any star beast to perfection. Because they needed to find a treasure chest, the 4 of them had to change their original route. They began their planned journey into the dense forest. They formed groups of 2, each searching for a treasure chest. The dense forest wasn't without its benefits. Although there were many mutant plants, there were also many edible mutant fruits, and Lin Jian had collected quite a few delicious ones. The group enjoyed Shisha's meat dishes, and the mutant fruits, and they lived a good life. Lin Jian also encountered a plant called the soul-sucking grass in the dense forest. This plant produces small fruits similar to the anesthetics found on Blue Star. She happened to find a soul-snatching herb bearing fruit and picked a bag of them. After entering the dense forest, it was the 4th day of the trial ground. The 4 of them found a total of 5 treasure chests. It had to be said that Lin Jian was truly the king of luck, finding 2 treasure chests by herself. Daisy Liu, Shisha, and Cici Lilt each found a treasure chest. The most infuriating thing was that of the 5 treasure chests, only the 2 that Lin Jian found contained blue belts and a note. The treasure chests of the other 3 only contained 2 small notes. Lin Jian opened the treasure chest, took out the blue belt, and read the words on the note. He concluded, "Whoever left the treasure chest is truly evil." Treasure chest 1. Congratulations. You got a blue belt. Trust me, you be filled with surprises once you wear it. Treasure chest 2. Ding ding ding. Your lucky charm has arrived. Wear it, and you be the lucky winner of the event, with exclusive gifts waiting for you. This is unbelievable. They're tricking you into wearing a blue belt, and then getting robbed. The treasure chests of Daisy, Shisha, and Cici Lilt are even more devious. All 3 chests contain a blue belt design. The contents of the 3 notes are different. Daisy's note, feeling frustrated? Don't worry. If you see someone wearing a blue belt, rob him. The belt will add 1,000 points. Shisha's note, honey, let me tell you the secret to wealth. Rob anyone wearing a blue belt. Each belt will add 1,000 points. Cici Lilt's note, rise up. Young man, although your treasure chest contains nothing, I can tell you a secret. Grab the blue belt, and you gain 1,000 points. This is like someone who gets an empty treasure chest, and inside, there are various small notes, tempting you to grab the blue belt. The 4 looked at the 5 small notes, and couldn't help but complain. Lin Jian, is the person who wrote these notes insane? Daisy Liu, no, he's not insane. He's a pervert who enjoys toying with people. Cici Lilt, I'm afraid he's more than just a pervert. He's probably a creep, to think of such a shady trick. Shisha, my hands are itching. If he's a star beast, I want to blow his head off. After hearing what the others said, the teacher in the observation room began to look at Sidley with a different look. All of these treasure chests were placed there by Sidley, and the words on them were clearly written by him. Sidley was a bit irritated by the looks from the other teachers. He admitted that he had a bit of a bad taste, but how could he be labeled a pervert and a creep? Some even wanted to kill him with a knife. Very welled up in Sidley's heart. He looked at the foursome and began to make plans. Sidley was still responsible for distributing supplies in the trial grounds, and he also arranged the locations for the release of firearms, daily necessities, and exotic beasts. Sidley, with his cunning mind, used a trick in his distribution. He dropped the firearms and daily necessities far away from the foursome. Near the foursome, he released 2 D-rank exotic beasts, giant Angora rabbits. That day, the 4 searched the dense forest all day. Aside from the 2 blue belts, they found nothing but firearms, survival supplies, and, of course, no D-rank star beasts. More and more people began to enter the dense forest. Most of those who had suffered sunburn from walking on the flatland on the first day also ventured into the dense forest. They discovered that while the dense forest contained mutated plants and exotic beasts, they preferred to fight in the dense forest rather than under the sun. With the electronic announcement, more and more people poured into the dense forest. Everyone speculated that supplies would be dropped there, as dropping them on the flatland would be too conspicuous. The 4-member group encountered many classmates in the dense forest, but they remained wary of each other and did not take action, probably because they felt it was not yet time. Everyone was simply trying to find firearms. After all, with firearms, no matter how powerful your cold weapons were, you would still have to surrender everything. By the 5th day, Lin Jian noticed that the atmosphere at the trial site had become even more tense. With the addition of firearms, the 4-person team became more cautious. Cici Lilt, Shisha, and Daisy Liu all emitted telekinetic detection throughout the journey. When encountering humans, if they were unsure of their strength, they would avoid them. Of course, if they encountered mutant beasts, they still had to kill them. It would earn them points and allow Shisha to cook them for the 4 of them. Shisha, holy crap, there's a rabbit right here. So fat! Shisha saw the fat rabbit and attacked it with a single blow. The rabbit, despite its small size, had surprisingly good jumping ability, leaping a great distance. Shisha failed again, and she began to doubt herself. She hadn't managed to take down the red-armored thorn crab with 1 blow last time, and now she had failed to take down the rabbit as well. She saw the so-called rabbit bounce to the side. Lin Jian asked Shisha, "Are you sure this is a rabbit?" Shisha took another look, a little unsure. The creature looked a bit like a rabbit, but it was so fat, like a ball, that at first glance, she couldn't quite place its head. Shisha stared at it for a moment, then asked, perplexed, "Isn't this a very fat rabbit?" Lin Jian shook his head, "I don't know. I never seen a rabbit like this." Cece lilt, "This looks more like a doll." Daisy Lu, "I don't know what it is, but rabbits aren't this round, they're like a ball." Shisha, with a chef's instinct, said, "Trust me, this is a rabbit." She examined the round rabbit for a moment, commenting, "It's a little hairy, but the meat is delicious. Spicy rabbit, boiled rabbit, roasted rabbit legs, all delicious." Cece Lilt's sky-splitting spear flew through the air, striking the rabbit, sending it falling to the ground, pinned to the ground by the sky-splitting spear. Shisha slurped her saliva and promised, "Okay, I try." Cece Lilt stepped forward and drew her sky-splitting spear. The dead rabbit leaped up, seemingly even larger. If it had been a chubby 15-pound rabbit before, it had now grown to a massive 30-pound beast. Lin Jian's impression of rabbits was still stuck in the modern, "Don't eat rabbits, they're so cute," but seeing such a bizarre sight, she was shocked. Holy shit, what the hell is this?" The other three also felt threatened. Cece Lilt looked at Shisha and advised, "Try to attack its head." Shisha leaped up, her ring knife moving with the wind. She struck the rabbit's head, and the rabbit fell to the ground, its head and body severed. The others breathed a sigh of relief. 10 seconds later, the rabbit's head rolled on the ground and leaped onto the rabbit. It tilted its head and leaped back up, its neck still stained with fresh blood. Then, its body unexpectedly doubled in size again, and now, it was growing exponentially. After quadrupling, it had originally weighed only 15 kilograms, but now it had grown to 60 kilograms. If they killed it again, and it didn't truly die, they would be facing a 120-kilogram rabbit. Shisha, unconvinced, struck its head again, and the rabbit fell to the ground with its head tilted. 10 seconds later, the 120-kilogram rabbit shook its head from side to side. Fuck. An immortal beast. The rabbit leaped at Shisha, evidently considering it a great humiliation to have turned its head twice. Lin Jian immediately unleashed his bow and crossbow, striking the rabbit in the eye with an arrow. However, it only slowed slightly, continuing its relentless charge toward Shisha. Bang! Shisha blocked the rabbit's attack with the bottom of the pot. The rabbit was struck by the pot, but remained unaffected, even more ferocious than before. Cece Lilt and Daisy Lu also joined the attack. But another round rabbit arrived from a distance to provide support. This round rabbit weighed about 20 kilograms, and hadn't grown yet. The four people were in a state of panic, afraid to kill the rabbit again. This rabbit was uncanny, every time they killed it, it doubled in size. The 120-kilogram rabbit would weigh 240 kilograms if they killed it again. There was no way to escape. The two rabbits clung to the four people, seemingly aware that they didn't dare to kill them, so they acted with extreme ferocity. Especially, the 20-kilogram rabbit, struck by Daisy Lu's axe, weighed 40 kilograms. The four people present were almost completely overwhelmed and beaten by the two rabbits. Xylot was kicked away by them. Shisha's arm was scratched by them, and Daisy Lu was knocked away by their axe. Only Lin Jian was left, and several people were intentionally protecting her. She escaped unscathed for the time being, but her escape was a mess. While dodging, Lin Jian momentarily caught sight of the rabbit's short tail. Suddenly, she remembered a book she'd seen at home about D-rank star beasts. The cover featured a furry creature that resembled the rabbit before her. The cover also read, "Giant Angora rabbit, D-rank star beast, weakest point is its short tail." Lin Jian suddenly shouted to the others, "Cut its tail." Cece Lilt's sky-splitting spear flew towards the 120-pound rabbit, blocking its escape route. Daisy Lu's axe flew towards its tail, severing it with a clang, sending the half-human-sized rabbit crashing to the ground. Shisha slashed at the short tails of the 40-pound rabbits, and finally, the two rabbits stopped trying to get up. After the battle, the four men lay in the grass, grumbling. Lin Jian, "Fuck! Who's so perverted as to send such strange rabbits into the trial ground?" Cece Lilt, "Only perverts would send perverted things." Daisy Lu, "I'm getting more and more confused about this trial." Shisha peeled an orange candy and popped it into her mouth. "I have to eat my candy first. Before I left, the dean gave me 3 candies, and I only tasted one. I need to quickly eat the remaining 2 to be safe." Lin Jian, Cece Lilt, Daisy Lu, Sure enough, cooks have different mental processes than the average person. The four of them finally set off again. Lin Jian looked at Shisha's pile of pots and Cici Lilt's tent and reminded them, by the way, if you encounter danger, remember to leave your belongings behind and run. Shisha certainly had no objection. That was her plan. Cici Lilt thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Lin Jian repacked his backpack, placing 3 belts, nutrient solution, for bottles of drinking water, water purification tablets, animal repellent powder, and animal repellent water into his. Shisha saw her packing and joked, Lin Jian, you're considered a person with some assets now. Lin Jian, assets? Shisha, yes, you have 3 belts now. Lin Jian glanced at her speechlessly and said, only if you can keep them is it considered an asset. If you can't, you have nothing. Their luck had run out in the previous few days. On the 6th day, they encountered a group of people armed with firearms. At that moment, the 4 of them had found a treasure chest beneath a large tree. As Shisha's hand pressed the button on the treasure chest, she suddenly felt a shift in her mental power. Simultaneously, Cici Lilt and Daisy Lu also noticed something was amiss. Someone could hear a soft sigh, as if lamenting the lack of flavor in the hooked fish. The 4 of them immediately realized they had fallen into a trap. They immediately formed a triangle, surrounding Lin Jian in the center. This was the formation they had developed after yesterday's rabbit hunt. With 3 people standing back to back, they could see all around without blind spots. At the same time, each of them quickly pulled out a piece of iron sheet to use as chest protection. They moved outward in a back-to-back formation, silently contemplating a foolproof strategy for their escape. Seeing they had noticed, the enemy revealed themselves. It was a small group of 12, emerging from scattered hiding spots. This group of hunters were skilled ambushes. They had lured their prey with a treasure chest, and now, methodically, they were surrounding and harvesting their target. The 12 opposing forces were all experts in the use of firearms. Their lurking positions were blind spots. If one was attacked, the others could scramble in the shadows and ambush the enemy. Unless you can attack 12 points simultaneously, you'd be nothing more than prey. The difference between firearms and cold weapons is vast. Even with the simplest silencer, for people attacking 12 points simultaneously wouldn't be enough. Unable to think further, the 4 men shouted that they had blue belts and would offer them to them. The leader, seeing that they were all women, inevitably underestimated them. Furthermore, a blue belt cost 1,000 points, and he wanted 3,000 points too. Lin Jian pulled 3 blue belts from his backpack and placed them on the ground. The leader looked at the 4 of them. Seeing Lin Jian surrounded, he feared she might have a hidden weapon. The other 2 were quite tall. So, he pointed at the frail woman in gray among them and said, you, come forward and hand me the belts. Shisha pointed at herself, her smoky gray eyes tilted, and she asked naively, me? The leader, seeing her soft expression, nodded, yes, you. You take the blue belts and give them to me. Shisha nodded softly, okay, I'm coming. Shisha approached the leader. The leader stood on a step half a man's height, looking down at her. He saw the gray-clad woman leaning forward, and assumed she was about to place the 3 blue belts on the ground. The leader didn't want to go down the steps to retrieve his belt. He reached forward and said to the woman in gray, put it in my hand, not on the ground. Before he could finish, the woman in gray, using the ground for leverage, leaped up, pressing a ring knife against his neck. The other 3 reacted incredibly quickly, dashing behind him in an instant. One of the women had already pinned each of his hands with a cold weapon. Fuck, these guys are masters of cold weapons. As the 2 sides confronted each other, the woman in gray pressed against his neck, whispering a threat, tell your men to retreat and not follow us. The leader, unwilling to give in, considered restraining the woman in gray with a backhand grip, but when he actually started, he found she was incredibly strong, and under her hold, he couldn't exert any strength. He had no choice but to ask his men to retreat. The 4 men seized their guns and tumbled down the steps behind them, carrying the hostage. The men moved nimbly. Though they were leaning against the hostage's neck, they only needed to tap their toes to descend the man-high step, carrying the hostage with them. After retreating a distance, they thrust the 3 hostages forward and quickly threw a rock burst. The rock burst's explosion caused a burst of dust, and when the dust settled, the 4 men had vanished without a trace. In panic, the 4 fled into a cave. Looking at the 4 melt-ray guns they had seized today, they could only console themselves with a blessing in disguise. They had finally acquired a thermal weapon. Now, all their luggage was left there, save for the blue belt and the contents of Lin Jian's backpack. Lin Jian gave each of the other 3 a bottle of water and a packet of nutrient solution, and grudgingly instructed, don't throw away the bottle after you finish drinking it. Fill it with stream water, and put water purification tablets in it when you drink it. After a short rest, the four decided not to venture into the dense forest for the day and continue along the river. The dense forest will become increasingly dangerous over the next 2 days. In fact, they were already very close to the exit, but the four of them had no intention of reaching it early. The exit would open at the end of the trial, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Those who reached it before it opened would undoubtedly be subjected to rounds of attacks. The four of them discussed and agreed to reach the exit around 4 p.m. tomorrow, which would have allowed them to withstand a 2-hour attack. After discussing their plans, the four of them arrived at the Jade River. Everyone was still a little disappointed. They hadn't expected such a careless mistake today, and had nearly been caught in a trap. For now, they simply planned to catch some shad along the Jade River to increase their points. Lin Jian returned to his old ways, finding a mullet tree, gathering branches, and weaving a fish basket and net along the shore. The four of them planned to fish by the river. Chapter 15. 1 hour ago. The place where Lin Jian and his group had just been ambushed. The leader was still furious, a fire burning in his belly, with nowhere to vent it. They actually been killed by 4 girls. He hadn't expected his misjudgment, that thin woman in gray, to be so capable. The matter was settled, and he suppressed his anger. He looked at the 2 bags left behind by the men. One was piled high like a small mountain, and the other was also overflowing. Looking at the mountain-like bags, he knew there must be a lot of supplies inside, and he finally calmed down a little. He ordered his men, "Let's go see what's in those men's luggage." The group approached the 2 bags, and the men asked, "Boss, which one do you want to look at first?" The leader actually wanted to see the larger bag more, but to avoid being called greedy, he pointed to the smaller one and said, "Let's look at this one first." The men opened the bag, revealing the items they collected at the exhibition hall before entering the venue. Nothing unusual. The leader and his men focused their attention on the large suitcase, wrapped in a coarse beige cloth. Their contents were unknown. Before opening it, the leader, reflecting on the group's erratic behavior, even throwing bombs, stepped back and instructed one of his men, "You go open it." The man, filled with nervousness, suddenly peeled back the outer wrapping, revealing a hefty pile of metal sheets. One of the men pulled out a sheet and asked, "Boss, what's this? Is it a pot?" The second man exclaimed. Then he pulled out another sheet and pressed a button. The center of the sheet dented, transforming into a frying pan. He tapped it, and the bottom of the pan made a clanging sound. The second man asked, "Boss, this looks like a real pot." The leader took a few steps forward and saw a pile of iron sheets. He frowned and said, "Move these away and see what's underneath." Okay, his 2 men immediately began moving the pots. They had just moved a few when the leader signaled for a halt. Someone with powerful mental power was approaching them at a rapid speed. Startled, he immediately alerted everyone to return to their original positions and ambush them. But the enemy's speed was too great, and no one was able to return to their positions. A young man, with a fierce aura, rushed out from the opposite side. He looked like a killer, wielding a high-frequency laser rifle and sweeping them indiscriminately. The leader rolled sideways and quickly dodged behind a large rock. Behind him, the sound of bullets pinged off the rock as if they were free. The bullets continued to scatter towards his hiding place, sending up a cloud of dust that blinded him. But he couldn't think too much. With his men's help, he finally escaped into the trench where he had been hiding. The sound of gunfire continued behind him, closely pursuing him. By then, several ambushers in their camp had been eliminated. The leader hid in a trench, hoping to see who was so arrogant, attacking with such impunity. Looking up from his ambush, he saw the other man swaggering green hair and cursed his bad luck. How could he have run into this guy from the Pei family? This guy had always been such a reckless person back in the preparatory military academy. This guy was like a hedgehog, ready to attack at any moment. The leader, acknowledging his bad luck, automatically shouted, "We surrender." But the other man was a hedgehog. He didn't slow down his attacks just because he surrendered. Instead, he continued firing, as if venting a rage. The leader was also furious. This Pei Sen had been pissed off somewhere else, and now he was acting wildly here. He deserved to be called a lone hedgehog. So, the leader also got angry and ordered his men to shoot him. Suddenly, with a puff, Pei Sen's gun hit his left leg. After the hit, Pei Sen calmed down, as if he had let out a sigh of relief. He finally stopped attacking and shouted, "Come out. Grandpa Pei will deal with you." The leader stood up trembling, unsure of what this crazy Pei Sen was up to. But then he realized that there were surveillance cameras, and he couldn't go too far. The other men, also startled by Pei Sen's fierce and reckless behavior, filed out. When everyone was gathered, Pei Sen glanced at the leader calmly. 3 more men left. If you don't come out, I kill you. The leader counted around. All right, there are 12 of us. Pinot grinned sinisterly, like a venomous snake. He pressed his gun against the leader's forehead, trying to protect someone. The leader quickly pleaded his innocence. No, seriously not. Pinot pointed to the bag on the ground and said, the things are all here, but where are the people? The leader finally understood the crux of the matter. Pei-san had come to see those girls. Could it be that one of them had abandoned Pei-san after having an affair? Otherwise, why would he be so furious? The leader, no longer afraid of embarrassment, told the story of the Bates' escape and his hostage-taking. After hearing this, Pinot's mood inexplicably brightened. It seemed he wasn't the only one being tricked by those girls. But before he left, he pressed the blue button for the group. Pinot ordered his 2 men, take those 2 bags. Then he slid down the steps, intending to follow their path. Lin Jian had just finished weaving the fishing net, and before the 4 of them began fishing, Cici Lilt sounded the alarm. Someone's approaching. The day's experience had been too dangerous, and the 4 of them simply wanted to fish peacefully and avoid any trouble. So, they ducked behind a large rock on the shore, intending to wait until the others had left before emerging. To their surprise, the 3 people approaching were familiar faces. The one in front was the green-haired man they had seen a few days ago. He carried a high-frequency laser gun on his shoulder. This gun was no ordinary one, capable of continuous fire, far more powerful than a heat-melt radiation gun. He wasn't limping today, but he looked a little strange. Lin Jian observed for a long time before finally realizing that the clothes he had worn a few days ago were torn and dirty, while the ones he wore today were new, but a little too small to fit. The bags carried by the people on his left and right were the ones they had lost. The 3 green-haired men, carrying their bags, walked over to where the 4 men had been weaving their fishing nets, and sat down on the same rocks they had moved to sit on. After the 3 men sat down, Green-haired said, "Bring out something to eat." His men removed nutrient solution and bottled water from the bags and handed them to him. Then, one of his men discovered dried fish and mutant fruit in the luggage. Feeling a little greedy, the man opened the dried fish and ate it, saying, "Yeah, boss, this dried fish is pretty good." Pei Nord usually wouldn't eat anything he didn't want to, but he suddenly remembered the aroma of grilled fish by the river that day. Compelled by some strange instinct, he took a dried fish and ate it. It was delicious. He then picked up a mutant fruit and ate it. It was also delicious. Pei Nord thought to herself, the luggage's contents are quite good, even clothes. Seeing the green-haired man eating the dried fish she painstakingly dried, Shisha wanted to rush out immediately. That was her food. But Daisy Lu held her tightly. "Don't go out, that's Pei Nord from the Pei family." Shisha paused for a moment. "Pei family? Which Pei family?" "Daisy Lu, which other Pei family?" "The Pei family on the capital planet." Shisha was completely still. Never mind. Their planet H1169 was the private property of the Pei family, and she still didn't dare to mess with its financial backers. Lin Jian and Cici Lilt exchanged glances. They hadn't expected the green-haired man to be a member of the Pei family, but a minor incident in the trial ground shouldn't be a big deal. Could he be so petty? As for him picking up their luggage, it was probably just a coincidence. After all, they had quite a bit of food in their bags. The 4 thought they were well hidden, but Pinold had already spotted them. There were many branches of the mulberry tree on the ground, the material for the fishing net. After Pinold had eaten and drunk his fill, he walked straight towards their hiding place. "Gao Mei, come out and call me Grandpa, and I forgive you," Pinold shouted arrogantly at the stone wall. Cici Lilt, furious, retorted, "Call me Grandma first, and let me hear it." Pinold's face darkened. "Don't be so shameless." Cici Lilt emerged from behind a large rock, carrying the sky-splitting spear. She folded her arms over her chest and raised her eyes lazily. "What's the matter?" If you can't talk it out, let's fight," Pinold said, already wielding the dragon sparrow knife as he slashed at Cici Lilt. Today, his poison has been cured, and his slashing sword was full of momentum. Cici Lilt underestimated her enemy. Facing the attack, she could only roll aside in embarrassment, but was still scratched by Peanut's blade on the hair, and a strand of gray hair was cut off and fell to the ground. Cici Lilt put aside her recklessness and drew her sky-splitting spear to fight. Watching from the sidelines, Shisha and Daisy Lu also engaged in a fierce battle with 2 of Peanut's henchmen. The 2 henchmen were no match for Shisha and Daisy Lu, and were quickly subdued. Lin Jian swung out his freshly woven fishing net, and Shisha and Daisy Lu used it to tie up the 2 henchmen. The sight of the familiar fishing net sent Peanut into a frenzy, his eyes reddening, and his attacks intensifying. Previously, the fight had been a measured contest, but now, he was like a mad beast. He swung his sword at Cece Lilt, who dodged, quickly blocking with her sky-splitting spear and retreating repeatedly. Peanut suddenly thrust out a hand, striking Cece Lilt's neck. His arm felt like an iron clamp, forcing Cece Lilt to roll on the ground. Peanut kicked her again. Cece Lilt caught the pot thrown by Lin Jian and struck him on the leg with the bottom, but he seemed unmoved and persisted in strangling her. Lin Jian tossed a dragonfly fishing net from midair. Cece Lilt caught it and caught Peanut's hand in the netting bag. Cece Lilt seized his moment of distraction and unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending Peanut stumbling back several steps. As he fell, Peanut twisted Cece Lilt's leg with his backhand. He pinned her down, roaring, "Call me Grandpa!" Cece Lilt punched him in the face, "Call me Grandma!" The two men tangled on the ground. After several tumbles, Lin Jian again knocked Peanut unconscious with the bottom of the pot. Before Pei Nord fainted, he heard his follower calling anxiously, "Brother Pei, be careful behind you." He thought to himself, why didn't you shout sooner? Since the pot was already in hand, Lin Jian simply gave the two henchmen a portion of the pot bottom. The three unconscious men were tied up in fishing nets and lined up. The four of them, carrying their bags, prepared to evacuate. A dark cloud drifted over. Lin Jian looked up at the sky. Dark clouds were gathering. Was a torrential rain coming? Summer rains are heavy and intense. Lin Jian shouted, "It's going to rain. Let's go to the cave and take shelter." Before leaving, Shisha glanced at the three people on the ground. What will happen to these three if we leave? Cece Lilt had just had a fight with Pinold, and was still furious. Nothing much. I pressed the blue button and let them out. Daisy Lu stopped them, that won't work. I heard he's a mean-spirited person, who take revenge on anyone who makes a mistake. The four of them had no choice but to carry the three unconscious men to the cave. Lin Jian felt a little regretful. He should have knocked the two henchmen unconscious. He only hoped that the three who woke up, seeing how they had dragged them into the cave, would be able to laugh it off. As they entered the cave, a heavy rain began to fall. Shisha looked at the three unconscious people and asked, "What if they wake up?" Lin Jian thought for a moment, and pulled out the packet of soul fruit from his bag. "Feed them this if they wake up." Just as he finished speaking, Pinold woke up. Cece Lilt, who was closest to him, pounced on him and pinned him down. "Quick medicine." Lin Jian took out 3 soul fruits, and Cece Lilt stuffed them into Pinold's mouth. Pinold opened his mouth to spit them out, but Cece held his mouth tightly. "Quick, 3 more." Cece Lilt fed Pinold 3 more. She accidentally touched his tongue, but she didn't care and continued to hold his mouth tightly. No one noticed, but at that moment, Peyrod's ears turned red. The soul-snatching fruit had finally taken effect, and Peyrod calmed down. He lay drowsy on the ground, unable to move, but he could hear the 4 people talking. The tall girl could be heard swishing her hands. Someone asked her what was wrong. She replied, "It's dirty." These 2 simple words made Peyrod tremble with anger. Another girl shouted, "Says I, he's waking up again. Hurry and give him medicine." Then, Peyrod felt himself being fed 3 more fruits. "Oh, this guy is crazy." Most people would faint after 1 fruit, but this guy was fed 9. Who said it wasn't? His condition is a bit like Fan Jin's success in the imperial examination? What? I don't understand. There's an anecdote. Someone wanted to get first place in an exam, but after years of trying, he couldn't achieve his goal. One day, he suddenly got first place, burst into tears of joy, and went crazy. Are you saying he did so well on the test that he went crazy? No, it's more like he gave up on himself because he didn't get first place. Oh! Why bother? First place doesn't make a living. It's lonely at the top. Why do you have to be first? Isn't it better to be happy? Before Pei Nuo completely passed out, he heard the words, "It's lonely at the top." Well, after hearing that, he was quite satisfied. Humph, Huyu City is now lonely at the top. Seeing the attack power of the man on the bed gradually subside, Lin Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being a soul mentor is really hard. Chapter 16. The summer rain is like a child's face, coming quickly and dissipating just as quickly. In less than half an hour, the rain stopped. Seeing the 3 people trapped in the fishing net, the 4-man team decided not to rest in the cave. They packed up and ran. After walking along the river for several hours, they found a cave to rest. It was close to the exit. Walking through the dense forest would only take 3 hours to reach the exit. After a good night's sleep, the 4 fell into a deep sleep. In the cave, Pei Nord slowly awoke. The fishing net had been untied, but he had held it beneath him, so the others hadn't taken it. Pei Nord stood up and patted his two followers' faces to wake them. Before leaving, he took one of the followers' backpacks and untied the fishing net inside. The followers didn't dare to say much. Lately, their boss had a special affinity with fishing nets. The 2 previous times we found him, he was wrapped in a fishing net. At 7 a.m., a long-lost electronic sound rang out. After several days of silence, everyone thought it was gone, but today, it suddenly did a sit-up. Good news for everyone. From now on, we will send the rankings to your computers in real time for you to check. Please keep up the good work, all 8,456 students present. Go for it. What? How come there are so few left? Hot weapons are truly formidable. The 4 of them were awakened by the noise, and simply looked down to check their grades. Lin Jian, 30 points on the basic assessment, 5,452 points on the practical assessment. Currently ranked 3,188th overall in the school, 100th among mecha pilots. Sisai Lilt, 39 points on the basic assessment, 5,880 points on the practical assessment. She currently ranks 11th overall in the school, and 3rd in mecha soldier ranking. Shisha, basic exam score, 38, practical exam score, 5437. She currently ranks 17th overall in the school, and 7th in mecha soldier ranking. Daisalu, basic exam score, 39, practical exam score, 5328. She currently ranks 18th overall in the school, and 8th in mecha soldier ranking. Everyone was surprised to see their rankings. They were ranked so high. Lin Jian was the most satisfied. The mecha division had 100 students enrolled, and she happened to be last in line. After seeing their results, the other 3 unanimously decided not to take the blue belts, and all 3 blue belts went to Lin Jian. Lin Jian, without further ado, simply took the blue belt. With the blue belt points added in, Lin Jian was now in a safe place. Now that everyone was awake, they discussed and decided not to go fishing today. This place was too far from the river, and there was no point in walking such a long distance just to earn a few dozen points. They decided to simply hunt low-level star beasts in the dense forest and practice killing mutant plants. Just after exiting the cave, Lin Jian spotted a lily of the valley at the entrance. The small, bell-shaped white flowers drooped shyly like a beautiful woman's hair. In fact, every part of the lily of the valley is poisonous, even to the tips. Looking at this beautiful poisonous flower, Lin Jian planned to transplant it. The lily of the valley flowers can be extracted and made into a high-quality aromatic essential oil. If the essential oil is not made, it can be mixed with other ingredients to create a deadly venom. Seeing that Lin Jian liked it, Cici Lil bent down to help her pick some, but Lin Jian quickly stopped her, saying, "It's poisonous." The 3 looked at Lin Jian in confusion, and he could only explain to them that the flower was poisonous and should not be touched. Shisha glanced at the poisonous flower and found a shovel from her luggage. Lin Jian transformed the fish basket into a flower basket. The 4 of them worked together, wearing masks and wrapping their hands with cloth, to transplant the lilies of the valley into the baskets. Just as they finished transplanting, they noticed someone running toward them in panic. The 4 of them didn't want to hide. Ever since they learned their results, the 3 mech soldiers had become extremely arrogant. Besides, they had radiation guns, so what was there to fear? The first person to approach was a boy. He greeted them like long-lost relatives, calling out affectionately from afar, Sister Cece, I missed you so much." Cece Lild looked up at the approaching figure. What the hell? The approaching figure didn't seem to recognize Cece Lilt, so he quickly introduced himself. "Sister Cece, I'm Chui Bao, the Chui Bao you beat up when we were little." Cece Lilt looked irritated and ignored him, and she didn't want to get involved. Chui Bao, with a wry, young wife-like expression, said, "Sister Cece, we just met a few days ago. How could you forget me? Look, I still have the mark on my face from when you beat me up when we were little." Cece Lilt's face was already sullen. There wasn't a single mark on the other person's smooth face, but she was afraid Chui Bao would continue his cheesy remarks, so she replied, "What's up?" But she didn't need to ask, because the others were already chasing them. Well, 2 gangs were still chasing him. Cece Lilt glanced at Chui Bao, her eyes seemingly saying, "You made it big, you provoked so many people." Chui Bao didn't argue, but instantly hid behind Cece Lilt. The 2 gangs saw that Chui Bao's helpers were actually 4 girls. One group, led by Sisu, the second daughter of the Sisu family, took the initiative to greet Sisai. "Sisai, hello," Sisai Lilt nodded in greeting. Another group, led by a young man with wild, colorfully dyed hair, seemed a bit more complacent. The three groups formed a triangle. The young man with the wild hair spotted Lin Jian in the crowd and flirted nonchalantly. "Wow, this girl is really pretty." As he finished speaking, a ring knife flew from a distance, slashing across his left cheek, leaving a bloody mark. An axe shaved off his hair. A bow, crossbow, and arrows whizzed past his left hand. Most brutally, a sky-splitting spear pierced the side of his right shoe. The wild-haired young man smiled and commented, "Delicious. I like it." But he was still embarrassed, so he drew his katana and attacked the group. However, his attack was intercepted mid-flight. Amidst the gusts of wind, a figure appeared before the crowd at lightning speed. His tall, slender figure emerged from the wind like a shadow. His speed was so great that the gentle breeze around him turned into a fierce gust, ruffling his hair across his forehead. But when he stopped, his dark chestnut hair remained as smooth as ever. At this moment, the newcomer's face was expressionless, yet he instilled an unprecedented sense of oppression in everyone present. He raised his eyes slightly, his icy blue gaze coldly glaring at the tousled-haired youth. His expression held a hint of anger at having been offended. The tousled-haired youth met his gaze fearlessly, unaware that his subordinate was slowly slipping away behind him. As the opponent's chunging sword slashed toward him, the unkempt-haired young man finally realized who his opponent was. But he was a young man, fearless as a newborn calf. He was eager to meet this man, said to possess SSS-level psychic power, to see what he could truly do. Without a word, the unkempt-haired young man raised his fist to meet the blow. He had possessed immense strength since childhood, once knocking out an African leopard with a single punch. Bang! A powerful punch struck. Hu Yuqing calmly extended a hand to block it. His hand, seemingly light and fluttering, withstood the utterly powerful blow. Then, with lightning speed, Hu Yuqing's other hand clamped onto the unkempt-haired young man's shoulder. He threw him back, stunned by the opponent's immense force. He was sent flying back more than 10 meters, a puff of gray smoke rising from the ground. The unkempt-haired young man rose from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and swooped down to continue his attack. Bang! Hu Yuqing didn't attack again. The tail of his chunging sword sent the shaggy-haired youth flying again. The shaggy-haired youth didn't even touch the edge of his clothes. For the third time, the shaggy-haired youth lifted himself from the ground and leaped to attack Hu Yuqing. Hu Yuqing casually kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying dozens of meters away. After a long pause, the shaggy-haired youth shakily climbed to his feet. He must have had several broken ribs. The shaggy-haired youth finally conceded defeat. The difference between him and the other party was like the difference between a college student and a middle school student. Seeing the other party's fierce gaze fixed on him, the shaggy-haired youth finally lowered his arrogant head, his previous arrogance completely gone. Hu Yuqing approached, bowed his head, and said, "Apologize." The messy-haired young man gritted his teeth. Though resigned, he still bit his back and said, "I'm sorry." Hu Yuqing frowned. "You're not apologizing to me." The messy-haired young man was puzzled, but then a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered a post he'd seen on StarNet a while ago, suggesting that Zisuyu, the second daughter of the Shisu family, might be Hu Yuqing's fiancée. At the time, he'd been quite dismissive of such groundless gossip, but he hadn't expected it to actually save his life. He leaped to within 3 meters of Zisuyu and shouted, "Miss Shisu, I was wrong. Please ask your boyfriend to forgive me." The word boyfriend made everyone's ears perk up. Oh, I knew it. A man would risk his life for a woman he loves. So, it was all about love. Hu Yuqing was stunned by the messy-haired young man's words. Through the slits of his eyes, he saw Lin Jian, watching over him. He was at a loss for words, and could only say in a sly tone, "Not my boyfriend." The messy-haired young man was clearly quite understanding, and he immediately lowered his stance. "Miss Sisu, I was wrong. Please ask your fiancé to forgive me." Everyone's mouth dropped open. Ah. So these two are engaged. Hu Yuqing was stunned. "You idiot. What are you talking about? I'm so pissed off." In the utter silence, a snarky voice echoed from afar. The person lazily replied, "Oh, so you didn't compete with me just so you could meet your fiancé earlier." The voice arrived before the person arrived. It was that green-haired Pei Nord, dressed in ill-fitting clothes, and looking quite cheerful. Hu Yuqing glanced at Pei Nord, not wanting to talk to this crazy Pei Sand anymore. He turned to the young man with messy hair and explained, essentially trying to explain to the person in his heart, "Zisuyu is not my fiancé." The young man quickly covered his mouth and promised, "Oh, I understand. It's a secret, a secret." Pei Nord scoffed from the side. "Coward, you can't even acknowledge your fiancé." Hu Yuqing's impassive expression finally broke. Unable to bear it any longer, he growled at Pei Nuod. Shut up. Pei Nuod rolled his eyes indifferently. TSK. Hu Yuqing didn't care what others thought. He only cared about Lin Jian's opinion. He walked up to Lin Jian and explained, Zisuyu is not my fiancée, nor is she my girlfriend. Lin Jian, the tool, was stunned. Why are you coming up to me and saying this? But then she thought, the marriage between aristocratic families seemed very complicated. Hu Yuqing probably had his own reasons for hiding the relationship. Since they were relatives, he approached her to help clarify the matter. Lin Jian could only give Zisuyu an apologetic look. She apologized, saying, I'm sorry. She and Hu Yuqing are relatives, and they should help each other in critical moments. Lin Jian cleared her throat and said to the tousled-haired young man, Did you hear that? If he says it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Lin Jian's voice was soft, almost whispering. The tousled-haired young man blushed and nodded at her soft words. Yes, if you say it is, it is. Hu Yuqing's face darkened. You're flirting with my sweetheart right in front of me. Pinode, observing this, immediately applied the idiom he had just learned. That's right. It's lonely at the top, and some people are forced to remain single. Hu Yuqing glanced at him, raised an eyebrow, and retorted, I climb to the top of the mountain and see all the other mountains below. Pinode, you're not cultured enough. How are you going to fight back now? He fixed his gaze on Lin Jian, his eyes demanding her response. Hu Yuqing's face darkened even further. Another one flirting with my beloved right in front of me. Spiritual mentor Lin Jian lowered her head silently. She didn't want to see him at this moment. Seeing this, Cici Lilt held a lily of the valley and stood in front of Lin Jian. She thought the green-haired man looked a little dangerous. Seeing Cici Lilt holding the flowers and looking at her, Pei Nuod felt an awkward sweetness in his heart. These flowers must be for him. The few of them stood there for a long time, each of them thinking strangely. It was Zisuyu who broke the silence first. She walked up to Hu Yuqing and said coolly, Don't have a crush on me. You're not my type. Hu Yuqing, Pei Nuod laughed heartily beside him. As if to show off, Pinode approached Cici Lilt, took the lily of the valley from her arms, and sniffed it fiercely. Just as he was about to say, I can accept your offer with some reluctance, he suddenly staggered, overcome by the poison. Cici Lilt looked at the fallen Pinode and quickly clarified, It's none of my business. He came over and snatched the poisoned flower from my hand. Chapter 17. After Pei Nuod fainted, Lin Jian glanced around. The messy-haired youth's men had already fled. Looking up, she saw that besides the four of them, only Hu Yuqing and the messy-haired youth were left. She didn't dare to bother Hu Yuqing, so Lin Jian turned her attention to the messy-haired youth. She looked up at him, intending to have him carry Pei Nuod. Snap! Hu Yuqing pressed the blue button behind the messy-haired youth, which went off. Lin Jian looked at Hu Yuqing in surprise. She thought, this man truly loved Zisuyu. Even after Zisuyu had slapped him in the face, he still hated the messy-haired youth. There was no other way, Lin Jian thought. She wondered if she could find a passerby to carry Pei Nuod. Hu Yuqing waited until Lin Jian's gaze left him. Then, he gently licked the dry, dead skin at the corner of his lip. He had been traveling for the past few days, and was exhausted and thirsty. But the look Lin Jian had just given him had set a wave of intense tension through his brain, a tension that left him feeling like he was being zapped by an electric current. This inexplicably caused a blush to appear on his face, spreading behind his ears, but he lowered his head, so no one else noticed. But when he saw Lin Jian's gaze fixed on the young man with messy hair, he couldn't help but slap his blue button. Afterwards, he pursed his lips tightly, not daring to look at Lin Jian, only daring to glance away. Lin Jian saw that Hu Yuqing looked as if he didn't want to talk to her, and she silently snorted. When there was something going on, he talked to a relative, but when not, he just pretended he didn't know her. Never mind, if he pretended not to know her, she'd be more tactful. So, she averted her gaze, and continued to ponder who could carry Pinode. Oh! She even thought, with chagrin, that if she couldn't find a boy to carry him, she could just leave him in the cave. She didn't want to get too involved with this green-haired guy. Even though it was her flower poison that had knocked him unconscious, it was his fault for grabbing the poisonous flower for no reason. Looking down, she finally caught a fish that had slipped through her net, Cui Bao, hiding behind Cici. Lin Jian and Cici Lilt discussed, let him carry Pinode, okay? Cici Lilt, who didn't want to bother with either of them, readily agreed sure. Cici Lilt turned to Cui Bao, you carry him, and the two of you stay away from us. Cui Bao pursed his lips, somewhat reluctant to accept this arrangement. Cici slapped him on the shoulder, be sensible. Cui Bao swallowed his protests, and resigned himself to carrying Pinold. However, with Pinold on his back, he didn't stray too far from Cece Lilt. He kept talking to Cece Lilt, but Cece ignored him. He offered the blue belt to Cece, flatteringly. "Sister Cece, those two gangs just chased me for this blue belt." He observed Cece Lilt's expression as he spoke, but to his regret, Cece Lilt remained expressionless. "Sister Cece, I just fought tooth and nail to protect it. This blue belt will add 1,000 points." Cece Lilt didn't even raise an eyebrow. "Sister Cece, I give it to you." Cece Lilt paused, glanced up at Lin Jian, who shook his head. Cece replied swiftly, "No." Cui Bao. "Sister Cece, I'm giving it to you sincerely." Cece Lilt replied coolly, "No need." After that, no matter what Cui Bao said, Cece stopped talking. After racking his brains, Cui Bao said, "Sister Cece, you know 2,000 people were eliminated on the first day. Why?" This touched upon Cece Lilt's point, and she turned and asked, "Do you rank star beasts?" Cui Bao quickly showed off his knowledge. "No, it was the heat, and some people got heat stroke, but most of the people withdrew from the competition because they couldn't stand the mosquito bites." The 4 people who heard the news, "What? That's it?" Cui Bao saw the other 3 people looking at him, and he decided to build good relationships with them. With his ranking at 1,002nd, he would definitely get into the Imperial Military Academy. More points would be icing on the cake, but fewer points wouldn't prevent him from getting in. So, he gritted his teeth, took out his blue belt, and smiled ingratiatingly at Lin Jian. He didn't say anything yet. Lin Jian refused, "No." He looked at Shisha, who replied, "I don't want it." He then looked at Daisy Lu, who said lazily, "No need." Cui Bao. "I fought so hard to protect something, and yet it was despised." As the group hurried on, Hui Yuqing was tactful and stayed within a distance of about 200 meters. A safe distance, but not too close. Lin Jian found this cheap relative quite useful. He led the way, and with his presence, not only were the mutant plants and star beasts eliminated, but the others also stopped them from attacking rashly. In the observation room, the teachers were relaxed. Today was the last day of the exams. Yesterday, the teachers had already argued over the ranking rules. The principal said the basic score is 40 points, and the comprehensive practical score is 60 points. Now that the points are recorded, how do we convert them into practical scores? Shi Deli spoke first. "That's easy. Record the points earned by the first place finisher in the trial as 60, and convert the points proportionally for the others. For example, if someone with 6,000 points gets 60 points, then the score for someone with 5,000 points is 5,000 divided by 6,000 times 60 is equal to 50. The others thought it was okay, but a bit strange. But Xinhua objected, "This is too arbitrary. Using the first place score as the benchmark for scoring has a problem. If the first place finisher scores too high, everyone else's scores will be low. If the first place finisher scores too low, everyone else's scores will be high. The 40 points in the basic score are crucial." Shi Deli. "Basic scores are important." Xinhua. "No, I mean we need to consider the benchmark score more carefully. It's a bit hasty to base it solely on one person's score." Shi Deli. "Nothing in the world is absolutely fair. When everyone follows the same rules, it's fair." The principal thought for a moment and said, "Take the average score of the top 10 as the benchmark score. Those above the benchmark score will receive 60 points, and those below the benchmark score will be scored proportionally. The resulting score is the practical score. The practical score plus the basic score gives us the total score, and we be ranked based on that total." Everyone agreed with this suggestion. Shi Deli gloated to himself, "See, I'm just an ordinary little math genius." My suggestion was accepted by the principal. Today, upon seeing the blue belt, Shi Deli pondered the matter again. Those 4 girls were a bit arrogant, calling him a pervert. Being petty, he began to plot his own mischief. He advised, each person can register for a maximum of 1 blue belt, and each person can earn a maximum of 1,000 points. Faced to his advice, Xinhua objected, "It's not a good idea to make additional rules later." Shi Deli argued, "This is the first trial, and everyone's feeling their way through. Why is it wrong for me to refine the standards?" The principal pondered for a moment, and agreed to Shi Deli's additional rules. Shi Deli gloated once more. "Ah! How can I be so smart? I'm just an ordinary little genius." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Jian and his group arrived at the exit. By then, quite a few people had already arrived, and some teams had already engaged in small-scale melees. It was simply the big fish eating the small fish, kicking off some people to improve their own rankings. When Lin Jian and his group arrived, everyone automatically dispersed. Seeing this strange combination, no one dared to attack them. Of course, it wasn't because of Lin Jian and the other three, but mainly because of the Huyu city standing not far from them, and Cui Bao carrying green hair on his back. Lin Jian's reaction to the people around him was more towards Pei Nuode on Cui Bao's back. They were all from the capital star. Although they hadn't met this master before, they had heard a lot of rumors about him. In short, they could be described in 4 words. Cats hate dogs. And Cui Bao, remembering their first meeting, probably wasn't someone who would settle down. So, the 4 of them found a spot on the cliff face and sat in a row. They let Cui Bao and Pei Nuode sit in the front. Cui Bao leaned his shoulder against the crazy Pei San. They sat lovingly in the front, guarding the 4 of them. Cixi grumbled, finally, "These 2 are of some use." Xisha looked at them with a hint of disdain. "Well, that's all they are." Daisy Lu, looking at their backs, sighed. They look quite harmonious together. Lin Jian, with them, "No one else dares to bother us." Cui Bao, sitting in the front, said, "I'm pitiful, I'm weak, I'm innocent, I'm being bullied by my sister Cixi, who beat me when I was little." At 5:30, the teacher set up a metal table and began registering blue belts. Cixi accompanied Lin Jian to redeem points. When Lin Jian took out her 3 blue belts to register, the registration instructor gave her a sarcastic look and spoke lazily, his tone tinged with gloating. "A person can only register for 1 blue belt." Lin Jian felt the registration instructor was a little strange, as if he held some inexplicable hostility towards her. But she was a good student, so she humbly asked, "Teacher, I haven't heard before that a person can only register for 1 belt." See, Deli saw that Lin Jian treated him with respect, so he kindly pointed to the nearby projection screen and said, "Look, the rules are written there." Lin Jian looked over, and saw that it indeed stated that a person could only redeem points for 1 blue belt. Ceci was anxious. How can that be? See, Deli laughed arrogantly beside her. Lin Jian looked down at her real-time ranking. She was 2,888th overall in the school, and 100th among mecha pilots. After looking at it, she grinned and patted Cici's shoulder. "Sister, let's go." "I'm in." Cici didn't understand. She had 3 blue belts, but she didn't even claim she was in the bag. The requirement was to only submit 1 blue belt, so how could Lin Jian say she was in the bag? Lin Jian counted for her. "You do the math. I have 3, Cui Bao is 1, and there are still 6 left. If this rule wasn't established, if the mecha pilots ranked below me got 4 or more blue belts, I wouldn't be able to get into the Imperial Military Academy." Cici chimed in, "But is the chance small?" Lin Jian nodded. "Yes, it is small, but it exists. But with this rule, things are different. I'm ranked 100th, and even if the people below me get 1,000 points, they still be behind me. The teacher who established this rule is actually a good person. When there's no upper limit on bonus points, it's easier for fraud to occur. This is fairer for students." Cici understood. "I see. The current situation is that only you can surpass the ranking of the person in front of you. Even if the people behind you get extra points, they can't beat you." Lin Jian nodded. Shi Deli, sitting nearby, "I'm obviously a math genius." Chinhua, sitting nearby, patted Shi Deli on the shoulder. "I didn't realize you were such a good person." Shi Deli, "Who wants to be a good person?" Chapter 18. A few days later, the Imperial Military Academy announced its admission results, and Lin Jian's name was prominently listed. Although she was at the very back of the pack, she was admitted. The school admitted a total of 2,000 new students, and Lin Jian's overall ranking was outside the top 2,000, but she happened to be ranked 100th in the Mecha Master Major. In the end, Lin Jian was admitted to the Imperial Military Academy with the lowest score in her grade. It must be said that sometimes, good luck is a superpower. The Lin family was surprised to learn of Lin Jian's admission, but they also congratulated him. After the admission list was released, 2 things became trending on StarNet, sparking much discussion among the Star citizens. The first was that Pei Nuode, a member of the Pei family, had been admitted to the Imperial Military Academy with the 2nd highest overall score, but he chose not to attend the Imperial Military Academy, but instead chose Manyapei Military Academy. This brought back memories of his earlier boasts. This incident sparked a heated debate between 2 groups on StarNet. Some supported him, saying it was a true man's act, a man who kept his word. Others opposed him, saying he was simply angry and impulsive. The topic of impulsiveness spawned 2 heated debates. One was, is it good or bad to give up one's ideals for a promise? Some believed the promise was most important, while others believed ideals came first. Both sides expressed their views, neither convincing the other. Another heated debate was, Is being impulsive good or bad? One group believed adolescents must be outspoken to be energetic, while the other group believed they must be guided to be calm and emulate Hui Yuqing's modesty and courtesy. This discussion dragged Hui Yuqing into the discussion, adding another topic of discussion. Who is better suited to society? A 3 good students or a naughty kid? How can we raise happier children? This topic has been a hot topic since our time on Blue Star. Should children's natural tendencies be relaxed or restrained? For a time, various education experts were pouring in with their opinions. Discussions on early childhood education, on adolescent education, these trending topics dominated the screens daily. There was a second piece of news, also generating some buzz, but it was nowhere near the level of discussion generated by those 2 top figures. This slightly buzzy news was that this year, a child from Desolate Star had placed in the top 10 overall in the Imperial Military Academy's assessments. In recent years, the top 10 spots have been dominated by children of aristocratic families and military personnel. This was the first time a child from another planet had made it. This child, Shisha, ranked 10th overall. Although her mental power was only S-level, she was born on Desolate Star and raised in an orphanage, making such achievements particularly rare. Among the children of the powerful, the sudden appearance of a dark horse from Desolate Star was truly rare and precious. Fortunately, the Paynode incident was so well known, otherwise Shisha would have been interviewed daily by Interstellar TV. Shisha wiped the sweat from her forehead. Thanks, green hair, for protecting me once again. The day she received the acceptance letter, the S-Class mecha that the Lin family had customized for Lin Jian arrived. Lin Jian's mecha was crimson, with a pair of wings of the same color. When ordering it, Lin Jian only requested a red mecha, with the added requirement of a pair of wings. Lin Xia ultimately chose to use flame crystal as the mecha's auxiliary material. So Lin Jian's mecha was crimson, with wings spread out, resembling a soaring eagle. The 4-member team had all been accepted into the Imperial Military Academy. To celebrate, they agreed to take a short trip to Hanxia Star in 10 days. With nothing to do these past few days, Lin Jian crammed the basic mecha courses at home. Lin Jian awakened too late and didn't attend the preparatory military academy, so she could only study more during these 2 months. 2 months of studying 2 years worth of coursework. So, even after being accepted, Lin Jian wasn't at all relaxed. Every day, in addition to studying theoretical knowledge on the computer, she also had to practice mecha operations, holographic cabin simulations, physical training, and crafting mecha joints. She was so busy she had no time to access the StarNet, and naturally, she was completely oblivious to the turmoil and chaos that surrounded it. These past few days, Lin Jian was practicing crafting mecha joints, and it dawned on her why so many people didn't choose the mecha major. It was too expensive. She had to buy all the practice materials herself, and a small C-grade crystal cost 50,000 star coins. If she failed on her first try, she'd lose at least 50,000 star coins. C-grade crystals were still the primary material for mecha crafting, and could only be used on B-grade mechas. The higher the level of the mecha, the higher the grade of crystals required, and the more expensive it is. This also means that the higher the grade of crystals you need, the greater the cost of a failure. It's like if you spend 50,000 yuan today, you spend 100,000 yuan a day in a few days, and then the cost will increase exponentially. Ordinary families can't afford such sloppiness. It's a bit like being an art student on Blue Star. The more advanced you get, the more expensive the paint you buy. Lin Xia would go to the Lin family's house after get off work every day to answer questions and provide guidance to Lin Jian. In the evenings, Hui Shi would pick her up in his aircraft. Occasionally, Hui Shi would chat with the Lin family at the Lin residence. Now, Lin Jian has lost all her sensitivity to her uncle and tries to avoid him whenever she sees him. These past few days, she's felt that his gaze on her has become increasingly strange. However, Lin Jian couldn't find the right words to describe it. She always felt that when her uncle looked at her, he had a kind of loving mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law kind of affection. In any case, it was quite scary. In fact, Hui Shi's appearance gave people the impression of a playboy. Back then, when he and Lin Xia formed a parenting partnership, the Lin family, including little Lin Jian, were not optimistic about him, thinking he was just a playboy who wanted to finish his parenting duties quickly so he could enjoy the world. Even Lin Xia didn't take this partner seriously. She was completely absorbed in her career. When Hui Shi approached her about becoming a parenting partner, she hesitated for a long time, but ultimately, she was attracted by his SS-level genes. He also said that the child could take after the mother. Thinking that she could get a child with good genes for free, Lin Xia reluctantly agreed. Lin Xia had originally planned to break up after completing her reproductive duties. But the man insisted on a buy one get one free deal, and the free one was, of course, his own. After a long struggle, they eventually, step by step, ended up married. In fact, if Wishiyu hadn't had certificates in cooking, flower arranging, painting, and home design, she wouldn't have been captivated by him. At this moment, Lin Jian's seemingly enchanting, playboy-like uncle had finally caught her. He wore a dignified demeanor, and spoke with the simple, concerned voice of a neighborhood auntie. Xiao Jian, when you go to college, pay more attention to the men around you. Sometimes, fate is something you can only encounter by chance. When you have time, come visit the Hua family more often. Young people need to make friends. Xiao Jian, there's a great musical. Go see it when you have time. After saying that, the uncle pulled another ticket from his jacket pocket and offered it to her. Lin Jian quickly declined. Uncle, I don't like musicals. Oh, you don't? That's fine. Then, like a matchmaker, the beautiful uncle enthusiastically recommended Planet H125 to her. After a flurry of scenic descriptions, he said, Xiao Jian, Planet H125 is really beautiful these days. Yuqing is going there with his classmates. You should come too. We're all young people, both men and women, and we be attending the same university soon. We should go there to bond. Lin Jian interrupted repeatedly. No, my friend and I have already made an appointment to go to Hanxiao Planet. Oh, we already made an appointment, Wishiyu muttered. Are they all boys or girls? Lin Jian wanted to say they were all girls, but Wishiyu had just mentioned that men and women were bonding together. She paused and replied, there were a lot of people, both men and women. Wishiyu immediately switched roles, this time becoming the stern parent. Don't go out with too many people. Be careful, and avoid boys you don't know well. Lin Jian nodded perfunctorily. Just then, Lin Xia appeared and called out, Auntie, hurry up. Uncle has been waiting for you for a long time. Finally sending the two away, Lin Jian returned to her bedroom expressionlessly. It was terrifying. The enchanting uncle was so down to earth, it was unsettling. When Wishiyu returned to the Hua residence, he saw Hu Yuqing, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Lin Xia, assuming they had something to discuss, went back to her room. After she left, Hu Yuqing asked, Third uncle, did she get the concert tickets? Wishiyu shook his head. I confiscated it. She said she didn't like it. Hu Yuqing was a little disappointed. Oh, so they're traveling? Wishiyu, she doesn't seem interested in Planet H125 either. She said she's meeting a friend to go to Hanxiao Planet. Hu Yuqing uttered an oh, feeling a little downcast. Wishiyu comforted him. Don't be discouraged. You have plenty of opportunities. Look at me. It took me years to catch up with your third aunt. On the way back to his room, Wishiyu couldn't help but lament. He was so unlucky. On his nephew's birthday, he accidentally discovered that his nephew had modified the AI data. Not only did he have to help with the subsequent cover-up, but now he had to pass information between them. 5 days after the acceptance letters were sent out, the Imperial Military Academy issued a notice. All mecha soldiers in the school, including the incoming first-year students, would undergo a 2-month intensive training. Oh no! 3 of Lin Jian's group of 4 were mecha soldiers. Now, their travel plans were ruined. In reality, the Imperial Military Academy didn't want to spoil the fun, as the situation was pressing. Early this morning, the school received a notice from the Imperial Marshal stating that the Republic would hold its first military academy competition in 6 months. All 8 military academies would participate, competing by grade level. With only 6 months until the competition, each academy was determined to fight for honor. In the conference room, the Imperial Military Academy teachers were formulating training plans. This military competition would focus on single-player mecha combat, with each grade receiving 1 first prize, 2 second prizes, and 3 third prizes. Single-player mecha combat, however, required practice, including training students in combat awareness, combat analysis, and physical fitness. Combat awareness and combat analysis are acquired through repeated combat. Physical fitness is achieved through external intensive training. Several professional teachers at the school had developed various training plans. One teacher suggested, new students will inevitably experience various difficulties adapting to a new environment after undergoing intensive training upon arrival. I suggest that the school assign a teacher as a representative, integrate with the students, train with them, and serve as a bridge between the students and the school. The principal said, okay, everyone, vote to see who is qualified to take on such an important role. A minute later, the results came in, and Shideli received 100% support for the position. Shideli, I'm just a logistics officer. You're sending me to train with mech soldiers? Seriously? Chapter 19. When Sidley was announced as being entrusted with an important task, he was initially panicked, but he quickly reassured himself. What's there to be afraid of? He's a teacher. Besides, the students don't know what he's done. But he didn't realize that there's no such thing as a wall that's impenetrable. Some people are adept at prying and sharing information. At this moment, Cui Bao was reporting the news to Cece, Shisha, and Daisy Liu. Cui Bao, sisters, do you know? The treasure chest in the trial grounds was created by a perverted teacher named Sidley. He enjoys toying with his students and takes pride in stirring up conflict among them. Shisha scoffed. He insulted the word teacher. Cui Bao. He was the one who arranged for the giant Angora rabbits to be released near you. Just because you called the person who placed the treasure chest a pervert, he's taking revenge. Daisy chuckled. He's truly a pervert, and a vicious one at that. Cui Bao. He was the one who suggested changing the rules of the competition. He later proposed that each person only submit one blue belt, just to make things difficult for Sister Jin. He didn't expect his attempt to steal the chicken would end up costing him more than it actually earned. Cixi touched her sky-splitting spear and asked, "Is this pervert in school?" Cui Bao quickly advised, "Don't worry, sister. I heard from my third uncle's nephew next door that the school has arranged for him to attend freshman training with us." Cixi, "He's coming too?" Cui Bao, "Well, he's made too many enemies, and the teachers don't like him. The school arranged for him to train with us to help him improve." "Okay. See you in the training room, Sidley." After reporting to the other sisters, Cui Bao hurriedly made his way into the crowd to tell the other students the news. Anyone can punish this kind of pervert. After the training camp announcement was issued, the freshmen arrived the fastest. Many of them, after finishing their exams, wandered around the capital planet and stayed put. Students from other grades had to rush from home and would arrive later. The first-year students who arrived first began training first. There were 1,800 first-year mecha soldiers, but 1,799 actually arrived. After Pei Nord left for another school and joined the Sidley, the number of trainees increased to 1,800. To facilitate training, the school placed the freshmen in Zone Z. Zone Z has been the training ground for freshmen for many years. All freshmen admitted to the Imperial Military Academy will participate in a month of training in Zone Z before officially moving into the dormitories. This month, while euphemistically called training, is actually just a way to pick on the troublemakers, giving you a hard-fisted education from the very beginning. Zone Z is located on the southeast side of the Imperial Military Academy. It consists of a training facility, a hill, and a row of dormitories. The training facility is enormous, consisting of 31 floors, each with a different simulation room for different training sessions. The freshman training period lasts 1 month, with training on the first floor on the first day and on the second floor on the second. Each subsequent day, they move up 1 floor. The mountain path outside the training facility has been converted into a circular running track, primarily used for daily physical training. The dormitories serve as temporary living quarters for the freshmen, facilitating unified management. At 7 in the morning, with a shrill bell, training began. Today's instructor was a sturdy, burly man. He introduced himself as Xiang Mian. Xiang Mian glanced at Shideli and said, "You fill Pei Nuo's place." Shideli was delighted. Filling Pei Nuo's place would mean he would be the top mecha soldier, the leader of this group. Shideli, who had never been number 1, was overjoyed and happily agreed. He stepped forward, taking the first position, and proudly addressed the students behind him. "I'm teacher Shideli, filling in for Pei Nuo. These days, I train with you and serve as a bridge between the school and the students." After he finished, Shideli expected thunderous applause, but instead, there was complete silence, only a series of gloomy eyes directed at him. Shideli glanced at Xiang Mian with some trepidation, but Xiang Mian said nothing. After everyone had taken their positions according to their rankings, Xiang Mian briefly said, "Welcome. I hope these 2 months of training will improve you." With that, Xiang Mian led everyone to the mountain running track. After reaching the foot of the mountain, Xiang Mian pointed to the summit and said, "Start from here and run to the top with a 50 kilograms load. After 1 hour, anyone who hasn't reached the top will fail, and will have extra training tonight. There are lunch cards and boxes along the way. You must search for them as you run. If you can't find them, you won't be able to go to the cafeteria at noon." After explaining the rules, Xiang Mian had the students start in groups of 100. Shideli was in the first group, and he assumed they would start first. Unexpectedly, Xiang Mian arranged the starting order from the bottom, counting from the bottom. Students ranked 1,700th, 1,800th, and so on would start first. With 100 students running every minute, by the time the first group finished, 17 minutes would have already passed. She dully protested, "Why are some running first and some last?" Seongmyeon replied, "Because the last ones are the stronger ones, and the stronger ones don't need as much time." Zittily, "Is this rule unfair?" Seongmyeon replied indifferently, "Nothing in this world is absolutely fair. When everyone applies the same rules, it's fair." Zittily, You even stole my famous quote. An hour later, everyone gathered at the top of the mountain. Zittily was the only one out of 1,800 people who didn't get a lunch card. Zittily went to find Seongmyeon. Seongmyeon asked, "Everyone else found one. Why didn't you?" Zittily was about to cry, but he couldn't say anything. "I found a lot of boxes, but none of them had cards." Seongmyeon sighed softly, "Oh, I guess you didn't look carefully enough. It's a pity I don't have any extra cards. I see if anyone else has any." After the physical training, Seongmyeon announced, "Today's class is knife handling." Hearing about knife handling, Shisha's face lit up. This was the class she had been looking forward to the most. As the bell rang, Seongmyeon stood at the podium and said, "This morning, I will teach you how to hunt D-rank monsters with a knife. Now, everyone, according to your ranking, enter the simulation chamber. The first floor has 200 simulation rooms, each with 10 simulators, accommodating 2,000 people. The holographic simulation chamber resembles a white eggshell. Before entering, you need to connect your mental power to the chamber's termo." This was Shisha's first time in a holographic simulation chamber. She carefully donned her helmet, connected her mental power, and slowly lay down in the chamber. She felt the full simulation for a moment. Everything felt so real, you could even smell the fragrance of the trees in the dense forest. Suddenly, she felt a sense of danger. She reacted instinctively, her knife slashing down, striking the dangerous creature's head. The dangerous creature's head and body separated, and the crisis was averted. But the others were not so lucky. Most were devoured by the Persian leopard. One by one, the simulator lights went out, signaling a failure. 10 minutes later, Seongmyeon pressed the restore button. By then, only a few people remained in the simulation chamber, about 100 or so. Those 10 minutes were a fresh lesson for the new mecha soldiers. Seongmyeon said, "If this were a battlefield, you already be dead. Everyone has only one life, so I hope everyone will cherish it." Today, several students deserve praise for their quick reactions and accurate strikes. One student stood out. Shisha, step out. After Shisha stepped out, Seongmyeon restarted the simulator, allowing the other students to witness Shisha's killing foes in the simulation chamber. Seongmyeon, monster beasts are divided into 6 levels. Only level A, B, and C monsters will actively attack humans. Level A monsters, in particular, are known as intelligent monsters. They set traps to capture humans, but you won't learn to kill level A, B, and C monsters until 2nd grade. First graders focus on capturing level Def monsters. You've probably seen many level EF monsters in the trial grounds. Today, we focus on level D monsters. Level D monsters were previously docile creatures, but they undergone mutations that have made them more vulnerable. Today, I have Shisha demonstrate how to kill a level D monster. Seongmyeon switched the background of the simulation chamber to the new setting. He had Shisha enter the dense forest, while the other students watched. Shortly after entering the forest, Shisha encountered a level D monster. Seongmyeon's voice echoed in her ears. The soft-eared fox is skilled at using its eyes to deceive people, but its hearing is poor, and its weakest point is its ears. As she spoke, Shisha's ring knife had neatly severed both of the fox's ears. The horizontal-tailed snake can walk forward and backward, and its body is covered with many black patterns. Its weakest point is its tail, but its head and tail look identical, making it difficult to tell which is which. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 ring knives flew out, decapitating both the head and tail of the horizontal-tailed snake. The chameleon burrows into the soil, blending in with it. Even if cut into pieces, it survives. The only way to completely kill it is to stab its eyes, but most people don't know where their eyes are because they are embedded in its skin, and can only be seen temporarily when it opens its eyes. Sizzling, sizzling, in an instant, the chameleon's face was riddled with dozens of flying knives, turning it into a hornet's nest. The poison frog is poisonous, and can paralyze people. The poison on the tip of its tongue is particularly severe. Within 48 hours, the poison will cause hallucinations, madness, and death. Its weak point is the tongue. This was a bit difficult, but Shisha stabbed the poison frog's neck with her ring knife. While it howled, she quickly cut off its tongue with another knife. The iron-shelled insect is small and moves very quickly. Its skin is tough and has no weaknesses. It is usually blasted into pieces with a photon cannon. With a burst of knife blows, the iron-shelled insect was cut into small, thin slices as thin as cicada wings. The 10-tailed centipede has 10 parts. It will only die if you cut it off piece by piece from the tail end. If several broken tails are connected, they will grow together and become another 10-tailed centipede. Swish, swish, the 10-tailed centipede was neatly cut into 10 parts. All morning, the students watched Shisha's fancy head-severing moves, and for a moment, they were all a bit apprehensive. Xiang Mian was quite pleased. It had been years since he had a student who worked so well with him, and this one was quite good. It was almost lunchtime, and Xiang Mian said, "Okay, that's all for this morning. This is just an appetizer. Let's go eat first. The cafeteria will make meatballs for you at noon today, so eat plenty." "Dessert, teacher? You really think this is sweet? Also, we've been watching the fancy star be slaying at close range all morning. Now, let's go to the cafeteria and eat meatballs. Are you sure we can handle it?" At noon, except for Shisha and her friends, many people ate vegetarian dishes. Also, Zilli didn't get any food because he didn't have a meal card and couldn't get into the cafeteria. Most importantly, his legs were weak. He couldn't understand why the girl named Shisha would give him a cold look every time she killed a star beast. The more she looked at him, the more frightened he became, feeling like he was the star beast constantly getting shot in the head. In the afternoon, all the students donned holographic helmets and lay in the simulation chamber to conduct a simulation experiment. The star beasts that appeared in the simulation chamber that afternoon were all the same star beasts Shisha had killed that morning. If you couldn't kill them quickly, you would be poisoned, bitten, or mauled to death. When they emerged from the simulation chamber, the others realized Shisha's strength even more. That entire afternoon, only 10 people had escaped unscathed, the rest had suffered repeated deaths in the chamber. The left foot had been numbed by poison, the right arm had been bitten off, a hole had been bitten in the buttocks, and the neck had been entangled. After experiencing all sorts of tragic deaths, no one was in the mood for laughter by evening. Zilli was the worst. When he saw other people entering the trial ground before, he thought it was so interesting that he wanted to add 800 levels of difficulty to others. But when he faced these star beasts himself, he realized, "Oh my god, I'm so scared." Chapter 20. The next day, physical training began at 7 a.m., followed by training back at the gym. Since morning, Xiang Mian appeared downcast, his lips tightly pursed. His already sturdy frame, combined with his sharp, cold eyes, made him look like a frustrated black bear. Seeing him like that, the other students were incredibly conscientious and reached the summit within the allotted time, except for Shideli, who claimed he was delayed trying to find his lunch card. Xiang Mian gave him a cold look and simply said, "Additional training tonight?" Shideli became much more obedient and didn't immediately retort. Back at the training gym, today's training took place on the second floor. The second floor was furnished similarly to the first, with a slight difference. The arena was much larger, accommodating 3,000 people simultaneously. It seemed everyone would be fighting today. Everyone entered the simulator. Xiang Mian, still feeling a bit sluggish, held his breath, carefully controlled his emotions, switched to teaching mode, and slowly began, "Today's lesson is about the human body." He raised his hand and pressed a floating controller. 10 seconds later, a floating screen appeared in midair, displaying a three-dimensional diagram of the human body. Xiang Mian lowered his voice and said, "What I'm going to teach you today is crucial. You must listen carefully. The world we live in is not as peaceful as it appears. Besides space beasts, there are also space pirates. The human body has 6 vital points: the heart, neck, cervical vertebrae, temples, back of the head, and kidneys. The space pirates are extremely familiar with the human body. In previous battles, they have always targeted these vital points. During battle, please be sure to protect these vital points." After finishing his explanation, Xiang Mian clicked a button, and red dots began to appear one after another on the human anatomy diagram. As these dots appeared, Xiang Mian explained, "The heart is the most important. It can kill instantly. The neck contains the trachea and carotid arteries. These areas are very vulnerable, as are the aortas in the limbs, and are very easily injured. The cervical vertebrae are the body's most sensitive central nervous system passageways. Severe damage can be fatal. The temples, just below the temples, contain the middle cerebral artery, which is the death switch. The back of the head, where the brainstem, The center of breathing and heartbeat can be said to be the center of life. The kidneys, located in the lower back, are vulnerable to injury, causing internal bleeding, shock, and even death. Of course, men also have the reproductive system. After Seong-Myeon finished his explanation, he added, "This is all very important knowledge. We must know where our vulnerabilities are." A moment later, a diagram of acupuncture points on the human body appeared on the floating screen. This diagram was just created. Previous students hadn't learned this information, which has led to many students failing to protect themselves. You should remember the space station bombing some time ago. This terrorist attack was carried out by the interstellar pirates known as the Vultures. Many outstanding soldiers lost their lives while apprehending these cunning pirates. After investigation, we finally understand why our mortality rate is so high. It turns out these people have been targeting our vital points. Acupuncture is one of the oldest traditions in human civilization. It tells us that the human body has 108 vital points, 72 of which are generally not fatal if pressed. The remaining 36 are fatal points, commonly known as death points. Over the years, we've been too arrogant and haven't studied these ancient wisdoms. However, pirate organizations have been diligently researching them, attacking our weak points and causing the deaths of many of our soldiers. Today, to commemorate the soldiers who lost their lives recently, the school has added this course. Please study it carefully. Seong-Myeon spoke with a downcast expression, his voice a little hoarse. I give you all an hour to memorize these vital points and weak points. We select students to demonstrate them later, and we divide into groups for a mock battle this afternoon. An hour later, Seong-Myeon said, "Time's up. I select 2 students to demonstrate. The first one will be Shisha. Second one, anyone? Does anyone want to volunteer?" No one raised their hand. Seong-Myeon glanced at a huddled figure and said, "Since no one has raised their hand, let's go by ranking. The top student, please come up." Thunderous applause erupted in the training grounds. With the support of 1,799 classmates, Zilli had no choice but to take the field and practice with Shisha. Seong-Myeon switched modes, from teaching to combat. Shisha and Zilli appeared on the circular battlefield, while the other students watched from the outside. Before the match, cheers erupted from the arena. Zilli stood inside, his legs weak. Although the simulated combat in the chamber wouldn't cause actual damage, the thought of Shisha's swordsmanship filled him with anxiety. Shisha, on the other hand, stood calmly and relaxed in the arena, her hands in her pockets, her smoky gray eyes gazing at Zilli with a half smile, like a hunter on his prey, teasing her opponent. "Please, teacher Zilli, go easy on me." Zilli's face was pale, his body shaky. He wanted to say something arrogant to cheer himself up, but what came out of his mouth was, "Please be kind, too. Let's all improve together." The battle began. Silver light suddenly appeared, piercing from point A to point B. Before Zilli's dagger could strike, all 108 of his vital points were destroyed, and of course, his 6 most critical areas were also hit. Every point was hit perfectly, and Zilli died perfectly. It was unclear whether the attack had touched a specific vital point, or if it had touched all of them. Seong-Myeon clicked the recovery button, and Zilli came back to life. He looked at his body, and found no actual damage, but the pain in his bones penetrated deep into his bones. Seeing him awake, Seong-Myeon asked, "It seems the opponent attacked too quickly. Do you want to request a second fight?" Zilli shook his head repeatedly. He was crazy to fight a second time. He didn't want to be a hedgehog again. Although it was a simulator, and the pain level was only set to 10%, these 108 slashes, each one fatal, still hurt. Seong-Myeon saw him shaking his head, so he didn't force him. He simply said, "Okay, Shisha wins this round. Now, let's move on to the next lesson, and after that, we have the second round." Zilli swayed unsteadily and said in disbelief, "Why is there a second round? Seong-Myeon, we're not going to kill every pirate. Most of the time, we need to capture them alive and question them." Zilli was silent for a moment, then asked, "Can I just concede?" Seong-Myeon, "Yes, but we'd be practicing this all day. If you don't play Shisha, you'd be automatically matched against second-place Sisai. Oh, by the way, if you participate in the demonstration, you can be exempted from tonight's additional physical fitness test." Zilli thought about Sisai's sky-splitting spear and said dejectedly, "Okay, I participate in the demonstration." Seong-Myeon continued his lecture. "Now, let's explain how to capture a person alive, meaning to knock them unconscious without killing them. First, the triangle area between the chin and cheeks. Hitting here is most likely to cause shock. Second, the stomach and liver. A severe hit to these 2 areas can cause excruciating pain, and can also cause suffocation and coma. Third, the ribs. Hitting these areas can cause threatening damage, severe pain, side stitches, and can render the opponent incapable of combat. After Xiang Mian finished his lecture, the second round of practice began. A flash of silver blade flashed by, and Zidli's eyes widened before he fainted. Xiang Mian pressed the recovery button. This drill failed. Shisha used too much force, resulting in the opponent's death. The second time, Zidli died again. Xiang Mian, Shisha, you have to control the force of the knife. When you need 10 points, use 10 points. When you need 1 point, use 1 point. Remember, we need to capture him alive. The third time, Zidli died again. Again, the force is too strong. Only use 3 points. No, only 2 points. Remember, 2 points, 2 points. After repeating this 6 times, Xiang Mian finally patted Shisha on the shoulder. Well done. Keep it up next time. As they left the stage, Shisha apologized to Zidli. I'm sorry, I was a little heavy-handed. From now on, I know how much force to use. Zidli felt insulted and jumped up excitedly. Don't be so arrogant. I'm your teacher. Hiss. A small knife mercilessly slashed across his cheek, leaving a small cut. Shisha chuckled. You insulted the teacher. With that, she twirled the ring knife between her fingers nimbly in her hand and vanished. Shisha ignored the enraged Zidli. Their little incident seemed to have escaped the attention of others, but many were well aware of it. Lin Jian was studying at home. She had been reading a lot of materials these days, and with Lin Xiao's help, she had begun making small weapons in addition to mecha joints. Since she couldn't make large weapons, she planned to make 4 daggers, one for each of the 4 members of her group. In ancient Earth, daggers were made of carbon steel, but in the interstellar age, daggers were made not of carbon steel, but of special mineral extracts. Daggers made from these extracts were not only sturdy, but also had special functions. There was a mineral called utensil stone, which was very popular. Lin Jian looked around at the mineral museum at home. While her house had many ores of various kinds, there was no utensil stone at all. She was about to order some online, but her uncle and aunt returned to the Lin family. Just as she was about to run, her aunt stopped her. Why are you so flustered? Lin Jian, nothing, I'm placing an order for some artifact stones. Uncle, what artifact stones? H125 artifact stones. I give you whatever you want. Lin Jian, they're for making daggers. Uncle, there are many kinds of artifact stones. What kind of dagger do you want? Lin Jian, I haven't decided yet, and I don't know much about artifact stones. Aunt, how about this? Your uncle and I are going on vacation to H125. You can come with us. We can go see the artifact stones. Hui Shi wanted to protest, saying it was a trip for him and his wife. But Lin Xia said, Lin Yuan and Lin Mo are coming too. Never mind. 1 light bulb is the same as 3. Hui Shi gave up his protest. Chapter 21. Planet H125 is the private property of the Hua family. It is rich in minerals. After purchasing it, the Hua family undertook years of exploration and planning before officially beginning mining. The development of crystal ore requires advanced technology, both detection and excavation techniques being essential. On planet H125, the Hua family employed the latest mining technology, with all mining performed by robots. The ore variety is diverse, and purification after mining is the most challenging. Many aristocratic families own mines, but due to insufficient purification technology, they have limited mining. The Hua family, however, possesses sophisticated purification techniques. After mining the ore, the Hua family purifies it. They deliver the purest crystal ore to the Republic for mecha production, while the remaining lower-quality crystal ore is traded. To facilitate trade, the Hua family also built a large trading market on planet H125. The market has been in operation for over 20 years. This was Lin Jian's first time on planet H125. After arriving at the starport, a member of the Hua family flew them to the Hua family's resort villa. Lin Jian gazed around from the aircraft. Unlike the refined beauty of the capital planet, this place resembled a city without over-optimization, with a touch of natural beauty. The Hua family's resort villa was not far from the starport, only half an hour away. From afar, the villa looked like a castle amidst flowers. The rose wall was in full bloom, with vibrant blossoms cascading down the courtyard. Inside the villa, a variety of flowers of varying heights and colors were planted. The 3 younger members of the Lin family were captivated by this sea of flowers. Such a grand display of flowers was truly worthy of the Hua family. After arriving at the villa, Hui Shi pretended to tour the surroundings, saying, With a mixture of modesty and boastfulness, it's been well taken care of. It's not much different from my original design. Okay, we all know you designed this villa. Entering the hall, Huishiyu humbly said to the three younger Lins, the color of the marble on the floor is quite good. I selected it from hundreds of marble varieties. Oh, and I drew the designs for the handrails and furniture, and had them custom made. After saying this, Huishiyu expected the three younger Lins to cast admiring glances at him, but they were more pragmatic than he expected. The three of them rushed off to examine the furniture. This cabinet is beautifully made, very smooth. After waiting for a long time, with no one actively asking for his advice, Huishiyu could only continue boasting about his talents. I built this villa for Xiao. To build it, I studied architecture and horticulture. I personally selected all the materials for the villa. Look, I also designed the landscaping. The flowers here bloom year-round. Blah blah, my uncle's filter was shattered again. The three younger Lin family members thought, he's so nagging. After checking into the villa, the group went to the ore trading hall the next day. The ore trading hall had 5 floors, each trading a different item. In recent years, as the trading hall has grown in popularity, the Hua family has even shipped minerals found on other planets here for sale. The largest number of people come here to buy artifact stones, a type of crystal ore. Qishur has a wide range of uses. It can be made into weapons, and can be used by people without spiritual power. Some jewelry companies also use Qishur to make jewelry for people who like Qishur to wear. Over time, this trading hall became a favorite destination for mecha masters, with many coming here in groups to search for materials. With Huishiyu present, the group headed to the VIP room. The robot in the exhibition hall carefully introduced the 3 younger members of the Lin family. It turns out that weapon stones are divided into 5 different attributes, and weapons made with corresponding weapon stones of different attributes are more effective. For example, defensive weapons are best made with weapon stones with earth or water attributes. Offensive weapons are better with weapon stones with gold or fire attributes, and weapons with storage properties are better with weapon stones with wood attributes. The 5 attributes of weapon stones are also divided into 3 quality levels, A, B, C, with A being the best, C being the worst, and Super A weapon stones being rare. Lin Xiao, worthy of being an excellent mecha master, possessed a knowledge of materials comparable to a search engine. As soon as the robot handed over the raw materials, she could roughly identify their attributes and grade. Lin Jian, standing aside, felt her knowledge was woefully lacking. It seemed she still had more work to do. It wasn't just her. Lin Mo and Lin Yuan were also newbies. The day in the trading hall turned into a live Q&A session. The 3 younger Lin family members asked questions, and Lin Xiao explained. Her extensive knowledge not only enabled her to answer their questions instantly, but also to apply them to other situations. The younger Lin family members learned a lot today, witnessing the vast difference between learning from real objects and learning from videos. Only Huishi was unhappy. It was supposed to be a sweet date with his wife, but now 3 light bulbs had arrived. They wondered when Hui Yuqing would arrive, so they could ditch the 3 light bulbs. The 5 of them spent 2 days in the trading hall. After learning, the 3 younger Lin family members could already distinguish the grades of artifact stones. After all, A-grade artifact stones were much better than C-grade. However, the 3 of them still couldn't distinguish the 5 attributes. On the 3rd day, at Huishiyu's insistence, the group decided to visit the tourist area on planet H125. Over the years, planet H125 has grown considerably, with the exception of the mining area, which is not open to the public. Around the trading hall, a food court, accommodation area, and a cluster of buildings have emerged. These 3 areas now attract a significant number of visitors, and are collectively referred to as the tourist area. As they walked along, the houses along both sides of the street were small, approximately 3-story villas, with the architecture reminiscent of island-style residential buildings. The group of 5 headed straight to the food court. Unlike the capital planet's food court, which is filled with high-end restaurants, the food court here resembles the small night markets of Blue Planet. Each stall is small, connected to another, selling a variety of snacks. The flavors are diverse, ranging from seafood delicacies favored by the indigenous population to various snacks from outsiders. The group sampled food from several roadside shops. Lin Jian was so moved that she felt like crying. After years of consuming nutritional supplements and simple meals prepared by robots, she almost forgot the leisurely days on Blue Star, browsing snack bars and sipping milk tea. The food court was dotted with several large beverage shops. The largest, a 3-story establishment, enjoyed a prime location right in the heart of the food court. Who knew which wealthy individual owned this shop? The group entered the largest beverage shop. The manager greeted them. Boss, the upstairs room is ready. The three younger members of the Lin family finally looked up at their uncle. It turned out, he was the wealthy individual. The five of them arrived at the private room upstairs. Shortly after they sat down, a chubby robot brought them snacks and drinks. The room had a private balcony with privacy film, allowing everyone outside to see everything outside, but those outside couldn't see anything inside. From the balcony, looking down, one could see the entire food court. There was a rocking chair on the balcony. Lin Jian asked Lin Xia, and after she clearly indicated she didn't want to sit in it, Lin Jian slid into it and leisurely basked in the sun. The sunlight here was a bit harsh, unlike the warm and soft artificial light, but Lin Jian thoroughly enjoyed this natural experience. That evening, upon returning to the resort, the five of them saw Hui Yuqing. He must have just arrived, and joining him on vacation was Chu Xiu from the Chu family. Chu Xiu was also a freshman admitted to the Imperial Military Academy this year. He was ranked first among the mecha divisions in his class. As expected, toppers always hang out with toppers. Lin Jian only learned about this person after seeing the list. Today was their first meeting. Chu Xiu's hair color leaned slightly purple-red, long and tied in a bun that hung down his head. His complexion was a healthy honey-hued, his features deep, his eyes slightly upturned, like a cunning fox, a distinctly mixed-race appearance. Dressed in a suit, he looked gentle and refined, yet also possessed an inexplicable sensuality. As for Hui Yuqing, standing beside him, Lin Jian couldn't even judge his appearance. He was a ray of light just standing there. With two people standing there, the attention was so great that several people had to approach and greet them. The Lin family members weren't surprised to see them. Chu Xiu was a mecha pilot, and it was perfectly normal for him to come to planet H125 to inspect materials. After politely exchanging greetings, the two groups separated. After the four Lin family members left, Hui Shi whispered to Hui Yuqing, "We're going to the dark streets tomorrow. Remember to run into us." Hui Yuqing nodded. Early in the morning, the four Lin family members still wanted to go to the food court they visited the previous day. Lin Jian particularly liked the rocking chairs on the third floor. Hui Shiyu had no choice but to take the Lin family back to the food court, as the dark street didn't open until after 9 p.m. anyway. After a leisurely day in the food court, it would be nice to go to the dark street in the evening. Hui Shiyu, noticing Lin Jian's fondness for rocking chairs, had the robots arrange 5 rocking chairs on the balcony today. Unfortunately, before he could even sit down, the computer beeped. It turned out there was an urgent matter requiring his attention in the trading hall. It was then that the 3 younger Lin family members realized that their usually idle uncle actually managed the entire H125 planet. After Hui Shiyu left, only the 4 Lin family members were left on the balcony. They lounged in rocking chairs, enjoying the food the robots had bought from the shops outside, and sipping their own drinks. They were quite relaxed. Downstairs, Hui Yuqing was packing up food at a food court. Yesterday, Hui Shiyu had sent him the names of several small shops, telling him that Lin Jian liked their snacks. While Chu Xiu was shopping in the trading hall, Hui Yuqing had wandered over here alone to buy some snacks to try. He's been learning to cook lately, and after trying them, he should be able to make them himself. Linimo, hey, isn't that Hui Yuqing downstairs? Lin Yuan, it seems so. Why is he alone in the food court? Lin Jian, it's nothing. It's impossible for 2 grown men to be together all day. Lin Mo, yeah, 2 guys hanging out together all day can easily lead to misunderstandings. Lin Xia, in college, there was a boy in our class who was so good looking that 2 other guys even fought over him. So, there were quite a few male friends there. Oh, and that guy in our class was called Glaviluo. He was really good looking. Lin Jian's sharp eyes caught sight of another person. Hey, look, isn't that Zasuyu from the Shisu family? Lin Xia, oh, I see. So he's here for a date. No wonder he suddenly came to H125. Lin Mo, did he bring Chu Xiu here to cover up his date with Zasuyu? Lin Yuan, that's probably true. The relationships between aristocratic families are complicated. They can't just socialize casually, they have to arrange marriages. Lin Xia, Hui Yuqing is indeed a bit special. He will be the head of the Hua family in the future, so his marriage will be decided by the Hua family. Lin Mo, so what's going on with him and Zasuyu? Are they secretly dating? Their families don't approve? Lin Jian, but I heard they're engaged. I don't know if it's true or not. Lin Xia, engaged? I don't know, but the Hua and Shisu families are old friends. They've known each other since childhood, so it's normal for them to like each other. Lin Mo looked at the two and wished them well. They're quite a match. Lin Yuan added, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Lin Jian congratulated. They're both talented and beautiful. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in an abandoned factory on planet H125, a black starship landed stealthily under the cover of darkness. The black ship's doors slowly swung upwards, revealing a group of black-clad pirates. They had been planning this heist for a long time, and the Vulture Group's failure had actually given them an idea. Wouldn't it be better if they could just sneak across to a poorly defended desert planet and rob instead of raiding in space? At that moment, the alarm in Huishiyu's computer suddenly blared 3 times. Huishiyu looked up, his expression changing drastically. Someone on the defense line of planet H125 sent a message. Master Hua, an unidentified creature has entered the defense line. Then, an urgent notification came from the computer. Master Hua, it's pirates. Chapter 22. A group of 5 boarded a flying vehicle, preparing to depart from the food court for the dark street. Naturally, the other 4 also heard the emergency notice. The 4 of them tacitly remained silent, following Huishiyu's instructions. Huishiyu immediately turned the aircraft around and headed for the command center. En route, he parked the aircraft on the rooftop of a residential building and had Lin Jian and the others disembark. Lin Xia then joined him to confront the enemy. This is Hua family property. There's a basement downstairs with food and medicine. The 3 of you hide here. Don't leave without permission. I send someone to pick you up when it's safe. By the way, I just sent this location to Hui Yuqing. He'll be joining you. After Huishiyu finished his instructions, the aircraft quickly departed. After Border Commander Sturi reported the alarm to Huishiyu, he immediately pressed the emergency button, activating the second line of defense. Planet H125 actually had a double defense system, but due to its diverse population, the first line was barely used, relying primarily on the second. The pirates quickly overwhelmed the first line. Hundreds of pirates swarmed towards the second line, using inertia to slide down and attack it with light bullets. Sturi hadn't expected that the second line would last only 10 minutes before it was breached. The pirates were incredibly fast, and they had inside support, who had helped them decipher the second line's electronic defenses. Only manual defenses remained, and with time running out and few reinforcements arriving, the pirates advanced without delay. After the second line was breached, the pirates, armed with weapons, charged into the city. Unfortunately, by this time, the city's air raid sirens hadn't sounded. Sturi pressed the alarm, but it didn't go off. He tried to contact Wuyu City, but couldn't get through. He sent a request for help to the nearby 11th military region, but it also didn't go through. He had no choice but to take a few guards with him to search for Wuyu City, and see if he could find any solution. The border was in chaos, and the guards were no match for the pirates. After hiding in a residential building, Lin Jian and the other 2 huddled by a window to observe the situation outside. At first, it was quiet outside, with people strolling along the street. For some reason, Wuyu City and Lin Xia had been gone for a while, but the city's air raid sirens hadn't sounded. Half an hour later, explosions began to be heard in the nearby street, followed by a chaotic commotion. Soon after, a group of armed men ran rampant through the streets, hacking at anyone they saw. Everyone fled indoors. The group began setting fires in the street, and soon, small fires were burning. The fire wasn't large, but the group's presence was terrifying. They were all dressed in black and wearing masks, brazenly venting their anger in the streets. The leader took out a loudspeaker and began to speak. For years, the Hua family has treated us like slaves. We lived here for generations. Why should all the ore they mine belong to them? This ore belongs to us. We must overthrow them. Take up arms and become our own masters. After he finished speaking, his followers echoed him, dozens of them chanting, overthrow the Hua family and become our own masters. The group grew increasingly agitated, and after a while, no one joined them. Like an angry beast, they began to hit the doors of nearby residents with iron sticks, and wanted to break into the door. The house where Lin Jian and the other 2 stayed is located inside the residential area. If these people smashed each household, they would be smashed in less than half an hour. The group of people became more and more dynamic. At the beginning, there were a few children's crying sounds in the street, but they were quickly covered by adults. The whole street was terribly quiet, with only the sound of smashing and smashing. Lin Jian stood by the window and stared at the whistle. She asked Lin Mo to check the situation in the basement, and asked Lin Yuan to see if there were any escape routes nearby. They had to take the opportunity to escape before the group broke into the door. 5 minutes later, an aircraft appeared in the air. The aircraft landed from above, and 3 security officers were descending. They held radiation guns and pointed at the people who were causing trouble. "We are security patrolmen. Please put down your weapons immediately and raise your hands to surrender, otherwise we will use force to suppress." But as soon as they finished speaking, they were attacked by the group of people. The man was obviously very excited to take the lead in attacking the man. He attacked the security patrolman with a radiation gun. It turns out that this is how the radiation gun hits people. The others in that group were also, and they should have fired their first shots, but they were many, and dozens of people held guns and besieged 3 people. The 3 security patrolmen kept going back and retreated step by step. When the man in the head raised his gun to attack the patrolman's head, 2 mechas appeared. One was ice blue, and the other was purple and red. The 2 rushed over and fought with a group of men in black. The 2 of them are very agile. When facing group attacks, they cooperate back to back. One person avoids sideways, one person fills up the seat, and a simple kick can kick several people away. The initially one-sided battle quickly turned into a victory, and the security patrol quickly took control of the situation. Lin Jian and Lin Mo had both seen the mechas from Huayu City, and knew he had arrived. The 3 members of the Lin family also donned their mechas, and emerged from the residential building to help. 5 minutes later, the rabble was finally defeated. Lin Jian asked the security patrol, "Is this place safe?" The security patrol shook his head. "Not safe. Many streets have been occupied. We save as many as we can. You should leave quickly, as more troublemakers are coming." Lin Jian dragged Lin Mo down to the basement, where they found food and medicine. They stored these supplies in their space hub. After storing them, Lin Jian and Lin Mo ran out and reunited with the other 3. The 5 of them walked out. Hui Yuqing offered to explain, "Sorry, aircraft are banned from flying. We're late." Lin Jian hurriedly said, "It's okay, it's okay. Where are we going now?" Hui Yuqing, "Third uncle just sent a message telling us to move. The transfer point is 20 minutes from here." Lin Jian nodded. The 5 of them released their mental energy to explore the surrounding dangers and headed for the transfer point. They finally reached the street their location had indicated. As they approached the intersection, Lin Jian felt goosebumps all over her body. The feeling of being prey returned. She reached out and grabbed Hui Yuqing. "I don't think something's right." Hui Yuqing frowned too. His mental perception was quite strong, and as he approached the alley, he too felt a sense of danger approaching. The 5 of them paused at the alley entrance, not moving forward. From here, they could see the house they had located. The room was pitch black, unlit, like a giant beast with its mouth open, waiting for its prey to enter its belly. Shit, they've fallen for a trap. The 5 looked back and saw their retreat blocked by a group of men. The door to the darkened room opened automatically, and a bald man emerged. He was pale, limping on one leg, and glared at the 5 men with a sinister look. "You're quite good, kids. You come all the way here. Not bad, not bad." The 5 men were surrounded, with photon guns pointed at them from front and back. The bald man looked ill, coughing as he spoke, looking a little weak. "You all surrender. This street is under our control." No one expected Hui Yuqing to attack directly. He charged directly at the bald man, intent on capturing the enemy first. But the bald man was clearly prepared. The guard on his left stepped forward and quickly engaged Hui Yuqing in a fight. At the same time, 5 more men attacked from behind, and Pei Xiu and Lin Yuan quickly joined in the fight. The other side was a desperate bunch, their moves deadly. These 3 were students, so they would surely be outmatched if the situation persisted. Lin Jian saw a small, one-story shop to her left. She silently tossed a blasting stone from her space button, and the 5 of them took refuge inside the small shop. After a burst of ash, the bald man shook his head and led everyone to the door where they were hiding. "That girl is quite good. She even knew how to use blasting stone." Unfortunately, the blasting stone hadn't harmed the group. They had erected a protective shield, and now, though slightly disfigured, no one was hurt. The 5 people pressed themselves against the door panel, making no sound in response. The bald man was confident, believing victory was assured. Because they were still children, he mistook them for ordinary wealthy young ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, he intended only to kidnap them for money, not to harm their lives. He stood by the door, a sly grin on his face. "Little ones, aren't you curious? Why hasn't the citywide alarm sounded in all this time? Also, why is it that the place which she sent you to is actually my territory?" After saying this, the man covered his mouth, coughed violently a few times, and then answered his own questions. "Let me tell you, I'd taken control of the communications on planet H125. The messages you received are all fake. Sending you here was my idea. I want to see who these little ones which Shiyu has so painstakingly arranged are. Hearing this, Lin Jian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party only had partial control of the network. The names in the computer were encrypted, so he probably didn't know their identities yet. Lin Jian feigned fear and whispered, "Are you pirates?" The bald man clearly disliked the term pirate. "No, we're not pirates. We are the true masters of this planet. From now on, this planet will be ours." Lin Jian feigned confusion. "I don't understand what you mean. You live on this planet now, so aren't you also the masters?" Lin Jian's words clearly pleased the bald man. He chuckled and elaborated. "We always lived on planet H125. If it weren't for the Hua family, we wouldn't have to stay underground like rats, known as the people of the Dark Street. From now on, we will become the true masters of this place." It turned out that the people colluding with the pirates were from the Dark Street. Years ago, before the Hua family purchased planet H125, the Dark Street had already existed, but it was small. After some people mined minerals here, they would secretly trade underground, and that underground place was called the Dark Street. Because of their established rules, the Hua family didn't drive out the Dark Street residents when they moved in, allowing them to continue living there. Later, when the Hua family built a trading city, Dark Street business not only didn't decline, but even more people flocked there to trade, and the Hua family turned a blind eye to this. Unexpectedly, the Dark Street residents were colluding with the pirates. Unaware of the situation outside, the 5 people temporarily hid in their rooms. The most urgent task was to contact Shiyu. But the H125 network had been taken over by this group, and they dared not send any more messages. Lin Jian was still looking around when he saw Hui Yuqing slumping against the door. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his veins bulged. Lin Jian looked at him and wondered if he had been poisoned. This group was so despicable, they must have poisoned him when they attacked him. It turned out that Lin Yuan and Pei Xiu had also been poisoned. Of the 5, only Lin Jian and Lin Mo hadn't attacked and were therefore unaffected. No wonder these people were hiding outside and not forcing their way in. It turned out they were waiting for the poison to take effect and for them to leave. Lin Jian's mind was a little confused. She had just touched Hui Yuqing's hand and felt his pulse was icy cold. She gently probed his pulse with her mental power, as if she could inject warm air. The warm air seemed to be just the right amount to counteract the coldness in his pulse. Lin Jian tried injecting air into Hui Yuqing. After a few minutes, Hui Yuqing gradually calmed down. Lin Jian then injected warm air into Lin Yuan and Pei Xiu, and their conditions gradually improved. Lin Jian, can I help people detoxify? Chapter 23. After the poison was removed, the 3 men fell asleep quickly, and it looked like they wouldn't wake up for a while. Lin Jian stared at the 3 unconscious men in silence, feeling a bit bewildered. Oh my god, a detox could actually make them sleep. Had she actually cured the poison correctly? Lin Jian was a bit confused, but since things had come to this, she could only nervously crouch at the crack of the door and peek out. At the same time, she silently prayed to herself. Please, please, I hope these 3 will wake up soon. A very subtle sound rang out, touching Lin Jian's sensitive nerves. She turned her head sharply, looking towards the source of the sound, and saw a child, about 10 years old, poking his head out from the ground. That must be the entrance to a tunnel. Who was this child? The owner of the house? The child was also studying her closely. Both sides were skeptical, and neither spoke first. The child's shirt was so stained that the color couldn't be seen, and his hair was a mess, making it difficult to tell whether he was a boy or a girl. His lips and face were incredibly pale. Perhaps it was the cold or something else, but in the dim light, his pale face looked a bit chilly. If it weren't for those eyes, like those of a stubborn little animal, which gave him a hint of life, Lin Jian would have mistaken him for a little zombie. He carried a large bag on his back. It was unclear what it contained, or what he had stolen. The child stared at Lin Jian for a moment before speaking, his voice hoarse beyond his years. Give me something to eat, and I take you out. Lin Jian pursed her lips and asked, What do you want to eat? The child looked at her expressionlessly. What do you have? Lin Jian considered the contents of the space button and replied, Nutrient solution. The child's eyes flickered briefly. Do you have strawberry flavor? Lin Jian nodded, yes. The nutrient solution her uncle stored in the basement was almost always strawberry flavored. Apparently, it wasn't just his uncle's bad taste. It turned out that strawberry-flavored nutrient solution was quite popular on planet H125. After hearing Lin Jian's affirmative response, the child looked up at him again, a look of desperate determination in her eyes. 30 bottles, no, 50 bottles of strawberry-flavored nutrient solution. I take you to a safe place. 40 bottles, no more. Being cautious out there, Lin Jian always remembered not to show off her wealth. Even though she had a lot of nutrient solution in her space button, she had to pretend it wasn't much. The child hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. In fact, Lin Jian had been observing the child just now. In such a chaotic situation, one must not just escape the tiger's den and walk into the wolf's den. But she noticed the child involuntarily clenching his hands when he spoke, a sign of extreme nervousness, a conscious behavior that proved he was also nervous inside. Furthermore, he seemed a little hesitant to look her in the eye during the negotiation with Lin Jian. Judging from his behavior, he must have been socially anxious, and today was probably the first time he mustered the courage to speak to someone. Lin Jian pondered for a moment and decided to give it a try. The situation was already bad enough, so he didn't care if it got any worse. Those people outside could break in at any time. Lin Jian pulled out 20 bottles of nutrient solution from the space button and handed them to the child, saying, "This is a deposit. I pay you another 20 bottles after the deal is done." The child reached out to take the nutrient solution, fished out a small bag from somewhere, and put the solution into it. He whispered hoarsely, "Follow me." Then, his small body shrank into the tunnel. Lin Jian and Lin Mo carried the three unconscious men, and together they slipped through the tunnel's narrow opening. The child led the way, holding a glowing fluorescent stone. The tunnel was full of forks, but the child walked swiftly, clearly familiar with the area. He led the group through twists and turns, and after half an hour, they emerged from a dry well. The surroundings were desolate, but the child didn't stop. He led them through another tunnel, this one narrower than the previous one. The place they emerged from was the entrance to a mountain forest. After a night of tossing and turning, the few of them escaped at dawn. The child held out his hand. "You're safe. Give me the nutrient solution." Lin Jian looked around. There was no one around. "What is this place?" The child. "The mining area. Baldy and the others can't find us here. This isn't their territory." Lin Jian was sensitive to the words "not their territory." Had this really been a case of walking out of a tiger's den and into a wolf's lair? Lin Jian retorted, "Whose territory is this? How did you find it?" The child raised his dark eyes to look at her, like a conflicted little animal, wary of her yet fiercely threatening her. "There's no Baldy here. You're safe for now. Give me the nutrient solution, or I be rude." Lin Jian frowned at the child's wolfish gaze. She thought for a moment. As promised, safety was enough, and this was safe for now. She decided to give him 20 bottles of nutrient solution. As she handed the nutrient solution to the child, a soft hand suddenly reached out from his back, and a weak voice rang out, "Brother." "Shit!" Lin Jian took a step back in shock. It turned out the large bag the child was carrying contained another child. The child's hand froze. He patted the child on his back, then stared at Lin Jian warily, glancing at the three unconscious people and the two awake ones. He assessed the fighting capacity of the two awake ones and decided to ignore them. He found a large tree, leaned against its back, and squatted. He carefully removed the bag from his back, revealing the head of a little girl. The girl looked only 2 or 3 years old. But Lin Jian knew the girl was probably older. She was obviously malnourished. Like her brother, her skin was pale, as if she had never been exposed to the sun. She had a slight rickety physique, likely from years spent in the basement. The boy held the girl in his arms, unscrewed a bottle of nutrient solution, and coaxed her into feeding. "Brother, this is so sweet. This is the first time I had such delicious nutritional supplements." The little girl only ate a small portion and stopped, saying, "Brother, I'm full, you eat." "Brother, I'm not hungry. I save the rest for you later. I just had the meat pie Uncle Appa gave me, and I'm still full." Before he could finish his words, his stomach growled. "Brother, I'm full. Please help me eat it," the little girl said coquettishly. The boy had no choice but to take the little girl's remaining nutritional supplements. It was sweet, truly sweet. It was the first time he had ever tasted such sweet nutritional supplements. Turning around, he saw Lin Jian approaching him with 5 packets of nutritional supplements and a box of fruit candies, which he handed over. The boy looked at Lin Jian warily. "I don't have anything else to give you." Lin Jian lowered her eyes and said, "I don't want your things. Your sister is adorable. I'm giving it to her, not you." The boy was still wary of her, but the little girl tilted her head and looked at her for a long moment before giving her a sweet smile. "I've seen you before. You're Kaka's owner. Kaka says his owner is a good person." Lin Jian was confused. "Kaka? The boy explained, "It's the biggest drink shop in the food court. It's called AI and Kaka is their robot." Lin Jian twitched his lips. They had all gone into the shop to drink, and no one had noticed the name was AI. It seemed his uncle was still as showy and affectionate as ever. Lin Jian was puzzled. She asked the little girl, "Who told you I'm Kaka's owner?" The little girl trusted Lin Jian very much, and she answered whatever she asked. "I saw you come into the store the day before yesterday. Kaka said it was Kaka's owner. Kaka told us he's a good person. That day, you had a lot of delicious food left over for us. Also, Kaka said the owner had asked us to share the food that the store couldn't sell." "Oh, so that's how it is. So my uncle is still involved in charity." When the boy looked at Lin Jian again, his guard had mostly faded. "Are you really Kaka's owner?" Lin Jian figured that since she was a relative of the owner, she was half owner, so she replied vaguely, "I guess so." The boy's eyes sparkled. "Then do you know where Manager Achu is?" "He's the manager of the beverage store." Lin Jian touched his nose sheepishly. "Sorry, I don't know the Manager Achu you're talking about. This is my first time in the store." "Oh," the boy said, a little disappointed, the light in his eyes dimming. Lin Jian delivered the supplies, and was about to return, when the little girl reached out from under the blankets. "Beautiful sister, this is my gift for you." The little girl held what appeared to be a stone. Lin Jian didn't refuse her kindness, she took it and said, "Thank you for your gift." The boy watched from the side, his lips moving slightly, but ultimately he said nothing. Lin Jian unwrapped the stone as she walked back. She thought the little girl had given her a fluorescent stone for lighting. But when she opened the cloth, she was shocked. It turned out to be a super A-grade rough stone. She had spent 2 days in the trading hall the other day, and hadn't come across a single super A-grade rough stone. And yet, this little girl just casually gave her one. Lin Jian stared blankly at the super A-grade rough stone. Although she couldn't identify its properties, it was definitely a super A-grade rough stone of exceptional quality. Lin Jian turned around and returned the gift to the little girl. "This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it." She paused, then continued, "But I can buy it with my own money. Can you and my brother agree on a price?" The little girl glanced at her, then at her brother. She said timidly, "Can I exchange it for 20 packets of strawberry-flavored nutrient solution? I'm dying, and I want to leave some delicious food for my brother." "Huh? Oh, dying? What a joke. It's unlucky for a child to say something like that." The little girl was anxious, afraid that Lin Jian would mistake her for a liar. She said hastily, "Really? I'm leaking red fluid all the time. Uncle Appa said that if you keep leaking red fluid you die. I'm so dizzy, I can't stand it anymore." Lin Jian took a few steps back. "Damn, is this little girl telling a horror story?" The boy looked up at her, his eyes filled with uncontrollable sadness. "You really can't contact Manager Otto?" Seeing Lin Jian shake her head, the boy lowered his head. He took the little girl out of the backpack and opened the blanket she was wearing. Beneath the blanket, the little girl's joints were wrapped in thick cloth, but the blood had soaked through the cloth. "What happened?" Lin Jian stuttered. "Her tendons were severed, and only a special hemostatic ointment can stop the bleeding." "Who is so cruel?" "It was Wada's men who did it. They used the fire spirit stone sword to sever my sister's tendons. The day before yesterday, when I found my sister, she was already injured. I hid her and asked Manager Otto to buy some hemostatic ointment. Yesterday, when I carried my sister to get medicine, I discovered the city was in chaos and Manager Otto couldn't find her. If I wanted to save my sister, I had to ask Y2 for medicine, but when I got to Wada's territory, I discovered that even Y2 was gone." Lin Jian finally understood the little girl's strange words and reacted. "Wait a minute, I have hemostatic ointment." Lin Jian searched in her space button, but couldn't find any. She had more food than medicine in her space. She turned and ran to find Lin Imo, and together they searched the space button for the hemostatic ointment. By then, the 3 people from Hui Yuqing had recovered. Hui Yuqing stared at her and asked, "Are you hurt?" Lin Jian didn't look at him, lowering her head and replying no. She hurriedly flipped through 3 hemostatic ointments, unsure which would be best for the little girl. She looked up at Hui Yuqing and said, "Come with me." Hui Yuqing nodded. When the 2 of them approached, they saw the boy peeling candy and feeding it to the little girl. "Little sister, don't sleep. Eat this candy. It's delicious." The little girl's eyes had begun to glaze over, but she forced herself to stay awake, smiled sweetly, and ate the candy. "Brother, it's so sweet." "Yeah, dear." Hui Yuqing was also a little surprised to see the little girl's leg, which was still bleeding from its wrapping, but he was calmer than Lin Jian. He opened the cloth bag, examined the wound, and said, "It was caused by a sword made of super A-grade fire spirit stone. You need this ointment." With that, he opened the ointment and applied it to the little girl. The boy also cautiously applied it to the little girl's other leg. After applying the medicine, Hui Yuqing said, "This medicine needs to be taken for 7 days." Her hamstrings were severed, and a doctor wasn't able to reconnect them in time. She probably won't be able to walk anymore. Is there any way to treat it? Can it be treated in the medical bay? Lin Jian and the boy both looked at Hui Yuqing with hopeful eyes. Hui Yuqing thought for a moment and replied, "The medical bay isn't working yet. I can go back and ask Dr. Songmu if he has any ideas." "Okay," Lin Jian replied somewhat dejectedly. "Yeah." The boy was more open-minded than Lin Jian. He felt grateful for saving a life. Off to the side, the boy was bandaging the little girl's wound. He lifted her legs slightly, and a 2-inch-long tail appeared from behind her buttocks. Hui Yuqing grabbed the boy's hand and said sharply, "She's a cyborg? Are you from the Xinglan Republic?" Lin Jian only then realized belatedly that the little girl had a tail behind her buttocks and was a cyborg. The Xinglan Republic is a hostile nation to the Shanghai Republic. This involves espionage, so Lin Jian didn't dare to act rashly. The boy hastily explained, "No, we lived on planet H125 since we were young and have never left." The little girl also said, "We're not bad people." Hui Yuqing clearly didn't believe him. "Then what about that tail on her butt?" The boy paused, then decided to tell the truth. "It was Y2 and the others who did it. They kidnapped my younger sister when she was 2 years old and modified her. There's a kind of mouse called a prospector mouse. Prospector mice can find high-quality minerals. They implanted the gene of a prospector mouse into my younger sister, but the modification wasn't successful. Afterward, she couldn't smell any minerals, so they released her." Hui Yuqing then asked, "Why did they capture her for modification? What's so special about her?" The boy was a little down, but he answered truthfully. "Answer, because my mother is the most accomplished genetic modifier. 30 years ago, a demon arrived on planet H125 and adopted a group of orphans. He injected them with the genes of a prospecting rat. Of the over 100 orphans, only 6 survived and developed the ability to prospect. My mother was one of them. No, she was the most successfully modified. For years, my mother has been helping those people find minerals. I was an abandoned baby she found in the mines. Fearing they would capture me for genetic modification, she hid me in this mining forest, where I grew up. 4 years ago, after giving birth to my younger sister, my mother lost her ability to prospect. Y2 and his men drove her into the forest, depriving her of food and water, and left her to fend for herself. 2 years ago, Y2 and his gang came to kidnap Xiaomei for experiments, and her mother died trying to save her." Lin Jian was puzzled. Then why did they sever her hamstrings? Were they afraid she escaped? The boy said, "It's not just her. All cyborgs have their hamstrings severed and are locked up before the age of 18. This degrades their leg strength, making them live more like mice, and stimulating their sense of smell." Lin Jian pointed at the little girl and asked, "Didn't you say their experiment on her failed?" The boy said, "Yes, it failed then. But 2 weeks ago, Xiaomei suddenly said she could smell a very nice scent. She followed the scent and dug up the Super A tool stone." After saying this, the boy nodded at the super-grade ore. "Y2 quickly learned of my sister's discovery of the ore. 10 days ago, while I was out on business, they kidnapped me, but I hid the ore in the mountains. They thought I sold it, and were hunting me down in H125 city." After hearing this, Lin Jian and Hui Yuqing looked at each other in surprise. They hadn't imagined such a sinister organization existed in H125 city. Lin Jian sighed. Her life had been so smooth sailing before, and suddenly hearing these dark stories left her feeling a bit dazed. It turned out that there were still many people in this world who had never been warmed by the sun. Lin Jian held the little girl's cold hand, and suddenly remembered that she could use her mental power to detoxify. Her mental power must be a good thing. She could try to pass some warm air to the little girl. She took the little girl in her arms and said, "Come, sister, let me hold you." The little girl adored her and leaned over, "Sister, I love your scent." Lin Jian smiled, held her in her arms, and gently soothed her with a warm energy from her body. 10 minutes later, the little girl fell asleep in her arms. The group rested in the forest. Not long after, Hui Shi's voice was heard from the sky. "Attention all residents. Terrorists have invaded planet H125 and have been killed. Rest assured, the 11th Legion has arrived and will rescue you soon. Please remain hidden and be wary of the terrorists' final madness." Hearing Hui Shi's voice, everyone finally felt relieved. The five decided to hide in the mining area for the next few days, waiting for the situation to stabilize before leaving. However, some things don't always go as planned. Chapter 24. The boy was well versed in the mining area. He led a few people to a cave, one of his hiding places. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but he had more than 3 hiding places, he had 6. However, this cave was the largest, accommodating 7 people. The others were too small, only big enough for him and his sister. The cave contained simple necessities, and after setting them up, the others sat down. The little girl clung to Lin Jian's side, preventing Hui Yuqing from saying anything. Hui Yuqing kept a poker face, somewhat unhappy. But when he turned and saw Lin Jian's cousin, he felt the need to be more welcoming, causing his expression to change several times. Lin Yuan and Lin Mo took their own distance from him. Alas, this proud child of heaven is trying hard to be approachable. Never mind, let's not make things difficult for him. That face, which hadn't smiled for so long, felt a little awkward when it did. So, the 7 people split into 3 groups, Hui Yuqing and Pei Xiao, Lin Yuan and Lin Mo, and Lin Jian and the 2 children. Lin Jian felt they were all now in the same boat. Facing the 2 children, she had to show goodwill, so she introduced herself. Hello, my name is Lin Jian. After her introduction, the boy and the girl didn't respond, only lowering their heads. After a moment, the boy muttered in a hoarse voice, we don't have names. My little sister's mom is called number 6, and she didn't want us to have numbers, so she never gave us any. Lin Jian could only comfort them as best she could. Well, you can actually choose your own names. Do you have a first or last name you like? After her question, the boy and the girl didn't respond. After a long moment, the little girl hesitated, saying, I like my sister's name. Can my brother and I have the surname Lin? A name is just a title. There are so many people with the surname Lin, so take whatever you want. Lin Jian, sure, whatever you like. Seeing Lin Jian agree, the 2 children were delighted and felt a little closer to her. The little girl said, Sister, I want to be a fish, free to swim around. I want to be called Lin Xiaoyu. Is that okay? Lin Jian, sure. It's a nice name. Lin Jian held her hand. Hello, Lin Xiaoyu, I'm Lin Jian. Lin Xiaoyu coquettishly hid in her arms. The boy asked, What's the most ferocious fish in the sea? Lin Jian thought for a moment and replied, Shark. The boy said, Then I be called Lin Shark from now on. Lin Jian, that name doesn't seem very appealing. Lin Jian could only tactfully suggest, Why don't you call me Lin Jing? Whales are just as powerful as sharks. Lin Xiaoyu chimed in, Brother, just call me Lin Jing. It sounds nice. The boy hesitated for a moment, feeling the name wasn't powerful enough, but seeing that Lin Xiaoyu liked it, he went with it. He thought to himself, okay, I just call him Lin Jing for now. Later, if I have the chance, I change my name to Lin Jing Sha, thus bringing together 2 of the most powerful beasts. After the name change, Lin Xiaoyu insisted on giving Lin Jian the Super A rough stone, and Lin Jian no longer refused. The 2 children, holding the Super A rough stone, were like children carrying gold in a busy market. She accepted the stone and transferred 1 million star coins to Lin Jing. She would transfer the remaining 4 million star coins to them after she found Lin Xia. She had no other choice. Her account had a limit. She could only transfer a maximum of 1 million star coins. However, she could give them some food first. Lin Jian handed the space button to Lin Xiaoyu. This is a gift for you. As for the cost of the raw stones, I give you the rest after I find my aunt. The 2 agreed that they didn't need the rest. They were focused on the space button, which was their first time seeing one. Oh my god, brother, there's so much strawberry nutrient solution in there. Yeah, and there's candy too. Save it for you to enjoy. No, I want to share it with you. Seeing the 2 children discussing the space button, Lin Jian stood up and walked over to Lin Mo. She asked Lin Mo for an original box. Before coming to planet H125, Lin Xia had prepared many original boxes. Once the raw stones were placed in the boxes, they would block out odors. Otherwise, someone with a keen nose like Lin Xiaoyu could follow the scent and find them. After exploring the space button, Lin Jing, well aware of Lin Jian's generosity, wanted to return the favor, but he was broke. So Lin Jing decided to go out. There was a kind of fruit in the forest that had just ripened, and he and Xiaoyu both loved it. He went to pick some, and brought some back to Lin Jian. Lin Jian saw that he was leaving, but she didn't ask any questions. This was his territory, so she naturally couldn't control him. Lin Jing walked out of the cave, and disappeared into the forest with ease. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Jing hurried back, panting. Y2 has returned to the mining area. They also kidnapped a girl and took them north of the mining forest. When they heard Wada's name, they had a bad feeling. He was a desperado. Lin Jian, is the north of the mining forest far from here? Lin Jing, it's far. It won't be here for a while. But we can't go out again for a while. It would be bad if we were seen by Wada's men. Several people nodded, not planning to advance. North of the mining forest. A man with a scarred face, crooked neck, was furious. He spat. Is that Baldy tired of living? He's actually colluding with pirates. Does he really think he can take over planet H125 and not even die? Skinny Monkey, boss, we lived on planet H125 for so many years. Although the Hua family occupied the mines, they never interfered with us and never troubled us. If they overthrow the Hua family, we're afraid we won't get any good results. Black Bear, the Baldies are so dishonest. They just wanted to create some minor unrest so we wouldn't have to take action and take advantage of the chaos to scour the mining area. We didn't expect them to actually collude with pirates. We've been living on planet H125 for so long. For so many years, I haven't wanted to leave here. Crooked Neck spat fiercely on the ground and said, he screwed us so badly. We have no choice but to leave now. No matter which of these two gangs wins, we're all in trouble. The bald guy is so mean. He won't be at ease if we stay here. If he takes over, he forces us out. If the Hua family wins, they also expel us. They won't allow anyone from the dark street to stay here anymore. Black Bear said wistfully, boss, are you really leaving? Crooked Neck, well, there's nothing I can do. I was just being greedy. By the way, number 5, when you entered the woods, did your nose twitch? Did you smell anything? Number 5, no, if you did, I tell you directly. Crooked Neck patted her shoulder, well, follow me closely. Number 6 is a fool. She was just giving birth to a child and ruining her skills. Don't be like number 6. Number 5 nodded, feeling a pang of regret. If she hadn't smelled the raw stone half a month ago, she wouldn't have harmed number 6 child. Now, she'd rather be a worthless person than be controlled by these people. Black Bear looked at the unconscious figure on the ground and asked, boss, what should we do with this girl? We went through so much trouble to capture her. Crooked Neck, take her with you. She's from the Hua family. Skinny Monkey, from the Hua family? Crooked Neck, according to my inside information, she's the Hua family's fiancée from Huiyucheng. If we take her hostage, the Hua family won't dare act rashly. Once we settle down on another planet, we can even use her for ransom. Skinny Monkey quickly flattered him, boss, you're so kind. Inside the cave, Lin Jing approached Lin Jian hesitantly. Here, send. You? Lin Jian accepted Lin Jing's gift, a sapphire necklace. It was clearly no ordinary item. How did Lin Jing get this? Lin Jian asked, puzzled. Yours? Lin Jing, yes, mine. Lin Jian, why don't you just say you were walking down the street and the gem hit you? Lin Jing thought for a moment and said seriously, pretty much. I was lying on the ground when someone dropped it in front of me. Lin Jian obviously didn't believe his nonsense. She took the necklace and took a closer look. Haha, there were 3 words micro-engraved on the back. She read them out, Shisu language. Now, the rest of the people in the cave looked at her. Lin Jian held the necklace, and Lin Yuan and Lin Mo also came over. Lin Yuan, this is a super A-grade iolite, also known as aquamarine. The Shisu family's planet H237 is rich in iolite, and the Shisu family members are proud to wear iolite. Lin Mo glanced at Huiyucheng and saw him sitting off to the side with a sullen expression, probably feeling down after hearing his girlfriend had been kidnapped. So, ever the helpful man, he asked Lin Jing, you said Wada's gang kidnapped a girl. What did she look like? Lin Jing was crouching on the ground at the time, unable to see the girl's face. After a moment's thought, he could only answer, I didn't see clearly, I just saw her hair was gray. Gray-white, that must be Zasuyu. Everyone in the Shisu family has gray hair. Besides, Lin Jian and the other 2 had seen her at the food court the day before yesterday. After confirming that it was Zasuyu who had been kidnapped, the 4 of them turned to Huiyucheng. Huiyucheng was indeed lost in thought. The Shisu and Hua families had been friends for generations. If Zasuyu had met with an accident on planet H125, it would likely affect their relationship. Huiyucheng looked up at Lin Jian and said, I'm going to save her? Lin Jian thought to himself, isn't that nonsense? If you don't save your own girlfriend, who else will? But she was a kind relative, and couldn't just be so blunt. She could only reply, yes, we have to go. Lin Yuan echoed, you must. Lin Mo nodded, hurry up and go. The three Lin family members' words were all good, but there was something strange about them. Pei Xiu had already stood up. Come on, I go with you. Hui Yuqing turned and glanced at the three Lin family members. He was a little worried about Lin Jian. Of the three, only Lin Yuan had attended military school for a year, and his skills were still very poor, so poor that he despised him. Hui Yuqing frowned, torn. He was worried about Lin Jian staying, but he was even more worried about him going with him. Those people were completely evil. Seeing Hui Yuqing's disdainful look, the three Lin family members immediately stated that they would not be a burden. Lin Mo, we stay in the cave. Lin Yuan, you can seal the cave when you leave. Lin Jian, go early and return early, and be careful on the way. Hearing Lin Jian's words, Hui Yuqing thought, it seems Lin Jian really wants him to rescue people. Okay, he go and return soon. Lin Jing led the way, and the three of them arrived at Wei Tu's hideout. This time, Wei Tu had only brought a few trusted confidants with him. It wasn't a large group, but their weapons were top-notch, made of Super A material. Hui Yuqing and Pei Xiu had discussed this on the way. With only two of them, they would need to be swift and ruthless to deal with these people. Swish! The Chungying sword leaped up, a flash of cyan gold sword light, and flew towards Wei Tu. However, the strike didn't kill him. It turned out that Wei Tu had a unique skill. His head could twist 180 degrees. Seeing this bizarre scene, Hui Yuqing was only slightly surprised, but he calmly responded to the attack. He piloted his mecha closer to Wei Tu again. Skinny Monkey, Wei Tu's ultimate warrior, twisted his neck and piloted his black mecha to meet the challenge. Skinny Monkey's fighting style was unconventional, though unorthodox. After several exchanges, just as his blade was about to strike Hui Yuqing, he pretended to retract it. He looked at Hui Yuqing with disdain and said sternly, Boy, this isn't the place for you. Since you come today, let me teach you a lesson. Before he could finish his words, the Chungying sword had already plunged into Wei Tu's head. Villains die from talking too much. Wei Tu then looked at Hui Yuqing up close. So it's you. She really is your fiancée. You actually came here in person to save her. Puff! Hui Yuqing summoned a phantom clone and stabbed him in the heart. He was so annoyed. Who the hell was spreading rumors? He was already irritated just hearing about his fiancée and her three friends. He had to kill them quickly so he could get back to protect Lin Jian. Elsewhere, Zisuyu, fed the antidote by Pei Xiu, regained consciousness and quickly joined the battle. Zisuyu's mech was all white, but her weapon was a jet black whip. Perhaps she felt a little humiliated by her previous capture. At this moment, her movements were fierce, each strike aimed at the neck. After receiving a side kick, she completely ignored the opponent's attack and, at a self-destructive cost, charged forward, striking at the throat. Pei Xiu's weapon was a knife fan. It looked like a fan, but it contained 18 flying knives, capable of flying and killing enemies. The man fighting him wielded an axe. As the axe swung down, 3 flying knives flew from his fan. One knife slashed squarely at the man's axe-holding hand, and 2 pierced his eyes, sending the axe crashing to the ground. Another slashed to the throat. After dispatching Wei Tu and Shouho, Hui Yuqing now battled Black Bear, the strongest of the group. Learning of their actions, he struck with exceptional ruthlessness, piercing his heart with his mecha arm, and then stabbing Black Bear between the eyebrows. He also employed a ferocious attack against the others. There was a loud bang. Someone in the group had thrown a piece of explosive stone, but it hadn't been properly refined, so it emitted a lot of black smoke and caused little damage. Hui Yuqing ducked low, rolled on the ground, and dispatched the last man with a single sword strike amidst the thick smoke. After the black smoke cleared, Zisuyu looked at her blackened mecha, her anger rising, but she suppressed it. After rescuing her, Hui Yuqing remained silent. He was about to leave, but seeing Lin Jing using the space button to collect supplies from Wei Tu and the others, he stood aside and waited. Zisuyu stared at him for a moment, seeing that he remained poker-faced. She said, Don't think you can impress me by playing it cool? I have someone else in my heart. Hui Yuqing ignored her, and didn't even respond. Zisuyu, seeing his attitude, challenged him, Humph, you're secretly in love with me, and you refuse to admit it. Hui Yuqing finally spoke. Narcissism is a disease. See a doctor. Zisuyu pointed at him angrily. You just wait. When the three returned, Hui Yuqing and Zisuyu both looked grim, and they ignored each other. Pei Xiu whispered to the 3 Lin family members. It's just a couple's bickering. Lin Jian was very understanding. I see. I guess he's late and his girlfriend's upset. Lin Yuan pretended to think. It seems to be a kind of fun, commonly known as a couple's little disagreement. Lin Mo sighed. Oh, dating is such a hassle. Hui Yuqing. What are you talking about? Nothing, the four replied in unison, and walked away mysteriously. Chapter 25. In the dim basement, all was silent, yet a heavy sense of oppression permeated the air. This sense of oppression was not due to the cramped space, but rather to the moods of everyone present. A dozen or so people sat in the room, all silent. An old man broke the silence. Wang family, Wei family, we part today, and we don't know when we meet again. Please take care of yourselves. The Wang family member bowed. Take care, seventh master. The Wei family member nodded. Everyone, may we meet again someday. In reality, all three family heads present knew that after leaving planet H125, the future for each family was bleak. Reunion was a mere wish. When the bald man first attacked, the three families chose to play it safe, but in reality, they were hoping to profit from the situation while waiting for the opportunity. Unfortunately, they hadn't anticipated how things would escalate. Now, they could only reap the consequences. After the Wang and Wei families left, the young man beside the old man gently stroked the bricks and tiles. He had grown up here, and was reluctant to leave. Grandfather, are we really leaving? The old man hummed, his voice full of undisguised fatigue. Dark Street has changed, and so has planet H125. Our greed prevented this man-made disaster, but ultimately, it's our own fault. The young man asked, Grandfather, the Hua family won't kill us all right away? The old man smiled, a hint of resignation in his smile. Yes, the Hua family won't attack us, but now the military has intervened, and they won't allow a place like Dark Street to exist. We are dark, they are light and dark are inherently opposites. For years, Dark Street has ostensibly kept its distance from the Hua family, but in reality, it's always been under their protection. But now, we've taken matters into our own hands. The young man's voice choked with emotion. Grandfather, can we ever come back? The old man didn't reply. After a long moment, he sighed deeply. Who knows? Maybe one day, we can come back. Young man, Grandfather, are we really going to an ownerless, desolate planet? Old man, well, pack up and go. The voice faded away. Inside the H125 command room, Huishiyu sat dejectedly. Usually dressed elegantly, he wore a shirt stained with a large bloodstain. His hands and face were covered in blood. Scarred and bruised, he looked haggard and disheveled. Lin Xia, who sat next to him, was neatly dressed, but her left hand was injured and she had just come out of the medical bay. Jertel, the commander of the 11th Legion, was returning from outside. He had led his men to capture a group of pirates and civilians involved in the riot, but many of the hidden spies hadn't been completely eradicated. He thought to himself, I never imagined that this tiny planet, H125, could harbor so many forces. He looked up at his former classmate and saw Huishiyu in a depressed mood, constantly blaming himself. It's my fault for not managing this place well. Lin Xia gently held his hand beneath the table, offering comfort. Gerd was pleased to see this, but didn't say much. As the commander of the 11th Legion, he knew a little more than the others. However, there were some things he couldn't reveal. H125 was originally a barren planet. After the Hua family purchased it, they brought it to unprecedented prosperity in just over 20 years. After rapid development, the wealth produced by this once barren planet was now comparable to that of medium-sized planets. Furthermore, there's a hidden street here, the exact revenue and profits of which are impossible to estimate. The planet's rapid economic development has drawn the attention of various factions, but for years, they failed to find any fault with the Hua family on H125. They pay taxes honestly, and their food court and tourism are also compliant. Because of H125, the Hua family once became the most beloved aristocratic family among the planet's citizens. It's important to note that the Hua family isn't the only aristocratic family with barren planets. Several major aristocratic families also own barren planets, but they lack the ability to govern them effectively. In the Qinghai Republic, the aristocratic families, the military, and the parliament are constantly rising and falling. The Hua family's excessive rise has put pressure on those in the military and parliament. Some other aristocratic families have also become jealous. The Hua family has become a target of public scrutiny. The night before, Girdler received a secret mission. His superiors announced that the Hua family has decided to hand over management of H125 to the military. At the time, everyone involved in this secret mission was stunned by the news. How could the Hua family do such a thing? Planet H125 was the Hua family's left arm, housing not only their mines, but also their trading hall. On arrival at H125, Gittel learned that a riot had broken out. As a soldier who had frequently traveled across desolate planets, He hadn't considered such riots anything significant. But over the past 2 days, Gettle realized the depths of the situation. This kind of riot couldn't be orchestrated by just a few hundred pirates. The communications blackout, the constant influx of militants, the inflammatory speeches, and the complex network of covert assassinations, all of this was unusual. While there were members of the Dark Street acting as collusion, there were also numerous forces fanning the flames. Perhaps, some of these forces were simply targeting the Hua family. Those causing the trouble probably still haven't realized whose pawns they were, perhaps just pawns within pawns. Throughout this entire incident, the Hua family's head had the quickest reaction and the most decisive action. Upon receiving news of the chaos on planet H125, he directly promised the military. The Hua family would transfer management of H125 to the military. In essence, he was handing H125 over to the military. With this move, the Hua family was undoubtedly cutting off a limb to survive. No wonder the Hua family has remained the leader of the 4 great families for so many years. The Hua family's head's courage is truly rare. Dark Street, Main Street. The bald man's group had been surrounded. Rumbling sounds echoed around them, and military starships surrounded Dark Street from all sides. A subordinate peeked out of the observation room and gasped. "Boss, there are so many military starships arriving. The 11th, 16th, 18th, and 21st Legions, 4 legions in total." Subordinate 2, "That's impossible. Why are there so many military personnel? Is this a military exercise?" Subordinate 3, "How could it be a military exercise? Sending troops to the Hua family's territory for a military exercise shows they completely disrespect the Hua family." Subordinate 3 was completely oblivious to the inaccuracy of his statement. In his mind, planet H125 was still part of the Hua family's property. Subordinate 4, crowding through the observation port, peeked out. "Huh? They're really from the military district. Why would the military district send so many?" The bald man clearly didn't believe it. Impossible. The aristocratic families and the military district have always managed their own affairs. "Unless the Hua family turns over planet H125, he said, his face turning pale. After a rumbling roar, a solemn voice echoed from the air, its tone carrying a familiar sense of oppression. "You are surrounded. Lower your weapons immediately. Surrender is your only escape, or we will use force to suppress you." For military starships, from 4 directions, surrounded their hideout from the air. In the sunlight, the black warships gleamed with a cold luster, their gun bays emptied, firing neat rows of light bullets at their hideout. For military aircraft, each containing the Republic's finest soldiers, flew around the warships. A minute later, a row of mecha-clad soldiers disembarked from the aircraft. The bald man and his men frowned. Although their group engaged in underground trade and had some survival skills, facing the combined might of 4 regular legions, they felt there was no point in resisting stubbornly. The bald man and his men pushed open the tightly closed door of the darkroom and stepped into the sunlight. For years, they had lived in dark streets, their days and nights reversed. Now, the bald man had finally fulfilled his wish, standing in the sun in broad daylight, but he hadn't expected it to be this way. Today, the sun was shining brightly. He stood on the ground, basking in the sunlight, the light seeming to wash away some of his sins. The bald man limped on one leg, trying to walk more steadily, trying to appear respectable. But when the soldiers saw him, their expressions remained unchanged, as if they were simply looking at a rat hiding in the dark streets. After the bald man and his group emerged, several regiment commanders commanded the mecha soldiers to lead them away. They were handcuffed and pushed aboard the warship. With a whoosh, the warship soared into the sky and disappeared into the vast horizon. What awaits this group is permanent exile to Prison Planet. The cleanup is still ongoing, with some residents in the residential area also participating. Military soldiers and patrolmen are conducting door-to-door searches, rounding up those involved in the violence. Although Wishiyu has handed over management responsibilities, he has been retained by military personnel in the command room to assist with the investigation. Furthermore, he will be tasked with arranging patrolmen to assist with the subsequent investigation. Today, Hui Yuqing finally received a video call from Wishiyu. After learning their location, Wishiyu arranged for someone to pick them up. The 5 of them set off for the command room, while Lin Xiuyu and Lin Jing remained in the cave. Once they arrived at the command room, they naturally learned of the planet's change of ownership. The Lin family owns no planet, so Lin Jian and the other 2 sat quietly to one side, while Chu Xiu, with his eyes downcast, contacted his family on his laptop. Hui Yuqing then made a direct video call to his father. Lin Jian caught a few fragments of his conversation, asking if it were possible to try to keep ordinary people on H125. He could not hear the other party's response. Not long after, Hui Shiyu and Hui Yuqing were taken away by several regimental commanders from the military district. They returned the next day, both looking grim. After a while, Hui Shiyu whispered to Lin Xia, "We tried our best, but the higher-ups are determined to expel everyone." Lin Xia patted his back to comfort him. Even if Lin Jian and the other two didn't understand immediately, they understood that this riot had not only cost the Hua family the right to manage H125, but also expelled all the residents of H125. Chu Xiu, it's not just H125 that needs to be cleared. All private planets belonging to aristocratic families will be depopulated. Illegal residents and those with unknown origins will be expelled. Lin Jian couldn't help but think of Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Jing's predicament. She hurriedly called Lin Jing, but the call was unanswered. Lin Jian, what should we do with these expelled people? Hui Yuqing, the military is making unified arrangements, and we're still trying to get them through. Hui Shiyu sighed, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. We applied to incorporate the civilians of planet H125 into the Hua family's other planets, but the council rejected it. They insisted on expelling all residents of planet H125, saying they might be spies of the Xingluan Republic, and would rather kill 100 innocent people than let a single one go. Chu Xiu nodded and added, these expelled people will have no choice but to live on undeveloped planets. However, the natural environments on those undeveloped planets are extremely harsh, and there are no laws or regulations. Everyone was in a low mood. Lin Jian suddenly remembered that she still owed money for the two children. She showed the Super A rough stone to Lin Xia, saying she had bought it and hadn't paid yet. Lin Xia carefully examined it and said, this is a Super A water-attributed rough stone. The price should be around 6 million star coins. Then, she transferred 6 million star coins to Lin Jian. After receiving the money, Lin Jian transferred all 6 million star coins to Lin Jing. After all, more money would definitely make life better for the two children. Meanwhile, Lin Jing, who was waiting in line to be expelled, received the payment and a grateful smile played on his lips. Lin Xiaoyu timidly tugged at the corner of his shirt and asked, "Brother, I don't want to leave here. Can I help us?" Lin Jing looked at Lin Xiaoyu and shook his head. "No, if we stay here, it will cause me a lot of trouble." Hearing that staying would cause trouble for Lin Jian, Lin Xiaoyu didn't ask to stay. She consoled herself by saying, "Okay, when we grow up, we come back to see our sister." Lin Jing nodded and promised her, "Yes, we will definitely come back." At that moment, everyone who had left planet H125 silently prayed, "One day, we will return to our homeland." The expelled people were sent by the military to planet H689, a garbage planet, where all interstellar trash was transported. Number 5 took Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Jing with them. For safety, Number 5 and Lin Xiaoyu had cut their hair short, and Number 5 disguised himself as a young man with two younger brothers. The military didn't check the expelled people. Firstly, there were too many people, and checking would take too much time. Secondly, these people were expelled, not entering the country. At the insistence of Hui Shiyu and Hui Yuqing, the military did issue electronic IDs to all the expelled people, proving that they were expelled from planet H125 and not roving criminals. This identification provided Lin Jing and the other two with great convenience. With it, they lived peacefully on the garbage planet for several years. Lin Jian and his group left 3 days after everyone else had left. Because the military needed to conduct a handover with Hui Shiyu could not leave. Hui Yuqing, due to his special status, was also detained. 2 members of the Hua family were detained separately, and only met up with Lin Jian and his group the morning of their departure. When they met, Lin Jian could clearly see that Hui Shiyu and Hui Yuqing had changed significantly. The biggest change was Hui Shiyu. In the past, he always gave the impression of a carefree, wealthy young man, but now, he had become much more decadent, probably believing that his own mismanagement had caused the violence and disorder. Seeing so many people expelled, he felt distressed. As for Hui Yuqing, while he used to appear experienced, he still retained a youthful air of childishness. This unexpected turn of events had made him subtly more silent. The atmosphere on the way back to the capital planet was tense, a stark contrast to the way they'd been there. As they neared the capital planet, Lin Jian, unsure of what was wrong with her, gave Hui Yuqing her newly acquired Super A rough stone. This one, with the water attribute, I can't use it, but you can. Hui Yuqing, seeing her reluctance, couldn't help but recall the first time she had offered to comfort him. That year, he was 16, and his spiritual power hadn't yet awakened. Back then, Whenever he made the slightest mistake, the Hua family elders would find ways to lash out at him, telling him what he had to do as a candidate for the next head of the family. Also, his father had always been exceptional since childhood, showing signs of awakening at 16. He couldn't understand why those people weren't satisfied, even though he always been number one since childhood. That day, perhaps it was the onset of his rebelliousness or something else, he had a slight fever. Perhaps the pain had given him courage. On the exam, he deliberately made a mistake and tied for first place. The day the results came out, he was lectured repeatedly by several of the Hua family elders. But in the face of their anger, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Perhaps this was what the little fool had meant by adolescent rebellion. For years, he followed the rules, lived like a robot, and he wasn't as happy as the little fool from the Lin family. The little fool's name was Lin Jian. 6 months ago, when his third uncle and aunt got married, he seen her. She was grinning from ear to ear, completely devoid of the reserved airs expected of a daughter from an aristocratic family. During this time, he heard people discussing her, saying she was stunningly beautiful, but not very bright, and her grades were abysmal. He had no idea what abysmal meant, so he specifically searched for her test scores. After seeing them, he was speechless. With these grades, did the Lin family not care about her? When third uncle and third aunt had just gotten married, she often came to the Hua family. It was said that third uncle was worried third aunt would be lonely, so he asked her to keep her company. She did come often, but it seemed she didn't spend much time with third aunt. The Hua family was a century-old family, with a collection of paper books passed down through the generations. That little fool would often take books from the Hua family's study and curl up there to read. He had once thought she was quietly studying there, but it turned out she was reading random books every day, all baseless, fabricated stories, like a few things about the explosion of the universe, the untold secret, and mysterious things in the universe. Hui Yuqing, why didn't she study hard? Every day she played and ate. One day, he was lying alone on a lounge chair in the back garden, resting. He overheard her chatting with third aunt, and after hearing what she said, he lost all sympathy for her. Those elders in the Hua family are so perverted. They scold anyone who gets the highest score every day. This isn't good. The children they raise will easily become mentally deformed. Mental deformity? Because they're overly demanding, they develop psychological scars. No way, the Hua family has always been like this. Then don't you think the Hua family lacks popularity? The entire Hua residence is deserted. They don't even make the sound of chewing their food. Aside from my uncle, I think the others in the family are more like perfect robots. A little, but it's not so bad. Well, I'm telling you, my uncle is okay. He can make braised pork. I want to be a bionic person and make braised pork for me every day. Okay, wipe your mouth. By the way, you don't seem to like Hui Yuqing very much? It's not that I don't like him. I just hate the look on his face every time he looks at me. Although he appears serious on the surface, there's a certain scrutiny in his eyes, the kind of superiority a top student has over a bottom student. He probably heard I wasn't doing well in school, but so what? I never failed a class, and I'm not eating his rice. He probably hasn't even experienced teenage rebellion. Just then, the Hua family's robot arrived to deliver tea. After serving the tea, the robot walked over to the recliner and asked, "Young master, would you like something to drink?" Lin Jian and Lin Xia turned to look at Hui Yuqing on the recliner. Lin Xia felt a little embarrassed, and Lin Jian slipped away. "Auntie, I should go home." After that day, Lin Jian didn't come to the Hua family for a long time. Without her, the Hua family fell silent for a long time. The day she came happened to be the day Hui Yuqing failed his exams. She knocked on Hui Yuqing's door, carrying a plate. "Hey, your third uncle asked me to bring you this braised pork. He has a culinary certificate, so he must be a master cook." Hui Yuqing looked at the bowl of braised pork. He knew it must have been specially prepared by his third uncle for her. He didn't want it, but seeing her eager expression, he took it. There was some reluctance in her eyes, but she still pretended to be generous. "You're doing fine. Don't work yourself up. Happiness is the most important thing. When you're feeling down, you can look down at me. I'm not a good student, and I often break dishes in the dishwasher, but I'm quite satisfied with myself." Chapter 26. On their return to the capital planet, Lin Jian and his companions discovered that the change of ownership of planet H125 had been reported on Interstellar News. The report stated that the pirates had carried out a terrorist attack. After the military quelled the riot, the Hua family, as a token of gratitude, handed H125 over to the military. This intensified the citizens' hatred of the pirates. Having recently bombed the capital planet's Starship Terminal, the pirates were now causing trouble on H125. The pirates were truly becoming increasingly rampant. The citizens didn't express much opinion on the change of ownership. Only the mecha technicians expressed regret. With H125 now under military control, it would no longer be open to the public. This undoubtedly meant that they had lost access to high-quality and affordable materials. Materials were becoming increasingly difficult to find and more expensive. Being a mecha technician was truly a difficult task. 3 days later, the military announced that they had auctioned off a derelict planet, which had been won by the Hua family. Of course, the specific price of the auction was not disclosed. This news is quite intriguing. The planet the military sold to the Hua family is called H307. While it lacks minerals, it does have one significant advantage. It's well connected, making it a transportation hub. This planet was previously used by the military, so it never had any civilian air routes. However, now that the Hua family has acquired the rights to use it, they can apply to the Republic to open routes. H307 can accommodate 16 routes. With these routes opened, many will have shorter travel distances. One route, in particular, will see a 5-day increase in speed. The residents of the planet are delighted to see these speed increases. Following the military announcement, the Hua family immediately issued a statement. They will re-establish a mineral trading market on H307 and develop it into a tourist destination. With this news, the Mecha Master's regrets were alleviated, as they could once again buy cheap raw stones. Lin Xia told the Lin family that, when the Hua family handed over H125 to the military, they had requested that ordinary residents on the planet be allowed to transfer to other Hua family planets. The military agreed at the time, but members of the parliament intervened, leading to the expulsion of the residents of H125. After subsequent negotiations, the military decided to sell H307 to the Hua family. With this planet, the Hua family could use the pretext of construction to bring in a large number of refugees from the deserted planet. The ordinary people who had previously lived on H125 would also have a safe place to live again. This way, the parliament could not object, as the construction of the deserted planet would indeed bring in a large number of refugees. What seemed simple was actually the result of a game of chess between several parties, and fortunately, the outcome was favorable. After the Hua family acquired H307, Hui Shiyu and Hui Yuqing settled there permanently. Successfully building a star is a complex undertaking, requiring surveying, planning, and design in the early stages, construction in the middle stages, and the introduction of residents in the later stages. It would take at least 1 to 2 years to complete. Hui Shiyu was away, and Lin Xia had recently been staying at the Lin family's house. Lin Jian asked her for advice on making daggers. With Lin Xia's help, Lin Jian crafted 4 daggers using A-grade materials. The daggers looked beautiful on the outside. But Lin Xia laughed and said that these 4 daggers were only good for show, not for use. They might look impressive, but against an S-grade mecha, they would self-destruct. Lin Jian gave up on giving them away and continued to work on them at home, hoping to make them again when he had better materials. Time flew by, and soon the first day of school arrived. Lin Jian had been busy these days reading through Mecha Mastery V. To finish the last few chapters, she didn't arrive at school early. She left on the morning of the first day of school. The school's required arrival time was 10 a.m., so leaving early would just allow her to make it. On the aircraft, Lin Jian's computer received 3 messages. Cici Lilt, which floor do you want to live on? Shisha, boss, we room together. Daisy Lu, I be waiting at the school gate. Let's go together. Lin Jian stayed up late reading last night, and fell asleep as soon as she boarded the aircraft. The messages didn't even wake her. Just like last time, the aircraft could only fly to a designated location, and students had to take the levitation train to the school. Lin Xia dropped Lin Jian off at the designated location and then left. Lin Jian joined the crowd and lined up to board the levitation train. At this point, the passengers were mostly new students reporting. Lin Jian found a seat. The 2 girls next to her, presumably her best friends, were chatting. We be assigned dormitories after we get in. We live together, and choose a double room. Okay, but double rooms aren't guaranteed. Our ranking is low, so we probably end up in a triple room. From their subsequent conversation, Lin Jian learned that dormitories at the Imperial Military Academy were also assigned based on ranking. The school dormitories are divided into 3 areas: Area A, Area B, and Area C. Area A is the best, with single rooms. Area B is average, with double rooms. Area C is the worst, with triple rooms. Lin Jian thought about her ranking and decided, never mind. I just live wherever I'm assigned. Since she was last in the rankings, she just fill in. There's no choice. She was already content to get into the Imperial Military Academy. As for the dormitories, she'd just take things as they came. Besides, after arriving, she'd probably spend most of her time in the library and the training room. She spotted the Imperial Military Academy's impressive phantom wall from afar and punched in to enter. Cece Lilt, Shisha, and Daisy Lu were waiting for her not far from the gate. After not seeing them for 2 months, their demeanor had changed dramatically, and the aura of Military Academy students filled her. They were walking straight toward her from 3 different directions, and wherever they passed, others circled around them. What was going on? Lin Jian observed the way the people around her were looking at the 3 of them. She felt they looked a bit shady, like Big Sister. At the freshman reception center, the students handling admissions procedures kept glancing at the 3 people behind Lin Jian, then cautiously looking back at her. Lin Jian felt strangely attracted by their looks. We're all freshmen. Why are you looking at me with such fear and trepidation? I'm weak and pitiful. How can you treat me like a beast? A trending post on the Imperial Military Academy's internet went viral. Wow! 3 big guns from the Mecha Unit Department joined together. No, 3 big guns. To accompany a freshman to complete enrollment procedures. Does anyone recognize this person? Attached is a photo. In the photo, the freshman is walking in front, with the 3 big guns escorting her from behind. This year's Mecha Unit students enrolled early, so there were very few people completing enrollment today. Only those from the Command and Mecha departments were doing so. This made the 4 of them stand out in the crowd. First floor, who is this? Could it be the 4th big gun? 2 indie floor. Being escorted by 3 big guns simultaneously to complete enrollment is pretty impressive. 3 RD floor. Hilarious. Really, anyone can be a big gun. I'm a junior, and I don't recognize any of the people in your picture. 4th floor. I'm the group owner. Just to add, these are the 3 top players in our first-year Mecha unit. 5th floor. Calling first year's top players is a bit arrogant. Juniors should be more humble. I'm a second year. 6th floor. Age shouldn't be used to determine strength. The day before yesterday, the school arranged for 24th year Mecha units to compete against these guys, and they won. 7th floor. 4th years? Who's so shameless as to be defeated by first year units? 8th floor. I don't know their names, but I heard a 4th year Mecha unit named Troa lost to Cece Lilt. 9th floor. There's a limit to bragging. How could Troa lose to a first year rookie? 10th floor. Impossible. Troa's combat power is in the top 10 of the 4th year class. 11th floor. I'm the group owner. Let me show you a few videos. All 3 are of battles in a simulator. Video 1. The blue-haired beauty's weapon is an axe. Her opponent is a senior student. The axe in her hand, like a thread, slashes straight at the opponent's mech, forcing him back a foot. The axe, seemingly only half an arm's length, feels like a 10,000-ton weight. Not only does it push back the opponent, it also strikes the tree behind him, splitting it in 2 in an instant. The senior student is clearly stunned. The blue-haired beauty presses forward, grasping the axe handle with one hand, her other hand clamping like a vice around the opponent's shoulder. She strikes the axe at the opponent's carotid artery, sending the senior student's mech crashing to the ground. The axe blade lodged in the mech, making a creaking sound that terrifies everyone watching the video. Video 2. Trova and the gray-haired, red-eyed woman engage in a fierce battle. Trova's mecha arms lash out like the wind, but the woman remains elusive, each time managing to dodge with pinpoint accuracy. A minute later, the gray-haired, red-eyed woman raises her sky-splitting spear to meet the attack. In her hand, the sky-splitting spear resembles a living dragon, slashing with lightning speed towards Trova's vital points. Trova ducks, raising her knees to shield herself, avoiding the fatal blow, but the exterior of her mecha is severely damaged. The gray-haired, red-eyed woman suddenly leaps into the air, unleashing 3 consecutive kicks, each one striking Trova in the heart. Trova collapses to her knees, and the simulator declares her dead. Video 3. This is the battle between the smoky gray-eyed woman. She is the most brutal of the 3. She is light, and moves with ghostly speed, but her blade strikes her opponent's head, each time slicing directly into their throats. Anyone who fought her was defeated within a minute. After watching these 3 videos, the seniors stopped talking. Clearly, these 3 were very powerful. They had such prowess right after entering school, and they would only become stronger in the future. At this time, someone broke the news. 12th floor. The gray-haired, red-eyed woman is from the Cece family, Cece Lilt. The woman with smoky gray eyes is the dark horse from the desolate planet who made the top 10 in this exam, Shisha. As for the blue-haired beauty, she's from the Chimo tribe, Daisy Lu. 13th floor, Chimo, 14th floor, a hidden family, 15th floor, that family I guess. 16th floor, okay, then these three are definitely the big guys. Who's the fourth one? 17th floor, I don't know her. 18th floor, I don't know her +1. 19th floor, I think I know her, but I'm not sure. She seems to be the last one admitted in our grade. 20th floor, last in last place, 21st floor. Actually, being last in last place is also a sign of strength. Okay, I'm just bragging, don't mind me. 22nd floor, The three of them accompanied Lin Jian to the freshman registration office to register. At 10 o'clock, dormitory selection began, and after choosing a room, they could rest in their dormitories. Men and women chose separately. Cece Lilt, being the first among the women, had priority. In the military academy, strength is a form of ability. Many individuals with strong personalities are not used to living with others and choose single rooms. Some who requested double rooms would use one room for exercise equipment and the other for the person living in it. But this is all allowed. Cece Lilt was the first to step forward. I want a double room. Others, that's normal, he's the boss, but then, their supposed boss waved to the crowd. Jane, you choose. We take whichever room you choose. Others, Is the boss really that friendly? Shisha stepped forward. Let's pick a triple room. We live together. Others, if the bosses live together, there won't be a fight, right? Xiang Mian glanced at the three of them and was about to offer them a triple room, when the usually calm and composed Daisy Lu said, I come too. Xiang Mian looked at the four of them and reminded them, there are only triple rooms available. The three of them exchanged glances. Cece Lilt said, let's have a fight. Shisha rubbed her hands. Okay, the loser gets a separate room. Daisy nodded. Sure. Others, Oh shit. The three bosses are finally going to fight each other. I wonder who's the toughest. Lin Jian, at the center of the storm, was still dazed. They were just choosing a dorm, and now a fight was brewing. What was wrong with these three? Just then, Liamo, the security teacher, arrived. What's going on? Cece Lilt cocked her head, her expression arrogant, and said timidly, I'm afraid of the dark. I'm afraid of living alone in a room. I'm used to having company. Daisy Lu said calmly, I needed someone to live with me since I was a kid. I'm afraid of the dark and lightning. Liamo turned to look at Shisha and asked, Are you afraid of the dark too? Shisha's smoky gray eyes were dull, and she spoke coldly, unexpectedly timidly, Teacher, I've been afraid of the dark, lightning, and cockroaches since I was a kid. Liamo and Xiang Mian twitched their lips. I don't believe you. You three have been so invincible lately, and now you're all so fragile. You're just adding drama to yourselves. Forget it, if you want to live together, then so be it. It would be helpful to practice team spirit beforehand. But the school didn't have any quad rooms this time. Liamo thought for a moment and said, I asked Sidley if he has any ideas. The video call connected, and Sidley's slapping face appeared. Liamo said, For students want to live together. Do you have any quad rooms available? Sidley said impatiently, No. Who's so annoying and demanding? The teacher turned the video call to Cece Lilt, Shisha, and Daisy Lu. It's them. Sidley swallowed and quickly changed his tone. How could a school this size not have quad rooms? We have a small suite that's just big enough for 4 people. I go get it arranged right away. With that, he quickly hung up the video call. Finally, the 4 of them finally moved into the dorm they had hoped for. It was a bit far from the freshman dorms, but closer to the senior dorms. The room was a suite with 4 bedrooms, a practice room, a living room, and best of all, a kitchen. Lin Jian, I'm taking advantage of my sisters. Chapter 27. The first day of school was a relaxed affair, an opening ceremony in the morning, class meetings, and club activities in the afternoon. In short, we give you a little treat on the first day, let you feel the warmth of the school, and then it'd be up to you to struggle through the muddy waters. At 8 a.m., the freshman opening ceremony took place. The first speaker was the Imperial Military Academy's principal. He seemed affable, but only outwardly, at least the other students didn't consider him affable. The principal's speech was centered around 4 words, welcome. After 5 minutes, the freshmen applauded enthusiastically. The second speaker was the dean of students. I heard he was the commander of a regiment who had recently retired from the front lines. He spoke with a serious tone, Summing it up in one sentence, you must work hard. If you can't work hard, then you must take a beating. After the dean of students finished speaking, the young students in the audience were excited, each eager to quickly experience how to take a beating. Looking at the naughty kids, the homeroom teacher smiled slightly. The third speaker was the freshman representative. Undoubtedly, the freshman representative was Hui Yuqing. As he emerged from the invisible door, the whispers in the room quickly died down, and everyone gazed toward the center of the venue with bated breath. Even someone like Lin Jian, who had seen him before, couldn't help but be amazed by his present appearance. The Imperial Military Academy uniform perfectly suited him. The pure black uniform contrasted with his cool, pale skin, icy blue eyes, and rosy lips. His expression carried a certain aloofness, making one afraid to approach, only to admire him from afar. In his uniform he stood tall and straight, like a lone pine tree proudly standing on a cliff, yet without seeming out of place, as if that was the way he was meant to be. Warm sunlight shone on his face, casting a shadow that gave his already somewhat graceful features a masculine hardness, just the right amount, revealing just the right hint of hormones. As he nodded, he tilted his neck slightly, his delicate Adam's apple glimpsing through his tightly buttoned uniform. This exposed his most vulnerable spot, like a flawless piece of porcelain with a tiny nick that begs the temptation to smooth it out. Lin Jian shook his head sharply in his seat. "Stop, what are you thinking about?" But turning around, he saw that quite a few people in the crowd were lost in their own thoughts. The 3-minute speech by the freshman representative quickly ended, and many people came to their senses. Previously, they had only seen photos of Hui Yuqing, and they were already quite captivated. They hadn't expected him to be even more captivating in person. Holy crap. The opening ceremony quickly concluded, and then the class meetings began. Lin Jian was in the first-year Mecha class too. After settling into the classroom, he saw his homeroom teacher walk in from the front door. He looked strangely familiar, and as soon as he spoke, Lin Jian remembered that their homeroom teacher was the bald old man who had been talking so long and long before they entered the trial ground. When Lin Jian saw him, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Today's class meeting was going to go on and on, but in a surprising twist, their homeroom teacher had transformed himself. He promptly handed everyone a form and said, "Fill it out by 6 p.m. today." Dismissed. With that, he quickly vanished. Huh? So soon? Homeroom teacher, you're not even going to introduce yourself? You should at least tell us your name, so we can contact you if we need anything. After being ruthlessly abandoned, the classmates looked at each other in bewilderment and slowly left the classroom. So, on the first day of school, Lin Jian, who hadn't even met a single new classmate and didn't even know her homeroom teacher's last name, returned to the dormitory. She was the only one in the dormitory. The other 3 hadn't returned yet. Sitting there was bored, so Lin Jian simply picked up the form her homeroom teacher had handed out and began to study it. The form was actually a course selection chart. As a mecha technician, there were 9 required courses: Mecha General Knowledge, Mecha Joint Manufacturing, Human Planetary History, Situational Politics, Tactics and War Will, Free Fighting, Holographic Cabin Simulation, Long-Range Shooting, and Basic Physical Fitness. There were 79 electives: Cooking, Nutrition, Plant Medicinal Resources, Romantic Psychology, Criminal Psychology, Ballroom Dancing, Film and Television Appreciation, First Aid, Basic Medicine, including Anatomy, Planting, Equestrianism, Dance, Musical Instruments, Drawing. The 2 most surprising ones were Wheat Harvesting and Weeding, and Sheet Metal Fitting. Each required course was worth 10 points, and each elective was worth 5 points. To pass, students had to earn 100 points in the semester. Failure would result in a semester of probation, requiring students to make up the credits missed in the second semester to pass. If they couldn't make up the credits, they would either drop out or repeat the year, both of which were undesirable. 9 required courses totaled 90 points, and electives were worth 5 points each. This meant that to pass, students had to take at least 9 plus 2 courses, 9 core courses and 2 electives. After reviewing the schedule, Lin Jian suddenly felt like a huge weight had fallen on her shoulders. After much deliberation, Lin Jian decided on Plant Medicinal Resources and Planting as electives. To be on the safe side, she also added a painting course. Lin Jian quite enjoyed the course Plant Medicinal Resources. As a health expert, she naturally needed to learn more about medicinal uses. As for planting, it was a personal hobby. She'd grown flowers at home back on Blue Star. Drawing was Lin Jian's only confidence point. Having been an art student on Blue Star, this course shouldn't be too difficult. Selecting the 9+3 mode, Lin Jian used her laptop to take a photo and submitted it to her homeroom teacher. Lin Jian had no idea how surprised her homeroom teacher was when she saw she'd chosen painting as an elective. He hadn't seen anyone major in painting in years. Didn't this student visit the campus network? Did they visit it but decided they were strong enough? Lin Jian had just finished filling out the form when Cici Lilt, Shisha, and Daisy returned. They had already submitted their elective forms during the class meeting. They asked each other questions. Cici Lilt's electives were first aid medical care, and wheat harvesting and weeding. Shisha's electives were cooking and basic medicine, including anatomy. Daisy Lu's electives were film and television appreciation, and sheet metal fitting. When Lin Jian said she had chosen plant medicinal resources, planting, and painting, Shisha remained silent. She didn't quite understand. Cici Lilt asked Lin Jian, "Why did you choose 3 electives?" Lin Jian answered truthfully, "2 are my hobbies, and 1 is a backup." Daisy Lu, upon hearing this, automatically assumed that painting was Lin Jian's hobby, so she didn't say anything more. In the afternoon, it was time to visit the club activities. The 4 of them duly arrived at the venue for the club activities, the gymnasium that had resembled an underwater dragon palace during the freshman entrance exam. When they arrived, the gymnasium was already crowded with people, and the various club leaders were recruiting members. Lin Jian looked at the dazzling array of club signs, and felt it was similar to what they had seen back on Blue Star, activities designed to connect singles. Ballroom dance club, speech club, reading club, etiquette club, adventure club, go club, swimming club. Thinking of taking 12 courses, Lin Jian had no interest in these club activities, and neither did the other 3. After learning that joining a club wouldn't earn them any extra or deductible points, the 4 of them left the gym without hesitation. This trip had been a real waste of time. As the 4 of them reached the gymnasium entrance, they ran into an old acquaintance. The person, seeing them, was incredibly enthusiastic and quickly approached them. "Cui Bao, for sisters, I finally found you." The 4 of them nodded to him, then passed by, each heading towards the dormitories. But Cui Bao hurried after them. "Sisters, don't go. I have something to ask you. Look, I joined the school's self-government committee. I recommended a few of you to our president." "Self-government committee? What's it for?" The name doesn't sound very appealing. It should be a group of people with strong self-management skills, but none of them are. Seeing they were clueless, Cui Bao quickly explained, "The self-government committee is something special. It's a bridge between students and teachers in school." The 4 of them couldn't help but think of the previous bridge, the man named Shideli. So, all 4 of them shook their heads, expressing their disinterest. Cui Bao rambled on for a long time, sounding like a shill. "Sisters, this department is so hard to come by. I fought for it with our department head for a long time before securing one. Ladies, this department is great. The school inspection team is part of it." The 4 of them continued walking, unmoved by his words. Cui Bao had no choice but to use his trump card. "Ladies, the head of our department is Hu Yuqing." Lin Jian paused, a little surprised. "Is Hu Yuqing so idle?" Cui Bao quickly followed up with a sales pitch. "Sister Jian, he's not idle. Children from aristocratic families need to slowly cultivate their influence when they go to college. The Imperial Military Academy has 2 major departments, the Student Union and the Self-Government Committee. Both are places to recruit talent." Hu Yuqing had just arrived, and according to the school's unspoken rules, he could only join the Self-Government Committee. The school's unspoken rule is that the president of the Self-Government Committee is a freshman, and the Student Union president is selected from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years. Lin Jian gave a perfunctory "oh." Cui Bao continued, "Sisters, don't underestimate this Self-Government Committee. It's a great way to train yourself. The Imperial Military Academy's Self-Government Committee only has 50 members, making it very difficult to get in. It consists of 5 teams, each with 10 members. The first team is the Discipline Supervision Team, responsible for daily campus patrols, checking for students returning late, and punishing student fights. The second team is the Hygiene Supervision Team, responsible for campus hygiene inspections. The third team is the Physical Fitness Supervision Team, responsible for monitoring students for slacking off during physical training. The fourth team is the Publicity Supervision Team, responsible for organizing various campus celebrations. The fifth team is the Study Supervision Team, responsible for verifying students' reasons for leave and spot-checking test scores. Okay, it's the same system as on Blue Star. The teams correspond to the Discipline Committee, Hygiene Committee, Physical Education Committee, Publicity Committee, and Study Committee. However, Lin Jian wasn't interested in being a class leader, and judging by her appearance, the other three seemed to share the same sentiment. After Cui Bao finished his introduction, he beamed with pride. Sister, I'm the captain of Team 1. Are you coming? The four shook their heads and turned to leave. Cui Bao panicked. Oh no! I'm ruined. Without these big guys to take charge, how can I manage all those people? Cui Bao had no choice but to continue lobbying with the four. After a while of nagging, Cici Lil turned and looked at him. Don't follow us. We're not going. Seeing Cici Lil's subdued expression, Cui Bao also feared a beating. Although he was relatively resistant to beatings, he didn't want to be beaten on the first day of school. Recovering from the rejection, Cui Bao left in tears. The four returned to the dormitory. They had to admit that the accommodation Shi Deli had arranged for them was quite good. Although it was a bit far from their classmates, it was a private house near the back hill of the school, with a front yard. Seeing it was still early, Shisha suggested, let's have dinner together tonight to celebrate. The three agreed unanimously. Okay. Shisha, I make my specialty and grill it for you. The three kitchen novices agreed. Okay. Lin Jian, what ingredients do you need? Shisha, anything can be grilled, both meat and vegetables. Fresh meat is best, but charcoal is a bit difficult to find. I wonder if there's any in the capital. Daisy Lu raised her hand. I take care of the charcoal. Cici Lilt, I take care of the meat. Lin Jian, I take care of the vegetables, drinks, and dessert. Shisha, okay, I go build the stove first. After the division of labor, Lin Jian went shopping on Star Online, while Cici Lilt and Daisy Lu went to the mountains behind the school. Shisha was indeed a professional cook. She went back to her bedroom and brought out a pile of metal sheets. Somehow, she pieced them together and conjured a barbecue grill. Daisy Lu returned soon after, carrying a large dead tree stump on her shoulder. She unloaded the stump in the yard and returned to the bedroom to retrieve a full arm-length axe. Under the gaze of the other two, the axe flew rapidly in her hands, splitting logs of equal length and thickness. After splitting the wood, she built a cocoon-shaped stove with stones from the yard and placed the split wood into the stove. Shisha, I get the fire. Daisy Lu, no need. She held the full arm-length axe in her left hand and the half-arm-length axe in her right. They rubbed together, and with a crackling, flames appeared, igniting the wood in the stove. Seeing this, Lin Jian couldn't help but praise, Sister, you're so skilled. Daisy Lu said proudly, of course, I've been doing this since I was a kid. It's cold where we live, so my grandfather would take us up the mountain every day to chop firewood and make charcoal. We make more charcoal when the weather was warm, saving it for when the weather got colder. Shisha sighed, amazing. No wonder you're so skilled with an axe. Daisy Lu, you're pretty good with a knife too. Shisha, of course. When I was little, I couldn't afford to eat, so I had to forage for food. Without a sharp knife, I couldn't get anything to eat. Lin Jian thought to herself, it seems I was too lucky as a child, so I didn't master this skill. Time passed quickly, and in about an hour, the charcoal was ready. The three of them put some of the charcoal into the barbecue grill, and kept the rest in the stone stove. At this moment, Cici Lilt returned, carrying a long-tailed chicken and a mere rabbit on a stick. Long-tailed chicken and mere rabbit are the most common meats consumed by interstellar people. Seeing her return, Shisha stepped forward to help with the ingredients. Beep beep. Lin Jian's order arrived, delivered by a chubby robot. Mr. Lin Jian, your goods have arrived. Please check them. Daisy Lu helped Lin Jian unload the goods from the delivery robot. Lin Jian had ordered a lot of items, 2 square tables, for stools, tableware, tablecloths, vegetables, fruit, juice, and, for a more festive atmosphere, several solar miners' lamps and scented candles. Daisy Lu moved one of the square tables for Shisha to use for the barbecue. Lin Jian moved another square table to the east corner of the yard. He covered the table with a colorful tablecloth and placed the miner's lamp and scented candles on it. Lin Jian also picked some wild flowers from the corner of the yard to decorate the table. Seeing the other three busy grilling, Lin Jian went into the kitchen to cut and arrange the fruit. Then, she placed the fruit and desserts neatly on the square table and filled glasses with juice. Under Shisha's direction, the first batch of barbecue was quickly ready, accompanied by wild mushroom soup. The four of them sat at the square table and toasted, celebrating their first meal together. A gentle breeze carried the aroma of barbecue to the nearby senior dormitory. It wasn't crowded, as many had gone off campus for training. But there were still some people left, and quite a few of them were foodies. The overwhelming aroma made those foodies crave it. They all followed the scent, but upon seeing the four beauties dining in the courtyard, they reluctantly left. They weren't familiar with the place, so it wouldn't be nice to just go and eat for free. However, someone anonymously uploaded the 4 people's eating video to the Imperial Military Academy's intranet. It turned out that one of the foodies had secretly filmed them cooking in the hallway that afternoon using a telephoto lens. Today was the first day of school, and the internet was already crowded with people, and the various clubs had posted numerous advertisements. Unfortunately, those advertisements couldn't match the popularity of the suddenly emerging food post. Although the poster had used a telephoto lens to secretly film the video, it still attracted many viewers. It couldn't be helped. The food was so tempting that no one had expected these people to actually have a delicious picnic on the Imperial Military Academy campus. The stylish decor, coupled with the pictures of fruit plates, desserts, and barbecued food, quickly pushed the post to the top of the page. The poster didn't show any frontal photos of the 4 people at the dinner, only pictures of the food and their backs, but the alumni's eyes were sharp. First floor, that wood chopping technique looks so familiar, I think I've seen it somewhere before. 2nd floor, I remember someone posted a video yesterday of a freshman who was using an axe. It must be her. 3rd floor, wait, I recognize her, same technique. 4th floor, oh my god, I recognize the girl carrying the prey too. She's the top-ranked mecha soldier among the freshmen. 5th floor, really? 6th floor, yes, I just recognized the person killing the chicken. 7th floor, who? 8th floor, that's the girl who was specifically targeting people's heads in yesterday's video. 9th floor, I know the other one too. 10th floor, yes, the other one is the girl the 3 seniors escorted to the freshman registration. 11th floor, haha, those seniors are cooking, how come they're so good? 12th floor, the point is, this meal looks delicious. 13th floor, just looking at it makes me want to join them. 14th floor, I want to eat. 15th floor, +1. It's no wonder the 11th floor praised several people for their excellence. In the interstellar age, few people knew how to cook. After the advent of food processors and cooking robots, almost no one learned to cook. Many lazy people simply ate nutrient solution. Nowadays, cooking is a subject people learn specifically to enrich their lives. When Cui Bao saw this post, she couldn't help but feel even more sad. The sisters didn't invite her to dinner. Sister Cece, have you forgotten Cui Bao, the one you beat up since childhood? Chapter 28. The Imperial Military Academy is a closed-door school, with only Sundays off. On other days, students are not even allowed to leave the school. According to the computer, Lin Jian's daily schedule is quite balanced. 6 classes a week, 2 periods each day. Although each class is quite long, lasting 3 or 4 hours, with only 2 periods, it's still quite relaxing. On the second day of school, formal training began. At 7 a.m., all students gathered at the mountain track, divided into groups, and ran from the foot of the mountain to the top, an hour. Those who didn't reach the top failed, and had to undergo additional training in the evening. Mecha soldiers ran with a 50 kilograms load, Mecha divisions ran with a 20 kilograms load, and command divisions ran with a 10 kilograms load. During her 2-month vacation, Lin Jian had been consistently doing basic physical training. Through training, she was now able to complete the Imperial Military Academy's basic physical training every morning on time, which was a huge improvement for her. Today, Lin Jian took Mecha General Knowledge in the morning and Human Star History in the afternoon. After the first day of class, Lin Jian felt confident about the upcoming courses. She felt she had a good adaptability, and with this workload, getting a perfect score on the final exam shouldn't be a problem. After self-study, Lin Jian returned to her bedroom. She planned to check which classes she had tomorrow, so she could prepare materials in advance. She saw that tomorrow morning was free fighting, and the afternoon was political science. When she saw the words free fighting, Lin Jian's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes! The most dreaded class is here. Lin Jian had always been a law-abiding and honest person. Whether in her previous life on Blue Planet or in this interstellar world, she had never fought or argued with anyone, and even then, she rarely did. Well, now she actually had to go out and fight someone. Honestly, she had no idea how to fight. Lin Xia hadn't taught her close combat either, because during the 2-month vacation, they had spent most of their time on basic physical training. Lin Jian thought about it. In her 2 lifetimes, the only vicious fighting move she knew was hair pulling. Ugh, the thought of getting into a hair-pulling brawl gave Lin Jian a toothache. After thinking it over, Lin Jian decided to cram and ask her 3 roommates for some tricks to fight the enemy. Leaving the bedroom, she saw signs hanging on the doors of her 3 roommates, indicating that they were all practicing in the simulator. Lin Jian's plan to ask for advice had to be shelved. She went into the training room and used the traction ball for 2 hours to strengthen herself. When she was exhausted, she returned to her bedroom to wash up and go to bed. Lying in bed, Lin Jian sighed. Alas, this simple strength training wouldn't bring her any real improvement. Even if she trained daily, she'd still be a showpiece, useless without a certain amount of practice. Forget it, prepare for a beating tomorrow. Hopefully, the opponent won't hit her too hard. Before bed, Lin Jian prayed, I hope tomorrow's teacher will be kinder, and that the opponent will be weaker, ideally, a weakling like me. Coincidentally, the 4 of them all had a free fighting class on the morning of the 3rd day. Cece, Daisy, and Shisha woke up excited. After finishing their basic physical training, the 4 of them headed to the free fighting classroom. Compared to the high spirits of their other 3 roommates, Lin Jian seemed particularly dejected. The 4 of them entered their respective classrooms. Surprisingly, there were no teachers, only simulators. A floating screen in the air displayed, Students, please enter the simulator for study. TSK, even free fighting classes are now being taught in the simulator. This truly is the grandeur of the Imperial Military Academy. Lin Jian put on the simulator helmet and lay down inside. After connecting with her mental power, the system displayed, please select a teacher. The teacher will provide you with one-on-one instruction and sparring. 5 images appeared to choose from, a bit like choosing your own character in a game. Of the 5 images, 3 were burly men, which Lin Jian immediately passed. The remaining 2 were women, one a dashing queen and the other a cute lowly. Lin Jian felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the heavens had heard her prayers. She thought about it. The person she chose would be both her teacher and her opponent. From the perspective of choosing an opponent, she would definitely choose the weaker one. Between the queen and the lowly looked delicate and charming, even shorter than she was. Lin Jian chose the cute lowly without hesitation. After choosing a character, the Lolita gave Lin Jian an hour's worth of basic fighting lessons. In that hour, the Lolita taught Lin Jian 3 moves, a knee kick to the head, a knee strike to the face, and a leg kick to the head. Lin Jian studied diligently, believing she had mastered them. The next 3 hours were spent in real combat. When the real fight began, Lin Jian realized that moves were just moves, and combat was combat. Without applying them flexibly, without power and accuracy, they were nothing. At the outset of the fight, the Lolita launched a right side kick at Lin Jian's left knee, followed by a left side kick at her right knee. After being knocked down, Lin Jian quickly rolled over and stood up, intending to use the same moves against the Lolita, but the Lolita rushed over and, with a bang-bang, simultaneously attacked Lin Jian's face with 2 punches. Lin Jian felt her face swell, and her teeth were about to fall out. Damn it, a slap in the face was unbearable. Lin Jian couldn't help but unleash his ultimate skill, attempting to pull the opponent's hair, but the opponent spun, missing Lin Jian's hand and launching a sweeping kick straight at Lin Jian's head, knocking him down. A minute later, Lin Jian was activated, and a new round of fighting began with the lowly. This time, Lin Jian's tactics were much more ruthless. You kick my left knee, I kick your right knee. You punch my face, I hit your nose. Although I was being beaten, you, the NPC, were also being beaten. Gradually, Lin Jian stopped being constantly beaten. She would occasionally roll over and pin the lowly to punch her. Although Lin Jian took a lot of beatings, she could still be activated even after being knocked unconscious, so she began to get more aggressive. For a whole morning, she was repeatedly activated and beaten. By the end, Lin Jian felt her face was numb from the beatings, and her body was covered in countless scars. In short, her whole body was in pain. If she hadn't realized she was in a simulator, Lin Jian felt she would have vomited blood, and her face would have been disfigured. After an unknown amount of time, the bell finally rang, and the opponent in the simulator vanished. Lin Jian crawled out of the simulator. She turned her head and looked around, realizing that the classmates she'd been lying in the simulator with were all half dead. Lin Jian finally felt a sense of relief. Haha, it seems it's not just me who's weak, it's the entire first-year mecha class too. Humph. With that little girl's skill, she could only give her a beating. Any of her 3 roommates could easily beat her. She was going to complain, telling her roommates to choose that little girl as their simulator teacher next time, to avenge her and beat her to death. After a few minutes' break, the students slowly left the classroom, and Lin Jian stood up. She touched her chest and suddenly felt pain even breathing. Although she had no wounds, she felt as if her internal organs had been dislocated by the beating. Lin Jian walked slowly back to the dormitory, thinking as she went, I have to act pitiful when I get back, so the 3 of them can avenge her next time. When she got back to the dormitory, she was surprised to find that the other three hadn't returned yet. Could it be that they were so outstanding that the teacher had left them alone to praise them? So Lin Jian silently poured herself a glass of warm water, drank it, and laid down on the sofa in the living room, feeling sorry for herself. Alas, if I wasn't strong enough, I could only take a beating. If I were strong enough, I would be the one to beat up that little girl today. As Lin Jian lay there, feeling sorry for herself, Daisy Liu was brought back by her classmates. She was almost semi-conscious, and was carried back by two classmates. Seeing Daisy's condition, Lin Jian quickly scrambled to his feet. He watched as the two classmates hurriedly carried Daisy to the medical bay, instructing Lin Jian. The teacher said she's a little dehydrated and needs to stay in the medical bay for half an hour. Remember to take care of her when she wakes up. Lin Jian nodded repeatedly. Okay. Lin Jian had just returned to the living room when he saw 4 people carrying Cece back to the dormitory. Seeing Cece, who was completely unconscious, Lin Jian leaped over and clung to them, asking, "What's wrong with her?" Cece's classmates helped her into the medical bay and explained, she was knocked unconscious by the simulator during her free-fighting class. Lin Jian stammered, somewhat incredulous. Cece was knocked unconscious by an NPC. Yeah, Cece's classmates said, their injuries gone. Without further ado, they hurried away. They too seemed seriously injured, their steps unsteady. Lin Jian turned her dizzy head. Something was wrong. She wasn't even dizzy. Cece was so much stronger than her, so how could she be? Lin Jian was still pondering when she saw Shisha being carried back, also directly into the medical bay. Thankfully, this time, someone she knew her by name. Lin Jian grabbed Cui Bao and asked, what happened to her? Cui Bao, during the free fighting class, the simulator teacher knocked her unconscious. Our homeroom teacher said, she needs to stay in the treatment chamber for at least an hour to slowly regain consciousness, otherwise she'd be traumatized. She's been beheaded several times in the simulator, and if she doesn't recover slowly, she'd likely suffer from this psychological trauma. Lin Jian, is the simulator teacher really that cruel? Fighting me was fine. Cui Bao, she attacked the teacher first, and the teacher retaliated. Lin Jian, How could that be? By the way, why are they all so badly injured? Isn't the simulator teacher particularly powerful? I can still walk back to the dorm on my own. Cui Bao sighed and shared the news with Lin Jian. In previous years, the Imperial Military Academy's free fighting class was taught by teachers, with students fighting each other, and it was all done to a certain extent. But this year, the school has changed to this. Lin Jian, then what? Why were the 3 of them so badly injured? Cui Bao, the school uses a system to evaluate each student and assigns each person a corresponding simulated teacher. Each simulated teacher has a different combat power. Basically, they're assigned a simulated teacher based on your actual combat power, boosted by 30% to fight you. Lin Jian, you mean, the simulated teacher becomes stronger against stronger opponents and weaker against weaker ones? Cui Bao, it's fair to say that the stronger the fighter, the more powerful the simulated instructor they encounter. Furthermore, fighters are known for their stubborn nature, which is why many fighters were sent to the medical bay today. Lin Jian, oh my god! After all this time, this is just a fight against 1.3 times your own self. So who can beat 1.3 times your own self? Lin Jian then asked Cui Bao, does that mean that every time you take a kickboxing class from now on, you be beaten by 1.3 times your own self? Cui Bao, that's true, but with a few more fights, won't you surpass yourself? Lin Jian, you haven't surpassed me, have you? You leveled up again, haven't you? Cui Bao, I don't know. I only know that the fights in the simulator are virtual, but the pain can reach 60%. Lin Jian, no wonder I'm still hurting even though I'm not injured. Cui Bao, just keep a good attitude. You're all fine, aren't you? Lin Jian gave Cui Bao a death stare. What do you mean? Do you think I'm weak? Cui Bao quickly denied. Sister Jian, how dare I? I was just being myself. Lin Jian, okay, I let you off. Turning around, Lin Jian couldn't help but recall a detail he almost overlooked. Lin Jian, by the way, aren't there 5 characters to choose from? Is anyone weaker? Cui Bao shook his head. According to what I heard, all 5 have the same power rating, just different appearances. Whichever one you choose will deal 1.3 times as much damage as you. Lin Jian, okay, so the character selection was just a trick. I chose a Lolita for nothing, and I thought I got the upper hand. It seems I should thank myself for being too weak, so I don't have to stay in the medical cabin. Chapter 29. An hour later, Daisy Liu, Cece Lilt, and Shisha woke up one after another. Seeing that the three were no longer seriously injured, Lin Jian gave each of them a nutrient solution and a glass of warm water. Only then, at their urging, did she go to class. Of the four, only Lin Jian had classes in the afternoon. The school probably took students' capacity into consideration when scheduling classes. They had a kickboxing class in the morning, and tried not to schedule classes in the afternoon. Only someone like Lin Jian, who had 12 classes, had to schedule classes. Lin Jian hurried, finally arriving at the situational politics classroom 2 minutes before class. The room was sparsely populated, with less than a third of the seats occupied. After class, Lin Jian rushed back to the dormitory to find her 3 roommates lounging on the sofa in the living room, leisurely browsing the campus network. They were discussing the incident of being photographed at the dinner party. Although many of the comments praised them, the exposure of their privacy was still unpleasant. Seeing Lin Jian return, the 3 of them pulled her in for a discussion, asking her what she thought about the matter. Lin Jian, I don't like being photographed. The thought of being photographed again during future gatherings in the courtyard takes away half the joy of the dinner. The 3 others shared the same sentiment. Based on the photos, the 4 analyzed the angle of the camera and concluded that someone in the senior dormitory building must have taken the photo. However, there were too many people in that building, making it difficult to prevent them. Forget it, they decided not to have dinner gatherings in the courtyard anymore. At dinner time, Lin Jian noticed that her friends, while in good spirits, clearly didn't want to go to the cafeteria. She didn't want to go either, so they simply ordered takeout from the cafeteria and had it delivered by a robot. Soon, the delivery robot arrived, and as Lin Jian went out to pick up the food, she spotted 2 people peeking outside their courtyard. The courtyard's walls weren't high, only about 1.7 meters. A tall person could see everything inside by standing on tiptoe. After dinner, Lin Jian told the other 3 about the situation. Cece Lilt, we were negligent. Our courtyard is a private one, and there's no dormitory security. Others could be outside snooping around at any time, so we have to provide our own security. Shisha, I set some traps inside the courtyard. Daisy Liu, I go cut down some trees and raise the courtyard walls. Lin Jian, let's plant a few large trees around the courtyard. They provide shade and prevent voyeurism. The 4 of them immediately set to work on the courtyard. Daisy Liu and Cece Lilt used tree stumps to raise the walls and transplanted large trees to the 4 corners of the courtyard. The trees were lush and green, with drooping branches. Shisha and Lin Jian worked together to dig a secret passage through the courtyard, setting a trap. After the renovations, the small cabin they lived in was now hidden in the jungle. After the walls were raised, and the leaves obscured the view, the courtyard could no longer be seen from outside, and even the 4th grade dormitory building could not provide a complete sneak shot. Just as the 4 of them finished their work and were about to rest, they all received a message from the school. Notice, Hu Yuqing, the commander of Class 1, Grade 1, defeated the fighting teacher in free fighting. The defeated teacher has been removed from the classroom. From now on, only 4 teachers remain in the free fighting class. As a token of encouragement, the school has decided to award Hu Yuqing 10 credits. At the same time, the school also welcomes other students to challenge themselves in the free fighting gym. Those who defeat the remaining 4 teachers within a week will receive the same reward. As soon as this news broke, the first-year students at the Imperial Military Academy were eager to try. The campus network was abuzz with new posts. Amazing! While we were still lamenting our injuries, Hu Yuqing had already defeated the very person who had caused them pain. In one day, he defeated 1.3 times his own strength. Was he cheating? Among these posts, one was voted the highest. Can anyone tell me if Hu Yuqing was injured this morning? First floor, I'm Hu Yuqing's classmate. He was injured this morning, and was carried unconscious to the medical bay by his classmates. Second floor, so strong. He was carried to the medical bay this morning, and now it's only 9:30 p.m., and he's already gotten up and knocked out the person who had caused him unconscious. Third floor, that's outrageous. His recovery ability is incredible. Fourth floor, he must be mentally strong. Most people don't have that kind of perseverance. Fifth floor, does anyone know which teacher went offline? Sixth floor, I don't know. I only know that Hu Yuqing challenged teacher number 1 this morning, the handsome, muscular male teacher. Seventh floor, huh? Teacher number 1 is gone. I was thinking about fighting him. Eighth floor, I'm just raising my hand. My friend just went to the free fighting gym and saw that it was teacher number 5, the lowly, who disappeared. Ninth floor, lowly. Did your friend see correctly? 10th floor. Yes, I just went and saw that it was teacher number 5, the Loli, who disappeared. I heard that Loli beat up the most people today, defeating over 400 students. Because she has the most victories, the system rewarded her by engraving the names of those she defeated on a fluorescent belt that scrolls randomly around her waist. 11th floor. Damn, the system is so perverted. Was it Delhi who set this up? 12th floor. The person who designed this system doesn't know, but I'm deeply grateful to Hui Yuqing. I got beaten up by this Loli today. Just thinking about my name still being scrolled around her waist makes me so angry. It's like a public execution. 13th floor. Then I have to thank him too. If it weren't for him, my name would be scrolled too. I want to cry. 14th floor. Fortunately, I fought against number 3, the queen today, otherwise my name would have been scrolled too. Sweat. 15th floor. I have bad news for everyone. The fluorescent belt has been attached to number 3's waist by the system. Now, those who lose to number 3, your names are being scrolled. 16th floor. Farewell, I have to go fight for my honor. Tonight's free fighting gym is destined to be bustling. As night falls, some people begin to sleep, while others begin to fight for their honor. They head to the free fighting gym together. To support the students' challenge, the school announced, for the next 7 days, the free fighting gym will be open 24 hours a day. Those attending the gym for competitions can request leave from their homeroom teacher via the computer, and missed classes can be made up through supplemental leave. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Daisy Liu, Cece Lilt, and Shisha each carried a simple backpack containing water and nutrient solution. They left a note for Lin Jian in the living room, then nimbly leaped out the front door, locked it behind them, and entered the free fighting gym in the pitch-black night to train. Hui Yuqing had been recuperating in the medical cabin for a long time. If he hadn't been training in the simulation chamber, he would have been wrapped like a mummy by now. Of course, even though he had no superficial injuries, the pain was very real. Hui Yuqing slowly moved. Although the pain still pierced his flesh, the thought of having beaten the man who had beaten Lin Jian to the ground filled him with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Today, he had been planning to continue challenging number 1, but as soon as he entered, he saw a fluorescent screen appear on number 5's waist. A large Lu's word appeared on the background, with Lin Jian's name scrolling over it. Hui Yuqing's rage suddenly flared up, and he chose number 5. In the end, he was restarted 22 times, and at the cost of being bruised all over, he defeated number 5. After winning, he fell into a coma and only just woke up. He felt thirsty, and wanted to drink some water. Hui Yuqing struggled to get up, a fine layer of sweat still covering his forehead. He was still wearing his Imperial Military Academy uniform, which was already wrinkled, but he didn't have the energy to change. He lived alone in a one-bedroom apartment. He leaned against the wall as he walked to the living room, poured himself a glass of warm water, and drank it. The water flowed down his rosy lips, past his delicate Adam's apple. Because he drank so quickly, some of it spilled over his lips and onto his jacket. Always a man of cleanliness, he couldn't be too particular today. After finishing his drink, he lay down on his bed to rest. He had classes tomorrow, so he needed to take good care of himself. Before falling asleep, a faint smile played on his lips. As usual, he said good night to someone. Ah Jian, good night. Lin Jian woke up to find that her roommates had all gone to the kickboxing gym, leaving only a note for her. They probably didn't want to disturb her sleep by texting her too late. Of course, Lin Jian didn't blame them for deliberately abandoning her. She was self-aware. With her fighting ability, going to the gym now would be pointless. Moreover, she had always believed that the role of a good friend was to be there the moment she needed you. Too much involvement would only destroy harmony. So, after seeing the note, she happily accepted the fact that she was now alone in the room. At 7 o'clock, Lin Jian, as usual, went to the mountain running track for her daily physical training. At 8 o'clock, she arrived for class. Today, her morning class was mecha joint manufacturing, and her afternoon class was painting. The mecha joint manufacturing teacher was very detailed, explaining the basic principles, providing exercises, and even assigning homework for students to experiment with. In the afternoon, Lin Jian arrived at the painting class 20 minutes early. She didn't bring her own materials, as art has many branches: ink painting, oil painting, gouache, and each requires different materials. She wanted to contact her teacher and classmates, but she didn't know who either was. After thinking for a moment, Lin Jian brought a notebook to the classroom. When he entered the classroom, no one was inside. Lin Jian walked outside and carefully checked the door number to make sure he was there. It seemed he was a little early. 10 minutes later, an elderly man entered. His long hair was tied up with a rubber band, and his attire was quite artistic. He wore a black Imperial Military Academy jacket, but underneath it was a colorful shirt, giving him a somewhat coquettish look. Overall, he was a man of great ideas. As the only student in the classroom, Lin Jian stood up and saluted him. "Hello, teacher." The flowery-clothed elderly man gave Lin Jian a slight nod, defiantly maintaining his superior demeanor. Silence. The silence was broken 2 minutes before class started when another student entered the classroom. Lin Jian looked at the newcomer with a hint of surprise, for this student was none other than the celebrity of yesterday's campus network, Hui Yuqing. Look at his recovery ability. He just finished a challenge yesterday, and he's already recovered today. But then Lin Jian thought, he's the top student in his grade, so it's only natural that he's strong. Hui Yuqing was wearing his Imperial Military Academy uniform, buttoned up to the top. He looked like he just washed, leaving a faint, damp flush on his otherwise pale cheeks. His hair seemed wet, still a touch damp. This dampness softened his aloof air, and made him feel a bit like he was part of the world. Especially his eyes. When he looked up at Lin Jian, they were inexplicably moist, like hooks that drew Lin Jian's heart. Lin Jian gathered his composure and sat back, repeatedly reminding himself, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Hui Yuqing entered, and sat down 2 seats to the left of Lin Jian. He turned slightly, and nodded at Lin Jian, who smiled back as a gesture of friendship. Until the class officially began, no other students entered. Lin Jian felt a little depressed. Was this painting class so unpopular in the interstellar world? The old man in flowery clothes had actually been observing the 2 students for a long time. He felt a surge of excitement, but he didn't show it on his face. For years, no one had dared to sign up for his class. As luck would have it, he finally found students to torment, or rather, to train them properly. He had learned about the 2 students who had volunteered yesterday. One was the top student in the grade, a prominent figure in the Hui family, but not frivolous. The other, while her grades were a bit lower, was said to be very popular. When he entered, she didn't flinch, but stood up, showing him respect. Yes, he had a good first impression of both. He could train A while training B, or, after training A, if A couldn't hold on any longer, let B take over. After the bell rang, the flowery-clothed elder glanced at the 2 and began to call the roll. Hui Yuqing. Here. Lin Jian. Here. After calling the roll of the only 2 students, the flowery-clothed elder began the class. Both of you take out your mechas so I can see them. Lin Jian and Hui Yuqing did as he was told. The flowery-clothed elder examined them carefully. He liked both mechas, but especially Hui Yuqing's ice blue one. After all, it was an SSS mecha. The flowery-clothed elder's hands itched with excitement. Unable to control himself, he stepped forward and disassembled the arms of Lin Jian and Hui Yuqing's mechas. More precisely, in a flurry of rapid manipulation, he disassembled Lin Jian and Hui Yuqing's mecha arms into component after component. Lin Jian looked at her shattered mecha arm with a tinge of despair. This was her precious treasure, newly custom-made, and she only ever touched it. Seeing her left arm reduced to a pile of parts, she wondered if it could ever be restored. Lin Jian turned to look at Hui Yuqing, only to see him sitting in his seat, expressionless and composed. Seeing this, Lin Jian had no choice but to hold her composure. His mecha was an SSS class, and the price of one arm was several times higher than her entire mecha. He was so calm, if she cried and wailed beside him, it would be demeaning to her aunt. For the sake of face, she had to put on a brave face. So, after a few changes of expression, Lin Jian finally controlled her emotions and stared blankly at the pile of parts. In reality, Hui Yuqing, standing nearby, was also heartbroken. Ever since he acquired this mech, he cherished it like a child. He never imagined it would be dismantled like this today. He wondered if he could find anyone to restore it. But around Lin Jian, he could only try to appear calm and composed. The flowery-clothed elder glanced at the 2 students, seeing their composure. He couldn't help but warm his heart to them. He recalled how, whenever he dismantled someone's mech, they become agitated and wailed. So, the flowery-clothed elder took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Tanmi, a mech master. Lin Jian looked up at the elder, and was surprised to find him was Tanmi. Although Tanmi was a low-key figure, he was a renowned mech master. According to Lin Xia, Tanmi had built 2 mechs in his youth that caused a sensation in the Qinghai Republic. However, he never built another since then. Many people said he lost his talent, but Lin Xia felt he was trying to hold back. After all, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be torn down by the wind. Lin Jian hadn't expected to stumble into such a master's class. The slightest hint of disappointment she felt vanished, and she took out her notebook and began taking notes. Hu Yuqing was also slightly startled. He knew Tanmi's name, so he wasn't worried about restoring his mech. He clicked on his laptop to record the key points. Tanmi was even more pleased with the performance of the two people below him. He could now take notes with ease, which showed his promising future. In recent years, although he occasionally came to class, he rarely introduced himself. It was only to these two juniors that he seemed to be more interested. He had just blurted out his name. But it didn't matter, he consoled himself, knowing he didn't have many juniors. Class officially began. Tanmi waved the floating screen behind him, and an 8D image of a golden mecha appeared. Tanmi said proudly, "See? This is my mecha." The golden mecha in the image was indeed beautiful. In the projection, the colors were dazzling, as if every luster was shining. But after hearing Tanmi's next words, Lin Jian's feeling was less than rosy. "I hand drew this image. If you want to get a grade in this class, you must be as good as me and reach this level of hand drawing." Lin Jian looked at the image, a little unconvinced. This is clearly a machine-drawn image. I don't believe anyone could hand draw something like this. Perhaps noticing Lin Jian's disbelief, Tanmi pointed to the first image and said, "This is a frontal view. It doesn't take perspective into account, but only focuses on the softness of the colors. Look, the shadows on the edges gradually fade from black to gray. That's something a machine can't produce." Then, Tanmi opened the next few drawings and introduced them. "This is the left and right side view. You see, I drew several side views. Because the side light, and the direction of the main light entering the room will create different light and shadow. I drew 3 light and shadow drawings for each different light and shadow. This is the back view. I drew 3 back views. The color temperature is different, and the color properties of the light are also different. I drew 3 drawings based on different color temperatures." Lin Jian, "I met a master. The drawings are so detailed." Tanmi paused and continued. "If a mecha technician wants to create a top-notch mecha, you must have a deep understanding of mechas. Similarly, mecha soldiers must understand mechas to operate them effectively. Commanders need to understand the performance of each mecha to better coordinate and command them. To understand a mecha, internally, you need to know the dimensions of every joint, including the size of the screws. Externally, you need to know how it changes under light and shadow, and how its projection changes when different lighting sources are applied. Only when you consider all of this can you truly understand a mecha." Magnetic. Tanmi presented another dozen pages of structural diagrams. "Here are every screw and every component needed for my mecha. I marked the sizes and materials of each component." Lin Jian, "Okay, so this is equivalent to not only drawing the exterior, but also various mechanical drawings." After finally wrapping up the class, Tanmi assigned homework to the 2 students. First, draw these 10 parts, scale to size, and mark the materials to the side. Then, try to draw the entire mecha arm, capturing the line work and gloss. After assigning the homework, Tanmi quickly assembled the 2 mechas' mechanical arms. Lin Jian looked at Tanmi and asked, "Teacher, you assembled it for me, so how should I draw it?" Hu Yuqing also looked at him from the side. "Tanmi, you need to learn how to dismantle it yourself. Then you can slowly redraw it. Next year, you'll be dismantling other people's mechas." Lin Jian couldn't help but ask, "Next year? Can't we switch electives every school year?" Tanmi smiled faintly. "My course is special. If you 2 sign up, you have to take it for 3 years. You can't change classes midway." Lin Jian and Hu Yuqing looked at each other in bewilderment. Lin Jian, "I'm devastated. I thought it would only be a year of hard work at most." Hu Yuqing, "Although I really want to be Jian's classmate, your course load is so heavy. Is that really okay?" Chapter 30. After finishing art class, Lin Jian had dinner in the cafeteria and was about to return to the dormitory when a message popped up on her computer. Notice, Cici from Class 7, a first-year mecha soldier, defeated the fighting teacher in free fighting. The teacher he defeated is now offline. Effective immediately, there are only 3 teachers left in the free fighting class. Upon seeing the message, Lin Jian sprinted across campus. Just as she entered the dormitory, she happened to see several people carrying Cici back to their bedrooms. Lin Jian squeezed forward and saw that Cici was only a little haggard, not seriously injured. She happily shook Cici's hand. Cici smiled soothingly at her, and then lay down in the medical bay. The next morning, Daisy Lu defeated teacher number 2, and was carried back. When Lin Jian met her, she noticed her lips were dry, so she gave her a glass of warm water before letting her into the medical bay. At noon, another message came from the computer. Jins from Class 2, a first-year commander, had defeated teacher number 3. By the evening, Daisy Lou had finally emerged from the medical bay, but there was still no news of Shisha, which made the three of them somewhat worried. At 3 a.m. on the third day, Shisha defeated teacher number 4, and was carried back by her classmates, which gave the three of them peace of mind. Just 3 days after the mission was issued, the 5 teachers of the free combat class had been eliminated, and the Imperial Military Academy teachers were relieved that this class had performed well. This incident also made the courtyard where they lived notorious. There were only 5 teachers in total, and 3 of them were killed by people from their dormitory. Now, their courtyard has been listed as one of the 10 most sacred places in the Imperial Military Academy by netizens on the campus network. Even though the courtyard walls have been raised, many people still wander outside every day, some bringing gifts, some flowers, and some tree stumps. In short, the gifts from straight men are very strange. However, the most common messages were challenge cards. Of the group, Cece received the most because she had taken out teacher number 1. Some people confidently claimed that teacher number 1 was their target, but Cece had gotten the better of them, so they wanted to challenge Cece to prove their prowess. In short, there were quite a few people with bizarre mindsets. After 3 days of continuous harassment, several people grew increasingly annoyed. Lin Jian suggested, "Let's talk to Cui Bao. He's in charge of discipline on the school's self-regulatory committee, so he should be able to handle this as well." Cece thought for a moment, and called Cui Bao. Cui Bao answered the phone immediately. "Sister Cece, you want to see me?" Cece didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "We've been seeing a lot of unidentified objects outside our campus lately. Can you have the discipline supervision team patrol more often?" Cui Bao paused and said, "Sister, it's not that I won't help you. It's mainly because our discipline supervision team is short-staffed. The president said that recruiting weak people is worse than not recruiting at all. Look, I'm the commander alone, with no one under me." Cece glanced at him. "Will you help me?" Cui Bao pleaded, "It's not that I won't help, it's just that we really don't have anyone. Sister, why don't you join our discipline supervision team?" "After you join?" Cece hung up the phone. Lin Jian comforted Cece. "Forget it, that guy doesn't appreciate it. We don't count on him anymore." A few days later, it was the weekend. The group didn't want to stay on campus. There were always all kinds of people peeking around outside the campus, so they decided to go for a walk. Not far from the Imperial Military Academy, a new shopping mall opened, and the 4 decided to go shopping there. Since the sisters were going shopping together, they naturally had to dress up, so all 4 of them wore casual clothes. Since the school had uniforms, the 4 of them didn't go shopping for clothes, instead visiting the food court and dessert shops. Shisha, a picky eater, thought the restaurants they eaten at today were pretty average, so she suggested, "Let's buy a freezer. I have cooking class and need to do some after-school practice. We can make some ready-to-eat dishes and store them in the freezer. We can just heat them up when we're ready to eat." The other 3 agreed. The cook suggested cooking, and the foodies just had to eat. They went to the largest supermarket in the shopping mall to do their shopping. Meat, buy; ice cream, buy; drinks, buy. After buying a lot of things, they decided to buy 2 display cases in addition to the freezer. 1 case for drinks, 1 for ice cream. Lin Jian also bought a copper pot. Copper pots heat up quickly, making them perfect for hot pot over charcoal fires. After paying, Lin Jian went outside to buy milk tea, while the other 3 checked in their belongings back to school. After buying milk tea, Lin Jian stood at the mall entrance, waiting for them to meet up. The beauty, slender in a white sweater, had long, seaweed-like hair flowing freely. Her peach-shaped eyes, with the corners slightly tilted upward, sparkled with a faint smile, seemingly reflecting on something joyful. A group of people blocked her path. The leader, a dark-skinned man with 20 or so men at his command, appeared quite dignified. He approached and confidently declared, "Beautiful lady, be my girlfriend." Lin Jian turned to see the approaching figure, a sleazy hoodlum. She turned away and ignored him. The hoodlum, however, didn't mind at all. He shamelessly followed Lin Jian around, saying, "You're a freshman at the art academy, right? Follow me, and I protect you from now on." Lin Jian glanced at him sideways. "You don't need my protection. Just stay away from me." Every smile and frown of the beauty was captivating. Yin Wu didn't retreat, but took a step closer. "Wow, quite hot. The more I look at her, the more I like her." He reached out to shake Lin Jian's hand, but Lin Jian dodged, leaving his hand empty. But Yin Wu paid no attention to these details. He had already decided that Lin Jian was an artist. He stood beside Lin Jian and introduced himself, with what he considered to be a very handsome half of his face. My name is Yen Wu. My brother Yen Si attends the Imperial Military Academy. In Tick City, everyone respects our Yen family. Don't worry, where my brother is, everyone will give way to you. Lin Jian just thought he was being noisy. Just then, Shisha and Daisy arrived. Yen Wu glanced at the three of them. The beautiful woman in white had eyes like sapphires. The one in gray was petite and charming, and the one in blue was sophisticated and fashionable. He whistled. This year, the art department freshmen are all quite good-looking. Lin Jian finally looked Yen Wu in the eye. Her misty eyes, focused on someone, were incredibly alluring. Come closer. I have something to tell you. As Yen Wu approached her, Lin Jian knocked him unconscious with an elbow. Before Yen Wu's group of minions could react, Shisha and Daisy rushed over and attacked them. Even more astonishingly, a man carrying a freezer was nearby. Upon seeing the fight, he dropped the freezer and sprinted over, quickly joining the fray. They skillfully unleashed a series of techniques, including punches, kicks, elbows, knees, and shoulder throws, each one repetitive. In less than a minute, all 20 or so thugs were lying flat on their backs. Unfortunately, although the battle was short, it was captured by a patrolling robot. The robot sounded the alarm, and within 2 minutes, security patrol officers arrived and took all those involved in the brawl to the police station. The victim quickly confessed, but the 4 beauties who assaulted them remained silent. After the gray-haired, red-eyed beauty made a phone call, the Imperial Military Academy arrived. They were the president of the Imperial Military Academy's self-regulatory committee and the patrol captain. Both dressed in black suits, they looked like noblemen at a cocktail party. The president of the self-regulatory committee said to the police chief, "Excuse me, these are students from our school's self-regulatory committee. They're on a mission. Someone stole something from our school, and our team is searching for them." The police were surprised. Of those 4, the gray-haired, red-eyed girl looked like a cadet, the slender one with smoky gray eyes, and the blue-haired one looked like a refined young lady from a wealthy family. Even more surprising was the long, flowing hair of the beauty. They had always assumed she was an art school student. Those 3 didn't look like cadets at all. However, after seeing the 4 men's student IDs and their impeccable skills, the police officers no longer judged appearances by appearances. The police chief even knew that Hu Yuqing was a member of the Hua family in Beijing. He couldn't afford to offend even these Imperial Military Academy students, let alone the Hua family. Everyone knew that Imperial Military Academy teachers were extremely protective of their students, and it was those same gangs that had provoked the incident in the first place. The police chief could only politely say, "Sorry to have delayed your enforcement." Hu Yuqing nodded. "Then I lead our team back to school. It's best not to let anyone else know about our off-campus mission." The police chief nodded, understood. As Hu Yuqing led the 4 men out of the police station, Cui Bao was the happiest person. "Sister, congratulations on officially joining the school's self-government committee." The 4 felt somewhat helpless. Now that they were already on board, they had no choice but to stay put. Cui Bao, "Sister, it's good to join the self-governing committee. You're going to participate in the competition in 6 months, and only the mecha soldiers can go. Sister Jian can't go. After joining the self-governing committee, Sister Jian can go because everyone in the self-governing committee has to go." Chapter 31. As the group emerged from the police station, Cui Bao kept rambling on about the benefits of joining the self-governing committee, fearing they would refuse. The 4 of them walked silently behind. Although they had already decided to join, no one was the first to express their opinion. Hu Yuqing walked in front. After reaching the police station entrance, he turned to look at Lin Jian and asked, "Where are you going?" Lin Jian replied without thinking, "School." Hu Yuqing lowered his eyes slightly and said, "I take you back to school first." Lin Jian glanced at Hu Yuqing's attire. He and Cui Bao were both dressed formally, likely going to a banquet. She declined, "No thanks. You're more important to attend to." Hu Yuqing, "I canceled the event when we arrived." Lin Jian quickly thanked him. "I'm so sorry to have delayed your business." Hu Yuqing glanced at his watch and said, "It's nothing important. I postpone it, but it's time for dinner now." Lin Jian nodded and replied naturally, "Yes, now that you mention it, I think I'm quite hungry. We have dinner nearby before returning. Don't worry about us." However, her teammates weren't very supportive. "Shisha, don't eat around here. The food at the nearby restaurants isn't good." Lin Jian, playing dumb and getting busted by her teammates. Hu Yuqing looked up at Lin Jian and invited, "Let's have dinner together. It's my welcome dinner for you all." Lin Jian felt it was unreasonable to ask someone for both help and a treat, So she politely declined. "No. It's an honor for us to join the self-governing committee. I trouble you with today's matters. I treat you to dinner another day." Unexpectedly, Hui Yuqing paused and said, "Okay, since you insist on treating me, fine. Let's have dinner tonight." Lin Jian, "Huh? I'm just being polite. I don't really want to treat you." But Lin Jian could only say this silently in her heart. Hui Yuqing didn't give her a chance to make excuses. He simply made the decision. "Let's go, take my aircraft. I know a great restaurant." Lin Jian, pressed into service, said, Okay, I treat everyone. Never mind, just think of it as treating my best friends to dinner, except for the unexpected addition of 2 extra people." The 6 of them walked to the aircraft docking station together. A single aircraft could only seat 4 people at most, so the 6 of them had to split up into 2 aircraft, with 3 people in each. Lin Jian thought about it, and decided that Hui Yuqing was the most familiar of them all. So, she opened Hui Yuqing's aircraft and got in the back seat. Cici Lilt felt Cui Bao was being nagging, so she also boarded the Huiyu City aircraft. So, Xisha and Daisy Lu boarded Cui Bao's aircraft, while Lin Jian and Cici Lilt boarded Huiyu City's aircraft. After they settled in, the aircraft soared into the sky. Without Cui Bao's chatter, the Huiyu City aircraft felt awkwardly quiet. Lin Jian sat quietly, gazing out the window. Then, her laptop started beeping. She saw it was her adoptive parents calling. She enabled the privacy feature and answered the call. The adoptive parents were calling her baby in the video, but in reality, they were displaying their affection. They'd been married for years, yet even their video calls were filled with cuddling. Lin Jian was somewhat impressed by their ability to maintain the same fresh feeling of being in love year after year. The adoptive parents had disappeared to some remote corner, a dark red mine in the background. The two inquired about Lin Jian's recent situation, transferred 5 million star coins to her, and quickly logged off. Luckily, Lin Jian was a mature blue star person and relatively independent. If a child born and raised here had met this unreliable pair of parents, their parent-child relationship would have been in jeopardy. After answering the call, Lin Jian looked at the newly arrived allowance and announced proudly, "Let's go to a nice restaurant tonight. I treat everyone to a feast." Hui Yuqing's icy blue eyes tinged with a smile, and he said, "Okay, let's find a good restaurant. This one has a lot of desserts, and plenty of your favorite dishes." Lin Jian narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. "Okay, we have to go to a place with lots of desserts." Hui Yuqing's words were filled with an indescribable fondness and familiarity. Unfortunately, Cici Lilt, who was also on the aircraft, was a bit rough around the edges. She didn't see anything wrong with their conversation. They were just discussing food. Just then, Cici Lilt's laptop buzzed. It was the supermarket staff calling, asking what to do with the freezer. Cici Lilt then remembered she had left the freezer on the curb and had come to the fight. She apologized over the phone and asked the supermarket staff to deliver the freezer and the ingredients together, but she changed the delivery time. After answering the phone, Cici Lilt held her forehead and sighed, "I completely forgotten about the freezer." Luckily, the supermarket staff noticed it. Lin Jian then remembered her running with the freezer. "By the way, why were you running with the freezer?" Cici Lilt turned and replied, "I was thinking that if the ice cream arrived but the freezer hadn't, it would melt easily. At that time, I tried to lift the freezer, and it was surprisingly light. I figured since it was light, I might as well just carry it back to the dorm." Lin Jian was curious. "The freezer is really not heavy." "Cici Lilt, it's not heavy at all. It's much lighter than the weights. I think I can carry 2 freezers." Hui Yuqing, sitting up front, heard the rough woman's words and thought to herself, "I guess I have to increase the weight of the weights for training. I can't be worse than her best friend." As the two chatted, the aircraft landed in front of a magnificent restaurant. The restaurant was a private restaurant converted from an independent manor. In the center, there was an ornately carved fountain and a large outdoor archway woven with flowers. In the distance, there was a horse ranch where several white horses leisurely grazed. At first glance, the restaurant looked out of reach. Flight. The aircraft came to a complete stop, and several chubby robots arrived to greet the guests. Lin Jian looked at the restaurant. 5 black pearls were hung outside. She couldn't afford a restaurant of that caliber. In the Lin family, the family only occasionally visited such restaurants during holidays. Lin Jian swallowed, then sat still in the aircraft. "Well, how about a different place?" Hui Yuqing turned to look at her. "What? You don't like the atmosphere here?" Lin Jian looked up at the 5 black pearls and thought, it's not that she doesn't like it, she loves it too much. It's just that her wallet can't support her ambition. She could have given it a try. At worst, It would have cost her parents the living allowance they had just given her. But the stingy Lin Jian wasn't one for extravagance. She did want to treat everyone to a good meal, but it couldn't be this good. As a student, she couldn't afford to spend money recklessly. Likewise, behind her, Cece Lilt remained huddled in the aircraft, refusing to leave. She was a well-behaved child, and eating at the expense of the rich was unacceptable. Hui Yuqing stepped down from the cockpit and slowly made his way to the back seat. He opened the rear hatch and said coaxingly, "Lin Jian, this restaurant's signature dishes are all your favorites, and we even have honey bird's nest." Lin Jian remained unmoved. No matter how delicious the food, if she had to pay for it herself, she could ignore it. Lin Jian insisted, "No, this one isn't suitable." Hui Yuqing continued to persuade her, "They serve all the dishes you like. This restaurant's cuisine is very similar to Shuzhen Capital Star." Lin Jian continued to make excuses. "It's not appropriate for me to wear this kind of clothes. Look, everyone else in the restaurant is wearing formal attire." Hui Yuqing, "As long as it looks good, it's fine. You look good enough to be in the police station today." Lin Jian was stunned by Hui Yuqing's words. She glanced at him sideways. What did he mean? Was he mocking her or something? So Lin Jian didn't beat around the bush and simply told him the truth. "I can't afford it. It's too expensive." Hui Yuqing was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected this to be the reason. So, he explained to Lin Jian seriously, "I have a card here. This place is free." Lin Jian looked at him doubtfully. "Really?" Hui Yuqing, "Yes." Lin Jian remained seated in the aircraft. She had her own principles. "Show me the card first. Is it really free? If not, let's go somewhere else." Hui Yuqing reluctantly pulled out a black card with the restaurant's name and the words VIP card printed on it. See? Free card. Hui Yuqing added, "You can't eat at this restaurant on holidays, only on weekdays." Okay. Lin Jian hopped off the aircraft and gestured for Cece Lilt to follow. Elsewhere, Cui Bao's aircraft arrived. Clearly, the other three were also somewhat impressed by the restaurant, but when they saw the three men waving at them, they disembarked as well. After the six of them reunited, they headed for the dining room. As soon as they entered, a young man in formal attire approached Hui Yuqing and greeted him. "Junior Hua, didn't you say you had something urgent to do and couldn't attend the dinner?" Hui Yuqing turned to look at the newcomer. He nodded and explained, "I just finished something, so I brought the students from the Student Affairs Committee to the dinner." After that, he introduced them. "This is Pei Lang, the president of our school's student union." After introducing them, he lowered his voice and whispered in Lin Jian's ear, "He's the one who gave me that free card." Lin Jian's eyes lit up, and a smile curved his face. "Hello, Senior Pei." The others followed suit and greeted Pei Lang. Pei Lang had never seen Hui Yuqing so friendly with anyone. He had been slightly startled by Hui Yuqing whispering in a girl's ear, but he reacted quickly, and his slight start went unnoticed by the others. Pei Lang was very polite to Hui Yuqing. "Welcome to my honor. I asked you out many times before, but you never showed up." Hui Yuqing politely replied, "I'm here today, aren't I?" Pei Lang personally led the group to the private room. "Brother Hua, I have guests over there. Please order first, and I come back to see you later." After Pei Lang left, Lin Jian, curious, asked Hui Yuqing, "Who is this guy? How come he has a free pass?" Hui Yuqing, "He's the owner of this restaurant." Lin Jian was a little surprised that such a young man could be the owner, but when she thought of the younger and wealthier man next to her, she regained her composure. "Oh, so he's the owner. Then you can order with confidence." Cui Bao, worthy of being a member of the Cui family, was adept at intelligence gathering. He only glanced at Pei Lang briefly before explaining to the others, "He's probably from a branch of the Pei family. The high-end restaurants in the interstellar space are practically monopolized by the Pei family. They even have a stake in the Black Pearl restaurants on all the planets." The others immediately ordered a few more dishes after hearing this. This was truly a wealthy family. Shisha was very impressed with the food. Interest. Doesn't the Pei family's direct branch have more restaurants? Cui Bao. Yes, the Pei family's direct branch has been operating on the capital planet, and they also own several private planets. These days, those without private planets aren't considered aristocratic families. The Pei family has been developing very well in recent years, mainly because they have so many members. There are over a dozen collateral branches alone. The Pei family has the largest number of members among all aristocratic families. By the way, Pei Nord is from the direct branch. Cece Lilt rolled her eyes at the mention of Pei Nord's name. Shisha had been quite curious about the Pei family, but after hearing about Pei Nord, she didn't want to inquire any further. Soon, robots brought in a variety of delicious food. After dinner, Pei Lang came over to exchange pleasantries with Hui Yuqing. However, this time, he specifically greeted Cici Lilt and the others before coming over. Clearly, he had taken this opportunity to get to know the others. Before leaving, he said to Hui Yuqing, "I sent you some information. I hope we can work together to help the school achieve good results in the competition 6 months from now." Hui Yuqing politely replied, "I go look at the information when I get back. It's a pleasure working with you." Chapter 32. After the group separated, they each got busy, Hui Yuqing being especially busy. According to Cui Bao, he even had classes on Sundays. The command department was the most difficult major at the Imperial Military Academy. To be a commander, one needed to fully understand the knowledge learned in other majors, which resulted in the command department having many more courses than the other 2 majors. This semester, the command department had 16 core courses, and Hui Yuqing had reportedly signed up for 4 electives. Although Lin Jian didn't know why he signed up for so many electives, his pursuit of being the top student in the class was certainly different from hers. Furthermore, the school had already begun preparations for the first military academy cadet competition to be held in 6 months. The selections were under the full responsibility of the student council and the student union. As the president of the student council, one could imagine how busy Hui Yuqing was. The first round of the selections was a one-way elimination tournament, eliminating half of the candidates. After that, it was the points competition, with each one earning 1 point. To reach the top 10 on the leaderboard, one had to fight relentlessly. The tryouts were tightly scheduled, both to ensure the fastest possible placement and to allow participants to hone their skills through continuous competition. The closer you get to the end, the closer you get to the top of the leaderboard, and the more matches you have to play. The leaderboard also accepts cross-level challenges within the top 10. This means that students within 10 places of you can challenge you freely. If you lose, your positions will be swapped. To maintain your ranking, strong players must constantly accept challenges, or challenge others. Cici Lilt, Shisha, and Daisy Liu are examples of this. To maintain their top 10 rankings, they compete almost daily. The intense competitions meant Lin Jian couldn't even be there to cheer them on. Lin Jian could only strive to improve, lest she fall behind and worry her classmates. The 9 core classes were incredibly demanding, especially the simulation room combat and freestyle fighting classes. Every time she attended class, she'd get beaten up so hard that her eyes would gleam, and after class, she'd have to go to the medical ward and lie down for a while to recover. But the constant beatings had their benefits. At least her small body had become stronger. She also found she was becoming more resilient, recovering faster and faster from each beating. The 3 electives gave Lin Jian immense encouragement. Although drawing took up a significant portion of her time, it also gave her immense confidence. Tanmi held students to extremely high standards, assigning homework after each class that required considerable thought and effort. If it weren't for Lin Jian's years of art training, she wouldn't have been able to persevere. Her classmate Hui Yuqing had several unsatisfactory assignments sent back by Tanmi for redrawing. This brought Lin Jian a secret comfort. Haha, even the top student couldn't compare to her sometimes. But Lin Jian could understand Hui Yuqing's lack of time. Although he always arrived on time for class, she could still sense his busyness from his hurried footsteps. Planting class also suited Lin Jian's taste. She discovered that the genes from her past life had been passed down to her in this one. All the students were planting on the same plot of land, using the same seeds, but Lin Jian's plant simply outgrew the others. Even the planting teacher praised her talent. This made Lin Jian somewhat complacent. She even began to fantasize about renting a piece of land on a desolate planet after graduation, starting a farm, and becoming a happy landlady. Lin Jian found the course Plant Medicinal Resources incredibly practical. She already had an interest in health preservation, and after taking it, she blended her own detoxifying fruit tea and plant-based skincare products. With these 2 treasures, under her guidance, applied internally and externally, the skin of the other 3 people in the dormitory brightened by a degree, with Lin Jian being the most radiant. Now, she stood out from the crowd with a radiant, fair complexion. Many people experience endocrine disorders, or dull skin after attending military academy due to the intense training. The military academy's medical ward can only treat injuries, not cosmetic procedures. This also forces the cadets to make time for regular visits to the beauty salon. But the others in Lin Jian's dormitory not only no longer needed to go to the salon, but they also look even more beautiful than before they arrived. After joining the self-management committee, the 4 of them didn't experience much change in their campus life. Cui Bao didn't assign them any additional duties. They only had to patrol once a week. On patrol days, during lunch breaks and after school, They were required to patrol the campus with the patrol team. They also had to check dormitories at night, and of course, they were required to intervene if they encountered any disputes. But the mech soldiers were busy competing, and none of them had the energy to stir up trouble on campus. Commanders and mech pilots weren't known for their aggressive nature, so the school had been quite peaceful recently. The selection competition had also indirectly restored peace to the courtyard where Lin Jian and the others lived. Now, no one was peeping outside. Humans are naturally curious about the unknown. When this legendary mysterious figure transformed into an ordinary patrol member, you could see her on campus at any time, sometimes several times a day. When a mysterious person ceased to be mysterious, you lost your desire to explore. Moreover, the 3 mecha soldiers were still participating in tryouts. If you were strong enough, you could get up close and personal with your idol at any time. As for the mecha pilot, aside from patrol days, she spent the rest of her time studying in the study room. You could always see her there. The 4 of them followed a routine that completely robbed the others of their curiosity. Lin Jian's life was very routine. She went to physical training at 7 a.m. every day, followed by classes. With 12 courses, she was constantly busy, spending every day in class, doing homework, and memorizing. Although she only had 1 patrol day a week, she still had to squeeze in time. On patrol, she often memorized while walking, so much so that after returning from a single patrol, she'd forgotten which building she visited. In the 3rd month of school, Lin Jian encountered a difficult situation. She was out of money. When she first started school, Lin Jian deeply adhered to the saying, "Poor students have more stationery," and she was very generous when it came to buying school supplies. Shortly after enrolling, the teacher notified all students that they had to buy energy storage balls. Energy storage balls are small spheres that store material energy, and each ball costs between 100,000 and 1 million star coins. In the first month of school, Lin Jian directly bought 5 energy storage balls, each worth 1 million star coins. She generously spent 5 million star coins. It wasn't that Lin Jian was showing off. She truly believed that spending more money was worth it for the sake of studying. As for buying 5 energy storage balls at once, it was because everyone had to buy 5. 50 years ago, a genius mecha master discovered that although everyone had awakened their spiritual power, there were still differences in the awakened spiritual power. Some people's spiritual power was more inclined towards fire, while others was more inclined towards water. Therefore, the genius mecha master divided the awakened spiritual power of humans into 5 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. He experimented with pairing people with corresponding spiritual powers with corresponding mechas and weapons. For example, people with water attributes were paired with water-attributed mechas and weapons. After this matching, the combat effectiveness of individual mecha soldiers was indeed significantly improved. From then on, when building mechas, mecha technicians would select materials corresponding to the attributes of the mecha's user to customize the weapons and mechas. Previously, each mecha technician only needed to purchase 1 or 2 energy storage spheres to store materials. With the introduction of attribute classification, each technician had to purchase 5 small spheres to store materials separately, as mixing materials with different attributes would affect their performance. In the 2nd month of school, Lin Jian splurges on a large amount of practice materials. Due to her diligence and eagerness to learn, by the 3rd month, she was horrified to discover that her star coins were running low. Lin Jian, who had originally planned to absorb the sage's teachings and ignore the world outside, only then discovered that most of her fellow mecha technicians were working outside the classroom to earn money. But Lin Jian's situation was somewhat unique. She hadn't attended preparatory military academy, and had missed 2 years of basic training compared to the others. This meant that after entering university, she had to study very hard to keep up. What would happen to her studies if she took a part-time job? Lin Jian was torn. She calculated her remaining star coins, and found they totaled over 1 million. This sounded like a lot, but when she thought about the materials she needed to buy for several practice sessions, this amount was a drop in the bucket. Lin Jian looked around and found that her energy storage sphere still had quite a bit of materials she no longer needed. At the beginning of the school year, Lin Jian had plenty of money. When she bought the raw materials online, the website sold them by the box, so she bought them one by one. During practice, she used up the consumable materials, but there were still many reusable materials in the box, brand new. Now, all of them were stored in her energy storage sphere. I wonder if these brand new materials can be traded. Lin Jian tried browsing the Imperial Military Academy's intranet. The seniors didn't need the freshman materials. People in her grade had done the same exercises, and didn't need them either. The next class of freshmen would definitely need them, but they didn't know where to find them yet. It's a pity, there's no such thing as Xinyu on the star internet. When Lin Jian asked Cece Lilt about this, Cece Lilt directly transferred 2 million star coins to her account. Lin Jian was a little touched to suddenly be supported by a friend. But she immediately returned the money to Cece Lilt. She told Cece Lilt that she had money, but she just had too much material in her energy storage sphere and wanted to clear it out. Cece Lilt didn't doubt her and simply told her to let her know if she ran out of money. That day, Lin Jian told Shisha about her concerns about Xianyu.com. She hadn't held out much hope, but Shisha chuckled, I know that. Legitimate websites sell things by the box, but some smaller ones allow you to buy in small quantities. Shisha opened a few unknown black websites and introduced them to Lin Jian. Look, these are job postings. They have all sorts of jobs posted there, from small jobs like feeding someone's dog or helping an old lady cross the street to big jobs like helping someone fight or stealing something. There are people placing and accepting orders. Lin Jian, a good citizen, warned Shisha, don't help someone steal something. If you get caught, the school will punish you. Shisha gestured understandingly. I understand. I finally got into the Imperial Military Academy, and I'm looking forward to returning to my hometown after graduation. I can't afford to be punished at school. Let me tell you, the most common job I take is feeding people's dogs. Lin Jian was surprised. Where do you find the time to feed people's dogs? Shisha spread her hands. It's easy to squeeze in, but I have to earn my tuition myself. Oh, but I gotten off topic. This website is what you need. It's full of trading information, and everyone buys and sells goods anonymously. Lin Jian, is it complicated? Shisha, it's very simple. You post the item you want to sell online and the price. If the other party finds the price reasonable, they buy it. Then you put the sold item into a nearby storage area. You can receive payment for the goods in the storage box. Lin Jian, doesn't that mean we have to be in the same city to trade? Shisha, no, you put the goods in the storage box, and the other party can ask a robot to pick them up. The robot then delivers them to them. Lin Jian, then can I have a robot deliver the goods? Shisha, sure. Every time I buy or sell goods, I use robots to pick them up and deliver them. This way, I maintain a lot of privacy. Lin Jian, what if the other party takes the goods but doesn't pay? Shisha, no, when you put the goods in the storage box, you need to take a photo and upload it online. As long as you put the items in the storage box, the system will show that the transaction is successful. Lin Jian thought this was quite good. This way of shopping is quite similar to the online shopping on Blue Star. Lin Jian registered an account and tried selling materials he didn't need online. One day, someone bought some materials and saw that the delivery point she filled in was close to the Imperial Military Academy. They asked her, are you a student at the Imperial Military Academy? Lin Jian refused to admit it. No. The other party put a big exclamation mark. Oh. I thought I meet another Imperial Military Academy student. The classmate I traded with went out for training a while ago. It seems I won't be able to read this issue of the Imperial Military Academy Journal. Lin Jian. What Imperial Military Academy Journal? The other party replied, you don't even know what the Imperial Military Academy Journal is. It seems you're not a student of the Imperial Military Academy. Oh. I can't read this issue of the journal. What a pity. Lin Jian was curious. What is the Imperial Military Academy Journal? Can you tell me more about it? Is it? The other person said, the Imperial Military Academy Journal is published once a month, 4 times a year. It's essentially a ranking of Imperial Military Academy students based on their overall abilities. But in my experience, appearance is key to this ranking. Lin Jian was confused. Ranking by appearance is incredibly unfair. Who would even read it? The other person smiled mysteriously. Hee hee, you don't understand, do you? Some people identify influencers based on appearance. Lin Jian, where can I buy the Imperial Military Academy Journal? The other person said, I know, why am I asking you? During lunch, Lin Jian asked her roommates, but they all had no idea. Shisha was quite interested. If I could get my hands on that Imperial Military Academy Journal, I could make some money reselling it. Cece Lilt made a phone call and asked Cui Bao to bring them a copy of the Imperial Military Academy Journal that afternoon. Cui Bao looked a little puzzled when he received the call. You want to read the Imperial Military Academy Journal? Cece Lilt retorted, yes, we're part of the academy. What's wrong with reading the journal? That afternoon, Cui Bao actually managed to get a copy of the Imperial Military Academy Journal. He entered the courtyard, put it down, and ran away. The four of them gathered around and opened the Imperial Military Academy Journal. It turned out that the Imperial Military Academy Journal wasn't a school magazine, but a private publication. The Imperial Military Academy Journal had 5 rankings: the male god list, the female goddess list, the macho man list, the female warrior list, and the couple list. They opened it, and first looked at the female goddess list and the female warrior list. Well, there were 4 people in their dormitory, and all 4 were on the list. Cece Lilt was on the female warrior list, ranked 3rd, with a note, straight woman of steel. Shisha was on the female warrior list, ranked 6th, with a note, head-splitting madman. Daisy Liu was on the female warrior list, ranked 7th, and on the female goddess list, ranked 9th, with a note, powerful axe woman. Lin Jian was on the female goddess list, ranked 10th, with a note, vase. Lin Jian was furious, and when he read the notes at the end, he spat out even more blood. Note, some believe she looks like a first love, while others believe she's a green tea, a character who's been a bit of a douchebag. Otherwise, how else could we explain the extra care shown to her by the female warriors? This is completely outrageous. Calling her a vase is fine, but she's also inexplicably given the nickname green tea simply because she has so many friends? Lin Jian, where did this crappy list come from? Several people called Cui Bao, who answered the phone hesitantly. He replied, I really don't know. I just heard the founder arranged for someone to vote anonymously. Lin Jian, who is the founder? Cui Bao, I don't know for now. Give me a moment, I check it out. With that, Cui Bao hung up. Several people then looked at the list. The top spot on the male idol list was Hui Yuqing. He was showered with praise, evidently a fan. At the end, they even boasted about Hui Yuqing studying cooking at school. Lin Jian turned to Shisha and asked, is Hui Yuqing learning cooking? Shisha frowned and thought for a moment. I think so. I was busy in class, and didn't notice the others. Lin Jian, this is a true straight woman. The first-year male idols also included Chu Xiao and Jin Sei, who ranked 6th and 8th, respectively. I didn't recognize the other 4. Looking at the male couples list again, I was surprised to find Hui Yuqing at the top again, but it was just him and Chu Xiao. The journal even included a photo of the 2 of them together. Daisy Liu, TSK, there's a photo here too. I don't know if it's photoshopped or real, but they look very harmonious, and both of them are very good looking. Lin Jian, hey, see the note? Number 1 hunk and his little wife? What does that note mean? Cece Lilt, I don't understand. Is one of these 2 a hunk? And the other a little wife? Shisha commented pertinently. The word hunk shouldn't apply to these 2, and the word little wife doesn't seem to apply either. When they flipped to the last hunk on the list, Cece Lilt couldn't help but complain, those people are blind. I admit Hui Yuqing is handsome, but to call him a hunk isn't just blind, they're blind too. Lin Jian was speechless. Amazing. His fans are crazy. They even gave him this first place. Shisha shook her head. I don't understand, but I don't want to understand those fans either. Daisy Liu put her hand to her chin, thinking, what do the 2 first places think after seeing them? Does they still want this first place? After flipping through the entire magazine, the group was deeply shocked. Shisha had already given up on reselling it. Unexpectedly, the next day, Cui Bao informed the 4 that the Imperial Military Academy Journal had been suspended. The founder had been reported for allegedly selling school information, and the journal would no longer be published. Upon hearing the news of the closure, the 4 breathed a sigh of relief. If it had appeared on such a list a few more times, they would have been unable to resist the urge to strike. In the men's dormitory, Hui Yuqing and Chu Xiao stared at each other in bewilderment at the journal, which had landed on the first page of the male-male couples list. Hui Yuqing remained expressionless, yet he secretly decided, it's time to put this journal out of business. Chu Xiao looked troubled, secretly sulking, I become a little wife. Time flew by, and 6 months had passed quickly. The first military academy competition among the 8 military academies was about to begin. With 40 contestants, plus members from the Student Union and the Self-Government Committee, the Imperial Military Academy would have approximately 100 students participating. Because this was the first military academy competition, the Imperial Marshal publicly stated that it was for exchange and not for rankings, but all the military academies were secretly working hard. The other 3 of the 4 major military academies, in particular, have long been outclassed by the Imperial Military Academy, and their best students choose to attend the Imperial Military Academy. If they could defeat the Imperial Military Academy in this competition, the rankings of these schools would be reshuffled. The venue for this military academy competition was Konglu Island. Konglu Island is located on a planet called Ocean Star. This planet is 98% ocean, with very little land, but the scenery of this island is unmatched and truly unique. On the day of departure, the Imperial Military Academy sent a starship to Ocean Star to transport everyone and then returned. Ocean Star has only one starship yard. It's said that other locations cannot be built due to heavy fog. To reach Konglu Island, the starship had to be docked at the single starship yard and then board a sea ship. Everyone was excited to be on a sea ship for the first time, including Lin Jian and the others. They took many photos on the deck. During the photo shoot, Hui Yuqing, Cui Bao, and Chu Xiu also joined them, and the 7 of them took a group photo. The 7 of them were all grinning, the photo capturing their smiles. Lin Jian held the photo, gazing at the endless expanse of sea, and a famous saying came to mind: the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. She shook her head. Now was not the time for wild thoughts. Chapter 33. The seawater is tranquil and mysterious, yet it always feels like a surging force. 2 days later, Lin Jian and his group arrived at Konglu Island on a ship. The landing port is located a 2-kilometer-long underwater tunnel away from the competition venue. This tunnel is one of Konglu Island's special attractions. Constructed entirely of transparent ore, the entire tunnel isolates the seawater, forming an artificial underwater passage. The tunnel took a total of 32 years to build. It is said that in the later stages of construction, the entire interstellar supply of transparent ore was exhausted due to the construction of this tunnel. Only after sufficient transparent ore was collected could construction resume and the entire tunnel be completed. The group entered the tunnel, and the sky above was covered with fluorescent stones. Walking in the tunnel felt like walking on the seabed. Sea creatures of all sizes swam constantly on both sides, and some motionless corals were scattered around. The welcoming guide proudly introduced them. This tunnel has been built for over 300 years. Our island owner mistakenly stumbled upon Konglu Island and, upon entering, was captivated by the island's scenery. Unable to bear the thought of its beauty going unappreciated, he opened it up to tourism. However, the numerous reefs in the waters made navigation difficult for ships, so he dedicated his entire fortune to building this underwater tunnel, allowing everyone to enter the truly breathtaking beauty of Konglu Island from the port of arrival. The breathtaking scenery the guide spoke of was the venue for the Military Academy competition. As the guide introduced the tunnel, Lin Jian was standing at the tunnel wall, staring into the eyes of a small red fish. The fish leaned forward and pressed its face against the ore wall. Lin Jian gently stroked the fish's face, and the two of them played happily. Seeing this, Cece Lilt said, "It seems it likes you." Lin Jian's expression was filled with excitement. I think I can touch it." Cece Lilt walked over to Lin Jian. "How about I try too?" She reached out, trying to imitate Lin Jian's touch, but the fish mercilessly turned away. Sisha came over and said, TSK, it seems it's a lecherous fish." Cece Lilt glanced at her. "You want to?" Sisha refused. "No, I won't humiliate myself." Daisy Lu retorted, "Haha, I know my place and won't touch you." Cece Lilt, bad friend. The music started, and everyone was captivated by the human-like mermaid. The mermaid danced gracefully on the seabed to the music, and Lin Jian could even see her delicate tail swaying in the water. For some reason, Lin Jian felt a flicker of panic as she gazed at the sea outside the tunnel. Ever since entering Konglu Island, she'd been struck by the feeling that overly beautiful things are easily fragile. Lin Jian stood there, frowning unconsciously, and couldn't help but whisper to herself, "Why do I keep feeling this tunnel is unsafe?" Cui Bao chimed in, "Sister Jian, don't worry. This tunnel is incredibly solid, stronger than real gold." Hui Yuqing, overhearing, stroked the tunnel wall and asked, "Is it because it's too transparent that you're feeling oppressed?" Lin Jian shook her head, "I don't know. Maybe I'm just being overly concerned." Hui Yuqing possessed SSS-level psychic power, and his 5 senses were naturally more acute than others. After hearing Lin Jian's words, he glanced around the tunnel on both sides, then at the water outside. The azure water flowed quietly, seemingly peaceful, but for some reason, he felt a chill. The chilling feeling faded, but it still instilled a sense of caution in him. It seemed that this military academy competition wouldn't be as peaceful as it appeared. However, since we were already here, we had to make the best of it. As a military academy student, how could we retreat in a crisis? When the Imperial Military Academy arrived at Konglu Island, it was said that the other 6 military academies had already arrived, with only one remaining. When they emerged from the tunnel, they saw the port was unusually bustling with activity. Groups of military academy students were approaching from all directions. Judging by their uniforms, they must be students from the other 6 military academies. On the surface, these people seemed to be flocking to the port to enjoy the scenery, but their gazes kept drifting towards the Imperial Military Academy. Among these glances were scrutiny, curiosity, and even a hint of malice in some. At the port, a man stood out. He stood in the center, his green hair flowing in the wind, and he wore sunglasses in a flamboyant manner. This man was Paynord. In fact, he played a significant role in the large number of people from the other military academies. Many people had heard that he and Hu Yuqing of the Imperial Military Academy were at odds, but Hu Yuqing wasn't a mecha soldier and wouldn't be participating this time. So, others wondered if Paynord was waiting here for Hu Yuqing, so they could have a preemptive clash. A battle between two masters would naturally draw many spectators. Paynord looked at the crowd around him, each with their own thoughts. He reached out and stroked his hair, freshly styled that morning, with a hint of disdain. I'm not here to wait for Hu Yuqing. Don't you see how handsome I am today? Even my boots are polished to a shine. I wanted to bring a bouquet of flowers, but the flowers on this island don't match my perfect beauty. I can't let those common flowers and weeds detract from my handsomeness. After the Imperial Military Academy members disembarked, Pei Lang walked in front. Seeing Paynord, he hesitated for a moment, unsure what the young master was up to. His pause caused the others at the Imperial Military Academy to pause, including Hu Yuqing, who also had no idea what Paynord was up to. Paynord removed his sunglasses and stroked his hair with a casual air. His gaze was fixed on Cece Lilt. Huh? Everyone thought he was waiting here for a challenge from Hu Yuqing, but to their surprise, the person he was waiting for wasn't Hu Yuqing. Lin Jian watched as Paynord sheathed his dragon sparrow blade and walked straight to Cece Lilt. He lowered his head slightly, looking at her, and said meaningfully, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Cece Lilt looked up at him, somewhat puzzled. Oh, are you in a hurry to fight? Paynord's expression changed slightly, but he finally held back. When he spoke again, his tone was a little soft, not really. Cece Lilt frowned, confused as to why he had come. She could only say, if you're not in a fight, stay away from me. Paynord's expression was a bit stunned. He took advantage of me, and then he forgot about it. But he also knew in his heart that this was not the place to talk, as there were already a lot of people around. Seeing that Paynord had no intention of causing trouble, the Imperial Military Academy group continued on their way. Paynord gazed at Cece Lilt's back, muttering to himself, as expected of the woman I chosen. So arrogant. This exchange of glances between the two took on a different meaning in the eyes of others. Did you see that? Did you see that? The Imperial Military Academy and Minyip Military Academy are facing off. Who's that girl? She seems pretty impressive. I looked it up. Her name is Cece Lilt. She's ranked first among the Imperial Military Academy's first-year mecha soldiers. Oh my god, so impressive. No wonder Paynord challenged him. It seems they have some personal grudge. Who will come out on top when they finally face off? The surroundings were filled with whispers. The Imperial Military Academy personnel paid no attention and simply followed the guide to their residence. On the way, Hu Yuqing frowned. He felt that Paynord was acting strangely today. So, as the team leader, he warned Cece Lilt, stay away from Paynord for the next 2 days. The competition hasn't started yet. Cece Lilt nodded. At this moment, she was definitely prioritizing the school's honor. She was unlike someone like Paynord. 3 days later, the first military academy competition began. The Imperial Marshal extended his blessings to the contestants from afar and promised to give 3 S-grade rough stones from each grade to the winners. Everyone was excited at the mention of spoils. Not only were they a symbol of honor, but these S-grade rough stones could also be crafted into weapons, increasing combat power. To ensure fairness, the competition was divided into grade levels, with only 10 participants from each school and grade, meaning only 80 participants per grade. With so few participants, the first round was not a knockout round, but a group stage. Each group consisted of 8 participants, with 1 participant from each school. The competition was played in a round-robin format, with the top 4 teams advancing to the top 40. Everyone's attention was focused on the 4 major military academies. In the eyes of others, the other 4 open-entry military academies were merely runners-up. However, in the first round, a formidable figure emerged from the no-admission school. This figure, paired with Shisha, hailed from the Imiya Military Academy, a remote institution rarely noticed. But this year, the Imiya Military Academy had a dark horse, this exceptionally outstanding student Yen Lin. He had dark hair and dark eyes, an oriental appearance, his features unremarkable. He was tall, but slightly frail, appearing somewhat frail. His wolf-like eyes shone with a fierce intensity. When he attacked, his moves were crisp and decisive, without any hesitation. He was surprisingly an S-rank mecha warrior, but his mecha was a standard school-issued one, clearly not very wealthy. Shisha, who was battling him, also used a standard school-issued mecha. From the mecha's perspective, neither side had the upper hand. As soon as they entered the battle room, they simultaneously unleashed their power, rapidly attacking each other with their mechas. The two were equally skilled, attacking at breakneck speed, their figures shifting across the field as swiftly as shadows. Lin Jian, sitting in the spectator booth, couldn't see the specific moves either of them made. Cece Lilt, beside her, looked cautious. Shisha's opponent this time is very strong. Lin Jian was a little worried. Can Shisha win? Cece Lilt, I don't know. Shisha hasn't received formal training very long, so her moves tend to be ferocious. In battle, she relies entirely on her sensitivity to danger. In critical moments, this style is a surefire way to win. However, there are various restrictions in competition, which make it difficult to execute her moves. So, I'm not sure how much power she can exert. Furthermore, her opponent today comes from a similar background, and both are very ruthless. After saying this, Cece Lilt focused her attention on the match, pondering how she would respond if she faced this opponent. The two players' match on the field attracted the attention of the teachers from the other 6 military academies. The teachers from the other 6 were amazed at the strength of these two students. Could the level of competition be so high? Xiang Mian, the head teacher at the Imperial Military Academy, was a little nervous. He hadn't expected a school with no barriers to entry to recruit such a promising young talent this year. This student's fighting style was so similar to Shisha's. The teacher at the IMEA Military Academy was excited. He hadn't expected a student from their academy to perform so well, even though this student wasn't particularly prominent at school. On the field, two extremely cold and fierce individuals clashed, each attacking the other with ruthless force. You attack my vital points, I strike yours. Both men attacked their opponents with self-destructive tactics. After repeated, self-destructive battles, Shisha finally found her opponent's weakness. Hit by a punch in the left ribs, she slashed at his right arm. Then, she mobilized all 12 of her knives and attacked him simultaneously. Yin Lin's mind went blank, and then a voice rang out from the battle arena. Yin Lin of the IMEA Military Academy has been struck in the vitals. Shisha of the Imperial Military Academy has won. The crowd erupted in applause. Many hadn't expected the first match to be so exciting. Chapter 34. That night, teachers from various military academies led their students in analyzing the battle between Shisha and Yin Lin. The combat prowess of these two individuals made students from the other 6 military academies feel threatened. The students from the IMEA Military Academy felt like they had found a treasure. Their school had 3 S-rank mecha soldiers this year, but every soldier from the other 4 military academies participating in the competition was S-rank or above. They hadn't expected their own school to produce a dark horse. The students from the Imperial Military Academy were also cautious. Although they had seen Shisha's skills, they were still surprised to see someone who looked so similar to her. Are geniuses so common now? They must work harder. After the tactical analysis, the students returned to their dormitories. The Imperial Military Academy teachers called Hui Yucheng and Pei Lang together for a meeting. Have you found out? What's Yin Lin's background? Yes, he's an orphan from Quan Star. He only awakened his spiritual power last year and enrolled at the IMEA Military Academy because it's close to the planet. He's a loner and doesn't socialize much at school. Every day, he studies and works to earn tuition. That's pretty consistent with an orphan's lifestyle. He looks a lot like Shisha from our school, just a different gender. No, Shisha has friends. Hui Yucheng muttered quietly. The two weren't alike. Although Shisha had 3 close friends, she wasn't very sociable at school and only interacted deeply with them. But Yin Lin, from beginning to end, remained alone. In the days that followed, the results of the competition put the 4 self-proclaimed 4 major military academies to shame. It turned out that Yin Lin wasn't the only strong individual among the no-entry schools. After the first round of round-robin matches, 8 of the top 40 students were from schools with no entry barriers, and they performed impressively. What a slap in the face! Those who were supposedly runners-up actually made it onto the main track. Back then, the so-called 4 major military academies hadn't even paid attention to students from schools with no entry barriers. Based on the strength demonstrated in the first round, if nothing unexpected happens, 2 students from schools with no entry barriers have a chance of making the top 10. These 2 students are Yin Lin and Chen Wenlan, both orphans. According to research, 6 of the 8 students from schools with no entry barriers who made the top 40 were orphans. This statistic is somewhat unbelievable. Are orphans this strong these days? Can they reach this level solely through their own strength? Meanwhile, competitions for senior grades were also underway. Although not as strong as the first-year students, the second, third, and fourth-year students from schools with no entry barriers each made it into the top 40 with 5, 4, and 5 students, respectively. This achievement put a damper on the arrogance of the students and faculty of the 4 major military academies. When the top 40 entered the final 20, Cici Lilt met Yanlin. Upon hearing about the matchup, not only did 8 military academy teachers come to watch, but many senior students also came to watch. Even before the match, the spectator stands were packed. Zhang Yi, who are you favoring? Of course, Cici Lilt. I'm more optimistic about Yanlin. I think his fighting style is very ruthless, and he might be able to catch the opponent off guard. Cici Lilt is powerful, but her fighting style is too rigid and lacks the element of surprise. What a joke. Yanlin and Cici Lilt are not even on the same level. After all, Cici Lilt is number 1 in the Imperial Military Academy's combat power rankings, while Ren Shisha is only 3rd. And Shisha defeated Yanlin. TSK, how do you know Shisha can't beat Cici Lilt? They never fought. The person being challenged was speechless. These two had indeed never fought each other, including Daisy Liu, the second-ranked student at the Imperial Military Academy. None of the 3 had ever faced each other. During the tryouts, they had tried their best to avoid confrontation. At that moment, a resolute voice rang from the back. Is there still any need to discuss? Cici Lilt will definitely win. The arguing group turned to see that the speaker was Pei Nord from the Minyup Military Academy. After realizing it was him, they stopped commenting. They all knew Pei Nord had a bad temper and was a firebrand. If they provoked him, they wouldn't be able to control him. They sat quietly in their seats, silently interpreting Pei Nord's behavior as a sign of respect for his opponent. Before the match began, Cici Lilt and Yanlin took the stage and sized each other up. It was clear that each had some familiarity with the other. As the bell rang, Yanlin attacked again. His previous matches showed he was accustomed to taking the initiative. Cici Lilt's fighting style was relatively steady. Coming from a military family, her style was orthodox and conventional, with a touch of a powerful, yet effective counterattack. At this moment, the sky-splitting spear in her hands felt like a door that could withstand anything. The opponent's attacks were fierce and impulsive, but she silently neutralized each one, countering them with a series of counterattacks. Yanlin's weapon was a robotic arm, which put him at a disadvantage. Cici Lilt's mecha and weapons were custom-made. His mecha was issued by the school and lacked its own weapons. He was already a step behind in terms of equipment, so he had to finish the fight as quickly as possible. Yanlin seized every opportunity to attack Cici Lilt. He had studied her fighting style, which prioritized defense and often relied on instantaneous strikes. With a sudden jerk, Yanlin completely abandoned his defenses and grasped Cici Lilt's left shoulder. Clearly, he intended to defeat Cici Lilt at the cost of self-destruction. If it were Shisha, she would have resorted to a head-on confrontation. But Cici Lilt was different from Shisha. She used the momentum to slide downward, avoiding Yanlin's mechanical arm. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, she raised her sky-splitting spear with one hand and slashed at Yanlin's right leg. Yanlin couldn't retract his leg, and the joint was severed. The rupture of one leg's joint affected Yanlin's balance, but he nimbly dodged Cici Lilt's second attack. He retreated several steps, trying to adjust his rhythm and assess the opponent's weaknesses, but Cici Lilt didn't give him time to react. Cici Lilt took the initiative, swiftly, accurately, and fiercely stabbing Yanlin's vital spot with her sky-splitting spear. Yanlin quickly drew his weapon to block, but the weapon he pulled out was an A-rank dagger. The A-rank dagger was no match for Cici Lilt's sky-splitting spear, snapping in two. A voice rang out from the arena. Imperial Military Academy Cici Lilt wins. This bout was a sure victory for Cici Lilt, a clear victory over Yanlin. Compared to Yanlin's match against Shisha, where Shisha's mech suffered 60% self-destruction, Cici Lilt's victory was far too easy, with her mech barely sustaining any damage. Everyone came over to congratulate Cici Lilt. After the match, Cici Lilt said to Lin Jian, "I only had the advantage of the mecha and weapons. Especially the weapons. That guy only had an A-grade dagger. If his dagger had been S-grade, I wouldn't have won so easily. I'd probably have suffered some injuries to defeat him." Lin Jian, his dagger seems broken. Cici Lilt, Yes, it is. After we return to the capital star, I buy him another one to compensate him. That dagger isn't worth much to us, but it must be quite expensive for him. Lin Jian thought for a moment and said, I made 4 daggers last time using A-grade materials. And he said they were too low-grade, so I didn't give them to you. How about you give him one? Cece lilt, then I buy it from you. You sell me one, and I compensate him. Lin Jian rolled her eyes. What do you mean? You don't consider me a friend? Cece lilt immediately changed her tone. Friend, give me a dagger and I compensate him. Lin Jian, that's more like it. I don't know what kind of dagger he uses. I give you all 4. You can choose which one you want. Cece lilt, don't give them to me. You can come with me. Lin Jian thought about it. Since it wasn't a big deal, she agreed. The next day, since the group didn't have a match, Cece lilt invited the 3 of them to go find Yanlin. Shisha and Daisy Lu wouldn't go. Shisha said, Daisy Lu and I won't go, lest he think we're looking for a challenge. You and a Jian can go. Cece lilt thought about it, and decided that going too often wouldn't be a good idea, it would feel like a fight. So she and Lin Jian went alone. Konglu Island was truly a famous tourist attraction. The morning fog was especially thick, swirling across the island in an unpredictable, almost elusive way, making it feel like you were immersed in a sea of clouds. As Lin Jian walked, he exclaimed, This place is truly beautiful. It feels a bit like a city in the sky. Cece lilt, we can come here someday. I heard there are houses where you can live under the sea. We go and stay there someday. Lin Jian, I'm curious about living in a house under the sea. I definitely go live there if I get the chance. The 2 walked and chatted, and soon arrived at the residence of the Amaya Military Academy. They asked a classmate to tell Yanlin to come down. To their surprise, the classmate was a loudmouth. He walked into the dormitory and shouted, Yanlin, Yanlin, that girl from the Imperial Military Academy who's known for her fighting skills has brought a helper to stop you downstairs. Then he realized something was wrong. That girl was so strong, she could beat Yanlin without help. So he changed his story. The girl you fought with yesterday and another girl are coming downstairs to look for you. Do you want to hide? Yanlin's first thought was that Cece lilt and Shisha were looking for him together, because he had heard that they were close friends. However, he was puzzled. Both of them had defeated him before, so there was no way they would team up to cause trouble again. Yanlin pondered for a moment, and decided to go downstairs to see what they were up to. When he arrived downstairs, he saw Cece lilt standing with another woman he didn't recognize. Yanlin walked in, and before he could even speak, Cece lilt took the initiative to ask, What's the attribute of your mental power? The question was a bit presumptuous, like asking someone you don't know what size clothes they wear. After hearing this, Lin Jian quickly tried to make amends. Well, Cece lilt broke your dagger yesterday, and she wants to compensate you. Yanlin was a little skeptical. In a competition, he had never heard of the winner having to compensate the loser. Therefore, he shook his head and refused. No, you don't need to pay because you're not as skilled as the other person on the field. Cece lilt glanced up at him, suddenly realizing her own impertinence. A more discerning person might have thought she was showing off. So, aside from the duel, Cece lilt, who had always been unfamiliar with socializing, explained, to demonstrate her sincerity, I'm not here to show off. I just felt a pity seeing you weighed down by your weapon yesterday. Since you don't want it, forget it. With that, Cece lilt pulled Lin Jian away. Yanlin was stunned. His opponent's openness made him a little ashamed. It seemed he had underestimated his magnanimity. Yanlin thought about it. Indeed, he didn't have a weapon right now. The school had a standard mecha, and the contestants had to buy their own weapons. He had previously scrimped and saved to buy an A-grade dagger, but now it was broken, and he had no money for a replacement. He was left without a weapon to defend himself in a critical moment. Yesterday, a teacher at school asked him what weapon he wanted. He replied that he wanted a sword, but good weapons were hard to find, and he didn't know when he would get one. Now, without a weapon, he felt uneasy. Since she was offering him one, he might as well take it and repay her later when he had the chance. So Yanlin called out to Cece lilt, Classmate, I really need a dagger. I'd be very grateful if you could give it to me. Hearing his words, Lin Jian and Cece lilt turned back. Lin Jian pulled out 4 daggers from the space button and let Yanlin choose. Yanlin chose the fire-attributed dagger. He pulled it out and examined it. It was much better forged than the one he had bought before. If it was made of S-grade rough stone, it should be a powerful dagger. Yanlin saw 2 small words engraved on the dagger's handle, Lin Jian. In this era, Mecha masters would engrave their names on weapons and mechas after they created them. Lin Jian was no exception. Although she had just become a mecha master, she still engraved her name on her work. Yanlin put away his dagger and looked up at Lin Jian. Are you a mecha master? Is your name Lin Jian? Lin Jian politely replied, yes, I am a mecha master. I made this dagger by learning how to make it. I will gradually improve it. Yanlin was also polite. It's done very well. Thank you. Cici Lilt and Lin Jian said goodbye. That afternoon, a rumor spread. Cici Lilt had visited Yanlin and given him a gift. Pinanode gritted his teeth when he heard this. Tonight, after his competition, he would go find Cici Lilt and ask for the truth. If she really had given it, he would make her suffer. Chapter 35. That night, a sullen Pei Nord stood downstairs in the Imperial Military Academy's residence, his face growing increasingly gloomy as the minutes ticked by. His presence made the Imperial Military Academy's members afraid to enter or leave freely. Cui Bao and Pei Lang approached Hui Yuqing to discuss countermeasures. At this moment, Hui Yuqing was training in a pressure chamber, with a robot little A keeping time. The pressure chamber is an auxiliary device for indoor training. Since there was no training ground on Konglu Island, the island owner purchased a pressure chamber to ensure the cadets' daily training. The pressure chamber can be set to 10 or even 20 times the load pressure, and can simulate running with weights ranging from 50 to 200 kilograms. Hui Yuqing emerged from the pressure chamber after hearing a knock on the door. His training uniform was completely drenched, and the sweat stuck to his body. His handsome face and lean frame blended seamlessly, a strange harmony. Hui Yuqing opened the security camera and saw the two men. He asked them to wait, then changed into a pair of sportswear and opened the door. What's going on? Pei Lang nodded. After entering the house, he asked Hui Yuqing. Pinode has been standing downstairs. Is he looking for you? Hui Yuqing raised his hand to glance at his laptop and replied, no, he didn't call me. He probably just got bored and came for a walk. Pei Lang frowned, but that young master doesn't look like he's here for a walk at all. He looks like he's looking for trouble. Hui Yuqing was silent for a moment, then asked, is Cici Lilt here? Cui Bao replied from the side, Cici Lilt isn't here. The four of them went for a walk on the beach and haven't returned yet. Hui Yuqing, well, he's probably here to look for Cici Lilt. Wasn't he looking for her earlier at the harbor? Pei Lang, are you saying he's here to provoke Cici Lilt? Hui Yuqing, not necessarily to provoke, probably just to ask something. Don't worry. Cici Lilt knows her limits, and won't fight him before the match. After that, Hui Yuqing asked again, by the way, has Cici Lilt been acting normally lately? Pei Lang shook his head, and Cui Bao told him the gossip he heard. I heard Cici Lilt. Lilt gave a gift to Yanlin from the IMEA Military Academy yesterday. Hui Yuqing turned to Cui Bao. Gift? Who went with her? Cui Bao. She went with Sister Jian. I heard from bystanders that they gave Yanlin a dagger. Hui Yuqing's tone was filled with involuntary nervousness. Who gave whom a gift? Cui Bao relayed the information he had gathered. Cici Lilt gave Yanlin a dagger, but it was made by Sister Jian. Hui Yuqing lowered his eyes, and Cui Bao felt the temperature around him suddenly drop. After the two left, Hui Yuqing dialed a number that had always been in his address book, but he had never called. The call connected, and Lin Jian's face appeared on the video feed. Surprise crossed her face, and she repeatedly checked her laptop, wondering if the caller had called the wrong number. After a few moments of hesitation, she answered the call and asked uncertainly, you looking for me? Hui Yuqing nodded. Yes, I was wondering if you had dinner yet. Lin Jian instinctively replied, yes. Then she looked up at the now dark sky. Getting this call out of the blue was like a superior calling you out of the blue, only to ask if you eaten. It was strange, no matter how she thought about it. The two people in the video were speechless for a moment. After a brief silence, Hui Yuqing spoke up, I heard you gave a dagger to someone yesterday. Lin Jian hadn't expected her boss to address such a trivial matter. Although she was puzzled, she answered truthfully, it was from Cici Lilt. Can't I give it to her? Hui Yuqing paused and said, nothing. I just heard it, and I was just asking. Why was he being so serious about such a casual question? Lin Jian felt like complaining. But she still carefully answered her leader's question. When we gave it to him, Cici Lilt made it clear that we were giving him one as compensation because we had cut off his opponent's dagger during the match. Besides, this dagger is just an ordinary one made of A-grade material, very low grade. I have several more. Hui Yuqing smiled and asked Lin Jian, oh really? How many do you have? Lin Jian was a little dizzy at his smile, But she quickly calmed herself and answered the question. I have 3. Unexpectedly, Hu Yuqing's next words almost made her speechless. So many? Can you give me one? Lin Jian's video feed suddenly froze. After a moment, she looked up at Hu Yuqing in confusion. But this is an A-grade dagger. You won't be able to use it at all. Hu Yuqing hummed softly. For some reason, Lin Jian detected a sense of disappointment in Hu Yuqing's tone. Lin Jian unconsciously added, when I have S-grade materials, I make you an S-grade dagger. After saying this, Lin Jian bit his tongue, feeling annoyed. What nonsense! Hu City needs your dagger. But she only saw Hu Yuqing across from her, smiling at her. His eyes were bright, sparkling with stars. Okay, I wait. Just then, Cici Lilt called Lin Jian from the front. Lin Jian, I'm hanging up. Cici Lilt is calling me. After hanging up the video, Lin Jian belatedly realized that she had promised an S-level dagger even before she even had an S-level rough stone. As expected, beauty can be deceptive. She seemed unable to refuse him directly. Downstairs in the dormitory, Cici Lilt was puzzled when she was stopped by Peanut. Her 3 companions looked at Peanut warily. Peanut curled his lips into what he considered a kind smile, giving the 4 of them goosebumps. Afterward, Peanut hesitantly said, I need to ask Cici Lilt something. Could you please step aside? The 3 glanced at Cici Lilt, who nodded for them to leave first. Then, the 3 of them went upstairs. After they left, Peanut cleared his throat and asked Cici Lilt with a hint of resentment, Did you give Yanlin a gift? Cici Lilt studied Peanut, feeling he was becoming increasingly strange. He was being too nosy. But she still answered truthfully, it wasn't a gift. I broke his weapon, so I'm giving him one as compensation. After hearing this, Peanut placed his dragon sparrow's sword against his chest. Cici Lilt's scalp tightened, and she instinctively took a step back. I can't break your dragon sparrow's sword, and even if I did, I can't afford to pay for it. Hearing this, Peanut lowered his head, and pulled out a glass from his space button. He loosened his grip, and the glass fell to the ground, shattering. My glass is broken, and you have to pay me back. Cici Lilt was speechless, incredulous. After a moment, she found her voice. Are you trying to blackmail me? Penaud's eyes flickered, and he said, not really. Cici Lilt tried to slip upstairs. If it doesn't count, I'm going upstairs. You can leave. Penaud reached out and gently tugged at the hem of Cici Lilt's shirt. A cup? Cici Lilt shook her head. It's none of my business. I'm going upstairs. But Penaud held on to her shirt. Penaud, this is my favorite cup. I can't sleep without it. Cici Lilt raised her hand and gestured for a pause. Okay. We meet in the competition someday. If you can beat me, I give you 2 cups. Penaud's eyes lit up. Okay. Finally, Penaud left. After he left, a group of Imperial Military Academy alumni came out to watch. They concluded, these 2 must have had a fierce argument. Look, Penaud was so angry he broke a cup. Ever since the dormitory incident, Penaud had eagerly awaited his match against Cici Lilt. The first match of the top 10 competition had drawn him. Before the match, the Imperial Marshal had already delivered the promised S-level rough stones to the competition venue. Today was Cici Lilt and Penaud's match day. The 2 met in advance in the round-robin match of the top 10 competition. Based on their strength, everyone believed they would be the first and second place finishers of the first year. To watch this match, the other grades matches were suspended. After all, to witness 2 top-tier, double S-level soldiers face off up close was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The faculty and students from the 8 military academies totaled approximately 1,000. The viewing platform was already full, and some, lacking seats, stood in the back row to watch. Observers from various schools were also in place, ready to analyze the 2's combat prowess and tactics for a tutorial video. The match began with a fierce clash between Cici Lilt and Penaud. Penaud's fighting style favored aggressive, open and close attacks. He had always received orthodox training. Not winning first place in the Imperial Military Academy entrance competition had been a source of resentment, and for the past 6 months, he had been diligently practicing in the training room. As a result, each of his moves was imbued with power and technique. Cici Lilt was similarly disciplined, always training daily. Today, Cici Lilt's fighting style was different from usual, likely due to a deeper understanding of Penaud's fighting style. Cici Lilt employed a grappling attack, a style suggested by Lin Jian. Since Lin Jian wasn't participating in the competition, she spent her free time watching videos and helping her friends analyze their opponent's characteristics. When it came to analyzing Penaud, no one could find a clear flaw. His fighting style had already reached maturity, making it difficult to find obvious flaws, not even Lin Jian. Peinot's movements were incredibly fast. If it weren't for the slow-motion recording, most people wouldn't even be able to discern his moves. After watching for days, no one could figure out how to respond. Finally, Lin Jian suddenly remembered a saying, "Too much rigidity breaks easily, too much flexibility leads to failure." Peinot and Cece Lilt were both excellent mecha soldiers. Through daily training, they had long since identified and strengthened their weaknesses, cultivating a combat style that blended both rigidity and flexibility. Neither of them could find a clear flaw in their fight. However, Peinot himself was impatient. A grappling approach would be a good way to drain his energy and expose his weaknesses. During a fight, I use my strength to entangle you, my softness to entangle you, rendering your hard and soft moves useless. When you become frustrated, I attack you unexpectedly. This way, I might win. Cece Lilt, upon hearing this, thought Lin Jian's idea was a good one. She had the patience to wait for Peinot to become frustrated. The two men engaged in a formal clash, each evenly matched. The Dragon Sparrow blade and the sky-splitting spear were both custom-made weapons, closely imbued with the auras of their masters. During the duel, one's moves were more aggressive, while the others were adaptable. After several rounds of fighting, Peinot finally lost his patience and tried to accelerate his attack. Suddenly, Cece Lilt found a flaw. Cece Lilt approached him, gripping his left shoulder and attempting to subdue him. However, Peinot was steady, and a single-sided hold proved ineffective. Cece Lilt had no choice but to throw Peinot to the ground. Peinot, a seasoned fighter, protected his vital points as he fell, then launched a counterattack, counterattacking Cece Lilt. However, Cece Lilt shrugged, and after a head-on collision, both retreated a distance. After their eyes met, they attacked again simultaneously, but unfortunately, neither landed, their attacks dodged. They separated again, temporarily pausing, waiting for the other to strike first. Suddenly, both stopped, their bodies erected for defense. At the same moment, all the teachers and students on the field were on alert. Chapter 36. There are very loud vibrations. Xiang Mian shouted. The previously quiet competition venue was now filled with intermittent vibrations approaching the stadium. Boom! A loud noise sounded. The entire island was shaken several times. Peinot was the first to react. He immediately wanted to comfort Cece Lilt, but he found that Cece Lilt had already leaped onto the stands and was embracing several of her friends. Peinot shook his hand. Never mind. One day, Cece Lilt would throw herself into his arms. Hu Yuqing glanced at the crowd and saw Lin Jian with several of her friends. He stood up and rushed out of the competition hall with the teachers to investigate. When they reached the stadium, they saw that the previously calm sea had suddenly become turbulent. Countless waves surged out from the depths, striking the crowd like deadly knives. Quick, everyone, get into the air raid shelter. No, we have to get higher. The waves are so strong, the island shield won't hold up. Yes, the waves are too strong, the shield won't hold up. If we go into the shelter, everyone will die. Let's go up the mountain. There's a mountain on the island, and its summit is higher than the city. Get everyone out quickly. I contact the outside world. We can't get through. The submarine fiber optic cable is down. What should we do then? Nothing. Escape to higher ground first. Yes, let's get higher. Once people outside notice something's wrong with the island, they come rescue us. What's going on? Quick, get up the mountain, quick. The waves rushed in, attacking the island's shield. Fortunately, everyone was inside the battlefield at the time of the incident, with no one outside. After receiving the evacuation notice, everyone began to follow their teachers as they quickly retreated to the mountaintop. Everyone moved in an orderly manner, no panic on their faces. At this moment, the calmness of the military academy students was fully displayed. Xiang Mian led several teachers from the other schools to collect food and water. In the face of disaster, calm thinking was also crucial. There were over 1,000 people here. Without food and water, how would they wait for help? He asked Pei Lang and Hui Yuchen to lead the students first, with the teachers following later. The Imperial Military Academy students walked in front, while the students from the non-recruiting military academies followed suit. If only the strongest remained, they hoped the Imperial Military Academy students would remain. Pei Lang and Hui Yuchen did not refuse. At this moment, there was no absolute safety, and no one knew what lay ahead. Soon, everyone began climbing the only high mountain on Konglu Island. Lookout Mountain. During the climb, the island's protective shield sustained repeated blows, cracks beginning to appear. If the waves continued to surge, it would soon be shattered. Another loud explosion, and the proud or tunnel of Konglu Island collapsed, sending a massive wave crashing down upon the island's protective shield. The impact of the waves and the tremors of the mountain caused the climbers to slow down, but once they recovered, they began to accelerate. As the tunnel collapsed, seawater began to seep upward from the ground. More and more seawater seeped from the ground, flooding the streets. Lin Jian pursed his lips as he watched the scene unfold, feeling for the first time how close the crisis was to him. It was unbelievable that even in the interstellar age, humanity still felt so insignificant in the face of nature. While traversing the mountain, several people struggled to contact the outside world. Faced with various devices that blocked their access, they attempted to send out distress signals in other ways. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Jian looked up and saw a large, dense forest at the summit of Wangshan Mountain, though it was completely shrouded in a sea of fog. Lin Jian walked in the middle, flanked by Cici Lilt on one side and Shisha on the other, with Daisy behind her. Logically, she should have felt incredibly safe. But when she looked up at the dense forest, for some reason, she felt a surge of panic. She had a gut feeling of wolves ahead and tigers behind, but she couldn't stop. The sea level was rising, and even after generations of evolution, humans couldn't remain submerged for long. Compared to the water, even if the dense forest was extremely dangerous, they had to forge ahead. They might still have a fighting chance, but in the water, their chances of survival were slimmer. Hui Yuqing was walking in front, but while still hurrying, he hurried over to Lin Jian and handed her a space button. There's nutrient solution and purified water inside, as well as 4 diving suits. Take them. With that, he hurried to the front of the group. He had to be in the front, responsible for the safety of the entire group. As he turned, Lin Jian grabbed his shirt and said, "Be careful. The dense forest isn't safe." Hui Yuqing turned and nodded at her. "Yes, I know. Take care of yourself. I definitely find a way to contact the outside world. Trust me." Lin Jian, "Yes, I trust you." Just as everyone was about to reach the summit, the shield around Sarara Island broke. Soon after the first crack appeared, fine cracks began to appear in the shield. Like the cracking of an eggshell, when enough cracks appeared, the entire shield shattered. Seawater began to surge back, pouring onto the road and underground. The water level rose rapidly, and the people on the mountain felt an increasing sense of oppression. "Look, what's that? It looks like a moving van." "No, that's a giant squid. Giant squid has suddenly appeared." "Look, that's a swarm of box jellyfish." "Yes, and there are blue-ringed octopuses over there." "How could this happen? Even lionfish have appeared. Have all the animals in this area come here?" Everyone was buzzing with discussion about these marine animals. They hadn't expected so many dangerous animals to be found in the nearby waters. These were among the most dangerous animals in the ocean. Thankfully, these animals were all in the sea and couldn't leave. Otherwise, a large-scale appearance of any of these animals would have been a formidable challenge for them. At this moment, someone called out in alarm, "Saltwater crocodiles have come ashore. Everyone, hurry!" Saltwater crocodiles can leave the water for short periods of time, and upon hearing this, everyone hurried their pace again. In reality, everyone was puzzled as to why all these sea creatures had appeared en masse in such a short period of time. On a desolate planet not far from Ocean Star, several cyborgs with gills on their faces were on the phone with their superior. These individuals were members of the pirate organization, the Vulture Gang. "Boss, the explosives we planted beneath Ocean Star are working. Now, the entire seabed of Skyland Island has been flattened, and the ore tunnels have all collapsed. We sent a video of the unusual movement here to the Star Ocean Republic military. For now, they think it's a tsunami. To generate public opinion, we also posted the video of the unusual movement on StarNet. Many netizens are already condemning the military, saying the location of the military competition is questionable. With everyone's condemnation, the military will definitely dispatch its elite corps to rescue us. Boss, take advantage of this opportunity. We done a great job of diverting attention." The one-eyed man, known as Boss, nodded and said, "Well, once we seize the Chu family's energy, you and the brothers present will share the same share. Don't worry, with the Chu family's energy and Dr. Z's cooperation, it won't be long before you're in a prosperous position." The gill-shaped human, "Okay, we listen to you, boss." The Star Ocean Republic military had just received the video of the tsunami on Ocean Star, and was arranging for the various corps to participate in the rescue, but the video had been transmitted to StarNet. For a time, the trending search accident during the 8 military academies competition topped the search list. Citizens of the star-studded community posted online condemning the military, questioning why such an important event as the military academy competition was being held on an island, claiming it was unsafe. Following the condemnation, the military felt immense pressure and quickly mobilized all nearby regiments to provide assistance. While the Shanghai Republic military was feeling the immense pressure, a meeting was underway. During the meeting, a Shanghai Republic spy lurking within the Republic relayed this news to the Shanghai Republic Military Council. For a time, members of the Shanghai Republic military mocked the Shanghai Republic's absurdity, stating that holding a military academy competition on an island was unethical. Now, an accident has occurred on the island, whether it's an undersea earthquake or a tsunami. If this isn't handled properly, the citizens of their republic will condemn them back home. Amidst the laughter, beads of sweat dripped from one man's forehead. He sat in his seat for a long time, silent as he watched the video over and over again. Finally, his hands began to tremble slightly. After a long while, as the meeting was drawing to a close, the man stood up and bowed to everyone. "I'm sorry, I didn't know a tsunami would occur on Ocean Star." His words were so incoherent that no one in the room was quite sure what he meant. Why would he apologize when a tsunami hit the Star Ocean Republic? Finally, the man closed his eyes and said, "I released the Republic's newly improved solvent on Ocean Star, M-Solvent." M-Solvent. The moment he uttered the word, everyone was speechless. M-Solvent is a neurotoxic solution that triggers violent reactions in humans and animals, causing short-term loss of control. Years ago, Dr. Z's Academy of Sciences engineered a group of cyborgs in the Star Lawn Republic. While their IQs might have degraded, their bodies were incredibly strong. The cyborgs, with their degraded IQs, were unable to work normally and were forced to plunder others' wealth. During that period, public security in the Xinglan Republic was extremely poor, with ordinary people being preyed upon by cyborgs at any given moment. Ordinary people's physical strength was no match for the cyborgs. Finally, the military took drastic action and located several remote, desolate planets, deciding to send all the cyborgs there. This plan was leaked by someone, sparking a rebellion among the cyborgs, who united in protest. During that protest, all the cyborgs were captured by the military, knocked unconscious, and exiled to the remote, desolate planets, now known as prison planets. At the time, the military's winning weapon was the M solution. Back then, they had all soldiers inhale the M solution deeply, stimulating their volatile nature before engaging in combat with the cyborgs. Now, if this M solution were to be carelessly sprayed on Konglu Island, and if the people and animals on the island were to inhale it, both sides would simultaneously go berserk, resulting in a stalemate. Chapter 37. Glavilluo walked up to Stu and angrily shouted, "You're crazy. You released M solution into the cadets." Stu repeatedly admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, I just couldn't stand their arrogance, and I wanted to use M solution to teach them a lesson." Glavilluo, "A lesson? You're so naive. If anything happens to these cadets, and the people of Shanghai Republic know we're involved, it'd start a war between the two republics. Understand?" "Stu, I'm sorry, I didn't think that much. A while ago, I met He Tai, a teacher in charge of the Landmeyer Military Academy in Shanghai Republic. Landmeyer is an open-ended military academy, and they can't even get into the top 3 on their own. He Tai is very jealous of those who do. I took advantage of He Tai's jealousy, and gave the solution to them. Have him drip the solution onto the prizes. That way, if the winners smell it, they lose their composure, and become a laughing stock. I truly didn't anticipate a tsunami would occur on Konglu Island." Greville, TSK, jealousy can really drive one crazy. A military academy teacher actually does such a thing. Hitai isn't worthy of being a teacher. The military marshal spoke from the side. Greville calmed down. "Let's explain how to dilute this new solution. I contact our undercover agents and have them take the solution and pour it onto the prizes. We try to resolve this before anything happens." Stu wiped his sweat. "This is a newly developed product. Our lab hasn't found a solvent that can completely react." The military marshal was shocked. "You used a solution that can't completely dissolve it? How audacious." "Stu, this new M solution is different from the previous ones. When sniffed while awake, it will only cause a person to fall into a trance. Only when sniffed in combat will it cause a person to become bloodless fueled. This solution is more focused on inducing hallucinations." Glurville, "You just say you want to use such a dangerous solution? You forgot that there are people we sent to study there, including the third prince." Stu, "I only had Hitai drip the solution onto the prize. I gave them a very small amount. As long as they don't remove the prize, the smell won't be too strong." The military marshal glared at Stu. "How much did you give that person?" Stu wiped his sweat off his forehead. "Not much, only 10 milliliters. With so many people sniffing it at the same time, after a brief frenzy, they should wake up soon. The military marshal nodded. 10 milliliters, it's not a lot. At this moment, Stu's assistant frantically flipped through the documents, stopping at a page. Boss, your application was for 100 milliliters, and I also delivered 100 milliliters. Stu took the page from the assistant and read the data on the application. He slumped to the ground. He had accidentally typed an extra 0, and he looked at the military marshal in bewilderment. The military marshal closed his eyes briefly, then raised his gaze and announced to everyone, "Notify the Star Ocean Republic that we used the chemical on Sarara Island. Instruct anyone entering the island to wear a gas mask. The lab staff will urgently develop a method for dissolving Solution M. Also, send a portion of Solution M to the Star Ocean Republic so their labs can urgently begin research." Stu, Marshal, this is giving our scientific research findings to the Star Ocean Republic. The military marshal turned and looked at him. You're the one who ruined this achievement. Although your father developed this solution, and you later improved it, you used Solution M without our permission. Expect a court-martial. Also, you better make amends and quickly develop a method to dissolve the solution. Hui Yuqing and Pei Lang walked in front. As they entered the dense forest, they felt a chill. This was an island in the sea, with heavy mist, which caused year-round fog. As soon as Hui Yuqing entered the dense forest, he sensed something was amiss. He peered out and saw a surprising number of mandrills. Mandrills are known for their aggressive temperaments and social status. In interstellar space, they are classified as C-class star beasts. Hui Yuqing raised his hand, pausing. He said, 300 C-rank star beast mandrills, everyone, stand alert. In this competition, the top 100 from grades 1 and 2, odd numbers, step out and prepare for battle. Sesai, Shisha, and Daisalu were all odd numbers, and all three stepped out and prepared for battle. Half of the first and second graders entered the arena, while the other half stood guard on the perimeter. 100 men, dressed in mechas, entered the arena to fight. In the forest, the mandrills were incredibly fast, but these men had fought countless battles to reach the top 100 in their grade. The battle between the two sides was initially close, with the mandrills being quite powerful, and the men on this side were also quite strong. However, as with all precautions, there are always loopholes, and some were ultimately defeated by the mandrills. Hui Yuqing and Pei Lang stood outside the forest, keeping an eye on the situation. If they saw someone struggling, they would use their radiation guns to help them eliminate their opponent. This was the first time Lin Jian saw Hui Yuqing firing a gun. It turned out that his marksmanship was very good, and he could kill a mandrill with every shot. Such excellent marksmanship caught the attention of the mandrill leader, who flew over to attack Hui Yuqing. Its arm strength was immense, and it likely had rarely encountered an opponent. It reached out, attempting to wrest the gun from Hui Yuqing's hand, but Hui Yuqing remained calm and shot the mandrill leader in the right arm. It became enraged, extending its sharp fangs and claws, and launched a fierce attack on Hui Yuqing. Hui Yuqing donned his mech in seconds. With his left mechanical arm, he clamped the mandrill leader's head, immobilizing it. Simultaneously, with his right hand, he shot the leader between the eyebrows, killing him. 10 minutes later, Hui Yuqing issued the order. From the 3rd and 4th grades, the top 100 odd-numbered students, step out and prepare for battle. Students from the 1st and 2nd grades return. Strangely, many students from the 1st and 2nd grades remained absorbed in the fight and refused to withdraw. Instead, the fighting intensified, with no intention of stopping. Only a handful of people were able to end the fighting and escape the dense forest. After emerging from the dense forest, Cece shook his head fiercely. Report, there's something strange about this dense forest. I went in to fight, and I can't stop. Pinode was also one of the few who emerged. Yes, this dense forest is very strange. I can't control myself either. Hui Yuqing carefully felt it, and felt a surge of energy within him, a strong desire to fight. After the group defeated all the mandrills, the people who had just entered the battle gradually calmed down. After calming down, everyone agreed that there was something wrong with the dense forest. Many speculated that the miasma within was poisonous. With these speculations, everyone hesitated for a moment, whether to continue to search for high ground in the forest or wait outside. Chapter 38. After a brief hesitation, everyone decided to enter the dense forest. They were all military academy students, and they had a relentless nature. Furthermore, with the rising water level, Kamlu Island was like a lone boat floating on the sea. A lone boat could be destroyed at any moment. Waiting aimlessly would only lead to anxiety. It would be better to take this opportunity to study the island carefully, Perhaps they could fight for a chance of survival. Entering the dense forest again, they were soon attacked by a second wave of star beasts. These were several B-level star beasts. Rhinoceros unicorns. Unicorns had eyes as big as copper bells, and although they had only one horn, they were incredibly powerful, and that horn was as sharp as a knife. Huayu City had assigned 150 students to fight against these star beasts. Everyone, alert. The top 100 students from grades 1, 2, and 3, odd-numbered students, step out and prepare for battle. Why were the odd-numbered students still assigned to the battle? Because they had already been affected. If they had rashly switched to the even-numbered students at this point, both groups would have run into problems simultaneously, creating a huge problem. After the battle, everyone realized why Huiyuqing had assigned 150 students to the battle. These B-level star beasts were simply too powerful. During the battle, they engaged in a relentless fight. The most troublesome thing was that some students began to lose their composure during the battle, attacking their peers without distinguishing friend from foe. Shisha was one of them. She had been fighting the star beasts peacefully, but suddenly, as if possessed, she began attacking her teammates. Besides her, a dozen other students also began attacking indiscriminately, without distinguishing friend from foe. Huiyuqing waved his hand and ordered the even-numbered students to approach and knock out the confused team members. During the subjugation process, everyone discovered that the combat power of those team members, who were in a state of confusion, had increased significantly, more than twice their usual level. It took 3 students of equal strength to subdue them. For example, Shisha needed the simultaneous intervention of 3 team members to knock her unconscious. After a fierce battle, Huiyuqing pondered for a moment and said, "I think this dense forest is fine. It's us who are the problem." Pei Lang was puzzled. What could be wrong with us? Huiyuqing's face was serious. "I'm not sure yet, but the star beasts have an instinct to avoid danger, and the star beast leader has a low level of intelligence. With so many of us entering the dense forest at the same time, the star beast leader should have led the star beasts to avoid us. But not only did they not avoid us, they rushed towards us in waves, seeking their own death. It seems like there's something about us that attracted them." Pei Lang thought for a moment and asked, "Do the star beasts have their own territory that they can't disturb?" Huiyuqing shook his head. "I don't know. I just feel like these star beasts are behaving strangely. They're acting a bit like those during the beast tide period, attacking blindly, but this isn't the beast tide period." Lin Jian, at the front of the group caring for the unconscious Shisha, listened to Huiyuqing's analysis and agreed deeply. "I also think the dense forest is fine. The fact that these star beasts have been able to survive here proves it's fine. If the dense forest could truly drive humans or star beasts mad, there wouldn't be so many of them alive." Sisai Lil nodded. "I also think it has nothing to do with the dense forest. If I'm not fighting, I don't feel that exploding feeling of wanting to tear people apart. I only feel that sense of being dominated when I'm fighting." Pei Nuot echoed, "Yes, it must be our fault. Did anyone bump into anything along the way?" Everyone looked at each other, checking themselves and their teammates for any signs of injury. Following Pei Nuot's reminder, Huiyuqing turned his gaze to the 12 seniors holding the boxes of raw stones. These seniors were all members of the student union. "Huiyuqing, what are you holding?" Pei Lang answered for them. "This is what the teacher gave them. They each have to keep an S-grade rough stone. These rough stones are prizes set by the military a few days ago." Huiyuqing turned to look at the 12 people and asked, "Why don't you put the rough stone boxes into the space button?" Senior A replied aggrievedly, "We would like to put them into the space button, but our space button has been requisitioned by the teacher. They use it to store water, food, and tents. They said there are too many people, and their space button can't hold so many things." Huiyuqing stared at the 12 rough stone boxes and turned to ask Lin Jian, "Are these rough stones attracting star beasts?" Lin Jian shook his head. "It's probably not the rough stones. Star beasts are not sensitive to rough stones. Only prospecting rats are sensitive to them." Huiyuqing turned to look at the 12 rough stone boxes again and discussed with the seniors, "Open the rough stone boxes and let me see the rough stones inside." The 12 people exchanged glances. When the teacher had handed them the box of raw stones, he had instructed them to keep it safe. Now, they were hesitant about whether to open it. Pei Lang noticed the seniors' hesitation and tried to mediate. "Open it and take a look. We're only looking, not touching." The 12 people hesitated for a moment, then thought for a moment. When the teacher had given them the box of raw stones, he had also instructed them to obey Huiyuqing and Pei Lang's instructions. Since these two wanted to see it, they might as well open it and let them see. Opening the box, they saw that there were indeed 12 pieces of raw stone, one in each box. Hu Yuqing lowered his eyes and thanked them. Okay, thank you, seniors. Lin Jian took 2 steps forward. She noticed the scent of these raw stones was different from the one she had played with before. But Hu Yuqing had promised to only look, not touch, so she couldn't ask for anything more, so the matter was dropped. Unable to find the cause, the group had no choice but to continue on with the unconscious student. During the third attack by the star beasts, even more students couldn't stop fighting or attack their classmates. Even Daisy Liu, who was usually quite composed, turned and attacked her classmates. Fortunately, Cici Lilt, beside her, reacted quickly and knocked her unconscious. During this truce, only a few students who were still fighting remained sane. Lin Jian saw Cici Lilt's reddened, restrained eyes, and she worried. If attacked again, Cici Lilt might lose control as well. Looking at the reclining Shisha and Daisy Liu, and Cici Lilt, who was about to lose control, Lin Jian felt a surge of anxiety. She tried to process everything she had experienced. What had gone wrong? At that moment, a mutant rat suddenly appeared from nowhere, rampaging through the crowd and frantically biting a student holding a box of raw stones. This student happened to be afraid of mutant rats, and in his panic, he dropped his box of raw stones, and the S-grade raw stones tumbled out. The frantic mutant rat began to circle the raw stones, as if entering a psychedelic world. Lin Jian was certain that there was something wrong with the raw stones. Lin Jian looked around. Since it was a mecha individual competition, most of the people around her were mecha individual soldiers. The closest mecha pilot was Chu Xiu, who was standing with Hu Yuqing, discussing something. Lin Jian walked over and discussed with Chu Xiu. Mr. Chu, I think the raw stone in the raw stone box smells a little off. Chu Xiu was puzzled. Smell a little off? I don't smell it. Chu Xiu took a few steps forward, picked up the raw stone that the mutant rat had knocked to the ground, and sniffed it. A faint scent that didn't belong to raw stone reached his nose. Chu Xiu frowned. This smell seems a little off. He picked up the raw stone and took a deep sniff. Then, he felt the surrounding scenery begin to become hazy. After a moment of daze, Chu Xiu looked down at the ground, puzzled as to why the pillow he had held since childhood had fallen to the ground. He took a few steps forward, bent down, picked up his own pillow, and prepared to hold it to sleep. Everyone watched as Chu Xiu walked straight up to Shisha. Then, he bent down, lifted the unconscious Shisha from the ground, and leaned her against a nearby tree, closing her eyes and falling asleep. Holy crap! What's going on with these two? The silence was almost eerie. Even Cici Lilt, who usually paid little attention to gossip, opened her mouth slightly in surprise. She blinked at Lin Jian, demanding to know what the relationship was between them. Lin Jian was confused. She turned to look towards Hu Yuqing, and they both looked at the fallen rough stone. Just then, Xiang Mian and his group finally arrived. They were in a state of disarray, bearing signs of battle. After catching up with the main group, they plopped down on the ground to rest. After escaping death, a few of the talkative teachers began to chatter. We finally found you. I don't know what's wrong with the sea animals. They're attacking us like crazy. Along the way, we even encountered saltwater crocodiles that crawled ashore. I remember saltwater crocodiles weren't that aggressive, but why are the ones we encountered today so ferocious? Yes, and why is Konglu Island so low? Is the water level rising, or is the island sinking? It's not sinking, it's the waves. It's high tide season for Konglu Island right now. I visited here last time. During high tide, the waves get bigger, and it's all thanks to the island's protective shield that keeps the water out. Now that shield is broken, naturally, the waves are pouring into the island. How high will the waves get? I only been here once, and last time it was just high tide. This time, it's a combination of an undersea earthquake and high tide. No one knows how high it will get. Let's not rest yet, let's keep going. Thinking of the blue-ringed octopuses swarming the sea makes me panic. They may be small, but they secrete venom, and a bite can be fatal. Yes, and that box of jellyfish, with thousands of stinging cells on their tentacles that store venom. I'm terrified just thinking about it. I don't know why these venomous creatures appear in such large numbers. By the way, how did they get here? We should be able to find higher vantage points if we go in here. We need to reach the highest point as soon as possible. After the teachers finished speaking, they noticed that the students all looked a little strange. Xiang Mian looked at Hu Yuqing and asked, "What's wrong?" Hu Yuqing briefly recounted his journey to the teacher. After a moment's pause, he said, "I think there's something wrong with these S-grade rough stones." Xiang Mian instinctively replied, "Impossible. These were sent by the military." Hu Yuqing pointed at Chu Xiu, who was hugging Shisha beneath the treetops. As a single man, Xiang Mian felt a little uneasy. That's none of my business. Young classmates, dating, well. Hu Yuqing rolled his eyes internally, but maintained a serious expression. Chu Xiu just sniffed the raw stone up close, and then he acted like this. He and Shisha don't seem to be very familiar with each other. Xiang Mian, that's impossible. Raw stones can have this function? Old Yu, you're a mecha pilot. You use a lot of raw stones. Go and see if there's anything wrong with that one? Hu Yuqing, I think the raw stone itself is fine, but someone tampered with it. The man called Old Yu stepped forward, pulled a gas mask from his space button, and donned gloves. He sniffed the raw stone up close, then took another deep sniff. After that, his face changed drastically, and he gestured to Xiang Mian, warning everyone to stay away. Xiang Mian ordered everyone to step back and asked anxiously, Old Yu, what's wrong with you? Old Yu, the raw stones in this box seem to be contaminated with M solution. Xiang Mian, M solution? Are you sure? With the words M solution appearing, the expressions of all the teachers and a few students present changed. M solution is the secret medicine of the Xinglan Republic. Its presence here, what does it signify? No one is taking it lightly. It only means that what they are experiencing is not a simple natural disaster. Chapter 39. At this time, Teacher Hitai from the Landmeyer Military Academy asked, Teacher Yu, are you sure the solution on the rough stone is solution M? Old Yu, I can't be 100% sure, but I can be 99% certain. This solution M is a secret medicine of the Xinglan Republic. The Imperial Military Academy's research lab has been researching it for a long time. My best friend was the project leader. Back then, I was very curious and often waited for my friend outside the lab. I have a deep memory of this smell. It is said that the pharmacist who created Solution M was also a master perfumer. He was very particular about fragrances, and the scent of Solution M is unique. Old Yu leaned in and sniffed again. This solution smells similar to Solution M, but with some subtle differences. It's probably mixed with other chemicals. After hearing this, the other mecha teacher also put on a gas mask and gloves. He opened all 12 boxes of raw stones, picked up each stone, and sniffed it. This is a modified Solution M. It also has hallucinogenic effects. Fortunately, the dosage is small, otherwise we'd be finished. Seeing the two mecha teachers' slow pace, Xiang Mian became a little annoyed. You two stop talking. Close these boxes. The two mecha teachers finally realized what was happening and quickly closed the 12 boxes. Old Yu spoke slowly from the side. The boxes won't stop the evaporation of Solution M. With these 12 boxes, our journey won't be safe. They constantly attract star beasts. And those without self-control will easily lose control. The other mecha teacher nodded in agreement. The best way is to decompose this Solution M through a chemical reaction. Old Yu sighed. It would be best if we could decompose it, but unfortunately, we don't have that ability. At this point, Teacher A from another school suggested, how about we find a place to dispose of these raw stones? Or dig a pit and bury them. Old Yu, throwing them away or burying them won't work. This solution is a bit like perfume. Its scent is long-lasting and will evaporate into the air, affecting people and animals all over the island. Teacher B, what about throwing it into the sea? The ocean is so vast. Old Yu, throwing it into the sea would be even more troublesome. It would cause all the animals in the surrounding waters to become dazed, and they would only think about attacking. After Old Yu finished speaking, the expressions on everyone's faces changed even more. Aren't the animals in this area going crazy right now? One teacher in the crowd turned pale. She was Teacher Mitt from Landmeyer Military Academy. She asked in a trembling voice, if M solution is poured into seawater, will it cause nearby animals to go crazy? Old Yu nodded. Yes, marine life lives in the sea. Drinking M solution is more likely to drive them crazy than inhaling its odor. Teacher Mitt murmured, how could this be? This. Old Yu, the best solution right now is to find chemical raw materials to decompose it, but this is a modified version of M solution. We don't know its ingredients or how much they used, so there's no way to decompose it. Hitai asked, we have a sample. Can you find a decomposition method? Old Yu, my friend did successfully experiment with several decomposition formulas. While they don't dissolve at 100%, after decomposition, the original solvent has almost no effect. At this moment, Hitai indifferently pulled out a tube of solution from the space button. This is the solution to be dropped into the raw stone box. Try to decompose it. The others watched Hitai produce the solution, a bit shocked. Xiang Mian was the first to react. He held Hitai to his radiation gun and took the solution from him. How do you have this solution? Are you a spy for the Xinglan Republic? Hitai lowered his eyes and said, I'm not a spy, but I done things that seem like espionage. After this crisis, you can prosecute me in a military court. Right now, I just want to resolve this issue. Xiang Mian took the solution from Hitai and handed it to Old Yu. Old Yu took the solution and sniffed it. That was the smell. It was a 100 milliliters bottle of solution, but there was still 50 milliliters left in it. Old Yu asked Hitai, did you pour 50 milliliters of solution into these raw stone boxes? Hitai nodded, yes, the man gave me 100 milliliters and I poured half. This is the remaining 50 milliliters. Old Yu looked at the solution in the bottle and said, I don't think it's right. I heard this solution is extremely potent. 50 milliliters should drive us all crazy. At this point, Teacher Mitt from Landmeyer Military Academy stepped forward and said, it's me. I'm his wife. Last night, while he was showering, I poured 80 milliliters of solution into it. I added 80 milliliters of water. Xiang Mian snorted and laughed. As his wife, you found him doing this and didn't stop him? Might bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was Solution M. Our school was the last to arrive on the island. Before we arrived, Hitai disappeared for a while. When I went to look for him, I saw someone giving him a tube of solution. After arriving on the island, Hitai's expression wasn't right. Lately, I seen him staring blankly at this tube of solution. I had a hunch it wasn't good. Last night, I poured out most of it, intending to test it. But this morning, I noticed Hitai's expression suddenly relaxed. I figured he already done it. To avoid being discovered, I took advantage of everyone watching the game and ran to the beach to dump the solution into the sea. Xiang Mian, you two are truly ruthless. MIT, I'm sorry. This is all his and my fault. We do whatever you need us to do, as long as it can make up for our mistakes. Old Yu grabbed Xiang Mian and said, there's no point in talking more. Solving the problem is the most important thing. Xiang Mian, what should we do? Xiang Mian thought for a moment and said, right now, these raw stones are like bombs to us. We either have to send them far away or neutralize the threat. If we send them far away, we can form a death squad of 10 and have them carry these 12 raw stones in the opposite direction. But the island is so small, and they'd be attacked by star beasts along the way, so getting far is impossible. Negating the threat would be best, but we need to find a suitable chemical solvent to decompose it. Old Yu. Of course, decomposition is best, but we don't have a pharmacist among us. Xiang Mian looked at Old Yu and asked, Old Yu, are you willing to give it a try? Old Yu moved his lips, but still stood up. I don't know if I can succeed, but let's give it a try. Xiang Mian, just focus on researching the decomposition of Solution M. I arrange for people to find the high ground. We can both work together without delay. Old Yu, okay, I do my best. Who are the Mecha Masters? Step forward. Only 39 Mecha students and 5 Mecha instructors stood out from the crowd. Old Yu, why are there so few Mecha Masters? Xiang Mian coughed twice. Because this is an individual competition, the most people here are Mecha soldiers and commanders. Old Yu couldn't help but curse. Old Yu, Mecha Masters are responsible for researching the decomposition solution, while Mecha soldiers and commanders are responsible for our safety. Xiang Mian nodded, of course. Xiang Mian pulled out a tent from his space button and arranged for his assistants to set it up. He said to Old Yu, just focus on the research. I personally take care of the safety and security. Liamo, lead your men to find a commanding position and notify us as soon as you find one. Liamo nodded in agreement and quickly led his men into the dense forest. After setting up the tent, Old Yu led the mecha technicians to study the decomposition solution. He divided everyone into 6 groups, each with a teacher leading the experiment. To be honest, Old Yu wasn't sure. He was only a mecha technician, not a pharmacist. He was being forced into this situation. He'd give it a try. He couldn't just let the mecha soldiers do it alone. Chapter 40. Several military starships circled in the sky above Ocean Star, but they could not find Konglu Island. Ocean Star's excessive water content, coupled with its restricted terrain, meant Konglu Island was permanently shrouded in mist. The entire planet had very little land, with the only significant expanse being the starship field. The rest consisted of various islands. The people on the island were also unlucky. At this moment, the entire ocean was shrouded in mist, and more than a dozen starships, even while navigating the sky, were unable to find a landing site. Without a landing site, these starships dared not fly blindly, and could only conduct small-scale searches nearby. Most of the day had passed since the incident, and nearby military starships had gradually arrived at Ocean Star, but so far, they had not been able to locate Konglu Island. For Ace warships had just arrived on Ocean Star, but before they could take off to search for Konglu Island, they were suddenly dispatched. They received notice that several pirate gangs had banded together to raid the private planets of the Chu and Jin families, plundering their wealth and holding the two young masters hostage, demanding a hefty ransom from the heads of the two families. The military, taken aback by the pirates luring the tiger away from the mountain, realized the situation on both sides was urgent and could not afford to lose. Finally, under pressure from the Chu and Jin families, the military urgently pulled members of the Ace Regiment from the rescue team to participate in the pirate containment operation. The military order was as firm as a mountain, and the newly arrived Ace Regiment withdrew again. This infuriated the commander of the 9th Regiment. This is insane. There are 1,000 students on Konglu Island, the elite from various schools. If anything were to go wrong, it would be a disaster. Do those people really value wealth so much? After this rescue is over, I will file a report with the Military Academy Court. After a fit of rage, the commander of the 9th Legion forced himself to calm down. 10 minutes later, he and his men once again sailed a warship to the surface. On Konglu Island, within 6 makeshift tents, teams were conducting decomposition experiments. Today, each team was highly efficient, quickly extracting the components and dosages of each solution based on the sample solution. With the support of data, and after thorough research, the experimental team members developed 2 feasible chemical formulas. One was Plan A, developed by the students under the guidance of the mecha instructor at Manyape Military Academy. The other was Plan B, developed by the students under the guidance of Lao Yu, the mecha instructor at the Imperial Military Academy. Lin Jian was assigned to Lao Yu's experimental team, and Plan B was Lin Jian's proposal. The improved version of Solution M contains many plant materials. For the past 6 months, Lin Jian had thoroughly studied the Plant Medicinal Resources course in preparation for her face mask creation. Furthermore, she also took an elective in botany, so she had a good understanding of plants and provided Lao Yu with many decomposition suggestions. With a plan in hand, the 2 teams each took 0.5 milliliters of the solution and conducted the experiment. Protocol A achieved a 95% decomposition rate, but took a bit longer, requiring 40 minutes. Protocol B achieved a 92% decomposition rate and took less time, requiring only 20 minutes. Right now, a vote was underway in the lab to decide whether to adopt Plan A or Plan B. In the tent, there were 39 mechatronics students and 6 mechatronics teachers. Each teacher's vote was worth 3 points, and each student's vote was worth 1 point. After a vote, everyone ultimately decided on option A. While it would take longer, it was more effective. After deciding, the teachers began preparing the decomposition solution, which was a light orange, and at first glance, quite translucent. After the solution was ready, the teachers placed the 12 pieces of raw stone into a container, and waited for the chemicals to decompose. During the decomposition, the teachers planned to remain alone in the tent to watch, but none of the students wanted to leave, wanting to observe from inside. After all, this was a rare opportunity. After several calls, the teachers, realizing the preciousness of the opportunity, instructed everyone to wear gas masks and gloves and observe together. Outside the tent, the unconscious Shisha slowly regained consciousness. She felt as if she had been hit, and her head felt lightheaded. As her memories returned, she remembered that she was battling a star beast. What had happened? Had she lost the fight? Shisha gently moved her neck. Everything above the neck was fine. She then slowly moved her arms and legs. They were also fine, though one hand felt heavy. Shisha struggled to open her eyes, and found herself lying on a mat. Looking around, she saw 7 or 8 people sprawled on it, all unconscious. Shisha turned to her right, and saw Daisy Lu lying on her right, and a male classmate on her left. The classmate, with his eyes closed, looked strangely familiar. Judging by his clothes, he must have been a classmate at the Imperial Military Academy. After a minute, Shisha's fuzzy mind finally registered. Oh, the person lying across from her was Chu Xiao, the young wife rumored to be having an affair with Hui Yuqing. Shisha struggled to sit up, only to find her left wrist firmly gripped by Chu Xiao. It seemed the relationship wasn't that close, not even a nodding acquaintance. Just then, Cici Lilt, who had been collecting food, returned. Seeing Shisha awake, she hurried over to help her up, and fed her the water she had just received. Shisha, and used to being fed, reached out to take the water bottle and drink herself. When she raised her hand, she saw Chu Xiao still holding it tightly. Shisha gave Chu Xiao a look of disdain. What was wrong with him? He was lying next to her, and still holding her hand. Xisha tried to pull her hand away, but found his grip was relentless. Furious, Xisha reached out her right hand to help, prying Chu Xiu's fingers apart one by one. The force was so strong that Cece Lilt, watching nearby, worried Chu Xiu's fingers would be broken. With her hands finally free, Xisha looked up at Cece Lilt beside her and asked, "What happened to me?" "Cece Lilt, you were drugged with a hallucinogen called M solution. It puts you in a hallucinogenic state and makes you attack your teammates. We had to knock you out." Xisha thought about it and realized that while she was fighting, all she could see was the star beast, not her teammates. Fortunately, she was knocked out in time. "Xisha, I didn't hurt anyone, did I?" Cece Lilt, "No, we caught you early and knocked you out in time." Xisha nodded and drank half a bottle of water. Then she took the nutrient solution Cece Lilt offered her and ate it. After she had eaten and drunk her fill, she turned to check on Chu Xiu, who lay beside her. Xisha asked Cece, "Was Chu Xiu also drugged? Then why didn't he attack me? He just held my hand." Cece Lilt had only a vague understanding of the M solution. She thought for a moment, and decided it would be better to leave it to Lin Jian. "I don't know much about this solution either, but Lin Jian knows better. Ask her when she comes out. As for him holding your hand, I actually tried to separate you several times, but you two were always holding each other so tightly that I couldn't separate them. It just so happened that the school teacher had laid out mats on the floor to accommodate fainted students, so I had no choice but to carry you both over and put them together." After hearing this, Xisha dreamed that someone was trying to snatch the braised pork from her hand. She held it tightly, preventing anyone from taking it. It seems the person who stole the braised pork in her dream was Cece Lilt, and the braised pork, she thought, was actually Chu Xiu's hand. Xisha gave Cece Lilt an apologetic look, then turned and asked, "Am I the boss?" Cece Lilt pointed toward the tent and said, "I'm doing an experiment in there. I've been in there a long time, and I don't know when I succeed." As they talked, Daisy Lu slowly regained consciousness, and the two men went over to give her water and nutrient solution. Daisy Lu, now awake, walked with the other two to a corner to exchange information. At this point, there were 3 encircling circles outside the tent. Xiang Mian and his men guarded the outermost circle. This circle contained the most teachers and students from the unrestricted school, but Xiang Mian was in charge. The middle circle primarily consisted of students from the other 3 military academies, with Pei Lang among them, but the instructors from the Alti Military Academy were in charge. The inner circle, closest to the tent, contained the most students from the Imperial Military Academy, with Hui Yuqing among them, and the instructors from the Manyape Military Academy were in charge. This arrangement broke down the boundaries between the schools, assigning guard positions based on competition rankings. Xisha and the other 2 were positioned between the first and second encircling circles. This was an ideal position. As it stood, the center circle was the safest. If a star beast attacked, the outermost circle would undoubtedly be the ones to fight. The middle circle would only serve as backup. The inner circle, closer to the tent, seemed the safest, but it was a laboratory, and anything could happen there. They discussed that they would hold this position for the time being. Lin Jian was still in the lab, so they could rush in to rescue him if anything happened. Just then, Liu Mo returned with his men. Most of them were scouts, fast and scouting. They discovered a small hill in the dense forest ahead. The top of the hill was flat, which should be the highest point on the island. After finding this peak, Liu Mo and his men returned to meet everyone. Xiang Mian glanced at the tent and said, "They're conducting the decomposition experiment inside. We be preparing outside. When we evacuate, we be in groups of 100, each led by a team leader, heading to the top of the hill." Liu Mo nodded. Back at school, all operations were carried out in small teams. Xiang Mian and Liu Mo contacted teachers from several other schools and discussed an evacuation route. Gurgle, gurgle. The decomposition process continued in the lab. 12 minutes later, bubbles began to rise in the decomposition vessel. As the bubbles grew, Lin Jian began to think they were more and more like Fanta soda. Bang! Following Lin Jian's thoughts, the decomposition vessel exploded, splattering the solution all over the floor. The mecha technicians standing in the lab were doused in the exploding solution. Fortunately, everyone was wearing a gas mask and gloves, so the solution didn't come into direct contact with their skin, but everyone was inevitably contaminated. Xiang Mian happened to be at the entrance of the tent, discussing things with other teachers. He was the first to react, grabbing the student closest to the outside and shouting, "Let's go! Get out of here!" The teachers and students who reacted quickly ran out of the tent. Lin Jian was standing in the front row of the lab, her body and head covered in M solution. Chapter 41. Before Lin Jian could react, Hui Yuqing, who was charging against the crowd, pulled her out. Originally, she was standing in the innermost circle, so even if she wanted to leave, she had to wait until all the students in the outer circle had left. So, after the solution exploded, Lin Jian didn't rush to leave. She wanted to help the teacher clean up the mess and conceal her presence before leaving. But Hui Yuqing, coming against the flow of people, pulled her back, saying, "Let's go. Don't fall behind." Just then, He Tai from Landmeyer Military Academy also ran into the tent. He pushed the remaining people out, saying, "You guys go. I take care of the rest. Let's go!" As Lin Jian was dragged out of the tent by Hui Yuqing, she saw her 3 best friends waiting outside, fully armed and in mecha suits. At this point, the widespread spread of the M solution had caused the star beasts near the laboratory to lose control. The nearest star beasts had already begun attacking the crowd, but fortunately, the first batch of star beasts that arrived were E-level star beasts like ants, centipedes, cockroaches, and birds, with limited combat power. Hui Yuqing donned his Qilin mecha in a flash, cradling Lin Jian in his arms as he ran, clearing out the star beasts blocking his path. Those E-rank star beasts were easily defeated by the SSS mechas. Carrying Lin Jian in his arms, he experienced the true power of SSS mental energy. Hui Yuqing led her ahead, clearing the way. Cici Lilt, Shisha, Daisy Lu, Peanut, Chui Bao, and Chu Xiu followed behind, cleaning up the mess. These individuals possessed extraordinary combat prowess, but the star beasts attacked them relentlessly attacking them. Watching the incessant influx of birds, Lin Jian frantically tore off his mask and gloves, throwing them in the opposite direction of their advance. Some of the star beasts followed the items Lin Jian had thrown, but others remained stubbornly pursuing the group. Along the way, many male mecha pilots had already shed their uniform jackets and were running in their tank tops. A few even stripped off their trousers, running in just their tank tops and underwear. Lin Jian and her companions were wearing heat-resistant jackets, and underneath, she was wearing only a small, cute outfit. Taking off her jacket would have been awkward. But they were fleeing, their lives were nearly lost, and for her own sake, their companions had endured so much attack. So Lin Jian steeled herself. She prepared to remove her uniform jacket, and quickly put on a new one. It would only take a few seconds, so it shouldn't be a problem. But before she could do anything, a military school jacket was thrown out from the mecha's cabin. Looking up, she saw Hui Yuqing inside, wearing a tank top. He continued to fight, not looking at Lin Jian. He simply said calmly, "Put on my coat to mask the scent. I find you a place to change as soon as possible." Lin Jian quickly nodded in agreement. After all, she didn't want to change in front of so many people. Most low-level star beasts lacked intelligence, they simply followed the scent. Along the way, the star beasts were headed for the explosion site, while the students were headed for the highest point. They were in 2 different directions, but the dense forest was only so vast, so encounters were inevitable. The 2 sides exchanged a brief exchange before separating. This was largely due to the students employing a fight-and-retreat strategy, primarily focusing on escape. Therefore, no large-scale battles occurred. Hui Yuqing held Lin Jian in his arms, and whenever he encountered a star beast, he attacked. After several exchanges of blows, Hui Yuqing felt his condition was off as he ran. His breathing became rapid, and his willpower was repeatedly challenged. There was no way around it. Lin Jian's clothes were stained with M solution, and he inhaled quite a bit while running and fighting. Finally, they saw the cave. Hui Yuqing stopped and said, "Go in and change." Lin Jian was also anxious. Naturally, she noticed something was wrong with Hui Yuqing. Her once crimson lips had now turned a bright red, and her usually calm eyes were a bit dazed. Lin Jian said nothing more. She jumped off the mech and quickly went into the cave to change. Once inside, Lin Jian took off her coat. After a moment's thought, she even took off her shoes, retrieved a new set of clothes from her space button, and put them on. At that moment, sounds of fighting could be heard outside. It must be a nearby star beast, smelling the scent and running over. Cici Lilt's voice was unusually anxious, and she called out, "Ah Jian, have you changed your clothes?" Lin Jian slipped on his shoes and said, "Yes." As soon as she finished answering, Cici Lilt rushed into the cave. She grabbed Lin Jian's clothes and said, "Let's split up. I use your clothes to lure away the saltwater crocodiles outside." Cici Lilt said this and headed out, clothes in hand. When she reached the cave entrance, she stopped at the entrance and didn't move forward. Lin Jian, walking behind her, peeked outside and finally understood why Cici Lilt had stopped. 5 jaguars, B-level star beasts that favor saltwater crocodiles, were standing outside the cave. They were probably following them, hoping to hunt them. Jaguars possess extraordinary combat power. Even Cece Lilt and Penold, two of the strongest mechs, would have struggled to ambush one, and yet there were 5 gathered outside. Cece Lilt stared at the jaguars outside the cave and couldn't help but curse, "Fuck. There's even a B-rank star beast in this dense forest." Hui Yuqing calmly gave orders. 2 people in a group, run separately, and meet at the top of the mountain. Cece Lilt was about to grab Lin Jian's hand, but Peanut was already 1 step ahead, pulling Cece forward. Meanwhile, Lin Jian, also grabbed by Hui Yuqing's hand, ran towards the left path. Chu Xiu, reacting quickly, grabbed Shisha, and Daisy Lu grabbed Cui Bao. The 4 groups ran simultaneously in 4 directions. The 5 jaguars had no time to spare. Here were their favorite saltwater crocodiles. They better go after their favorite prey first. As the 9th Legion launched again and again, they finally found Konglu Island. The 9th Legion's commander ordered the pilots to lower the starship's altitude. Through the hazy rain and fog, they finally spotted the lonely island drifting in the deep sea. Surrounding the island were a variety of sea creatures, and the azure waters had changed color due to the dense swarm of sea creatures. Fish of all colors frantically flapped their tails, struggling to swim towards shore. Their frantic movements seemed to suggest they could breathe without water, desperately trying to escape the deep. Additionally, many mysterious, rarely seen sea creatures also appeared. Watching this scene, the soldiers of the 9th Legion gasped, realizing the unusual nature of the situation. A tsunami and an earthquake couldn't possibly have caused so many animals to go wild. "Captain, what's going on?" The commander of the 9th Legion pursed his lips. He hadn't received any news from the military yet, and hadn't even visited the island, so he had no idea of the situation. At that moment, his computer finally received a message from the military. He clicked on it, and his expression suddenly changed. "I just received word that someone has released Solution M on the island." Solution M? The Xinglan Republic's secret medicine. The members of the 9th Legion exchanged bewilderment. It seemed that not only pirates were involved in this incident, but also people from the Xinglan Republic. The 9th Legion's commander ordered, Number 1, send your location to the other legions. Number 3, search for a landing point at all costs. A black military starship circled over Konglu Island, searching for a suitable landing spot. Lin Jian and Hui Yuqing finally reached a relatively safe location. Both were wearing mechas, having fought several fierce battles along the way. In the previous fierce battle, Hui Yuqing, while trying to protect Lin Jian, was ambushed by a star beast, resulting in a complete fracture of his right arm. Lin Jian retrieved a medical kit from his space button, took out a medical bandage, and applied a simple bandage to Hui Yuqing. As she bandaged the wound, she apologized, "I'm sorry I got you into trouble." Hui Yuqing turned to look at her and soothed her, "It's none of your business. I'm just too weak. I slowly get stronger." Lin Jian looked up at him, and said sincerely, "You're already very strong. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be injured. It's all my fault for being so slow." Hui Yuqing saw the remorse in Lin Jian's eyes, paused, and said, "You're not a mech soldier, so having this level of reflexes is impressive. We improve together?" Lin Jian hummed softly, and made up her mind. After returning to school, she would diligently enter the simulator and conduct combat training. They had been running all the way, and Lin Jian was getting hungry. She pulled out an orange-flavored nutrient solution from her space button and asked Hui Yuqing, "Want to eat?" Hui Yuqing took the nutrient solution and began to sip it. Lin Jian had given him her favorite, orange flavor. After giving it to him, Lin Jian belatedly realized that she should have asked him what flavor he preferred. So, she quickly asked, "Did I forget to ask you what flavor you wanted?" "Orange, is that okay?" Hui Yuqing nodded him. Afterward, Hui Yuqing deliberately added, "This one's very sweet." He felt a little warm in his ears. Lin Jian didn't pay much attention to him. She was unscrewing another orange-flavored nutrient solution and sipping it. As she sipped the nutrient solution, she discussed with Hui Yuqing, "If we get attacked again later, you don't have to protect me. While I may not be very strong in combat, I'm quite resilient. For the past 6 months, I've been taking a mock class every day, getting beaten up in the training room every day. I consider myself resilient." Hui Yuqing turned to look at Lin Jian, an inexplicable emotion in his eyes. "Resilient? Well, actually, you don't have to. You're not a mech soldier. We all protect you." Lin Jian hadn't noticed the pause in his voice. She belatedly realized that it was a bit embarrassing to say she was resilient. So, she laughed it off and made excuses. "Haha, yes, I'm quite resilient. Plus, I recover pretty quickly." After saying this, Lin Jian excused himself. "Didn't they say? To learn how to hit someone, you must first learn how to take a beating. So, haha, don't look at me getting beaten up a lot in the simulation room. In a few years, I'd be very powerful, and I'd be able to beat people up. Lin Jian turned to look at Hu Yuqing and added, although, haha, I never be as powerful as you. By the time I graduate from university, I should be able to take on a sea-level star beast single-handedly. Hu Yuqing pressed the tip of his tongue against the roof of his mouth and lowered his eyes. A hint of bitterness lingered in his voice. No matter what, as long as I'm here, I protect you. But his words were drowned out by a sudden, trembling roar. To make matters worse, the island had begun to tilt and sink due to the continuous backflow of seawater. The sea creatures, having smelled the solution wafting in the air, were frantically trying to reach the shore. Chapter 42. With the sound of the earth shaking, Lin Jian and Hu Yuqing both went on alert. Lin Jian frowned. We must quickly find the main force. Hu Yuqing nodded gravely. His 5 senses were stronger than Lin Jian's, and in this critical moment, he could sense more. Within his range of perception, he could sense the nearby star beasts beginning to stir, showing signs of their final struggles. Hu Yuqing and Lin Jian each fiddled with their optical computers and locators, but the optical computer still had no signal, and the smart locator showed no direction. Thankfully, Lin Jian's space button contained a compass, and the two of them, following the compass's direction, finally determined their general direction. Knowing only the direction of the main force, they decided to return to the fork in the road where they had separated from the others, then follow the group's footprints. The road back was littered with the carcasses of many star beasts, but fortunately, no casualties were seen. Finally reaching the fork in the road, the two of them followed the main force's trail. Along the way, many weapons and mecha joints were scattered on the ground. However, the further they went, the fewer signs of fighting there were, and the fewer mecha joints were found. This must have been because everyone had recovered from the initial panic and launched a small-scale counterattack. Hu Yuqing and Lin Jian found an obvious scene of a fight. There was a large amount of blood on the ground, as well as scattered weapons. Furthermore, the traces of their progress had been artificially obliterated. The two explored the area and found that based on the scene, there must have been a battle. During the battle, someone was probably injured but rescued by their companions. To prevent the star beast from stalking and seeking revenge, the group obliterated the traces as they moved forward. Hu Yuqing and Lin Jian had no choice but to search for the other team's route. Soon, following clues left by their companions, they found another route. This route was less crowded, with only a dozen or so people traveling together. Not long after embarking on this route, they had the misfortune of encountering a group of star beasts. These star beasts weren't very strong, merely D-level mutant pheasants, and their number was small, only about 30. Without Lin Jian even having to make a move, Hu Yuqing single-handedly dispatched all of them. Looking at the mutant pheasants lying on the ground, Lin Jian sighed repeatedly. What a shame Shisha isn't here. If she were here, she'd definitely find a way to roast or stew them. Hu Yuqing, upon hearing Lin Jian's words, silently commented, actually, I'm a decent cook. If it weren't an emergency, I could also light a fire. Before he could finish, Lin Jian interrupted him, I was just sighing. We're doing business, and that's what's important. Having interrupted Hu Yuqing, Lin Jian decided to talk to him about something else. She glanced up at Hu Yuqing, determined to confirm the rumor. By the way, I heard you signed up for a cooking class at school. Is that true? Hu Yuqing turned to look at Lin Jian and replied, yes, my third uncle suggested I learn cooking. Not only did I enroll in a cooking class at school, I also enrolled in a pastry class at the Culinary Academy. Suddenly hearing that Hu Yuqing was also learning pastry, Lin Jian's eyes sparkled. Wow, you're amazing. You can even make pastries. I love making friends with people who are good at cooking. Hu Yuqing's ears flushed slightly. Yes, I study hard. Lin Jian praised him sincerely, you're truly remarkable. You learn so much. With your quick learning ability, it won't be long before you completely usurp Shisha's title of top chef. When it came to food, Lin Jian became eloquent, praising Hu Yuqing endlessly, as if she already tasted all those pastries. Lin Jian was so engrossed in her conversation that she didn't even notice what was happening around her. Hu Yuqing grabbed her, and the two of them ducked behind a Hyperion tree. The Hyperion tree was already enormous. It must have been growing for who knows how many years, standing over 100 meters tall. Its trunk was also thick, easily enough for 2 people to hide behind. Soon, a group of 6 people came running hurriedly from the other side. They wore uniforms from different military academies, yet they seemed incredibly familiar with each other, a rapport that definitely wasn't cultivated during the brief competition period. Furthermore, the 6 carried a faint lingering scent of solution. Hui Yuqing and Lin Jian hid behind a large tree, watching what the few who had left the main group were up to. Just then, the 6 men reached an open space and plopped down on the ground to rest. They were clearly exhausted, but it was still clear that they were led by the gray-haired man in the Shifei uniform. He sat down first to rest, and then the other 5 joined him. The blue-haired man in the Imaya uniform said, "Oh, I'm exhausted. I didn't expect there were so many star beasts on this island." The blue-haired man in the Melaner uniform said, "It doesn't matter if there were a lot of star beasts. We killed them all anyway. We're really lucky this time. We got 12 S-grade rough stones." The gray-haired man in the Shifei uniform warned the 2 men, "All right, be careful. Wait until our support arrives." At this moment, the green-haired man in the tail uniform asked, "Third Prince, will we be discovered if we take these rough stones?" The man respectfully called the Third Prince was the gray-haired man in the Sifi uniform. The gray-haired man looked somewhat arrogant. He said with a touch of disdain, "What are you afraid of? We already killed Mit and Taiha from Landmeyer Military Academy. We disguised the scene. Even if anyone else found the bodies, they just think the star beast had killed them. As for the raw stones, everyone else was escaping, so they didn't have time to look for them." The blue-haired man said, "It's strange. I didn't expect that after the solution evaporated, the S-grade raw stones inside were completely undamaged." The Third Prince smiled and said, "Of course. These raw stones are incredibly strong and can be made into weapons. If they weren't in their original state, unrefined, the M solution wouldn't have penetrated them." The green-haired man said, "The Third Prince is truly remarkable. The others never imagined that even if the decomposition solution exploded, it wouldn't harm the raw stones." The Third Prince waved his hand, "Enough talk. I'm hungry. Let's eat something first." The blue-haired man quickly removed 6 bottles of nutrient solution from the space button, gave 1 to each person, and began to replenish his energy. Lin Jian hid behind a tree, quietly observing the 6 people. She recognized the Third Prince as the orphan named L, who had performed exceptionally well in this competition and made it into the top 20. Besides him, the other 5 were orphans from the 4 open-entry schools. No wonder everyone was wondering, how come orphans these days are so strong? It turns out these so-called orphans are actually spies sent by the Xinglan Republic. After replenishing their energy, the group didn't rush to leave. They seemed to be waiting for someone to pick them up. After eating, they began chatting. The blue-haired man said, "Third Prince, you're quite capable. Today's move is like trying to pull a chestnut from the fire." The Third Prince was somewhat pleased with himself. "Actually, it's not really trying to pull a chestnut from the fire. I'm quite familiar with this M solution. It's just a neuroleptic, not corrosive." Those idiots certainly didn't consider the properties of these 12 raw stones when they were doing their chemistry experiment. How could 3 substances interact in a container without exploding? Actually, the plan proposed by Old Yu at the Imperial Military Academy was a good one. Plant solutions are milder than chemical solutions, so using plant solutions for decomposition should be feasible. Unfortunately, those idiots chose the wrong plan. The green-haired man quickly said, "Thank goodness they chose the wrong plan. We got these raw stones for free." The Third Prince smiled smugly. "Well, I received the code. We sent people from the Republic. They picked us up. When we return, we showcase these rough stones and embarrass those Star Sea Republic people." The blue-haired man said, "That's fantastic. Losing these rough stones is a real slap in the face of those Star Sea Republic people." The green-haired man had a different focus. "Great. We can finally go back. The teaching level in the Star Sea Republic is just SOSO. I don't know what's wrong with those people in our military that they insisted on sending us out to study. To me, these schools are just SOSO. There's nothing much to learn." The dark-faced man in Melaner Military Academy uniform interjected, "That's not true. The 4 major military academies still have much to learn. We were just unlucky. We encountered pirates as soon as our starship arrived at the port. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been in the 4 major military academies." The green-haired man sighed. "Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Our group was truly unlucky. We encountered a strict inspection upon entering, forcing us to attend a school with no admission requirements. Otherwise, the Third Prince would have surely been a talent for the Imperial Military Academy." The Third Prince snorted. "Humph, the Imperial Military Academy is just SOSO. If I weren't trying to hide my strength, I wouldn't have let them get away with it. That girl named Cece, if she ever sees me somewhere else, I give her a hard time." After he finished speaking, the leading Third Prince suddenly felt someone watching him. He looked around, finding no one. He frowned and began to probe. "You've been hiding in the corner for so long. If you heard enough, come out." Hui Yuqing and Lin Jian exchanged a glance and decided to hold off. This third prince was probably trying to trick them. After the third prince's call, no one appeared nearby. The blue-haired man said, "Third prince, there's no one nearby. It was probably just the wind blowing by." The third prince said, relieved. But the green-haired man beside the third prince moved, weapon drawn, approaching where Hui Yuqing and Lin Jian were hiding. As he approached the Hyperion tree, Hui Yuqing struck him in the neck with a sword, knocking him unconscious. The 5 people sitting on the lawn, upon seeing the green-haired man ambushed, immediately leaped from the grass. Unable to hide, Hui Yuqing and Lin Jian simply emerged. The third prince sized Hui Yuqing up and said, "Oh, it's you. I didn't expect to encounter a lone member of the Hui family here." Hui Yuqing's eyes were calm, his tone even. "Now that you've seen me, what can you do?" The third prince scoffed. "What do you think I'm going to do? You're so smart, why are you playing dumb?" Hui Yuqing raised his eyes and smiled. Excessive arrogance is a disease that needs treatment. The third prince clapped his hands, his eyes piercing with a fierce look as he said, "All right, then, I show you whether we're overly arrogant or whether we have real skills." Hui Yuqing raised his sword and said, "Let's give it a try." The third prince glanced at Lin Jian, and suddenly remembered Lin Jian's talent for making medicine. He turned to the green-haired man and instructed, "Qingyi, you deal with that woman. Remember to leave her alive. We need to take her back to Xing'an." Hui Yuqing's gaze suddenly sharpened. "That depends on whether you have the ability." Chapter 43. At the third prince's command, the 4 men behind him attacked simultaneously, attacking Lin Jian and Hui Yuqing. Except for Qingyi, who was engaging Lin Jian, the other 4 were determined to kill him. At this point, their identities as spies had been exposed, and they no longer needed to hide their abilities. After the exchange, they discovered Hui Yuqing's exceptional skills, rivaling even the mecha soldiers themselves. Fighting 1 against 4, Hui Yuqing fought even more easily than Lin Jian, who was battling one-on-one. Under Hui Yuqing's control, the ice blue Qilin mech was like a god of war. Wielding the Chongying sword, he executed each move with undivided attention. It was as if Hui Yuqing could predict his opponent's attacks, perfectly countering each of the 4's attacks, and then counterattacking. At this point, Hui Yuqing was surrounded, countering the 4 simultaneous attacks one by one. He elbowed the dark-faced man backward, sending him and his mech back 3 steps before stopping. The man looked down and saw his mech had been dented in the chest. The man cursed, "Fuck! You're just relying on your mech, what's so great about it?" Following the same pattern, Hui Yuqing elbowed the dark-faced man and spun, wielding his Chongying sword in midair in an attacking stance. Just as everyone expected him to confront him with his sword, Hui Yuqing transformed his left arm into a sharp weapon and stabbed the blue-haired man straight in the chest. Another close-range mech-based attack, leaving the men in agony. Their mechs were shoddy, the lowest spec units issued by the school, and to maintain their orphan image, they couldn't modify them. Therefore, in this battle, they were at a significant disadvantage in the mecha. This Hui Yuqing was too despicable, repeatedly exploiting the mecha's advantages against them. Several of them secretly resented, this crappy school-issued mecha was completely useless. If they hadn't been impersonating orphans and daring to use their original mechas, this guy wouldn't have been so arrogant. They would definitely teach him the true meaning of a head-on confrontation. After stabbing the blue-haired boy in the chest with his mechanical arm, Hui Yuqing looked back and noticed the purple-haired boy raising his lightsaber, ready to strike him. Hui Yuqing calmly raised his left foot and kicked the purple-haired boy in the vital spot. The purple-haired boy stumbled a few steps and fell to the ground, struggling to get up. Sensing a sneak attack from behind, Hui Yuqing silently dodged. The Chongying sword in the air suddenly came to life, flying from the air towards the attacker's heart. The attacker was none other than the third prince. He dodged the Chongying sword, but was still inevitably injured. Seeing the third prince injured, the dark-faced man was furious. He turned and lunged at Hui Yuqing. As he reached him, Hui Yuqing's fist lashed out like the wind, knocking him down again. Hui Yuqing then kicked the dark-faced man aside. He turned his body, one hand like a clamp against the blue-haired man's sudden attack, but he only managed to hold him. As the purple-haired man launched a kick, Hui Yuqing dodged, allowing the purple-haired man's kick to strike him, sending him flying and tumbling to the ground. Then, Hui Yuqing grabbed the purple-haired man with a backhand and slammed him into the third prince, using his mecha to slam into his own. Neither man's mecha was in good condition, and the repeated collisions damaged both. The third prince was seething with rage, shouting, "Despicable!" Hui Yuqing ignored the third prince's roar. He suddenly took a step forward and kicked the third prince in the stomach with his left leg. As he retracted his left leg, he launched himself up with his right foot, using the momentum to kick the third prince in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. The third prince lay face down on the ground, feeling the pain of being struck in the face. At the same time, a fight was raging between Lin Jian and Qing Yi. Initially, Qing Yi hadn't used any harsh force on Lin Jian, but as his teammates were repeatedly knocked down by Hui Yuqing, Qing Yi grew furious and attacked Lin Jian ruthlessly. Qing Yi grabbed Lin Jian's neck with his left hand, and was about to strike the back of her neck with his right hand. Lin Jian, feeling the threat to her life, was about to fire her bow and crossbow. Suddenly, the grip around her neck relaxed, and the man fell limply to the ground, as if the force had been released. It turned out that Hui Yuqing, distracted by the fight with the four men, had rushed over and killed Qing Yi. Qing Yi's death enraged the third prince, who ordered the blue-haired man to attack Lin Jian. When confronted head-on with the second man, Lin Jian became much more ruthless. Previously, she had been somewhat timid, afraid to strike with a fatal blow even with her sword in hand. Lin Jian's sword was a modified Chinese Tangdao, with a thick, sharp blade. The modified handle had been shortened for greater flexibility, and the blade tip was exceptionally sharp, allowing it to be used for both slashing and stabbing. At this point, Lin Jian held the Tangdao tightly in her hand and began to slash at the opponent. The blade-splitting flesh felt vastly different from the simulated world. When the blue-haired man came to engage her, his mecha was already largely damaged. Lin Jian hadn't expected to be able to strike a real person with a single blow. Her blade pierced the opponent's mecha cabin, striking a vital spot. Lin Jian stared blankly as the man fell. For a moment, sticky blood splattered inside the mecha cabin, staining the tip of Lin Jian's blade. She had killed a man. At the same time, Hui Yuqing had also killed the purple-haired man. The third prince watched his companions die one by one. Now, only the black-faced man remained fighting Hui Yuqing. The third prince, utterly furious, pulled out his radiation rifle from his space button, ready to kill Hui Yuqing with a single shot. Originally, he hadn't intended to kill him, but merely to cripple him irreparably and intimidate the Shanghai Republic's forces. Hui Yuqing had forced him to do this. Amidst the battle, Hui Yuqing felt a sense of life-or-death crisis. In that crucial moment, Hui Yuqing unsheathed his photon rifle and simultaneously killed the third prince and the black-faced man. "I didn't intend to kill you, but it seems you're determined to fight to the death." Hui Yuqing stood there coldly sighing. Then he turned to Lin Jian and asked, "Are you scared?" Lin Jian wanted to be brave and say she wasn't afraid at all, but faced with Hui Yuqing's concerned gaze, she couldn't help but nod and answered yes. Hui Yuqing walked over to her and took her trembling hand. "It's not your fault. You didn't intend to kill them." Lin Jian was still a little dazed. There was a difference between the actual killing in the simulation room and the actual killing, and she couldn't get over it. Hui Yuqing patted her shoulder. "You rest over there. I gather the bodies and bury them shallowly to avoid being seen by the star beasts." Lin Jian nodded and found a rock to sit on. Unnoticed by either of them, the green-haired man was quietly regaining consciousness. More accurately, he was experiencing a last gasp of life. Had he received immediate first aid for his earlier injuries, he wouldn't have died, but his companions were so preoccupied with the battle that they had forgotten to give him first aid. The green-haired man slowly withdrew a vial of solution from his dimensional button and opened it. While Hui Yuqing was gathering the bodies together, he used his last remaining strength to splash the first-generation M solution in his hand onto Hui Yuqing's face. Hui Yuqing, reacting quickly, raised his hand to block the spray, spattering his hands and clothes instead of his face. Hui Yuqing stabbed the green-haired man with his sword, killing him. Lin Jian, reacting quickly, ran to Hui Yuqing's side. She drew clean water from the dimensional button and washed Hui Yuqing's hands. Lin Jian looked at Hui Yuqing's reddened eyes and gently shook his hand. "Let's find a cave to change clothes." Hui Yuqing nodded automatically. He had repeatedly sniffed the M solution along the way, and this time, it was poured directly on him. Now, he was on the verge of losing control and struggling to control himself. At this moment, a dangerous aura came from behind them. They turned and saw the 5 jaguars they had seen earlier surrounding them from all sides. Facing these 5 jaguars, Lin Jian's hair stood on end. She wanted to pull Hui Yuqing away, but he didn't move. In fact, it was obvious that facing the siege of these 5 jaguars, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Hui Yuqing was in a very bad state. His eyes were red, sweat dripped from his forehead, and his vision was already hazy, as if he were unconscious. Hui Yuqing bit his tongue until it bled, only to regain consciousness for a moment. "Lin Jian, hide in the tree. If you get a chance, run away. Don't worry about me." Lin Jian suppressed the trembling of her tongue and said, "You have to be fine. Okay, Hu Yuqing replied hoarsely, then turned to stare at the leading jaguar. He didn't dare look up at Lin Jian, fearing she would see his uncontrolled eyes. The leading jaguar stared at Hu Yuqing's red eyes. Though possessing a low level of intelligence, the sight of the murderous intent in his gaze unleashed its animal nature. Hu Yuqing donned his Qilin mech in a flash. He used his robotic arms to lift Lin Jian high into the Hyperion tree, over 100 meters tall. With the last of his sanity, he instructed Lin Jian, stay in the tree. Climb up. No matter what happens below, don't come down. Lin Jian nodded, suppressing her fear of heights and following Hu Yuqing's instructions. She climbed upwards with all her might. As she climbed, Lin Jian repeatedly reminded herself, you can't be a burden. You must be brave. Climb up. Climb up. You can't distract Hu Yuqing. This was Lin Jian's sole thought. As she climbed, the battle beneath the tree had already begun. From the tree, Lin Jian heard the jaguars snapping and howling, but she didn't have the courage to look down. Unbeknownst to her, tears were already streaming down her face. Climbing over 40 meters, Lin Jian wiped away her tears with her backhand. Crying is useless, she told herself. She should observe calmly and look for an opportunity to rescue. From the tree, she began to observe the battle below. Below the tree, the battle between one man and 5 jaguar had officially begun. The veins on Hu Yuqing's forehead bulged. Clearly the irritant effect of the first-generation M solution had taken effect. Before, Hu Yuqing mostly used a measured, controlled attack. Each strike, while powerful, wasn't particularly sharp. But now, his moves were fierce and explosive, each one unleashed with destructive force. Several jaguars had also been affected by Hu Yuqing's first-generation M solution. They were star beasts, lacking self-control and more prone to madness. While humans couldn't match the speed of star beasts, Hu Yuqing had learned how to kill them. The battle beneath the tree intensified. With a bang, a jaguar was sent flying by Hu Yuqing to the base of Lin Jian's tree, causing the entire trunk to shake violently. Hu Yuqing began strategically moving the jaguars away from Lin Jian's tree. Inside the mecha cabin, Hu Yuqing bit his tongue, fighting instinctively. These jaguars were too powerful, with thick skin and tough flesh. If the photon gun couldn't hit a vital spot, it wouldn't kill them instantly, unless there was an ion beam cannon. But his mech lacked an ion cannon, meaning he could only close in and strike at the enemy's vital points. After formulating his battle plan, Hu Yuqing targeted the first 2 jaguars directly, using his photon rifle and Chongying sword. One jaguar was struck in the vitals by the photon rifle, and another by the Chongying sword. As the third jaguar leaped over, Hu Yuqing seized the opportunity and fired his photon rifle between its brows, finally taking out another. After 3 jaguars were killed, the remaining 2 revealed their ferocity. They glared at Hu Yuqing, eager to tear him apart. At this point, Hu Yuqing was also in poor condition. The left arm of his mech had been torn off by the savage jaguar when he killed the first one, and there was a dent on the chest of his mech, the result of the collision with the second jaguar. When he killed the third jaguar, it struck his mecha pod, leaving a mark on the visor. It was unclear how long he could hold out. Hu Yuqing had to once again simultaneously utilize the Chongying sword in his mecha, working in tandem. The Chongying sword swung briefly, attracting the fourth jaguar's attention. Hu Yuqing then transformed the remaining arm of his Qilin mecha into a sharp blade and stabbed it directly into the fourth jaguar's abdomen. Finally, the fourth jaguar was defeated. At this point, only the jaguar leader remained. It went berserk and began pounding Hu Yuqing's mecha pod. With its low-level intelligence, it had realized that the pod was Hu Yuqing's weak spot. Under the jaguar leader's repeated fierce attacks, Hu Yuqing spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. To Lin Jian, it seemed as if Hu Yuqing had been lying there for a century, but in reality, he had been unconscious for less than a minute. Seeing Hu Yuqing faint, the jaguar leader, as if convinced it had found the secret to victory, attacked Hu Yuqing's mecha pod with increasing ferocity, each attack more ferocious than the last. This was a fight to the death. 2 minutes later, Hu Yuqing finally climbed to his feet. He lifted his left foot and struck the jaguar's knee, then struck it in the head with his robotic arm. Seizing the moment the jaguar leader couldn't strike back, Hu Yuqing raised his photon gun and shot it through the heart. Finally, Hu Yuqing had slain all 5 jaguars. But Hu Yuqing had also narrowly escaped death. His mecha was stained with blood and completely destroyed. He lay motionless in the pod. A moment later, he climbed out of the destroyed mecha cabin. He was now drenched in blood, and it was unclear whether it was his or the jaguar's. After climbing out of the mecha cabin, he curled up in a strange position. His eyes were still hazy, and his face even had a confused and dazed look. But he mumbled a single word. If you listened carefully, you could hear it was actually Jian, but it was inaudible because he had bitten the tip of his tongue. The smell of blood lingered from him. If he wasn't taken away, the strong smell would continuously attract the nearby star beasts. Lin Jian finally slid down, from a height of 40 meters. She hadn't climbed the tree, and her hands were stained with blood as she slid down. Now, she had to take Hui Yuqing with her. Just now, he had protected her with his life, and now, she would protect him with her own. She had to get him out of here. She had to find water, and if possible, she wanted to find a place to wash the blood off him. Lin Jian donned his mecha and slowly approached Hui Yuqing. But Hui Yuqing's aggression remained. He sensed someone approaching, and with a desperate effort, he awoke, instinctively attacking the person approaching him. But he was too weak. Lin Jian held his hand with her mecha arm. It's me, Lin Jian. I'm taking you out of here. Chapter 44. At Lin Jian's words, Hui Yuqing paused, but he remained determined to attack anyone approaching him. At this moment, a shred of rationality still lingered in his mind, resisting his instincts. However, his body, uncontrolled by his mind, rejected anyone or anything approaching. Lin Jian had no choice but to pin down his hands with the mecha's arms. Hui Yuqing instinctively wanted to fight back, but he was exhausted, his mental energy overdrawn, and he had suffered severe internal injuries. His strength was no match for the mecha's arms. In his drowsiness, Hui Yuqing felt someone pick him up and hold him against their chest. The person carried him, walking through the forest. The person had a pleasant scent, a scent he loved. But what was that scent? He couldn't remember. Surrounded by this pleasant aroma, he, already drowsy, fell asleep. Lin Jian carried Hui Yuqing around the area, but couldn't find any water. Water sources were scarce in the forest, and she didn't dare wander around with Hui Yuqing. During their search, the strong smell of M solution and blood on Hui Yuqing's body naturally attracted quite a few attacks from star beasts. Thankfully, she acted decisively, fighting and retreating at the same time, otherwise, they would both have perished along the way. Lin Jian didn't dare wander around any further. If she encountered a B or C level star beast, she wouldn't be able to retreat. Passing by a cave, Lin Jian retracted her mecha and carried Hui Yuqing inside. At this point, there was no need for reserve. She removed Hui Yuqing's coat and pants, preparing to change out of his clothes, which were stained with M solution and blood. Lin Jian wanted to find a military uniform for Hui Yuqing to change into, but she couldn't open his space button, and her clothes didn't fit him. After a moment's hesitation, she remembered that Hui Yuqing had given her a space button when they came up the mountain, saying it contained 4 diving suits. Lin Jian took out the diving suits and saw that one was quite large. Perhaps Hui Yuqing had included a men's diving suit with the ones he had given her, considering CC Lilt's size. As a last resort, Lin Jian took the men's diving suit and helped Hui Yuqing change into it. While changing clothes, Lin Jian washed Hui Yuqing's face and hands with clean water. After packing up, Lin Jian looked at the clothes, unsure what to do. They had to be thrown away. Leaving them in the cave would only attract star beasts. But she didn't dare go far. Hui Yuqing was unconscious, and she was worried about leaving him alone in the cave. After a moment's thought, Lin Jian emptied the space button Hui Yuqing had given her. She placed her changed clothes and face towel inside. Then, she tossed the space button far out of the cave. After a moment's thought, she fished out a jasmine-scented incense tablet from her own space button, hoping it would dispel some of the lingering cave odor. After this busy period, Lin Jian planned to wait for Hui Yuqing to wake up, and then go with him to search for the main force. It had been so long, she didn't believe the military hadn't found them yet. Lying on the ground, Hui Yuqing felt a splitting headache. A force within him frantically screamed, "Go destroy this!" But at the same time, he caught a whiff of the pleasant, fresh scent of jasmine. It was a familiar scent. He remembered always protecting someone who carried the scent of jasmine and a sweet smile. But he couldn't remember who that person was. He forgot her name? He forgot what she looked like. He only remembered that he had promised to protect her and keep her from getting hurt. Hui Yuqing, mired in confusion, finally awoke. The moment he opened his eyes, they were red and his expression fierce, as if he wanted to devour Lin Jian, who was standing across from him. Before Lin Jian could say anything, Hui Yuqing, who had woken up, gripped her neck tightly, choking her. Shit, Hui Yuqing was strangling her to death. Lin Jian's face flushed crimson from the pinching. She clung to Hui Yuqing's iron-like grip, unable to budge even a bit. Lin Jian thought she was going to die, that she was going to become the first person to die unjustly. But then, a glimmer of awareness seemed to return to Hui Yuqing's eyes. His grip began to relax, and the pressure on Lin Jian's neck eased considerably. The suffocating pressure finally dissipated. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Lin Jian quickly seized the opportunity and fled from Hui Yuqing. She had barely regained her breath when, to her surprise, Hui Yuqing lunged at her again. His eyes were a dark red, and in the dim light of the narrow cave, they resembled those of a beast without reason. Lin Jian dodged his attack, but Hui Yuqing pursued her relentlessly. Lin Jian, a veteran of the simulation room, was quite deft in her evasions. However, the cave was small, and inevitably, she was still struck several times by Hui Yuqing. Lin Jian complained to the heavens, "I should have known better than to boast about my toughness. I really overestimated myself." In reality, she wasn't tough at all. At least, the few punches she'd taken had left her gnashing with pain. It was completely unexpected that Hui Yuqing, still severely injured, could possess such immense strength. If he hadn't been injured, he would have knocked Lin Jian unconscious with a single punch. Lin Jian mentally reflected, "I never brag again. Just as I boasted, I've been beaten for it." She was truly miserable. Lin Jian considered herself a loyal person. Although she had been beaten, she couldn't fight back. After all, Hui Yuqing had been in this state to protect her. Besides, he was already seriously injured, so she couldn't hit him again. So, the loyal Lin Jian could only take the beating unilaterally. After being hit a few more times, Lin Jian gritted her teeth. She was also a fierce woman. "Fight! I don't believe I can't defeat you." Lin Jian leaped forward, her hands entwining Hui Yuqing's arms and legs like vines. At first, Lin Jian hesitated to use too much force, still feeling somewhat reserved. But the other man punched her twice, sending her into a rage. She was determined to cling to him, no matter how he resisted, to prevent him from striking again. As Lin Jian gripped him like an octopus, Hui Yuqing's consciousness remained hazy. He caught a familiar scent on his nose, and a moment of daze. He eased his attack a bit. He tried to open his eyes to see who was entangled with him, but all he could see was a red mist, and he couldn't make out her features at all. He could, however, smell her scent, a faint, sweet scent of jasmine. His wrist was firmly gripped, but he could move his fingers. He moved them, wanting to grasp her hand to confirm it was her, but her grip remained firmly fixed on him, refusing to let go. He could only use the pads of his fingers to gently touch the other person's skin. Years of sword training had left a thin layer of calluses on his fingertips. As he did so, he slowly, silently, groped and explored the tender skin on the other person's face. The scratches of the rough calluses caused a slight pain on Lin Jian's face. Lin Jian gritted her teeth and insisted, "This enemy is too cunning, trying to use disfigurement to shake her willpower." Her smooth and tender face had been earned through countless face masks, and he dared to scratch it, which infuriated her to death. Luckily, she was a strong-willed person, and she would not let go even if he scratched her face. In their desperate struggle, they somehow managed to rip the zipper of Hui Yuqing's diving suit open. The suit zipped in the front, and the zipper opened, revealing Hui Yuqing's fair neck and one shoulder. This scene, coupled with Hui Yuqing's gorgeous face, rosy lips, and tears in the corners of his eyes, was a scene beyond description. Lin Jian panicked. What should she do? Even if she was a bit rough, she felt that their current position was a little awkward. No, she had to zip up Hui Yuqing's clothes. She couldn't take advantage of him. After thinking it over, Lin Jian decided to release one hand to zip up Hui Yuqing's clothes. But as soon as he loosened his grip, Hui Yuqing raised his body, trying to break free from his grip, even trying to attack her. That wouldn't work. He was already strong, and he was wearing slippery clothes. She had put a lot of effort into holding him down, and she couldn't let him counterattack. Forget it, let the clothes be messy. After all, they were the only two people in the cave, and no one else could see. Thinking of this, Lin Jian once again pinned Hui Yuqing down. At this moment, Hui Yuqing began to mutter vague, low syllables, indistinct, and incomprehensible. Lin Jian inexplicably felt that his shouting sounded a bit like pick up, pick up. Oh! So he was reminding her not to forget to pick up the raw stones. Lin Jian reported to Hui Yuqing in a gentle voice. Don't worry, I already picked up 12 pieces of raw stones, all in the space button. Hui Yuqing calmed down slightly after hearing her words, but soon became restless again. This time, he didn't scratch Lin Jian's face with his hands. Instead, he gently rubbed his rosy lips against her cheek. Tang! Lin Jian's face flushed instantly, now as red as a crab. The temperature on Hui Yuqing's forehead was intense, scorching, as if it would melt Lin Jian. Lin Jian felt as if she was indeed being roasted. What was this guy trying to do? Lin Jian struggled with her thoughts. Should I let him go? Otherwise, what's the point of this? While Lin Jian was struggling with her decision, Hui Yuqing bit her shoulder fiercely, holding onto it tightly. Amidst this familiar pain, Lin Jian recalled the time he bit her 2.5 years earlier. Her mind raced, and she remembered how, after he bit her, a gentle warmth seemed to surge through her body. That warmth, meeting another explosive force, the two entangled and restrained each other. So Lin Jian channeled that warmth from her body, slowly merging it into Hui Yuqing's, calming the surging energy within him. Under Lin Jian's soothing power, Hui Yuqing slowly calmed down. Half an hour later, the roar of a starship could finally be heard outside, and someone shouted, asking if anyone was nearby. Finally, rescuers arrived. Lin Jian, with her last remaining strength, screamed, "Help! Help!" After shouting, Lin Jian used her last remaining ounce of consciousness to zip up both her and Hui Yuqing's clothes before fainting. When rescuers entered the cave, they discovered that the scene inside was not suitable for public viewing. But upon closer inspection, they saw that the two people struggling with each other had fallen into a coma. Huh? Weren't they just responding? Why are they both unconscious? When rescuers separated the two, they found that they hadn't engaged in any sexual activity. The woman had simply been forcibly pressing down on the man. A military doctor arrived to examine them, and found that both were severely injured, especially the woman, whose face was swollen and had several broken ribs. The man was also in a terrible state, suffering internal injuries. The only good thing was that his face was uninjured. Rescuers carried the two men out of the cave. By the time they were out, the sea had already risen to the entrance. If they had arrived a moment later, they would likely have been lost. How lucky they were. Drowsy, Lin Jian recalled the events of 2.5 years ago. That day, she had gone to visit her aunt, but she was away, so she was reading in the Hua family's study. Suddenly, she heard a loud thud, the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. At the time, she paid no attention. Chapter 45. Lin Jian stayed in the study, but the sound of heavy objects dropping to the ground reverberated repeatedly. As a guest, Lin Jian had no intention of prying into the host's privacy. Being talkative or curious was not what a guest should do. She enjoyed coming to the Hua family's house to read, firstly because they had so many books, and secondly because it was quiet. The Hua family mansion had always been quiet and secluded. As far as Lin Jian knew, the vast house was only home to the former patriarch and his wife, the current patriarch's family of 3, and his aunt and uncle. The second and 4 sons of the Hua family, both with their families, were in the military, and did not live in the Hua mansion. The Hua family was a quiet person, disliking crowds. Aside from the old housekeeper, all the other servants were robots. The former patriarch and his wife had gone on a trip with the old housekeeper. His aunt and uncle hadn't returned yet, and the patriarch and his wife seemed to be away too. Now, the noises making the noises in this vast house must have been made by Hui Yuqing, the patriarch's only son. As for thieves, that was impossible. The security measures at the Hua family mansion were among the best in the Republic, and only a select few had access. Lin Jian, thanks to her aunt's influence, was granted access privileges by her uncle, who, out of affection for her, had also granted Lin Jian access. Thus, Lin Jian was the only non-Hua family member with free access to the Hua residence. In the months Lin Jian had been in and out of the Hua residence, the only member of the Hua family she had encountered, besides her aunt and uncle, was Hui Yuqing. But every time he saw Lin Jian, he simply nodded in greeting, his expression neither cold nor indifferent. The two of them had little more than a nodding acquaintance. In fact, they weren't even acquaintances, as their nods were limited to the Hua residence. Outside, they both acted as if they didn't know each other. The Hua residence was enormous, 5 stories high. More accurately, the entire mansion resembled a manor. It was magnificent. Even the eaves were intricately carved. The entire residence, nestled among the trees, further highlighted its age. Upon entering the Hua residence, a plaque inscribed a century-old glorious family appeared in the main hall. It was said to have been written by the previous leader of the Republic. At that moment, the sound of a heavy object falling and a vase breaking echoed through the vast mansion. Despite some hesitation, Lin Jian decided to check it out. Although she and Hui Yuqing were merely acquaintances, she still had to maintain a polite facade. She feigned a polite greeting. Lin Jian followed the sound until she reached the room where the voices had been emanating. She confirmed that this was Hui Yuqing's room. This was not her place, and greetings were forbidden. Given their friendship, greetings should be limited to places like the lobby. This might be the way a wealthy young master smashes things for fun when bored. Just as Lin Jian was about to quietly turn back, someone in the room unexpectedly asked, "Who's there?" It was Hui Yuqing's voice, lower and hoarse than usual, but Lin Jian had hardly spoken to him before, so naturally, he didn't notice anything unusual. At that moment, Lin Jian happened to be standing outside Hui Yuqing's door. The owner of the house was asking questions, and as a guest, Lin Jian had no choice but to answer honestly. So Lin Jian cleared his throat and replied, "Hello, I'm Lin Jian. How can I help you?" There was no response. Well, the acquaintance's attentions ended there. Lin Jian thought she could leave. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, only a crack, revealing a dim light from within. The room probably didn't have any main lights on, only a floor lamp. The door also opened only a crack, not wide. So, standing outside, Lin Jian politely excused herself. "Oh, okay, you don't need my help. I'd be right out." As soon as she finished speaking, the door suddenly flew open, and a hand emerged from within, pulling Lin Jian tightly inside. Lin Jian, dragged inside, looked at the person before her. Feeling a little uneasy, she managed a feigned smile. The man before her was Hui Yuqing. He looked very different today than usual. Normally, he dressed formally, his shirt buttoned to the top. Now, 3 buttons were undone, revealing his fragile neck and the faint glimpse of his clothes. His hair was damp, and he looked like he'd just been pulled from a pond. A closer look revealed a faint flush on his face. This scene made Lin Jian feel like she just wanted to apologize for bothering him. Hui Yuqing lazily leaned back in the room's only chair. He glanced up at Lin Jian and said, "Can you help bring the medical robot?" Lin Jian then asked, bewildered, "Are you sick?" Hui Yuqing glanced at her, his eyes purring nonsense. Facing this young master, Lin Jian felt uneasy. She still preferred the aloof and reserved young master who seemed to ignore her whenever possible, as if even a glance at her was too much. Lin Jian felt that the disparity in status between her and the eldest young master was too great, and her identity was rather sensitive, so it would be best if they remained merely acquaintances. However, he was asking her for help, and it was within her ability. After some thought, Lin Jian decided to be a helpful person. Before going to find the medical robot, Lin Jian ran to the pantry and poured Hui Yuqing a glass of warm water. "Have a drink first. It's the perfect temperature, perfect for drinking directly. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." After saying that, Lin Jian placed the water on the table in Hui Yuqing's bedroom and went back to find the medical robot. The Hua family had a large number of robots, but the medical robot was rarely used, so the Hua family kept it in the first-floor storage room. After all, it looked unlucky to leave it out in the open, with a large cross on its back. Lin Jian knew the location of the medical robot because her uncle had bought it last month. Last month, her aunt had a slight cold, and after taking medicine, her uncle had specially bought the latest model of medical robot and had Lin Jian take care of it, examining her 3 times a day. Rich people are truly amazing. They all have different ways of showing affection. Unlike her parents, the 2 of them were just 2 eccentrics, and they only used phone calls to show their affection. It was said that all the relatives were extremely fed up with her parents' constant calls, and after a family meeting, they blocked her parents. Since then, the 2 could only call each other once a month to show off in front of Lin Jian. After all, she couldn't block them. When Lin Jian found the medical robot, it was remarkably familiar with her and greeted her. "Lin Jian, long time no see, I missed you." Lin Jian quickly waved his hand. No, don't miss me." After saying that, Lin Jian quickly changed the medical robot's greeting to, "Hello, good health, peace and happiness." After the change, Lin Jian turned the medical robot back on, and the robot's greeting changed to, "Hello, good health, peace and happiness." After hearing this, Lin Jian, contented, led the medical robot into Hui Yuqing's bedroom. Upon entering, Lin Jian found Hui Yuqing already lying in bed, completely dazed. Lin Jian reached out and touched his forehead. It was intensely hot. Lin Jian quickly pushed the medical robot forward to examine Hui Yuqing. After a few minutes of approaching, the medical robot began to beep red and sound an alarm. Beep, beep, alarm, alarm, the patient's indicators are exceeding the standard. This is beyond the reach of a small doctor. Send the patient to the hospital as soon as possible. He had been fine just a moment ago. How could he have become so ill in just a few minutes? Lin Jian thought for a moment, figuring she only changed the robot's greeting, delaying it for 2 minutes. It shouldn't have been this long. Just then, the medical robot sounded a shrill alarm. Beep, beep, please seek medical attention as soon as possible. It was so noisy that Lin Jian stepped forward and shut it off. He was already sick, and you were still fussing beside him, making him seem sick even if he wasn't. After shutting off the robot, Lin Jian belatedly realized that she was in trouble. There were only the two of them in the room. If anything happened to Hui Yuqing, she wouldn't be able to explain it even if she had 100 mouths. So, God bless, please, nothing happens to Hui Yuqing. After a moment of panic, Lin Jian calmed down. She raised her hand and turned on her laptop. She had to call her aunt for help. At this moment, the man on the bed straightened up, as if resurrected from the dead. Lin Jian looked up at his eyes. They were red. Oh my God, was he this feverish? His eyes were red, so could his brain be damaged too? In the moment Lin Jian was stunned, Hui Yuqing lunged at her. He clamped his hands tightly around her to prevent her from making a phone call. He then gently rubbed his forehead against her ear. His forehead felt hard and hot, and against her ear, Lin Jian felt like it was a hot potato. Shit, I never knew this guy, who usually looked so serious, was now being so rude to her. Lin Jian was furious. She pushed Hui Yuqing with all her strength, but he simply pushed her against the wall. Damn, what's wrong with this guy? He's just having a fever, so he doesn't take advantage of others. Besides, his fever is none of her business, it wasn't her fault, and now he's pestering her. Lin Jian stomped hard on Hui Yuqing's foot and crushed it, causing Hui Yuqing's grip to loosen slightly. He looked up at Lin Jian, still feeling aggrieved, his reddened eyes glaring at her with accusation. Lin Jian was a stubborn person. She seemed mild-tempered on weekdays, but when she got stubborn, few could match her. She figured if she was sick, she had to go to the hospital. What was this rude act of stopping her? If word got out, people would think she, a girl from the Lin family, was trying to marry into his social status. She was furious, but she couldn't push or kick him away. So Lin Jian raised her eyes and threatened Hui Yuqing, let go. I call my aunt, and have your third uncle take you to the hospital. Let go. Not going, right? You won't let go? Lin Jian's fierceness suddenly took over. If you don't let go, I bite you. Lin Jian bit down on Hui Yuqing's wrist, the one holding him back. She bit with all her might, but to her surprise, Hui Yuqing remained silent. Lin Jian bit down until her teeth were sore, but he refused to let go. Fine, then don't go. He's sick after all, she thought. So she relented. To her surprise, as soon as she relented, Hui Yuqing bit back at her shoulder. Lin Jian screamed in pain, but Hui Yuqing held on. Lin Jian was furious. Okay, I bite you, and you bite me back, right? But I bit your wrist, and you bit my shoulder. It hurts me more, okay? Sorry, a competitive girl can't stand being at a disadvantage. So Lin Jian bit Hui Yuqing's shoulder too. Neither of them would let go. Lin Jian had tasted blood, and she believed the other party had tasted blood too. At this point, Lin Jian wavered. The other party was a patient, and she, a normal person, couldn't bully a sick person. Besides, she had bitten him first twice. After some thought, Lin Jian prepared to relent. She needed to knock Hui Yuqing unconscious and get him to the hospital. If anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to escape. As soon as she relented, she felt dizzy and tinnitus rising. A roaring sound filled her ears, and the colors in her vision shifted from color to black and white, and then back to color. Oh no! Could Hui Yuqing have contracted an infectious disease? He passed his fever to her so quickly. As she thought about this, Lin Jian felt as if an unpredictable force had emerged within her. This force flowed through her, easing the pain in her shoulder. Then, the power within her body seemed to dissipate, and she encountered another force, a surging current of water, flowing uncontrollably in all directions. It happened to encounter her, and the surging water attempted to attack her. Lin Jian's aura naturally resembled Lin Jian's, both possessing a resilient spirit that refused to yield. She mustered all her strength and rushed forward to suppress the surging current. After a struggle, she finally subdued the raging water, but ultimately, she collapsed from exhaustion, and her master also fell into a coma. Before she fell unconscious, Lin Jian seemed to hear the humming sound of the small stream being stroked. She even seemed to hear the gentle stream whispering in her ear, Lin Jian. When Lin Jian regained consciousness, she discovered she was sleeping in the same bed with Hui Yuqing, his head resting on her shoulder, his light chestnut hair tangled and flying. This terrifying scene startled Lin Jian upon waking, and she mustered all her strength to crawl out of Hui Yuqing's room. Oh my God, if anyone knew she and Hui Yuqing had slept in the same bed, even though they had done nothing wrong, this alone would be enough for the noble ladies of the capital star to accuse the Lin family. She wasn't afraid of the criticism. She was only afraid of the Lin family and her aunt being criticized. Lin Jian crawled to a room on her hands and knees and fainted. Later, her aunt found her in the study, saying she had fallen asleep there. She called a family doctor, who examined her, and said there was nothing wrong with her. She had simply fallen asleep. Her aunt drove her back to the Lin family, telling her to get enough sleep and study to the best of her ability. The next day, there was no movement from the Hua family. The third day, the Hua family announced a major news. 16-year-old Hui Yuqing had awakened SSS-level mental power, making him the sixth person in the Republic to possess such power. Lin Jian saw the Hua family's announcement and understood. Hui Yuqing's unusual behavior the day before yesterday was due to awakening his mental power. It's said that when a person's mental power awakens, they behave differently than usual, but they later lose track of the awakening process. Lin Jian thought about it, and decided that this was fine. Hui Yuqing wouldn't remember what happened the day before, so she could just keep it to herself. But what exactly was this mental power? Lin Jian tried to sense it herself, but it seemed no different from before. She couldn't sense anything. Never mind. It was said that those who awakened their mental power were strong in sports or intelligence. She didn't seem to have the talent for awakening, and she wasn't that lucky. She should be content with being ordinary, happy with her ordinary life. What's destined to happen will eventually come true. What's not destined to happen should not be forced. After figuring it out, Lin Jian went to buy scar cream. Thankfully, after applying it, the bite mark on her shoulder completely disappeared. And with the scar gone, she completely forgot what happened that year. When Lin Jian opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a hospital bed, alone in the ward. Recalling the past, Lin Jian couldn't help but wonder, could that sudden warmth from that year have been her spiritual power? And so, she, too, had awakened her spiritual power at the age of 16. That surging current was actually Hui Yuqing's spiritual power. However, her spiritual power didn't seem to have much offensive power, only soothing power. For example, when Hui Yuqing bit her, she was in excruciating pain, but after channeling her spiritual power, the pain was less severe. And yes, the detoxification ability she so often thought of was actually a form of her spiritual power. So, it seems it wasn't detoxification, but the soothing and healing power inherent in her spiritual power. While Lin Jian was pondering this, the military doctor arrived and performed various tests on her. As soon as the military doctor left, her aunt and uncle arrived. Her uncle glanced at her and left, clearly wanting to leave time for her and her aunt to talk. Lin Xia gently nudged Lin Jian's still swollen face. "Are you feeling better?" Lin Jian nodded. "I'm fine. How's Hui Yuqing? I remember we were rescued together. Is he okay?" Lin Xia lowered her eyes, paused, and asked, "He's fine. How did you get injured?" Lin Jian rolled his eyes and replied, "We encountered a few spies and a few jaguars. Hui Yuqing was injured protecting me. He's seriously injured." Lin Xia glanced up at Lin Jian and said, "Jian, you lied. Your injuries weren't from the spy or the jaguar. They were from Hui Yuqing." Lin Jian quickly defended Hui Yuqing. He didn't mean to do it. He was poisoned by the M solution. Before, he was always saving me. Without him, I wouldn't be here anymore. Lin Xia was silent for a long time before speaking. "It's not just about the M solution. Hui Yuqing is a little special. He's different from us." Lin Jian was a little nervous, a strain in her voice that she wasn't aware of. "What's the difference? Is he seriously injured? Is he seriously injured?" Lin Xia shook her head and said, "It's not about the injury. Hui Yuqing's mental power is a bit off." Lin Jian, "What's wrong? Isn't he SSS level? The highest, the best." Lin Xia sighed and said, "He has SSS level mental power. It's just that it's too good, which is a problem. There are only 6 people with SSS level mental power in the entire Republic, but we never seen any reports about them." Lin Jian asked, puzzled, "Why?" Lin Xia stood up, her back to Lin Jian, and said, "Genius is rare, but also fragile. When the body's capacity cannot support the gifted mental power, this excessive mental power will only lead to side effects. Those 5 people with SSS level mental power all have some problems, to varying degrees." Lin Jian was surprised. "What? What's wrong with them?" Lin Xia lowered her eyes and said, "I just found out too. Those few. When a person loses control of themselves, their mental power is too strong, while their physical strength is insufficient, leading to a loss of control, commonly known as backlash. Currently, of the 6 individuals with SSS level mental power, 2 are in mental hospitals, 1 with mania and 1 with depression. 2 are in special hospitals, 1 has the IQ of a 10-year-old, and 1 believes he is a cat." Lin Jian opened his mouth and said, "Besides Hui Yuqing, wasn't there another?" Lin Xia, "That person committed suicide. Hui Yuqing is in a better situation. His problems were discovered promptly, and he's now cooperating with doctors for treatment. With proper intervention, he should be fine." Lin Jian looked at Lin Xia seriously and said, I don't think Hui Yuqing will have any mental problems. I think it's remarkable that he was able to control himself under such circumstances. Lin Xiao looked directly at Lin Jian. But he still hurt you. Lin Jian nodded. Yes, he did, but I'm still alive, right? That proves he can control himself. I believe in him. There won't be a mismatch between his physical capacity and his innate mental strength. His mental and physical strength are both very strong. Lin Xiao paused and asked, Jian, do you like him? Lin Jian thought for a moment and said, I don't know if I like him or not, but I believe in him, unconditionally. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, Jian, I support whoever you like, but it's best not to like Hui Yuqing. Putting aside the mental strength issue, just consider that he's the next head of the Hua family. The head's wife has to be chosen by the entire clan, and gaining the approval of so many people is no easy task. Jian, I hope you. Happiness, you can't bear that burden. Lin Jian smiled and said, I don't want to think too much about the future. Things change, especially time, which changes so rapidly. I only know that we were comrades fighting side by side a moment ago. Now, I just want to know if he's okay. Lin Xiao gave Lin Jian a deep look and said, he hasn't woken up yet, but the doctor said that with his physical condition, he'd be fine after a month of rest. After he wakes up, he won't be able to attend classes at the Imperial Military Academy. The Republic will arrange for specialized teachers to teach him, and doctors will monitor his condition. Lin Jian asked, has the Hua family agreed? Lin Xiao nodded, they have. They want his health to be good more than anyone else. Moreover, when it comes to important matters, the Hua family knows how to act. Lin Jian, oh okay. Lin Xiao patted Lin Jian's shoulder and encouraged her, rest well. Your friends are worried about you. They already returned to school. You should get well soon, too. No matter what, studying is the most important thing right now. Lin Jian nodded, okay. I try my best. Chapter 46. Shortly after Lin Xiao left, Lin Jian received a call from his laptop. It was Hui Yuqing. They both saw each other through the video chat. Hui Yuqing remained silent, so Lin Jian had to speak first. I was just about to call you. Are you okay? On the other side of the laptop, Hui Yuqing pursed his lips. After a long pause, he asked, did I hit you on the face? Lin Jian laughed. No, it's just a minor injury. It's nothing serious. Hui Yuqing lowered his eyes, but Lin Jian could sense his sadness. He said softly, I'm sorry. Lin Jian continued to laugh. It's okay. We're classmates, and besides, don't I go to the simulation room often? This minor injury is nothing serious. You didn't do it on purpose. I'm fine. Hui Yuqing paused before saying, you should have listened to your aunt. I can't go to school anymore. They arranged a special. The teacher taught me. Lin Jian replied, it doesn't matter where you study, it's all learning. When you want to go back to school, you can go back. Hui Yuqing smiled softly, his tone uncertain, as if asking Lin Jian, but also himself, will it happen? Can I go back to school? Lin Jian, you know, I actually started to lose control. Lin Jian interrupted him, saying, yes, you can definitely come back. You're the president of the student union now. When you come back, you be the president of the student union. I believe you can come back, and I believe in your ability to control yourself. Hui Yuqing stared at Lin Jian for a few seconds, then smiled. His previous gloom had faded, and his smile was genuine. Yes, I will try my best. During Lin Jian's hospitalization, several major events occurred in the Republic. First, I heard the military had changed many generals, but such a major event was too far from the reach of a commoner like Lin Jian, so he paid no attention. Second, I heard the owner of Kamlu Island had been arrested. According to Interstellar television, he had secretly raised over 100 B-rank star beasts and over 600 C-rank star beasts in the dense forests of Kamlu Island. Look at him. He might just like small animals, but keeping so many star beasts as pets is simply too much money, a self-inflicted disaster. He really should have been arrested. Apart from anything else, those 5 jaguars nearly killed Lin Jian. Moreover, Lin Jian couldn't understand why someone who was perfectly healthy would keep ferocious beasts for fun. Third, the Republic raided a pirate hideout and rescued many people. It's a shame that the property stolen by the pirates from the Chu and Jin families was never recovered. Of the 4 great families, except for the Pei family, the other 3 have all been robbed by pirates. It seems a career in the restaurant industry is better. Pirates always give respect to the restaurant bosses. They were probably afraid that after they took over the Pei family, they would ban them from eating. Fourth, the Shanghai Republic and the Xinglan Republic had restored diplomatic relations, But this was limited to exchanges in the cutting-edge technology and military sectors. This was even more far-fetched for Lin Jian, as it was exchanges between high-ranking officials. She should just focus on her credits. She had to work hard to get her diploma. It was already a month later when Lin Jian returned to school. Because she had missed a month of classes, she had a lot of classes to make up once she got back. Although she was also studying at the hospital, many classes couldn't be attended there, such as simulation room training, which resulted in a month's delay. So, upon returning to school, she rushed back to the simulation room for training. Sure enough, she got beaten again, left hook, right hook. Anyway, her first day back at school was a bittersweet one. Lin Jian missed the familiar beating she'd been experiencing for so long, and she felt like she missed it quite a bit. God! After all these years, she wouldn't have been turned into a masochist by the beatings. No, she was only being beaten temporarily to prepare for the future. She was enduring humiliation, sleeping on straw and tasting gall. After returning to school, her classmates didn't ask her much about her. They all assumed she'd been injured by a star beast after being left alone. Besides, the school didn't even let students know about spies. There were several people who were injured while alone on Konglu Island, so Lin Jian blended in unnoticed. Many people sighed when Hui Yuqing was mentioned. The Hua family had announced that Hui Yuqing had been left alone on Konglu Island and encountered 5 jaguars. He had been seriously injured in the battle, and now needed to take a leave of absence for treatment. Everyone could only assume that his injuries were too severe, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to attend school. Lin Jian's 3 best friends knew that she and Hui Yuqing had encountered the jaguars together, but they weren't talkative, and unless Lin Jian brought it up, they wouldn't ask. They were simply thankful for Lin Jian's safe return, and they also prayed for Hui Yuqing's speedy recovery. 3 years passed in a flash, and in a few months, they would graduate from university. Many things had happened in those 3 years, but the most surprising was that, among the 4 straight women, Shisha was the first to fall in love. After the Konglu Island incident, Shisha and Chu Shou had become close, and they had been dating for half a year. Cici lilt. These two are in a twilight romance, dating in their senior year. What else could this be but a twilight romance? Shisha didn't refute, but rather admitted generously, yes, I just wanted to experience the feeling of being in love. I graduate in a few months and return to our planet H1169 after graduation. I finally made it to university, and dating a nobleman wouldn't be a loss. Seeing Shisha looking over, Daisy Lu gratefully said, Don't look at me. I'm different from you. I only like my own paper doll. It turned out that Daisy Lu had fallen in love online with a fictional character named the Little Mermaid Prince, a rather corny name. This Little Mermaid Prince and Daisy Lu were both a rising music star and a rabid fan. The fan was obsessed with their idol, and so, they ended up getting involved. But it was only an online relationship. They had never met in person. This made Lin Jian a little worried. What if this Little Mermaid Prince was a woman? Then Daisy Lu would be heartbroken before she even started dating. For this reason, Lin Jian could only pray that this Little Mermaid Prince was a man. As for his appearance, he didn't care. As long as he was a man, it would be fine. But Daisy Lu swore that this Little Mermaid Prince was definitely a handsome guy. Some people had seen him in person, but he was very low-key and no photos had been leaked. Moreover, this Little Mermaid Prince was a huge hit online, with numerous fans. Everyone praised his singing, saying it was ethereal and mermaid-like. Of course, these comments were limited to Daisy Lu. At least the other 3 people in their dormitory didn't think the little prince's singing was particularly beautiful. Cici Lilt didn't listen to love songs, only military anthems. Lin Jian was tone-deaf. She could only sing loudly or softly, without any high or low notes. And Shisha was even worse. She thought her singing wasn't as good as crosstalk. This earned Lin Jian and Cici Lilt's disdain. Although one of them was tone-deaf and the other lacked sentiment, they at least knew that singing couldn't compare to crosstalk, even though they both had the word sound. That day, Lin Jian received a strange letter, one that had passed through several hands before reaching her. Lin Jian opened it, and discovered it was from Lin Jing. The letter explained that they had saved enough money, and that there was a hospital in Xinglan Republic that could perform cyborg surgery. If all went well, Lin Xiaoyu would be brought to see her after the surgery. Lin Jian was delighted to receive this letter. She had originally intended to reply and send money, but the other party, perhaps fearing she might send money, hadn't even left a contact address. Later, Lin Jian received 2 more letters from them. The latter 2 were from Lin Xiaoyu, describing her and Lin Jing's life. From the letters, it seemed that Lin Jing was taking excellent care of her. At least, Lin Xiaoyu had the opportunity to study and learn to write. Moreover, her writing revealed her optimism and positive attitude. Unfortunately, none of these 3 letters contained a return address. However, knowing they were doing well was a joy. Lin Jian's life remained routine, as she diligently studied daily. She also continued to take painting classes. Her painting teacher was still Tanmi, a somewhat arrogant but genuinely talented man. During her 4 years of college, Lin Jian studied with him and learned a great deal about mechas. As for why Lin Jian continued to study painting, it was because she realized that learning some complex painting techniques would be very useful for working with mechas. Many things that require imaginative work can be achieved with greater efficiency by recreating them with a brush and then constructing them according to the blueprint. Thus, Lin Jian persisted for 4 years. What had felt like a burden during her freshman year now felt like a development in her abilities, and perhaps also a growth in her life experience. 3 years ago, in painting class, the teacher was Tanmi, and the students were Lin Jian and Hui Yuqing. Later, Hui Yuqing took a leave of absence, leaving Lin Jian as Tanmi's only student. This year, another person signed up for painting class, Yin Lin. Now, Lin Jian and Yin Lin are classmates in the elective course. Fate is truly a mystery. Since the Konglu Island incident, exchanges between the 8 military academies have increased, with schools with no barriers to entry sending their top students to study at the 4 major military academies. This year, the Amaya Military Academy sent Yin Lin to the Imperial Military Academy for an exchange program. He and Shisha were in the same class, but Shisha was busy with her relationship and paid him no attention. Because Yin Lin had black hair and black eyes, Lin Jian was naturally more polite to him than usual. Furthermore, knowing Yin Lin was an orphan, she treated him with extra courtesy. They were all familiar with each other on Konglu Island. That day, she and Cici Lilt ran into Yin Lin in the cafeteria, and they treated him to a meal together. Later, Yin Lin treated them back. To avoid taking advantage, Lin Jian treated Cici Lilt and Yin Lin separately to a restaurant. One day, while eating in the cafeteria, Lin Jian overheard gossip about Yin Lin. A few girls were chatting, but something seemed off to her. Do you know that exchange student? The one from Yin Lin? I think he's so handsome. Yes, he is. I heard he's from the Imiya Military Academy, which isn't very good. Oh, you can't judge someone by their school. I heard Yin Lin ranked 9th in his class in the competition on Soroku Island. Is he that good? It's a shame, the military academy competitions have been suspended for 3 years. However, I heard they resume next year. The military still encourages this kind of healthy competition. That's great. I definitely attend next year when I'm back to health. By the way, is Yin Lin the one you're talking about, the one with black hair and black eyes? Yes, he's very handsome, isn't he? He's quite handsome, but he has a girlfriend. She's from our school. I've seen them together a few times. Huh? Who's her girlfriend? I forgot who she is. She's quite pretty. I heard they were close. She even made him a dagger, and engraved both of their names on it. Oh well, since he has a girlfriend, I just back off. Lin Jian felt a little uncomfortable hearing the word dagger, but when the girl said the dagger had 2 names engraved on it, she felt relieved. She definitely wasn't talking about her. Unexpectedly, the girl then said, I remember now. Yin Lin's girlfriend's name is Lin Jian. Lin Jian was sipping her drink when she choked. Ahem, ahem. As soon as the girls saw her, one of them called out, Hello, Senior Lin Jian. Several others followed suit and quickly disappeared, not even giving Lin Jian a chance to inquire about how the rumor started. Lin Jian thought about it, and decided it was important to let the other person involved know about the misunderstanding. It would be best if they both clarified the rumor together. However, she hadn't been to art class for a few days, so she hadn't run into Yin Lin. That day, after painting class, Lin Jian called Yin Lin over. Lin Jian decided to get straight to the point and said, I heard a rumor. It says we're together. Yin Lin was stunned for a moment. Oh, I hadn't heard that. Lin Jian, now that you heard it, I think we should clarify it. Yin Lin looked at her and said, Actually, rumors are just rumors. Believe it or not. Lin Jian thought for a moment and said, That's right. I'm being narrow-minded. Chapter 47. Yin Lin's words convinced Lin Jian that she no longer insisted on explaining. Unexpectedly, the next day, Cui Bao came running into their courtyard. Once a playboy and a leader of a gang, Cui Bao had risen to become the captain of the Imperial Military Academy's varsity team. In the second half of his sophomore year, Hui Yuqing left school due to injury, and Cui Bao temporarily assumed the role of president of the self-government committee. Cui Bao was a man of words, and after becoming president, he gained considerable influence. In the first half of his sophomore year, the Imperial Military Academy decided to establish a varsity team, and to everyone's surprise, Cui Bao was elected with a high vote. Since becoming captain, Cui Bao had transformed his image, becoming a serious and reserved person. However, when interacting with old acquaintances like Lin Jian, he remained the humble and pitiful Cui Xiaodi. In reality, Cui Bao was quite capable. The Cui family was skilled at gathering intelligence, and Cui Bao was no exception. Ever since he became captain of the school team, he had practically stripped the captains of the other schools of their uniforms. He had also made many friends outside, treating them like brothers, a veritable social butterfly of the Imperial Military Academy. The idea of establishing a school team at the Imperial Military Academy came about after the Konglu Island incident. That incident resulted in the deaths of 3 students at the Imperial Military Academy. Upon returning to campus, the school planned to form a student assault team. The student assault team, unlike administrative departments like the Self-Government Committee or the Student Union, was purely for combat training, with teams divided into A and B teams competing monthly. The school team was selected through a school-wide audition, with a total of 200 members, mostly mecha soldiers, chosen for 10 commanders and 10 mecha soldiers. Lin Jian was also selected for the school team due to his talent in pharmaceuticals and his ability to adapt on Konglu Island. Today, Cui Bao brought them seasonal fruit. For the past 3 years, Cui Bao had frequently brought them fruit. The Cui family traveled to various planets, and since Cui Bao became captain of the school team, they had sent him specialties from various planets every month. Cui Bao would share the fruit with Lin Jian and the others. Over time, Cui Bao became the most frequent visitor to their courtyard, and he knew them all very well. In the past, he was only Cici Lilt's younger brother, but now, of the 4, Daisy Lu was his closest friend. There was no other way. Since Cui Bao became captain of the school team, the other 7 military academies have also established school teams, modeled after the Imperial Military Academy. So, the 8 school team captains privately held several team-building activities, adventures. As the leader, Cui Bao naturally had to go, and he would bring along his highly skilled bodyguards. Cici Lilt was a dedicated practitioner, distracted only by her sister's concerns. She had no interest in team-building activities, and leaving school meant she couldn't train in the simulation room, so she wouldn't go. Shisha had a part-time job, spending her Saturdays and Sundays taking orders outside to earn money. Giving up that income for team-building activities was out of the question. Lin Jian wasn't a mecha soldier, her combat power was comparable to Cui Bao's. Furthermore, she had to study hard, so she wouldn't go if she had to miss her regular classes for team-building activities. Of the group, only Daisy Lu had both the combat power and the free time. Her idol-chasing style was that of a fictional figure, something she could pursue anywhere. Therefore, Daisy Lu accompanied Cui Bao on several team-building activities. Through these interactions, they were now close friends. After Cui Bao finished delivering the fruit, he got down to business. Well, 3 years ago, the military academy competition wasn't held at the right location. No one expected something to happen on Konglu Island. After 3 years of suspension, everyone felt it was a shame. After much deliberation, the military decided to restart the competition next year. Cici Lilt, it's great that the competition has resumed. We can have more exchanges. It's a shame we're graduating soon. Let's encourage our juniors. Cui Bao, not long ago, 8 military academies joined together and bought a planet. They plan to use it as the venue for future military academy competitions. Daisy Lu, that's great. Is there anything you want us to do? Cui Bao, the school leaders contacted me. They want us to first test the difficulty of the trial field with 100 people. If it works, the competition will be scheduled for the first half of next year. Cici Lilt's eyes lit up when she heard this. It's a completely real trial. Are you going to the test? Cui Bao nodded. Yes, absolutely. We just bought it, and the school has already been cleaned up. The people going for the test this time aren't just from our Imperial Military Academy team, but also from the teams of the other 7 schools. Cici Lilt raised her hand. Okay, I'd be the first to sign up. Shisha frowned and asked, is the entire team going? Is Chushio going too? Cui Bao quickly made a promise. Yes, Chushio is going, and I can even put you 2 in the same group. Shisha nodded. Okay, if he goes, then I go too. Cui Bao turned and looked eagerly at Daisy Lu and Lin Jian. Daisy Lu nodded. Okay, I go. Lin Jian was a little hesitant. She was busy with her graduation project. Cici Lilt urged her, Jane, go ahead. The 4 of us will all go. We just treat it as a pre-graduation trip. Lin Jian thought about it and agreed. She was still learning anyway, so she nodded. Cui Bao had finally accomplished his purpose for coming today, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he glanced at Lin Jian, seeming to hesitate. After being glared at several times, Lin Jian turned helplessly to Cui Bao. If you have something to say, just ask. Stop staring at me. Cui Bao, intrigued, quickly asked for gossip. Sister Jian, are you in a relationship? At Cui Bao's question, the other three people sitting in the living room all looked at Lin Jian. Lin Jian frowned and denied. No, who told you that? Lin Jian turned to her friends and assured them, don't listen to him. If I were in a relationship, I would definitely tell you first. The three friends thought about it and realized it was true. The four of them turned to Cui Bao, their eyes questioning, as if they were going to punish him if he continued to talk nonsense. Cui Bao immediately defended himself. I heard it from someone. It's a rumor, haha. Actually, I didn't believe Sister Jian was in a relationship either. Daisy Lu was the first to condemn Cui Bao. You have to use your own judgment. Don't believe everything you say. Cui Bao nodded in agreement. Yes, Sister Lulu is absolutely right. Lin Jian, munching on the fruit Cui Bao had brought, asked, I was just about to ask you, how did this rumor start? Can you debunk it? Cui Bao replied seriously, I don't know exactly how it started. It seems you and Yanlin were dining at a restaurant outside when a classmate saw them. They took a photo and posted it on the school network. Then, someone else took a photo of you and him walking together and posted it on that post. Lin Jian thought for a moment, not quite understanding. Yanlin and I walking together? No! I never walked alone with him. So Lin Jian searched the school network and, as expected, found the source of the rumor. A red message appeared next to the post. The post was titled, New CP, Lin Jian and Yanlin. These two are such a great match. The poster also included a photo. In the photo, only Lin Jian and Yanlin were seen dining together at a restaurant. Cici Lilt was actually sitting next to Lin Jian, but the angle was a bit tricky, taken vertically, making Lin Jian and Yanlin the main characters. Cici Lilt's arm was only half visible. Judging from the photo alone, it certainly looked like Lin Jian and Yanlin were dining alone. Lin Jian looked at the photo and complained, Look, it's clearly three of us dining together. How did it become just two of us? The other photos were even more outrageous. Two showed the two of them on campus patrol together. The entire team was together, and Lin Jian and Yanlin were among them, though they were closer together. There were also photos of Lin Jian encountering Yanlin at the studio door, and then they entered the studio together. The last photo shows Lin Jian and Shisha on their way to school, where they bump into Yanlin. The three of them walked to the teaching building together. Shisha looked at the photo and spoke up for Lin Jian. Boss, I'm clearly walking between you two in this photo. How could those people ignore a living being like me? Cici Lilt nodded and chimed in. Yeah, it was clearly a dinner for three of us, and I didn't even get to show my face. I only showed half an arm. Daisy Lu thought for a moment, then turned to Cui Bao. How about you help Jian clarify the rumors? Cui Bao was a bit embarrassed. Rumors are really hard to clarify. Even if you do, some people will just think you're trying to cover up the truth. How about this? I get some trolls to suppress it. After hearing this, Shisha also said, I asked Chu Xiu to help suppress it. He seems to be able to delete posts. Cui Bao seized on the key point and asked, why can he delete posts? Is he the administrator of the school network? No, aren't teachers the administrators of the internet? Shisha feigned confusion. What? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Cui Bao glanced at Shisha and pouted. Sister Shi, you're being rude. Shisha spread her hands and ignored him. After Cui Bao left, Shisha immediately betrayed Chu Xiu. Let me tell you, I actually just found out yesterday that Chu Xiu is actually a hacker. His codename is Firefox. Holy crap, Firefox is him? Cici Lilt's second brother worked in the military's information department, and she had heard of Firefox. Shisha was curious. What's going on? Is Firefox famous? Cici Lilt nodded. I just heard from my brother a while ago that there's a very powerful new hacker named Firefox. Judging from the IP address, he should be in Tick City, but their military can't find him every time they try to track him down. Shisha was surprised. Is he that powerful? Can he access the military system? Cici Lilt nodded repeatedly. If he really is Firefox, he's very powerful. He hacked into the military system again a few days ago. The military is afraid he's a spy or a pirate, so they've been in a state of chaos these days while they upgrade the system. Shisha, Is he the most powerful hacker? Cece lilt, not really. As far as I know, the most powerful hacker group in our republic is called NT Company. However, the people in NT Company are familiar with the military, and they often ask them to handle things that the military can't handle. Lin Jian pondered. NT Company, the name sounds familiar. I think I heard it before. Cece lilt didn't dwell on it, saying, I guess you heard it from your aunt. Lin Jian nodded, oh maybe. On the border of Xiwei Star, Huiyu City was participating in a star beast battle. During the battle, he single-handedly killed 6 B-class star beasts, but he was also injured. One of the B-class star beasts shattered his mecha's chest plate. After leaving the battlefield, he had to report to the military doctor. For the past 3 years, he had always needed to see the military doctor for a checkup after every battle. Today, he had vomited blood, and the bright red stain remained on his lips. His skin was cold and pale, and with the red on his lips, he looked strangely gorgeous. But no one in the army dared to underestimate him. His ability was unquestionable. Upon arriving at the military infirmary, he removed his uniform jacket, leaving only his tank top, and voluntarily laid down in the medical bay for examination. His undressed form revealed a strikingly refined muscularity, complete with a beautiful mermaid line. 3 years of combat had transformed him from a young man into a young adult. After the examination, the military doctor, based on a series of data, concluded that all of his physical indicators were excellent, and his injuries would only require 3 days of recuperation in the medical bay. Dr. Kong, who had been monitoring his health, spoke with him privately. Hua, your condition is improving. We've been monitoring your mental state for 3 years. The first year was certainly not good. After each battle with a star beast, your mental power would go out of control. But over the past 2 years, your condition has improved steadily. In the past 6 months, you haven't experienced a single episode of mental instability. I think you can now lead a normal life. Huiyu was thrilled, but he held his nerves. You mean, I can return to the Imperial Military Academy? Dr. Kong nodded. Yes, but I need to submit an application to the military. By the time it's approved, the seniors should have graduated. So it doesn't matter whether you return to school or not. You might as well stay at the border. You'll be there anyway after you graduate. Huiyu pleaded earnestly, excuse me, I need to go home and see my former classmates. Dr. Kong, please submit the application as soon as possible. Hearing Huiyu's plea, Dr. Kong promised, okay, I submit the application to the military for you as soon as possible. Huiyu was thrilled to know he could return to the capital star soon. Back in his room, he turned on his laptop, ready to call the person pinned to the top of his head. He hadn't called her in the past 3 years because his every move would be recorded on video and sent to the military for record. To avoid disrupting her peaceful life with his calls, he only called his uncle and Chushio each month to indirectly inquire about her well-being. But today, Huiyu couldn't contain his excitement. He really wanted to call her to say hello. He was back to normal and would be back at school soon, so he should be able to contact her. Huiyu looked down at the time. There was a time difference between Capital Star and Severe Star. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening on Capital Star. Never mind. It was too late to disturb her rest. Better to wait until he could be by her side. Now, he had to go to the medical cabin to heal his injuries, and try to return to Capital Star as soon as possible. Alas, Huiyu had barely settled into the medical cabin before he even lay down, when his laptop phone rang. He looked up and saw it was Chushio. It was already evening on the Capital Star, so why was Chushio calling? A few months ago, Chushio had also called at night. After Huiyu answered, he realized he was showing off his single status. So, at this point, Huiyu really didn't want to answer Chushio's call. After acquiescing to ignore it once, Chushio called again, and Huiyu had no choice but to answer. Chushio smiled, and seeing that smile, Huiyu felt a little wary, thinking it might be bad news. Hua, are you okay? Huiyu's expression was blank, and he replied perfunctorily, not bad. Chushio glanced at Huiyu with a hint of gloating glee and said, today, I heard a piece of gossip from my girlfriend. Although the person involved in the gossip denied the rumor, I thought I'd share it with you. Here he goes again, showing off his girlfriend again. Huiyu was a bit impatient. In a hurry to get to the medical bay, he said calmly, since the parties involved in the gossip have denied it, don't post such fake news. Chushio raised an eyebrow and said, okay, I thought you'd be interested. Well, it seems you're not. Oops, I accidentally sent you the link to the gossip. Huiyu smiled but said nothing, wondering what Chushio was up to. After hanging up, Huiyu was about to delete the link Chushio had given him, But he paused when he saw the post's title. The post was titled, New CP, Lin Jian and Yan Lin. These two are such a good match. Hui Yuqing pursed his lips and clicked on the post. He saw the photos the poster had posted and the analysis that proved the two were in a relationship. The evidence of their relationship was a dagger, with Lin Jian's name engraved on it. Hui Yuqing was furious. Hack that dagger. That was clearly CC Lilt's compensation to that guy. Hui Yuqing wasn't in a rush to get into the medical bay. He put on his uniform again and dialed the phone he hadn't called in a while. The call connected quickly, and Lin Jian's video came through. Lin Jian saw him, somewhat incredulous. Hui Yuqing? Hui Yuqing nodded. Yes, it's me. Lin Jian took the initiative to ask, how are you doing lately? Hui Yuqing stared at Lin Jian and replied slowly, not too well. I was injured today. Lin Jian's expression changed. Huh? Is it serious? Hui Yuqing nodded, a little serious. I'll be back to the capital planet soon. Lin Jian's face showed concern. Come for treatment? Is your injury that serious? Hui Yuqing was afraid that Lin Jian would worry, so he decided to tell Lin Jian in advance that he was coming back. The injury isn't serious. It will heal in a few days. I'll be back to school next month. Lin Jian's face was filled with surprise. Great, you're finally back. Unfortunately, I have to go to another planet for an event next month, so I don't know how long it will take me to return. Hui Yuqing paused, looking a little nervous. Who are you with? Is it a big group? Lin Jian, quite a lot of people, from all the military academies. I don't know the details yet. It depends on the school's arrangements. Hui Yuqing lowered his head. He frowned, then looked up at Lin Jian after a moment, saying, Lin Jian, I'm calling you for help. Lin Jian, you said you helped me if you could. Hui Yuqing, didn't you give me a super S-grade water-type rough stone? I want to make it into a self-defense dagger. Can you help me? Lin Jian frowned. Me? But I'm not very skilled. You can find someone else. Hui Yuqing interrupted. I'm not confident in asking someone else to do it. I seen the dagger you made with the A-grade rough stone. It's quite good. I think you can do it. Lin Jian hesitated, but when he saw Hui Yuqing's look, he somehow agreed. I try my best, but I can't guarantee it. If the rough stone is ruined, don't bother me. Hui Yuqing. Okay, I believe you can do it. I send you the rough stone tomorrow. Sorry for the trouble. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jian listened to the beeping sound and couldn't understand why his willpower was so weak. He took on the task again, just by looking at someone a few more times. Chapter 48. The next day, Lin Jian received a package. Upon opening it, she found a box of raw stones. Impossible. Didn't Hui Yuqing say he sent the package today? How could it arrive today? Could it be that he already returned to the capital star? Confused, Lin Jian opened the box of raw stones and saw that inside was a super S-grade, wood-attributed raw stone. That didn't make sense. Hui Yuqing was water-attributed, and he clearly said he sent her a water-attributed raw stone. Why was he sent a wood-attributed raw stone? Luckily, there was a card inside the box of raw stones. The card read, To my beloved sister, Lin Jian. The signature at the bottom read, Love, Lin Xiaoyu. So, the raw stone had been sent to her by Lin Xiaoyu. It seemed she misrepresented her feelings. Lin Jian had assumed Hui Yuqing had already returned to the capital star. Looking at the wood-attributed raw stone, Lin Jian felt a surge of emotion. She hadn't expected that just a little bit of care she shown those two little creatures would yield so much in return. I wonder how those two little guys are doing now. They never leave their addresses or account numbers when they send letters. At least ask her to transfer some money to them. 8 days later, Lin Jian finally received the package from Hui Yuqing. Opening it, she found 2 boxes of raw stones, one containing water-attributed Super S-grade raw stones, and the other containing wood-attributed Super S-grade raw stones. Inside the boxes was a card with Hui Yuqing's handwriting. I'm giving you these wood-attributed raw stones. Consider them my reward. Please accept them. Okay, since it was considered a reward, Lin Jian accepted it. However, the fee was a bit too high. Ever since Lin Jian agreed to make a dagger for Hui Yuqing, he had been mulling over its design. Super S-grade raw stones are rare, so Lin Jian spent the past few days reviewing numerous weapons books. After some thought, she made modifications based on the design of the Type 81 bayonet and drew a rough draft of a dagger. That day, after her elective class, Lin Jian took her drawing to Tanmi and asked for her guidance. Tanmi reviewed the drawing and offered suggestions, and the two of them discussed and made modifications to the dagger design. After finalizing the dagger design, Lin Jian retreated. She spent 9 days in the school's weapons room, carrying nutrient solution, before finally completing the 2 daggers. She also used extra raw materials to make 2 pairs of amaze spears, one for her and one for Hui Yuqing. The same day the weapons were finished, Lin Jian mailed them to Hui Yuqing. Afterwards, Lin Jian returned to the weapons room with another 10 days' worth of nutrient solution. Using the raw stone Lin Xiaoyu had given her, she crafted a pair of mandarin duck axes. She was about to leave school for a mission, so it never hurt to have extra weapons with her. The day after leaving the weapons room was the day the school team set off. Lin Jian had no time to prepare supplies before rushing off, but her 3 best friends said they had helped her. This time, the school once again sent a military starship to take them to the trial planet. The planet they were heading to was called H2111. H2111 was quite far from the capital planet, and it would take half a month to reach it. Years ago, when the residents of Blue Star evacuated to other planets, due to their large population, they couldn't find many habitable planets. Therefore, some of them were temporarily housed on H2111 for a period of time. Later, as more and more habitable planets were discovered, humans moved away from the planet. H2111's biggest problem was that it couldn't grow enough food for human survival. Back then, agricultural experts investigated numerous issues, but were unable to overcome this problem. Even seeds planted in pots using soil brought from Blue Planet wouldn't germinate on this planet, so humanity abandoned it. After humanity left, some individuals, driven by capitalism, returned to H2111, where some conventional mineral resources existed, and established mining operations. Later, with the continuous advancement of technology, these old mines were abandoned. Primarily, they could only produce conventional minerals, not rare minerals, making them unworthy of long-term investment. So now, H2111 isn't even a mine, it's simply a derelict planet. Some time ago, 8 military academies submitted a request to the Republic to purchase this abandoned planet and use it as a training simulation field. Shortly after the application was submitted, the Republic's top brass approved it. So now H2111 is shared by all 8 military academies. The place where the starship landed was originally a semi-automated mining operation, used for copper and iron ore extraction. Large steel supports stood in the air, forming a rectangular box. Outside the box, a large iron plaque hung with the words mining area in bold, dazzling characters. The mining operation was primarily operated by large machinery, but a staff of personnel performed administrative duties, such as troubleshooting, routine inspections, and operating the machines. But all of this was abandoned with the mine's closure. Now, only the large machinery remains. Because this was once a mine, there were habitable rooms. There weren't many houses, only about 60, but with over 1,000 people from 8 military academies, most had to pitch tents outdoors. The outdoor area here was actually quite good. The ground was paved with cement and very smooth. To ensure fairness, each school was allocated 8 rooms. Those who wanted to sleep in a room could apply, and the teachers would consider their request. Lin Jian and her 4 friends didn't apply, they simply set up their tents outdoors and went to sleep, completely unconcerned. This was a real loss for Cui Bao, who had been trying to save his face by requesting a room for these 4 people, but instead, they quietly pitched their tents and fell asleep. It was strange, these 4 people had already been sleeping on the starship for half a month, yet they were still sleeping so well. Chu Xiu said helplessly, since leaving school, these 4 have been like robots without a charger, recharging themselves through sleep every day. Cui Bao also smiled and said, with the way they sleep, they're definitely not used to living in the dorms. There are always people wandering around in the hallways. Luckily, they're all on their own. Even Yanlin couldn't help but comment, thank goodness they weren't so sleepy at school. Before the various school teams entered H2111, several major military academies had already sent teachers to clean up the planet twice. However, H2111 has been deserted for years and uninhabited for a long time, so there's no telling if there might be any hidden dangers. This time, the various school teams were sent to explore the planet, firstly to identify risks, and secondly to train the students. After all, each school team has seniors. After graduation, if these seniors join the military, they either serve in border defense or travel around the planets, searching for mines and supplies. This is the future of military academy students, it's time to adapt. That night, we rested safely. The next morning, the academy instructors notified everyone to divide into groups. The instructors had previously divided the proving grounds into 8 areas. Students from each school were only required to explore their assigned areas to avoid disputes. As for how each school was divided, they had no further control. Since this operation was considered an exploration, not a competition, there were no established rules between the schools, but there were performance requirements. When entering the proving grounds, students were required to carry detectors to detect hazards and activate video cameras to record them. Only after a complete recording and comprehensive detection report could they be considered qualified. Furthermore, if they encountered hazards or traps during the exploration, they would need to neutralize them. These were scored based on the completeness of the report and the video. This operation primarily tested everyone's teamwork and coordination. Thus, team integrity was paramount. 10 people formed a team, each with a light. If one team member's red light went out, their individual scores were multiplied by 0.9. If two team members' red lights went out, their scores were multiplied by 0.8, and so on. Therefore, ensuring everyone's safety was paramount. The Imperial Military Academy's team members were divided into 10 groups, and Lin Jian and his group were assigned to Group 8. Their group consisted of 5 men and 5 women. Besides the 4 of them, Shi Suyu was also in the group. Their male counterparts were Chu Xiu, Cui Bao, Yin Lin, Wang Yi, and Hu Wang. Yin Lin was an exchange student, and none of the schools required exchange students to return to their original schools. They all took the trials at their current schools. Planet H2111 had been abandoned for years, and even though it had been cleaned up, it was still quite dirty and messy. All that could be seen were rocks of various sizes, scattered haphazardly, and withered branches, giving it the appearance of a scene after a hurricane. The journey was unusually quiet, not even the sound of animals, and eerie silence. As the paths branched out more and more, the groups that had entered the trial ground together had completely dispersed. Of the 10 people, Shisha was the most adaptable. As she explained, she had lived on such a desolate planet since childhood, so these scenes were familiar to her. When they were young, the children from their orphanage had followed interstellar hunters to forage for ore, selling the ore they found to buy food and warm clothing. Today was their group's 5th day in the trial ground. The food distributed by the school had run out, and they needed to find a supply box to restock. If they couldn't find the legendary big red box of food, they would face starvation. Several people finished the last drop of their mineral water bottles, but still couldn't find a supply box. Before entering the trial grounds, the school had said they had placed supply boxes along the way, packed in large red boxes. Everyone was to resupply themselves if they came across one. The school had also said it would take about 3 days of walking to find the box, but our team had already walked for 5 days and hadn't found one. I don't know if it was just bad luck or something else. Shisha was sharp-eyed. She pointed ahead and said, "Look, there's a large building up ahead. The supplies should be inside the building." Lin Jian looked up and saw not only a large, abandoned shopping mall in the distance, but also an overpass. Yes, there's another overpass not far ahead. The 10 of them finally reached the abandoned shopping mall, where they could just see the overpass. The overpass was enormous, coiling in a spiral not far away, like a snake, crisscrossing and twisting. The decay of the reinforced concrete was visible, and the entire bridge looked weathered. Cece Lilt asked the others to stay where they were while she went forward to investigate. Chapter 49. Soon, Cece Lilt returned and reported, "The overpass ahead has been abandoned for years, but I saw traces of human activity. I wonder if a teacher from school left a large red box there." As the team leader, Cui Bao was cautious. After careful consideration, he said, "Let's observe from a distance first." The members of Team 8 cautiously walked about 500 meters from the overpass. Cece Lilt pointed to where she had spotted the traces and said, "Look, these are footprints, but they're a little strange. They're messy and of varying sizes. Hey, nobody has feet this small, right?" Cece Lilt pointed to one of the footprints, which was surprisingly child-sized. Looking at this one, the members of Team 8 all felt something was unusual. Cui Bao activated the light computer on his wrist and pulled up the survey map provided by the school for a careful comparison. He pointed at the blueprint and analyzed it with everyone. "Look, this is actually the center of the entire trial ground." Then, he drew a line with his hand. "This spot we're standing at is exactly the dividing line between the Imperial Military Academy and Manupei Military Academy's exploration areas. This side of the line is for our school's exploration, and that side is for Manupei Military Academy's exploration." He pointed at the overpass and said, "That side is not the Imperial Military Academy's exploration area." Wang Yi looked up and asked Cui Bao, "Captain, are we still going over there to look for supplies?" Before Cui Bao could respond, Lin Jian expressed his intuition. "I don't want to go over there. I don't know why, but I just feel like this bridge is unsafe. I don't want to go near it." Shisha agreed. The bridge is in disrepair, and I don't agree with going over there either. Cece Lillet nodded. Since there are rules, we must abide by them. That's not our exploration point. Let's quickly explore the mall, and see if we can find the big red box. Daisy Lou added, I agree not to cross the line. Traces of human presence don't necessarily mean supplies. It's possible they're just a deceptive act. I think we shouldn't waste any more time. If we can't get enough water and nutrients, 5 days of starvation is our limit. We should complete our mission and return as quickly as possible. The others nodded in agreement. Team 8 returned to the abandoned mall, exploring and searching for the big red box. It was empty here, stretching as far as the eye could see. Walking echoed, but the louder the echo, the more nervous it made people. Susuyu licked her lips. She felt a little nervous. She felt uneasy about the emptiness. So, she began to speak, and the first thing she said was, Are you going to join the military after graduation? After she finished, she felt awkward. This question was a bit sensitive, and besides, they weren't close enough to discuss future plans. No one responded. Susuyu touched her nose, then nudged Lin Jian, who was closest to her, and whispered again. Lin Jian didn't know how to answer for a moment. She was actually a little confused. Initially, she had only considered serving in the military when she entered the academy, but after several years of study, she also had the idea of joining the military. However, she was a lazy person, which didn't suit her to military service. So, she replied vaguely, I probably won't. I haven't decided what to do after graduation. Susuyu took the initiative to share her journey with Lin Jian. I used to firmly believe I'd join the military after graduation, but now I'm a little hesitant. The border has been stable these past few years, and after graduating from the military academy, most students are assigned to explore abandoned planets, which is what we're doing now. I suddenly feel a huge gap between ideal and reality. Indeed, everyone dreams of being a hero, but in reality, reality and ideal are far apart. Furthermore, exploring abandoned planets is a long, lonely task. On an uninhabited planet, there's no communication, no food, and you might even encounter all sorts of unknown dangers. Deserts, Gobi deserts, wastelands. These are all common environments. Most importantly, many people have quietly explored for years, yet achieved nothing, and remain unknown throughout their lives. Just then, a loud boom suddenly sounded outside. The members of Team 8 looked up, and saw that the overpass that had just stood before them had suddenly collapsed. Everyone stared out, only to see a cloud of dust rising from the collapsed overpass. The thick dust hung in the air, seemingly tinting the sky gray. Susuyu trembled. Luckily we didn't go over there, or we would have been crushed. Lin Jian felt goosebumps all over his body again. Captain, we need to get out of here quickly. Cui Bao, knowing Lin Jian's ability to sense danger, suddenly changed his expression and quickly asked everyone, Have you finished the survey? Yes. Yes. Cui Bao quickly gave the order, Move. Get out of here at full speed. Not far from Team 8, Team 4 of Manyape were not so lucky. As they approached the overpass, it collapsed, crushing 3 of the team members. Just as the rest of the team prepared to rescue them, a swarm of black insects crawled out from under the bridge. These black insects were tiny, only the size of pebbles, but they were incredibly fast, able to instantly climb onto a person's body, hundreds of them simultaneously covering a person and rapidly sucking their blood. After sucking blood, the insects could grow to the size of ping-pong balls, and the person suffering from the blood loss would die suddenly from the rapid blood loss. Pei Nord watched helplessly as his teammates fell to the ground, one by one. These insects were also quite strange. Once they latched onto a person's body, they would cling tightly. The harder you pulled them away, the deeper they burrowed. Several of these insects, some the size of ping-pong balls, were stuck to Pei Nord's hands, and he didn't dare pull them off. At this moment, he was running at top speed, desperately moving forward. Because he was so fast, only a few bugs stuck to him. Had he been even a fraction slower, he would have been like his teammates. Suddenly, a blast of flame shot out from behind him. Ahead, Cece Lilt and the others were firing crossbows at the black bugs. Soon, the sparks coalesced into a single stream, and the flame swept through, scorching the black bugs to a crisp. Penanode excitedly approached them, but suddenly remembered the black bug stuck to his hand. He abruptly stopped, stood still, and with brute force, ripped the black bug from his hand. The force was so great that his hands were ripped apart, leaving a pair of bloody hands. Cece Lilt's crossbow blazed over, burning the black bug he had ripped to ash. Cece Lilt handed the fire crossbow to Cui Bao. She walked over to Pei Rod with a first aid kit and bandaged his wound. Aegean said this worm is called a schistosomiasis. Pulling it off forcefully will cause its legs and mouth to become detached from your body. There's no military doctor available right now, so I can only give you a simple disinfection. When you see a military doctor, remember to tell them you were bitten by schistosomiasis. They perform a second treatment and remove the remaining limbs. You should have a fever later, but don't worry, it's normal. Peyrod listened attentively to Cece Lilt. He had confessed his love to her, but she had rejected him, a sentiment he harbored for a long time. But over the past few years, he had gradually matured and reflected on himself. Seeing Cece Lilt again, his heart stirred again. After using the fire crossbow, Cui Bao approached Lin Jian. Sister Jian, this weapon is quite good. Did you make it? Lin Jian nodded. Yes, I made it last year. I made 4, one for each of us 4. Cui Bao quickly argued for himself. Sister Jian, can you make me one when we get back to school? Daisy Lu interrupted. Jian's very busy. She's working on her graduation project. Lin Jian thought carefully and said, this is the assignment I gave to the teacher last year. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. I give one to each member of our team when we get back. Cui Bao hadn't even finished the yes when. There's someone in the tree. Cece Lilt and Pinold shouted in alarm at the same time. Cece Lilt pulled out a radiation gun from her space button and aimed it at the person in the distance. Luckily, she managed to hit the ambusher hiding in the tree from a distance. At the same moment, a cyborg, drab and ochre, blending seamlessly with the ground, emerged from the ground. In response to Cece Lilt's shot, the cyborg swung its weapon straight at her. Penanode stood alone in front of Cece Lilt and engaged the cyborg. Though not particularly skilled in martial arts, the cyborg was exceptionally adept at hiding, capable of burrowing into the ground and attacking from the other side. Instantly, over a dozen ochre-colored cyborgs emerged from the ground, and the members of Team 8 quickly drew their weapons to engage them. The ochre-colored cyborg was cunning and adept at hiding, engaging the team members in a tense battle. At this moment, Yinlin shouted, Earthworms are afraid of light and water, their bodies can regenerate, and their weak point is their heads. As soon as Yinlin finished speaking, Cece Lilt decapitated the worm with a single blow. Besides the Earthworm Man, the cyborg that attacked Cui Bao also looked bizarre. This cyborg was incredibly fast, possessing the speed of a wild monkey, the strength of a lion, and its face covered in hair, resembling a monstrous creature. Cui Bao couldn't withstand the monster's fierce attack, but fortunately, Daisy Lu was there to protect him. Daisy Lu's calcite axe had always drawn blood when it struck, but now, her axe couldn't even cut through the monster's flesh. Daisy Lu and Cui Bao were also in a passive position. Yin Lin was fighting a tree man, whose skin was dark brown, the color of tree bark. Hearing Cui Bao's cry for help, Yin Lin took a moment to glance at the monster and shouted, Lion Monkey Man, a fusion of lion and wild monkey genes, its weak point is in the eyes. Daisy Lu swung her axe at the Lion Monkey Man's eyes. Just then, another Lion Monkey Man attacked Shisha, and Shisha's knife flew straight into the Lion Monkey Man's eyes. The 2 Lion Monkey Men fell to the ground, dead. Now, the only tree men remained in the battle circle. These tree men seemed tireless, charging forward. Even injured, they could stand up immediately, unfazed by pain or bloodshed. Cui Bao anxiously asked Yin Lin, what are the weaknesses of these tree men? Yin Lin was kicked by a tree man, and the dagger in his hand broke in the fight. Yin Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, I don't recognize this one either. Let's try to fight him. Lin Jian stabbed the tree man in the mouth with his knife, and he fell to the ground, dead. Cui Bao immediately shouted to the others, stab the tree man's mouth, it's its weak point. Sister Jian is mighty. We still have to rely on her in crucial moments. Pinaud was about to plunge his dragon sparrow blade into the tree man's heart when, upon hearing Cui Bao's words, he twisted his arm and stabbed it into the tree man's mouth. After knowing the tree man's weak point, the group quickly defeated all the tree men in the battle circle. After the battle, Cui Bao asked Yin Lin, how do you know so many cyborgs? Yin Lin pondered for a moment and said, when I was 7, I was captured and taken to planet S-2278, where cyborgs live. I stayed there for 5 years until I was 12, when I was rescued. The others hadn't expected this answer and looked at each other in surprise. Cui Bao chuckled dryly and said, you're quite lucky, then. You were rescued. It's a happy ending after all the hardship. Yin Lin lowered his head in silence. After a moment, his eyes glazed over as he spoke slowly, my survival wasn't luck. It was because my mother risked her life to protect me. That's why I'm alive. My mother is dead. She died on planet S-2278. This heavy topic left the people around him at a loss for words. Everyone knew he was an orphan, but they hadn't expected his mother to die in this way. Cui Bao turned and looked pitifully at his sisters, asking them to help him. Lin Jian cleared his throat and changed the subject. I see your dagger seems broken. You can use this pair of Mandarin duck axes first. With that, Lin Jian handed the Mandarin duck axes to Yan Lin. Yan Lin took the Mandarin duck axes and tested their feel. It wasn't working. With 9 blades, an untrained eye could cut himself. Lin Jian took them and demonstrated, but he almost cut himself. Lin Jian gave a dry laugh. Haha, I just made this. It's a little hard to use, but I'd be fine with some practice. So Lin Jian had no choice but to take out her pair of amaze spears and hand them to Yan Lin. Here, you can use it temporarily. I make you a new weapon after we get back to school. Yan Lin looked at her, a little hesitant to speak, but finally, he just said thank you. The group didn't rest for long before continuing on their journey. Along the way, they searched for the big red box as they hurried, but unfortunately, they couldn't find a single one. Without food or water, by the 3rd day, the group was thirsty and exhausted. At a fork in the road, they finally found a big red box. The big red box stood upright on the side of the road. Logically, the food inside such a conspicuous red box should have been gone by now, but just in case. The members of Team 8 didn't care. If there was a big red box, they had to open it and take a look. Pei Nord started to have a fever the day before yesterday. Because he had no water, his fever had not subsided in the past 2 days. Today, he was already in a semi-conscious state, and he really needed water. Cui Bao decided to consult everyone. Should we go open the box? Cici Lilt nodded and said, I go over there alone. You guys stay on guard. Shisha grabbed Cici Lilt and said, I go. The soil here is very loose. If you're not careful, you could sink into it. I've been to a place like this before. I have experience. Let me go. Cici Lilt disagreed. It's dangerous here. I'm more suitable to go. Lin Jian interrupted the argument and said impartially, let Shisha go. She's small and light on her feet. Cici Lilt, you be responsible for her safety. Cici Lilt finally relented. Okay, I protect her. As long as I'm here, she's here. Lin Jian said nothing more. She pulled a long rope from her space button and tied one end around Shisha's waist. She was about to tie the other end around Cici Lilt's waist. Chu Xiu walked over and tied the other end of the rope around his waist. He smiled at Shisha and said, I'm worried about tying you up with someone else. Let me protect you. This dog food made Lin Jian and Cici Lilt jealous. After the rope was tied, Shisha walked in front, Chu Xiu followed behind, pulling Shisha along. The two of them slowly approached the large red box. The other 9 people kept watch. Shisha opened the large red box, revealing a full box of nutrient solution and water. She raised her hand and gestured to her teammates before beginning to load the contents into the space button. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Over 100 cyborgs suddenly emerged from all directions. Just now, these cyborgs had been hiding in various dark places, some behind trees, some in the soil, and some in the grass. They showed up now, because they knew these people wouldn't run under these circumstances. The 2 in the middle were standing on the loose soil. For their companions, they would only hold out, not flee. These 100 or so cyborgs surrounded the 11 of them. Judging from their posture, they must have been lurking here, waiting for them for a long time. This was a precise ambush. First the schistosomes, now the cyborgs. I wonder if the mastermind of this conspiracy is targeting everyone in Team 8, or just one individual. Since there's no escape route, let's go all out. This battle would be extremely difficult for the members of Team 8. These cyborgs had been modified in such a bizarre way that they didn't know their weaknesses or their specialized attacks. Even with Yan Lin present, there were still many cyborgs he didn't recognize. It seemed that Dr. Z had been constantly teasing people over the years, even creating tree people. This group of cyborgs was far more powerful than the first group that ambushed them. Furthermore, they wore protective gear, making them impervious to even ordinary radiation guns. Moreover, everyone noticed that this group of cyborgs had a clear target, Yan Lin. They were now surging forward to kill him. A barrage of high-speed photon bullets rained down from the commanding heights. These photon bullets were aimed at the cyborgs. These individuals must have been familiar with the cyborgs, as each shot was aimed at their vital points. The cyborgs quickly spotted the men on the commanding heights and, gesturing, attacked them. With the cyborgs' distraction, the fire from the men on the commanding heights gradually subsided. They had to fire while preventing sneak attacks from the cyborgs. The members of Team 8 were still very agile, quickly entering combat mode. Lin Jian spun, bent, and slashed at the cyborg's neck. Seaside Lil dodged the cyborg's sneak attack, then swung her gun and slashed at the cyborg. Daisy Lou swung her axe directly at the cyborg closest to her. Cui Bao punched the cyborg in the heart, then took advantage of the moment it was struck to finish it off with a single strike. Shisha, with Chu Xiu's assistance, killed the enemy while placing items into the space button. Yanlin dodged the cyborg's flank attack and unleashed his lost gun, firing continuously at the cyborgs. His marksmanship was extremely accurate, and he knew the cyborg's weaknesses. In less than a minute, all the cyborgs closest to him were dead. The melee ended, and the people assisting Team 8 emerged. Among them were 3 students from Stifig School, 2 from the Alt Military Academy, and 2 teachers from Minyip Military Academy. This group, indeed, was represented by members from every school. The 2 groups were about to converge. At this moment, a tree figure lying on the ground spoke, as if in a last moment of life. "Haha, you idiots, do you know who you're protecting? He's the 5th prince of the Xinglan Republic, and the others." Before the tree figure could finish his words, he was shot dead by a teacher from Manyape Military Academy. But these words still caused the rest of Team 8 to step back, leaving Yanlin alone. The scene remained silent for 2 minutes. 7 men arrived, pointing large photon guns at Team 8. At this moment, Team 8 realized that these people were actually spies from the Xinglan Republic lurking in the galaxy. The men approached Yanlin and surrounded him in a protective formation. "5th Prince." Yanlin raised his hand, signaling them to put away their weapons. "The person across from me is my friend." Cui Bao snorted, saying, "That's not the way to treat a friend. Besides, we don't have any princes as friends." Yanlin turned to the instructor at Manyape Military Academy and ordered, "Put your guns down." The 7 men reluctantly lowered their guns. "It's quite interesting. All these princes from the Xinglan Republic are coming to Shanghai to play." Seeing the 7 men across from him lower their guns, Cui Bao spoke before Yanlin could say anything. "I don't know much about the affairs between the 2 republics, but since we already know you're a prince, it's inappropriate for us to continue traveling with you. Let's go our separate ways." Yanlin lowered his eyes and said, "Those cyborgs were sent by Dr. Z. If I die in Shanghai Republic, he used public opinion to incite war." Cui Bao interrupted him, "We can't care less. Since you found someone to protect you, let's split up from here." With that, the members of Team 8 headed off in another direction. After walking a distance, Cui Bao sent a B+ alert to the captains of the other teams. A B-level alert means danger, but not life-threatening, while a plus indicates a traitor. As expected, without Yanlin, the cyborgs stopped chasing and attacking them. But as Team 8 got closer to their starting point, they felt an eerie silence. Lin Jian warned again, something's wrong here." Cui Bao realized he had just sent out a B+ alert, but none of the other team leaders responded. "We can't go any further. Everyone rest here." Shisha brought out nutrient solution and water for everyone. Pei Nord's body proved resilient. After guzzling 5 bottles of mineral water, his fever subsided. Another sudden change occurred. As the members of Team 8 were walking down the road, a group of earthworms emerged from the ground, wielding white powder, and began to spray them. Team member Wang Yi was directly hit, fainting. The others inhaled some of the poisonous powder, but fortunately, it wasn't fatal, only causing a slight dizziness. Unexpectedly, these cyborgs were causing trouble again, and they were actually trying to knock them unconscious. Cui Bao had no choice but to press the Class A alarm. The Class A alarm sounded, signaling that the entire team was in life-threatening danger, and the captain sounded the alarm for help. The earthworm smiled and said, "Sending an alarm like that is pointless. So many people have already been smitten, and no one will come to rescue you." It paused, then added, "You didn't expect that Dr. Z wants to arrest you this time. We're just short of test subjects." The members of Team 8 pretended to be all drugged, but in reality, they were all observing from the sidelines. Half an hour ago, after Lin Jian sensed something was amiss, they each took a universal antidote. Therefore, the drug only lasted a few minutes. The earthworms, assuming they were all drugged, were in no hurry to leave. They watched them, waiting slowly. It was as if they were merely stalling for time, waiting for the real boss to appear. 10 minutes later, a military starship arrived from the sky. The members of Team 8 were still hoping for reinforcements when they saw the earthworms approaching. The starship slowly descended. Following the rumbling of air jets, the hatch opened, revealing a group of cyborgs of various appearances. The members of Team 8 were inwardly surprised, unable to express any emotion on their faces. The leader, a leopard-headed man, approached. He stopped about 100 meters away and said, "Yes, I heard this team is quite capable. Dr. Z will be very happy to see them. The leopard-headed man nodded to the earthworms, signaling them to carry the members of Team 8 aboard the starship. Cece Lilt pulled Lin Jian over, shielding her behind her. At the same time, she drew her laser rifle and pointed it at the leopard-headed man in the distance. The leopard-headed man smiled at Cece Lilt and said, "You're quite tough. I wonder which is faster, your gun or my photon cannon." He raised his hand slightly, and a cyborg behind him pulled a photon cannon from his space button, shouldered it, and aimed it at the members of Team 8. The leopard-headed man arrogantly demanded, "Die? Or come with us?" Before anyone else could say anything, Peanut advanced, cursing, "I die. After being captured by you, I'd rather die now than live a worse life than die now." As soon as he finished speaking, Peanut, who had been seething with rage, suddenly leaped up and, like a hawk, charged at the leopard-headed man. At the same time, Cece Lilt also moved. She advanced, her sky-splitting spear unleashed, striking the cyborg to the leopard-headed man's left. At the same time, Shisha instantly unleashed her ring knife, slaying the cyborg to the leopard-headed man's right. Daisy Lu also swung her axe at the cyborg wielding the photon cannon. Lin Jian's bow and crossbow fired at the cyborgs on the opposite side. The cyborgs clearly hadn't anticipated these drowsy individuals suddenly rebelling against them. The cyborgs, reacting quickly, drew their large photon rifles, ready to dispatch these daring individuals. Unexpectedly, before they could even aim their large photon rifles, someone on the high ground to the left opened fire. The members of Team 8 seized this opportunity and, under the cover of their large photon rifles, engaged the cyborgs in a fight, attempting to seize the starship. Chu Xiu delivered a brilliant side kick, knocking over a nearby cyborg, who was attempting to climb aboard. Lin Jian clung to the starship door, engaging the cyborgs who emerged. Daisy brought her axe down on the starship door, holding it against the wall. Then, she pulled another axe from her spaceship key and rammed the handle into the chest of the cyborg, who was blocking her path. She then struck him back with a counterattack. Peanut exuded a dignified aura, brandishing his dragon sparrow blade with ferocious force. Cui Bao punched the nearest cyborg, causing it to spit out blood and stumble to the ground. Cece Lilt unleashed a flurry of flying kicks, sending the bear-like cyborg tumbling to the ground before finishing it off with a single shot. Lian Yanlin joined them once more, fighting alongside them. Unnoticed, a grass-green cyborg was hiding in the brush, aiming a photon cannon at the chaotic crowd. "Run!" Yanlin shouted. Everyone scattered. With a loud boom, the photon cannon exploded. Amidst the roar, Lin Jian was embraced tightly. After the roar, Lin Jian lay powerlessly on the ground. She moved her fingers gently. Fortunately, she was still alive, and the person leaning on her was also still alive. She could feel his weak breathing. Bang! Another loud bang, and the cyborg starship was hit by a photon cannon. 3 camouflage starships appeared in the sky, their photon cannons trained on the cyborg starship. The starships landed, and many Republic soldiers disembarked, killing the cyborgs. With them came Hui Yuqing, dressed in a black military uniform. He leaped from the starship and watched from afar as Lin Jian, embraced by Yan Lin, lay in wait. Lin Jian's mind was hazy, but she managed to open her eyes and look at Hui Yuqing. But she couldn't make out Hui Yuqing's expression. Her face was covered in blood, Yan Lin's own, and some had even flowed into her eyes. Lin Jian wanted to explain, but the explosion was too loud, and her mind was still fuzzy, so she couldn't speak for a moment. Hui Yuqing pursed his lips and slowly walked towards Lin Jian. After a few steps, Zisuyu suddenly rushed out from the side. She hugged him, crying, "You're finally here. I was so scared." The wind picked up, bringing a hint of cold air. Lin Jian finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Before closing her eyes, she smiled self-deprecatingly. "Don't be so self-indulgent. Others are more equally matched." Hui Yuqing handed Zisuyu to his colleague next to him. He approached Lin Jian and moved Yan Lin away from her. Seeing the Yamei spear in Yan Lin's hand, Hui Yuqing gritted his teeth, but still bent down to pick up Lin Jian and walk towards the military doctor. Afterwards, Yan Lin was taken away by the Xingluan Republic. Lin Jian was interrogated for a long time by the military. They asked her if she knew if Yan Lin had taken anything, what he had learned specifically during his studies, and who he was close to. Lin Jian didn't know anything, so the military believed she was deliberately hiding the truth and kept her in custody. Furthermore, the military discovered someone had sent letters to Lin Jian from the cyborg planet, and not long ago, a package had been sent to her. No matter how Lin Jian explained, claiming the package was just a piece of raw stone sent to her by a child, the military remained unconvinced. A week later, Lin Jian was finally released. Lin Xia explained that she was able to escape only because Wu Yuqing had secured his second uncle, the military marshal, to vouch for her. Lin Jian asked Lin Xia to thank Wu Yuqing for her. Since she was now suspected of being a spy, she decided to avoid contact with him to avoid affecting his future. On graduation day, Cici Lilt and Daisy Liu went to the military. Xia returned to the desolate planet to build her home, and Lin Jian returned to the family business. Before, Lin Jian had no desire to join the military, but when, for various reasons, she was restricted from doing so, she felt a small sense of regret. But Lin Jian was someone who easily consoled herself. If she couldn't join the military, then she didn't. Being a robot at home would be fine too. Before leaving, Cici Lilt held Lin Jian's hand and said, "No matter where you want to go, I support you. If you want to join the Legion, I vouch for you. I even get my dad and brother to vouch for you." Daisy Liu, "Me too. If you want to join the Legion, I vouch for you too." Lin Jian smiled and said, "All right, all of you, do your best. I'm proud of you." Chapter 50. 5 years later. Inside the Boria apartment on Amon Street in the capital planet. Today is Sunday, and Lin Jian is leisurely enjoying breakfast in his apartment. Beep, 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 the Interstellar alarm blared. The floating screen automatically opened, revealing an emergency notice. On the eastern side of the Star Sea Republic border, Shiwa planet is under attack by a beast tide, and major legions are en route to reinforce it. All citizens of Shiwa planet, who are outdoors, are requested to reach nearby shelters as soon as possible. Citizens from other planets are also requested not to venture to Shiwa planet for adventure or vacation for the time being. After the emergency news popped up, Interstellar TV invited experts to reassure the public. Don't panic, fellow star creatures. A beast tide occurs once every 100 years, and this one is normal. According to our research and speculation, the beast tide 200 years ago wiped out the leading star beasts. The current star beasts are leaderless and a mob. Their attack will soon pass. Previous data shows that star beasts attack simultaneously from 4 directions. This time, they concentrated their attacks on our eastern defenses, proving that our star beast numbers are severely insufficient. Before the expert finished speaking, a second urgent message popped up on the star screen. Urgent. Urgent. Star beasts are also attacking the west, south, and north sides of the Republic's border. Now, the star beasts are attacking simultaneously from all 4 directions. Please, soldiers from all legions, rush to the front lines. Please, all star creatures outdoors on Yuta, Shili, and Lake Blue, rush to nearby shelters. After the second urgent message, a long moment passed before the expert's screen reappeared. The expert cleared his throat and began, "Please don't panic. The star beast's reproduction rate is limited, and they won't increase significantly. During the beast tide 200 years ago, our god of war single-handedly killed the leading star beast. Without that leader, the last 100-year beast tide couldn't break out. Therefore, this beast tide is only a small-scale attack. Everything is under our control." The expert was speaking enthusiastically when Star TV suddenly cut away. A third urgent news item popped up. This beast tide is massive, exceeding previous ones, and is accompanied by the appearance of numerous less intelligent star beasts. They are cooperating in combat. Urgent. 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 Soldiers from all major legions are urged to rush to the border as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, Star News reported, the 15th Legion has arrived at the eastern border. 20 minutes later, Star News reported, the 12th Legion has arrived at the western border. 30 minutes later, Star News reported, the 19th Legion has arrived at the northern border. With the arrival of the various legions, the hearts of netizens online surged with the progress of the war. At this moment, the expert's video cut back. With a serene smile, the expert assured the people, "Rest assured, everyone. The situation is under control. As far as we know, none of the Republic's 6 elite legions have been deployed." This time, the expert's conversation was abruptly cut short. The fourth urgent news item popped up. The defense line on the east side of the border is under excessive pressure, with many medium-intelligent star beasts appearing. The 6 ace legions have received orders, and are about to enter the eastern side of the border to provide support. At this critical moment, a comment popped up on Star TV. "Union Star people, I don't want to see that expert. Please shut up. Xioxiaxixi, +1. Luyu, +1. At the same time, someone posted on StarNet, "Just a quick question, which legions are the ace legions?" Quickly, someone replied, "Suafengzi, there are 6 in total. The 1st, 6th, 8th, 13th, 16th, and 21st Legions. Only the top graduates from each military academy are eligible. Zaya Milanlin. Wow, so cool. Xiaoxiawen. Just a humble raise of my hand, asking, which one is the most powerful? Suifengzi. The 1st Legion has the strongest overall strength. With 2 commanders, the combat power of one legion is equal to the combined combat power of the other 2. The post quickly faded. After all, everyone was focused on the war, and had no time for gossip. At the same time, Star TV began sending back reports from the rear of the battlefield. There were reports of supply transport, logistical support, and the evacuation of civilians. Amidst the anxious anticipation of the Star people, 6 hours later, the 5th Star news item popped up. The Star Beasts on the west, south, and north sides of the Republic's border had been temporarily repelled. Only the Star Beasts on the east side remained unrepelled, and the soldiers of each legion were fighting with all their might. After hearing this report, the Star people finally relaxed. Star TV staff also began providing dedicated coverage of the eastern side of the border. For the first time, Star TV's reports included not only text and robot interpretation, but also visuals. Text: The 6th Legion has arrived on the eastern side of the border. Image: a pitch-black ship lands, emblazoned with the Star Sea Republic's logo and a large number 6. The ship's hatch slowly opens upwards. Following the rumbling of air jets, a tall, slender woman with gray hair and red eyes leaps from the ship. Her expression is aloof, and behind her slung is a sky-splitting spear with a pure black barrel and a red tip. Followed by, a cold beauty descends. She has waist-length blue hair, cold gray eyes, and a white battle axe tucked at the waist of her black military uniform. She glances at the crowd, a chilling presence sweeping over her. Comments popped up below Star TV. "Ah, so cool. These 2 beauties are so cool and awesome. From now on, I'm their fan." The dormant post on StarNet started to get active again. Suifengzi, the one with gray hair and red eyes, is Cece Lilt, the commander of the 6th Legion. The one with long blue hair is Daisy Liu, the deputy commander of the 6th Legion. Daisy Liu is an S-class warrior with a powerful battle axe. Cece Lilt is a double S-class warrior. When she was at the Imperial Military Academy, she always ranked first in mecha individual combat. Xiaoxiawen. Cool. Amazingly cool. Amazingly handsome. Before anyone else could exclaim, another pitch-black warship suddenly spun out from the camera. This one was incredibly fast, performing a 360-degree spin in the air before coming to rest. There was a small number marked on the warship, so small you couldn't even see it unless you looked closely. The appearance of this warship drove the previously calm Suifengzi into a frenzy. Suifengzi, oh my god, what am I seeing? OMG! The 1st Legion, my beloved 1st Legion, has arrived. Did you see that? The other starships are traveling at 2,000 kilometers per minute, but this one is traveling at 3,000 kilometers per minute. 1st Legion, my eternal god. After the warship came to a stop, the hatch opened. The first thing that appeared was a pair of black combat boots, followed by slender legs. Then, when the StarNet user saw the newcomer's face, Suifengzi wasn't the only one going crazy. Delicate features, a distant aura, yet it captivated your gaze. After a minute of silence, the post on StarNet was pushed up again. Xiaoxiawen, although it's wartime, I still can't help but say, this commander is so handsome. Xiao Cece, Xiao Lin, he's as dazzling as a Seidel rose. Suifengzi is clearly a die-hard fan of the 1st Legion's commander. This is Hu Yucheng, the 1st Legion's commander. He's an SSS-ranked soldier. While studying at the Imperial Military Academy, he always ranked first in overall performance. After joining the army, he rose to the rank of commander of the 1st Legion through his own merits. Did you know, even 5 years after graduation, he's still been named Imperial Military Academy star every year? He's a flawless, radiant man. I heard his only flaw is that he's a bit arrogant. Really, only a little bit. He just doesn't like to greet his fellow soldiers. Suifengzi had just finished speaking when the arrogant Captain Hua, as he'd been referring to them, actually walked up to Cece Lilt and Daisy Liu. He nodded and said, "Peace and happiness." Cece Lilt also nodded slightly, politely replying, "Peace and happiness." Daisy Liu's expression was no longer stern. She smiled, nodded toward Hu Yucheng, and said, "Peace and happiness." Suifengzi was stunned. "Ha. I didn't expect Captain Hua to be so affable." Xiao Xiayuan, were they saying a blessing? Xiaomi Lin, yeah, probably. With the arrival of the 2 Ace Legions, the StarNet returned to calm. Everyone believed in their strength. 2 days later, the 6th Interstellar news item popped up. The beast tide had been repelled on the eastern side of the border. Afterward, Interstellar TV began broadcasting the battle scene after the beast tide was repelled, desolate, bloody, and brutal. These fragmented images allowed even those not on the battlefield to sense the enormity of the battle. Inside the Shiwa Military Hospital, a VIP ward was filled with Seidel roses. Ever since Hu Yuqing, the Imperial Military Academy star, was admitted, his admirers had sent him roses daily, transforming his ward into a sea of flowers. A chubby robot addressed Hu Yuqing. "Hello, Mr. Hu Yuqing. I'm your nurse, number 156. How can I help you?" "Hu Yuqing, give me the list of flower cinders." Robot number 156 quickly handed him the list. Hu Yuqing carefully reviewed it twice, but couldn't find Lin Jian's name. He pursed his lips and set the list aside. Hu Yuqing gave the command to Robot 156, "Take away all those flowers." After Robot 156 carried out the command, it asked Hu Yuqing, "Mr. Hu Yuqing, is there anything else I can do for you?" Hu Yuqing, "No, you're welcome." Robot 156 greeted him, and, chubby and smooth, moved out of the ward. A week ago, Hu Yuqing's mental strength was severely damaged, and he was admitted to the Shiwa Military Hospital. Every day, upon waking from the treatment pod, the first thing he did was to check the list of flower cinders. Unfortunately, each time he read the list, the sparkle in his eyes dimmed. After a brief silence, he would order the robots to take away all the flowers. The VIP ward had a pleasant atmosphere, with soft music flowing gently, very soothing. For those returning from the battlefield, the hospital would play soft music to soothe their nerves. But no amount of soft music could cure Hu Yuqing's inner loneliness. After a moment of dejection, Hu Yuqing decided to watch some TV. He clicked on the optical computer controller, and the floating screen in the hospital room automatically opened, showing the scenic spots of the capital planet. Looking at those familiar scenes, Hu Yuqing's azure eyes brightened considerably. Here, he traced the trajectory of his youth. When the camera panned to the capital planet's largest robotics exhibition center, it swept across a female engineer. Though only a fleeting glimpse, her stunning features were still visible. Hu Yuqing's finger moved slightly, tapping the optical computer, and the screen began to replay, starting with the shot of the female engineer, repeating that moment. Hu Yuqing pursed his lips and stared at the female engineer. His usually calm eyes rippled, a trace of longing and a hint of resentment in them. Years ago, that person had said to him, "If you were injured, I would definitely be the first to send you flowers." At this moment, the handsome Major Hua lay in bed, muttering to himself, "I'm in the hospital, but you didn't send me flowers." He was stunned when the robot's voice suddenly chimed in, "Respected Major Hua, you have a visitor. Your direct superior, Lieutenant Colonel Shining, will arrive at the hospital in 10 minutes. Do you consent to his visit?" Hu Yuqing gathered his thoughts, quickly opened his laptop, and clicked agree. Then he stood up from the bed and straightened his appearance. By the time Lieutenant Colonel Shining was about to arrive, he had already gathered all his thoughts and returned to his usual dignified and self-possessed major. Knock, 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 a knock sounded from the door. "Come in," Major Hua's calm and composed voice echoed from within the ward. Lieutenant Colonel Shining entered the ward and, upon seeing the young major, felt a pity. Major Hua was an exceptional soldier. He single-handedly resisted the Star Beast's attack, buying time for the evacuation of the civilian population, saving not only the lives of the civilians, but also many ordinary soldiers. What a shame! Such a talented individual, his mental strength has been severely damaged. He will probably never be able to participate in combat again. The young Major Hua stood straight, saluting him with a standard military salute. Lieutenant Colonel Shining said gently, "Rest assured, rest for a while. There's no need to rush back to the front lines. Wait until your mental strength stabilizes before returning." Hu Yuqing nodded. He knew the other was trying to comfort him. The damage to his mental strength would be difficult to recover. But he was a very polite man. He lowered his eyes, listened attentively, and pretended to actively cooperate with the treatment. Lieutenant Colonel Shining observed this with regret. "The military has decided to temporarily transfer you back to the capital star circle. Once you recover, you're always welcome to return to the border." Hu Yuqing listened with his brows lowered as Lieutenant Colonel Shining instructed him. In the past, the major had been proud and noble, giving off an air of high spirits. But today, his slightly lowered eyes betrayed a hint of loneliness. Lieutenant Colonel Shining couldn't bear to see him like this. He glanced at his laptop and decided to share the good news with him in advance. "I received a response to your recent application for shared parenting. The other party has agreed. She happens to be on the capital planet. Lieutenant Colonel Sheening finished his monologue and looked up to see the usually calm and composed Major with a dazed expression. You said my application for a parenting partner was approved? Lieutenant Colonel Sheening nodded. Yes, she agreed. The military investigated her. She was a former student at the Imperial Military Academy and possesses S-level psychic power. However, she was suspected of being a spy. The military closely monitored her for 3 years and discovered it was all a misunderstanding, so they granted her special approval.